Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Spadoni's out today. Spadoni's out, so we won't have our Laker brethren here. Probably needs a day off after that loss the other night. But we got Lubman, and we got another Reardy guy in here. Steven Risotto. Hey, Steven's ready to do a 4-hour baseball show. I know that, Shaska. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Big week for the Bay Area. Bucks Niners on Sunday. Bucks Niners, and McCaffrey will be back on the playing field. He will be taking snaps. Not sure about Jordan Mason, but McCaffrey's back. But we also have a big one in Cleveland as a 9-0 Cleveland Cavaliers host Dakota State Warriors, who are 7-1. I want to break all that down, man. A lot of fun playing today on the show. What up, Shasky?
Good morning. Beautiful Friday. I'm super pumped up. What a great sports week we've had. And it's going to be a good weekend. You know, can the Jets help us out a little? Can they knock off the Cards? Can't believe I didn't have that in my Rolodex to start the season.
Yeah, I didn't have that in your Rolodex to start the show. Jets, Cardinals in the desert. I'm not holding my breath. I'm not. Miami Dolphins visiting the Rams on Monday Night Football. I'm not holding my breath with the Dolphins. I'm really not. But the Niners just need to take care of their own business. If they take care of their own business, they'll be able to do what they need to do to get into the playoffs and win the division. And that's just by winning games. And it starts on Sunday against Tampa Bay, who's going to be shorthanded. McMillan, one of their rookie receivers out of Washington, he's a speedster. He hasn't practiced all week with a hamstring injury. Hasn't practiced all week. Sterling Shepard hasn't practiced all week. He'll probably play, but he's banged up. So the Buccaneers come in banged up. There's no excuses. We'll talk to Dan Moore, former Bucs tight end, current radio color analyst for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Baker's having a great season. We'll get into their defense. Why are they giving up so many points? Why are they giving up so many explosives? So many run plays, pass plays, you name it. Tampa Bay's defense has not been good the last few weeks, so we'll talk to Dan Moore at 7:20 about that. We got Sam Gordon from the San Francisco Chronicle at 6:50 to talk some Dubs here to River Islands guest line, and that's been a big talking point, man. Is this sustainable? Is what we're seeing sustainable? We just cannot believe what is happening right now with the Golden State Warriors as they're 5-0 on the road. They've won 22 of their last 26 on the road. We also have shameless shout-outs as well. It's 60 seconds of celebrating. We've got a lot going on today on a Friday. But Dubs, Niners, or do you want to start with last night? Jamar Chase going crazy with 264 receiving yards, 3 touchdowns. It's all won by teams. Feels good. Well, but they come up short.
I've watched, all these other teams now for a couple weeks because the Niners have been on a bye, and there seems to be a consistent theme. Situational football late in games, right? And I saw last night, Lamar Jackson statistically had the best fourth quarter of his regular season career, which is quite a sentence because you're already looking at a 2-time MVP currently. And for him to throw for 197 yards and 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter alone and have a perfect passer rating, it's pretty special. And then late in the game,
he's won 6 of 7 against Burrow. Lamar Jackson.
It's unbelievable. And you have defensive players basically saying, yeah, we're their sons. Like, for the Cincinnati Bengals, acknowledging that Baltimore owns them.
Yep.
There's no doubt about it. Like, I'm watching that game, and I guess Monday night, Tampa Bay not going for 2. You have Zach Taylor last night doing the reverse and going for 2 in that situation. I loved it. And I felt like Cincinnati couldn't get a stop because he was playing the feel of his own defense and realizing that, like, we kind of got to go for this right here. And so I go back to fourth quarter execution, late situational football. And if I look at some of the bugaboos of the Niners this year, red zone is kind of situational football, right? Fourth quarter, there's been some things that have happened. And so I think there's a lot to take away, and CMC coming back is going to be a galvanizing force for them in the red area.
Was it surprising that they went for 2? And I'll tell you why it wasn't surprising. Cincinnati showed you on the first possession of the football game. They went for it on 4th down, inside the 3-yard line, 4th and goal. They went for it 4 times. So there is no doubt in my brain when they had the ball and they were looking to go tie it, they were going for 2. On the road, as you mentioned, their defense couldn't get a stop, but they set that tone in the first drive of the game. They were going for it. They were going for it over and over because why? You're a 4-5 football team, desperate to get back in the AFC North race. You had a shot Thursday Night Football. You don't have T. Higgins. You just let the kitchen sink out. You're playing the Ravens in Baltimore, so you to hell with it. Zach Taylor set that tone. The first possession of the game, I'm going for it. And this is going to be the theme of the game. And they bought in. Burrow was spectacular. 428 passing yards,
Jamar
4
Chase.
touchdowns. Jamar Chase, 11 catches, 264. The run after catches, the deep shots. I mean, the third touchdown catch where he keeps both feet in, high points the football over 2 Raven defenders, and just kind of just subtly. I mean, Jamar Chase is. Cincinnati don't want to pay him?
I'm 100% with you.
Whoa.
There are certain small guys, because I don't consider him a big dude, even though he's thick.
Yeah.
He's built like a running back, but he's so much more fluid than a Debo, right?
He's unbelievable.
But his high pointing, like Justin Jefferson's not huge. I'm talking
Right.
like 6'4", right? He's not a huge guy. Tyreek Hill, Jamar Chase, there is a wave of smaller wide receivers that are dynamic in the air, apex catchers, and he's one of them. Speed, power, hands, agility,
Everything.
shakes. What's the hole in Jamar Chase's game?
He has no hole. He has great heads. He can play in the slot. He can play outside. He could go inside. He always gets up and like just pumps his muscles, like just flexes because he's so damn strong. And you want to talk about a guy, look, I would advise it, but he said to hell with it. I'm going to play. I wanted my new money. They didn't give me my new money. And now he's balling out of control of being the number 1 wide receiver in all of football right now. And now he's going to have to get broken off. So he did the opposite of what a lot of wide receivers do. And both those guys in Cincinnati did what they had to do because Mike Brown is so frugal and didn't budge on paying these players. So Jamar Chase bet on himself. 11 catches, 264 on the season so far. Jamar Chase, 981 receiving yards, 66 catches, 10 touchdowns. He's averaging 15 yards a catch.
Incredible. Now, if you pivot over to Baltimore, I'm watching them and I'm saying it's obviously very different in how it looks. But in terms of the offense carrying the defense, that might be the recipe the Niners have to follow for the next couple of weeks. Now, situationally, obviously, Baltimore came up with some big stops, that final breakup, whether it was a PI, whether it was a late hit on Burrow and a face mask.
Gesicki. Yeah, that was old. They missed that one, though.
Well, again, it was a very physical game. It's a division matchup. I'm sure if I was a Bengal fan, I'd be whining and crying this morning.
I'd be ticked off.
Yeah, I would be pissed off. But I'm watching the Ravens team, and I'm saying, like, their offense is clearly carrying their defense right now, and Kyle Hamilton gets hurt in that game. But I look at the Niners, and all their numbers are telling me that the Niners are a good offense. And defense, they're kind of middle of the pack. Not that they're bottom dwellers, because Baltimore right now is 27th in overall defense. But the Niners are kind of bottom of the pack. And so I think that the offense is going to have to just be more efficient and score touchdowns in the zone, baby. And I look at CMC returning, and I don't know what his carry is going to be. I don't know what his workload's going to be. But I think it's imperative that they get back to being the efficient red zone team that they were the last couple of years.
Well, that's the key. I mean, that's the big difference in the team right now is red zone touchdowns. Opposed to last year. Last year, they were top 3 in most metrics, man. They were really just a historic offense, to be honest with you. You know, with the 4 guys with over 1,000 scrimmage yards, you have McCaffrey with over 20-plus touchdowns, breaking the franchise record. Their red zone efficiency was tops in the league. That has been the big difference. There's no doubt about that. And in terms of middle of the pack defense, look, if you get an offense that's putting pressure, and I think in today's NFL, I really think we need to think about it like this. You know, yes, defense, you need timely stops. You need to keep teams out of the end zone. That's if you give up 3, fine, but if you can't give up 6 over and over and over again. But with this defense, and we don't know if Charvarius Ward is going to play this Sunday. He's away from the football team. And if he doesn't play, who could blame him after what's going on with his family, Monique and Charvarius Ward? He may not be ready to go. So you may have to, Renardo Green and Isaac Yiadom, they're going to have to play a lot more snaps, you know, alongside Diamador Lenore. This pass rush hasn't been the best. Now, we'll see what happens with Yannick Ngakoue, who's on waivers right now with the Baltimore Ravens. But this offense, like kind of sort of like last season, yes, your offense is your best defense. Kind of like sometimes those Golden State Warrior teams where it's like you're pressing even though you're up 10 because you say, damn, Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, damn, if we miss a couple shots here, they're about to go on a 3-point barrage and blow us out of the gym. And that's what happened most times. Well, the 49ers offense, with Debo and Juwan Jennings coming back and Chris McCaffrey coming back, you have George Kittle there, and you got to get Ricky Pearsall up to speed alongside Jacob Cowing. Yes, it's up to Shanahan and Brock Purdy to help carry this offense and carry this football team. Your best defense may be a better offense. Score touchdowns here and try to get 30 on the board week in and week out.
And I'm looking at like Ricky Pearsall, and it's a lot of pressure for a guy that's played a couple of games in the NFL. But with Ayuk's absence, I think the guy's got to be a 4 to 6 catch a game guy. And we're not asking him to, get targeted 12 times. That's just not how the offense is. But I need him to be a solid role player for this team. And I think George Kittle needs to lead the way. To me, I'm looking at George Kittle.
And he has.
And no doubt. But like, this is a team right now, Tampa Bay, that's toward the bottom in all the passing metrics. They've been in a lot of
defense.
Yeah, pass defense.
Yep.
I'm talking pass defense. They've been in a lot of shootouts, and they give up a ton of yards right now. The Niners, conversely, offensively, they've put up the second most yards in the league in yards per game. And so that surprised me. When I'm looking at some of the advanced stuff, it's like, it's the turnovers that have crushed them and the inefficiency in the red zone.
Well, they're 28th in the red zone when it comes to efficiency, 48.5% in the red zone, the 49ers, 28th in the league. The only teams worse, Green Bay, Pittsburgh, Dallas, and the Giants.
Oh, jeez.
You don't want to be in a conversation with the Giants. You don't want to be in a conversation with the Dallas Cowboys. In Pittsburgh, they're starting to get healthier. They're starting to get better. Now, conversely, Tampa Bay has been a lot better in the red zone, but this is with Godwin and with Mike Evans. They're third in the league in red zone efficiency. When they get inside the red area, they make it count with Baker Mayfield and company. So the last 3 games have the Niners trended up. They've been better the last 3 games. They've been better. In the last 3 games, the 49ers, middle of the pack, their red zone efficiency, 61%. So they started off horrible. They are trending up in the red zone, and now you add in Christian McCaffrey. And I think it's simple, folks. 888-957-9570. Is that the missing ingredient for the 49ers going to run here? Is it just Christian McCaffrey? Is he the missing ingredient for this football team? Is he the reason why they're 4-4? Is he the reason why they could go on a run in the second half of the season? Niner fans, where you at? 888-957-9570, because he is Brock Purdy's best friend in that backfield, and he is his safety valve. And there's trust issues there when Chris McCaffrey isn't on that football field. And now you get him back on the football field, and maybe Brock Purdy settles down a bit and becomes the guy we saw last year. And he's had a good year. Hasn't been the season he had a season ago, but he's had a decent year. He's had a year in which I believe this quarterback could be the quarterback for the next 3 years. But when you bring back Christian McCaffrey, and if you can stay healthy, I just want to know, is that the missing ingredient? Is that it? Is that the cure to the 49ers issues here? Plug in number 23, and boom, you're going to be one of the top teams in the NFC again? Is it that simple?
Well, it's crazy because the big play, like scoring a touchdown, has this big momentum. Like when you get into the red zone and you punch one in as opposed to kicking a field goal, I can feel the deflation in the stadium at times. You know the feeling. You've been there. Like, come on, guys, we got to get 6 here. And it's as simple as like one extra touchdown. The guy averages a touchdown a game plus, Christian McCaffrey. Like, he is as prolific of a touchdown scorer as they come in the history of the game since the second he got to the Niners. Like, that's how dynamic he was. He was breaking Jerry Rice records, which is a sentence we do not say lightly in this market. So, yeah, I do think it's a big difference. Now, is that the end all be all? No. Like, their defense they've got to play better situational football. And it's going to be tough if Charvarius Ward doesn't play. It's going to be tough if they don't get Dre Greenlaw back at, close to what he was the last couple of years. You're going to need more from that defensive line. You're going to need more from Nick Bosa. But I do think it helps a lot. And I think it helps Kyle Shanahan a lot because that's his favorite guy to call plays for.
Yeah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. Jordan Mason, we'll see about we'll see about him and his status for Sunday against Tampa Bay. You still have Isaac Guerrero, who's played very good football. He's starting to come on here as a rookie. But look, the secondary here with Charvarius Ward maybe not playing. I think they have to brace for Charvarius Ward not playing and what that looks like here defensively. But I'm looking at the text line here, Comcast Business text line, and 707 it says CMC is the reason. Just like he was the difference maker when he was traded. If healthy, he is the difference maker. Now, could it just be, hey, he's going to help the offense? Does he help the defense? Because we're still waiting on number 50. We're still waiting on number 53, Dre Greenlaw, and where he's at. And we don't know where he's at right now. He's week to week with the Achilles tendonitis. I don't know what to expect from him. I don't know what to expect from CMC, I honestly have no clue how they're going to play this with Christian McCaffrey. Will he get 20 touches? Will he get 15 touches? Will he only play on third down? Will you take him out of the red zone? Will you play him in the red zone on the goal line? How the hell do you navigate with this injury here? I'm not going to lie. When he cuts, it's going to be like when Klay Thompson first returned with to go to St. Warriors. Remember when Klay Thompson came back and he was jumping up and down? We're like, oh, don't land wrong. Oh. Well, whenever Christian McCaffrey cuts and he jump cuts or I'm going to tip, I'm going to be like a worried father.
When Crabtree came back from his Achilles, I winced almost the entire time. What did he come back, like the 13th or 14th week in the season?
He came out late in the season.
And I just didn't have that same, like, not that he was ever like a burst guy.
He wasn't right.
No, he wasn't. It was until he went to the Raiders, really, that he got his legs back underneath him. There's no doubt that we're all going to be wincing. And I guess the big test for me is not necessarily just Sunday. Does he feel like Wednesday?
Well, also,
does he feel like Thursday? Like later on in the week.
I didn't mean to cut you off there, but I was going to bring up real quick before the first segment was over. Malik Mustafa's status is uncertain. He suffered a calf injury during practice.
Our calf. What is going on with our calves here in the Bay Area? Bonte's calf's hurt. CMC's got bilateral, Achilles tendonitis. Dre Greenlaw, like. What's going on with the calves?
I don't know what's going on with the calves, but Malik Mustafa, which is why you bring Tashawn Gibson back, he may have to play on Sunday. He may have to play. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness. And this is one of those games, I think, in terms of how they look, will tell us a lot about the second half of the season.
So I, on the other side, am going to explain to you why I believe the first half specifically is going to let me know how locked in this team is for the remainder of the year.
Well, I think I'm going to need the entire game because in today's football, we see a lot of clunky first halves, and we have the old witching hour. We have the old witching hour where games are going to be won late. I just need to see a clean game. Can they put together 4 quarters? They've yet to put together 4 quarters all season. I think we're going to find out on Sunday here with the 49ers and Bucks. We got Sam Gordon at 6:50 to talk some Warriors here. Warriors and Cavaliers. Big game in Cleveland. Tampa Bay, San Francisco, 49ers in Tampa on Sunday. Huge game for the Niners. They got to continue to roll here. So 888-957-9570 is the number. It is a payday Friday / 50 Cent Friday. Well, maybe love me to go 50 Cent. Who knows what's going on in his head when it comes to music. Maybe it's some Uncle Luke. Maybe it's some Trick Daddy. I don't know. Maybe he's feeling like a South Beach, Miami right now. South Beach. There it is. All right. All guests on 95.7 Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. McCaffrey coming back? Is that curing all the problems for the 49ers? Want to hear from you on the other side here on The Roast.
Hill and Joe. Dub Nation is Buddy Hill. Listen to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those break, Bonte.
0 for 1, buddy. 0 for 1. 0 for 1. Not like you. Starting 3 for 3 and 3 for 5 and dropping 8 points in the first quarter. Buddy Hill and the Warriors hit the court today against Cleveland. Tip off at 4:30. Pregame right here on 95.7 The Game starting at, Warriors Live at 3:30. And then, of course, NBC Sports Bay Area. We'll have our pregame show. Cavaliers 9-0. Warriors 7-1. Warriors have won all 5 of their road games. And we're just kind of thinking about this last night when it came to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Well, we'll play the Brian Wayhorse out because I want to know how Warrior fans feel right now about this roster. Is it a finished product? Do you think they can improve? Do you still want moves to be made? But I'll start with this. There's no rivalry with the Cavaliers anymore, right, Shasky? That rivalry's dead.
No, not really. Like
No?
I don't harbor any ill will toward Cleveland. I think the majority of it was directed solely at LeBron James.
Yeah.
And then to a lesser degree, Kyrie Irving. And not for anything like
Tristan Thompson.
I just thought Tristan Thompson was just a solid bench player. Like I had no problem with him. Like he had his own things with Draymond, and I was neutral. I impartial to whatever was going on there. Like it just didn't matter to me one way or the other. Found it funny more than anything.
Kendrick.
But LeBron, it was LeBron.
It was LeBron.
And I think it was the Halloween party in particular that really twisted the knife for me.
Not the Ultimate Warrior t-shirt that he came up to play with.
Well, I mean, it was the full gamut, but I'm saying the Halloween party
Yeah, with the
to
cookies.
me went like personal.
Yeah, no, it was
I
personal.
always felt like on behalf of a Steph Curry fan, like me, I'm a Steph Curry fan, so on behalf of his honor, I always felt like LeBron, Carmelo, CP3, those guys in particular had this thing against Curry, and it pissed me off for the longest time. We're like, we're here, you're there, you're not one of us, you came up the NBA dad route. We came up the hard way. And I've always felt that there was this tinge of like, you were born on third base. And it's like, we're really like, and eventually they got over it, but like that's the feeling I always got from them, and that's just my gut interpretation of the dynamic between those guys and Steph. Steph was lesser than.
You know what it was for me? It was not so much that. It was when he did win MVP, and then he won unanimous MVP. And when he won his first MVP, James Harden speaking out saying, well, what is the MVP? I thought I was the MVP, and the players had gave James Harden the MVP as opposed to the media giving Steph Curry that first MVP. Remember that? They went to the Players Award, James Harden, well, the players think I'm the MVP. And then later on, he started questioning the definition of the MVP. And then all of a sudden, Stephen Curry wins unanimous MVP, becoming the first NBA player in history to win the unanimous MVP award. And then you had LeBron James questioning, well, what is MVP? The MVP, the definition of my mind is different than what it is in your mind. And all of a sudden, we started questioning what the MVP award was and what it meant. And I was like, oh, okay. I get it now. Now we're jealous of the little light-skinned brother bombing threes left and right and taking your souls in the third quarter of every single basketball game. That's what it is? Okay. And so that, to me, started ticking me off. We started questioning. He had Dave McMenamin from ESPN. What did he say? What did he call Curry? A collaborative? What did he call him?
A collaborative talent.
Yeah, there you go. And forget the term he used. And I was just like, wait, what? And I've run into Dave. I remember after one of the finals games, we're all at the bar. Logan Murdoch, Sam Amick, David Winden was there. And he was like, come on, man, the Steph Curry thing. And it was almost like it was personal for people. It was personal. And I was thinking to myself, damn. At the time when the Warriors started winning championships, it was almost like there was this pecking order of who's supposed to win what. Like Chris Paul's next in line to win a championship, or James Harden's next in line to win a championship, Kevin Durant's next in line to win a championship. And Steph Curry, the Warriors, kind of ruined the plans for a lot of those guys. And he ruined legacies. And then all of a sudden we started questioning all these MVP awards. It was really, really quite interesting.
Well, so there's like, in the NBA, I do believe there's this Jordan effect where you have to win the regular season MVP, you have to win the championship, you have to win the finals. Anything short of that, and we're going to nitpick you. And that seems ridiculous. Like, if we just take a step back, it's ridiculous. And then I look at a player like Kobe Bryant, and for the longest time, it was always, well, actually he plays with Shaq. Well, actually he inherited a great situation. Well, and I look back at Kobe's career, and it does feel odd. He only has one MVP. Right? But if you go into each individual season, I can remember why we pick certain players, right? And then I look at LeBron and his MVPs, and this is just my personal belief. I felt like Derrick Rose had a great year in between the two MVPs. He had two, LeBron did. Yep. Then Derrick Rose got one, and then two more for LeBron. It just felt like to me we were dying for someone else to step up just to be different.
Well, you bring
as
up
a media, I'm saying.
Yeah. You bring up Kobe's MVP award, and I thought the year Kobe won it, Chris Paul should have won it because of what he did with the Hornets. Now,
it's hard.
Nash had won it one year when I thought Shaq should have won it. And you look at Shaquille O'Neal, who's one of the most dominant players we've ever seen. He only has one MVP award. You know what I mean? So Tim Duncan's got a few MVPs, and I get it. Tim Duncan deserved it. But Kobe's won, and Kobe did deserve an MVP at some point. But the year he received it, I was like, wait a minute. Chris Paul led the Hornets to a second-round berth, a Game 7 against San Antonio. Without Chris Paul, they're nothing. How about this one? Jason Kidd, the New Jersey Nets. I thought he had deserved an MVP.
He took a Kerry Kittles led team with Keith Van Horn to the finals.
He went to two NBA finals.
That team had no business competing.
And he didn't get the MVP award. They gave it to Duncan and everything. Yeah. So it's just, it's sometimes just because as Ramona Shelburne says, you got to have a narrative. No, you don't. You have to be a baller. Well, that's what it should be.
I just think that basketball is a reflection of society to a degree in terms of how these things break down. I see this all the time in youth sports. Like, everybody is so obsessed with winning tournaments on the weekend, these championships, these rings, these belts that are really kind of meaningless.
Right.
And we've lost the art of, being a great teammate and do all those things. So, like, Kobe Bryant is a great example. Do you really think Kobe went into every single season hell-bent on getting the MVP or winning the championship?
He wanted to win the championship.
His team. He wanted his team. I personally believe that Kobe went into it trying to cultivate the best team that he possibly could because he was all about winning championships.
Well, he also wanted to be the best player in the league.
No
that was coming with that. He wanted to be the most dominant, the best player in the league, while winning championships.
But I also believe that he was refined enough at times in his career. He was stubborn, but refined enough to realize if I sacrifice a little here, the overall team will get theirs.
Yeah.
Watching James Harden, I felt that he has wanted to win his way on his terms every single step of the way.
No doubt.
And he will get all the accolades. And if they fall short, it's because his teammates fell short.
Right.
And so I think that's where I cut this off. So getting back to Curry, okay?
Well, even
Curry is wired more like Kobe than he is James Harden.
No doubt.
It's about the team accomplishments, the team accolades. How can we be the best version of ourselves? And I just...
we did see a sympathy MVP award to Russell Westbrook when the Thunder were the 6th seed.
But he had a great year.
He had a great year, but it was,
No, but I'm with you on that. But that's where I believe that the voting, and then this gets back to the LeBron thing.
I feel sorry for him.
Exactly.
Oh.
Narratives. But I'll tell you, when LeBron went back to Cleveland, by that point in time, I felt like the entire media was bought and paid for in LeBron's pocket. And I felt like Dave McMenamin, Brian Windhorst, and the whole brigade of LeBronites were constantly dissing Steph Curry. That was my interpretation of watching the media when I wasn't in the media from afar. And I felt like that entire time they slighted him, they diluted the Warriors' excellence, and all of the coverage was slanted toward the king. And it rubbed me wrong, and it actually made the rivalry between Warrior fans and LeBron, I believe, 10 times higher.
Yep, no doubt. By the way, the Cleveland Cavaliers, is this the most out of left field rivalry in Bay Area sports history? So when I was growing up, the Niners had the Cowboys, right? And then Mike Holmgren and the Green Bay Packers walk into Candlestick Park in '95 and destroy them. And all of a sudden it became a rivalry, but a one-sided rivalry. But I never expected me to hate the Green Bay Packers. They're like this lovable fan base who were all nice and wore their cheese heads. And it became one of the more historical rivalries in NFL history the last 30 years. Green Bay and the 49ers, kind of out of left field, right? Out of left field. Niners, Chiefs, kind of out of left field. Even though the Chiefs don't consider us rivals, we consider them rivals. Kind of out of left field.
Yeah, I never thought I'd have this disdain for Kansas City.
Did you think you had disdain for Philadelphia?
No, I didn't really like the Philadelphia Phillies though. Going back to 2010, I did hate a lot of the stuff, and there was a lot of other things baked in. Like I hated Chase Utley.
Right.
I don't know if you did.
See,
that was a simmering rivalry for a second.
That's what I'm saying.
Phillies. Like I thought that was going to be. I thought that was going to be something. Well, it kind of fell apart. Buster got injured in 2011, and then the Phillies rotation kind of fell apart in 2012, and the rivalry never really materialized from there.
Yeah.
But for a brief moment after that 2010 NLCS, it's like, wow, these two teams they could be going at it.
Well, they could, but then the Giants went to Citizens Bank Park and won 2 or 3 in Philadelphia, and there was something there. But it was very short-lived.
No doubt it was short-lived.
I don't even think it lasted a year. But I actually love Chase Utley.
No, I liked him too.
I love Chase Utley.
When he got hit and then picked up the ball and threw it back to the mound, I mean, it was like,
I hear that.
We were simmering. That was the height of baseball in this town.
Chase Utley was a 5-tool player.
He was awesome.
Played his ass off. I was a big Chase Utley fan, unfortunately. But that rivalry, it wasn't long.
It was very short-lived.
Yeah, very short. But the Cavaliers and the Warriors, and sparked with LeBron James, of course, and the whole, LeBron James and the Halloween party and the T-shirt. That became one of the more out of left field Bay Area rivals, and I never thought we'd hate Cleveland.
It's true.
The Bay Area hating Cleveland. Like, what? Anyway, Sam Gordon's going to join us from the San Francisco Chronicle on the other side. He's live in Cleveland. Get ready for this monster matchup between the Warriors and the Cavaliers. Cavaliers are 9-0. Warriors are 7-1. Let's dive into this game tonight against Donovan Mitchell and the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. hell was Fedoni and the Lakers?
If you love Philadelphia, there's a high probability that you hate these two. It's the Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Love you guys. Most of the time.
No, they really do hate us in Philadelphia. I found out at Dumas's wedding, a lot of his buddies were like, you're that guy. A lot of people were listening live when I told Joe to camera, we're sitting in section, whatever it was in Philadelphia. They knew. They knew who we were, Shasky. We're household names in the 215. Fortunately or unfortunately. But you know what? It's all love in Philadelphia. They have great food. They just have a sucky fan base when it comes to Philadelphia Eagles. And by the way, this segment sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. The Cleveland Cavaliers. You know what? We'll get into it with Sam Gordon in just a second. Let's get Miles and Fort Mason on. He wants to talk about the rivalry between the Warriors and the Cavaliers. But the Cavaliers play some really good ball, but I feel good about this game. I feel really good about this game for the Golden State Warriors. Let's go to Miles in Fort Mason. What's happening?
Hey, guys. Good morning. Just want to reflect on the Warriors and Cavs chapter in NBA history. I mean, what was it, 4 years in a row, 5 years in a row that they met in the finals every year? It's almost like now that would be unheard of. But, and of course, 2015, the, first title. 2016, Father's Day, I refer to it as the quietest day in San Francisco history. When they lost, I came out of a bar, Richmond Republic on Clement Street, and you could hear a pin drop, that just reaction. And, the rivalry is enhanced by the Halloween party and the criticisms of Steph's MVP. I don't fault those guys. What they put Steph's tombstone on a cookie or something.
Yeah.
Give me a break. But it's just so funny because now in the current day and age, it's almost forgotten about in a way just because it was so long ago. But that was such a big chapter and so legacy defining for Steph, LeBron, hate to say it, but Kyrie with that last minute shot. So, what a time. And, I think Cavs 9-0 now, prime for a loss. But I will say, shout out to their rookie, Jalen Tyson, the Cal product, and who, as a Bears fan, can't help but support him. So let's go Dubs. Let's get this win.
Good call. Good call. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, I think that LeBron James's 2 titles in Miami were awesome for him. But his point about legacy, I actually think was enhanced going up against the Warriors. And, I mean, what did he average, like 40, 10, and 10?
Yeah, it was something ridiculous. Something ridiculous.
So, yeah, I think that I personally respect him more for the battles against the Warriors. And I do believe that even in losing, he enhanced his own legacy against the Warriors. Obviously, beating them was, the high water mark for him. But, yeah, their legacies were completely enhanced going up against each other.
Yeah, it still ticks me off the 3-1. Anyway, let's get to Sam Gordon from the San Francisco Chronicle Warriors beat writer. Minnesota's own. Hey, we're bringing in Sam Gordon here on the River Islands guest line, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Let's start here. Yesterday we were discussing Minnesota. We wanted to know if they had some hoods, and somebody called in and said South Minnie is somewhere you don't want to go to. So you're from the Twin Cities, Sam, and good morning to you. South Minnie, is that a place we don't want to step foot into? South Minnie?
I think you'd be all right in South. I think you'd be all right in South Minneapolis for sure. But as long as you handle your business and go there to do what you need to do. Minneapolis is great. A lot of beautiful scenery. It's obviously very, very cold in the winter, but very welcoming. North side, south side, northeast. Southwest, all over the city is welcoming. So we'd be happy to have you at any time.
Yeah, I need to get up there. I heard it's a great city. Cleveland is underrated as well. I know you're in Cleveland right now to cover the Warriors and the Cavaliers. Is so far so good on this road trip for the Warriors as they make their 4th start of this 5-game road trip. And, of course, the back end of this trip was the one we all anticipated, Boston, Cleveland, and OKC. Now, coming off that Boston win, a very solid win, a statement game, sort of saying, I know Jaylen Brown didn't play, but it's about the Warriors, the way the Warriors are playing. So far, Sam, what has surprised you the most about this 7-1 start for the Warriors?
I think how well the depth and how well Steve Kerr is going deep into that rotation and everybody's bought in. You got buy-in from top to bottom. I mean, 12, 13 deep when everybody's available. And that's hard, right? That's really, really hard to get, a 12 person rotation. You don't see that at the NBA level. You hardly see it at the high school level. So the fact that everybody is bought in like this, not necessarily a surprise because we understand the track record here in Golden State, but the fact that it continues to work, it continues to be successful. It doesn't really matter who's been closing, right? We've seen different closing lineups in different situations. Of course, the Warriors only have really played, I guess 2 or 3 games where there's really needed to be a close. But that being said, we've seen different closing lineups. We've seen the minutes distributed differently throughout the course of the year, and it hasn't mattered. Whoever's played has played well. The ball is moving, is popping around with every single lineup, and every lineup is defending. And that's what this team was constructed to do, right? Defend at a high level, and so far the Warriors are doing exactly that. The defense is leading the offense. The depth ensures that everybody is fresh and that the Warriors have juice at the end of these games. And when you're playing so many people and other teams aren't as deep, there's a cumulative effect. And I think we've seen that, late in some of these games that have been close. The Warriors are able, a little fresher in overtime against Houston, and it was a crunch time clinic down the stretch the other night in Boston. So playing 11 and 12 guys, not something we've seen every day. But it's working. 7-1 is 7-1, and we'll see what happens when DeAnthony Melton and Brandon Podziemski rejoin this rotation, expecting that to be pretty soon here.
There's always a pie chart whenever it comes to these things. I call it the pie chart of culpability. When a team loses, like it's never one element. They've made personnel changes. Draymond seems to be changed in terms of his demeanor and his vibe. Obviously, Steve Kerr seems to have made a lot of adjustments to his staff, and it feels like he's on it. What do you think is the single biggest slice of why this team is different this year versus last year?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think it comes down to personnel. I mean, I think defensively last year, they didn't have the juice at the point of attack that you need, and now all of a sudden they're deep with wing and perimeter defenders, right? You go out and you added DeAnthony Melton, you get Kyle Anderson that can guard across multiple positions. You bring in Buddy Hield, who you get him in the right system, you get him around other good defenders. He's an impact team defender, and then of course bringing Jerry Stackhouse on, what he's been able to do, freaking scheme. You're seeing a little bit more trapping ball screens, double teams. The scrambling on the back end, recovering, contesting shooters, denying straight line drives, forcing the ball out of the paint, trying to keep it to the sideline and the baseline and whatnot. You have, because you're deeper with perimeter defenders now you can do things differently from a scheme perspective. So they went out and I mean, this was intentional. This was by design. They wanted to get deeper with shooting and to get deeper with shooters that can also defend. I think we've seen some growth defensively from some of the younger players too. Brandon Podziemski, of course, led the league in charges last year. He's a physical defender. Moses Moody doing his thing on defense. I think we've seen some of the upside that Jonathan Kuminga has on that side of the ball at various junctures of the season. So championships are decided with perimeter defense. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Andrew Wiggins, but we knew what he could do. He showed that a few years ago. His pedigree for defending and what he brings to a playoff series. He was spectacular the other night against Jason Tatum. So the personnel on this team has allowed for a more effective scheme defensively, and ultimately that's how Steve Kerr wants to play. That's how he's always wanted to play. The great Warrior teams of the past were deep with wing defenders. They were among the best defensive teams in the NBA. They were able to switch and to do all different things to muck up offenses in playoff situations, and they have the personnel to do some of those same things this year. We've already seen it through 8 games.
Sam Gordon here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line and Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell. You'll need your wing defenders tonight against those two jokers. They like to get 2 feet in the paint, settle for the mid-range jumper. They will not just settle for threes in Cleveland. But I got an inkling that GP2 may get to start tonight to kind of slow down Garland and Mitchell because they are quick and they're going to need that point of attack defense here. But there's a lot of noise, Sam, about what the Warriors could be doing before the trade deadline, how they could be active. We heard Brian Windhorst yesterday discussing on ESPN saying the Warriors are a team to watch when it comes to being active. What's your hunch on this team here? Do you think this is a finished product in terms of the roster construction, or do you think Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob are out there looking to see what else is out there, maybe getting another playmaker, getting another ball handler? What is your gut tell you here, Sam, about this roster moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, you get the sense that Mike Dunleavy and Warriors brass are always keeping their eyes open, their ears open, understanding what's available, what might be available. We know, how aggressive they were and what they were canvassing in the summer in terms of, Paul George and Lauri Markkanen and looking at different options there. And of course, the LeBron James talks last year. So there's an understanding that Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob are willing to look around and see what's out there. At the same time, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? This team is playing really, really well right now. We understand it's a long season. Playoff basketball is a little different, but let's see how Jonathan Kuminga continues to develop. I mean, he's had some monster games off the bench. He's showing, an ability. Obviously, we knew he could get to the rim, but being able to do that in late game situations, getting to the basket, creating offense, getting the defense to collapse, creating for others. That's what this team needs. Like you said, another ball handler, somebody else that can consistently get to the cup with dribble penetration and create shots for others. If they are canvassing the market, I would imagine that's going to be the kind of player it would be for. But right now, things are working. The ball is moving. You're getting balanced scoring from all over the place. When Brandon Podziemski's out there, he's another ball handler. We've seen what Kuminga can do, and the chemistry, the vibes, the mood, the atmosphere around this team is really, really good right now. So obviously, long way to go until the trade deadline. The schedule doesn't do them any favors later in the month and early next month. So we'll have a really good gauge, I think, by the middle of December, what this team, where this team is at, what this team is, and have a little bit more information from there. But yeah, you always keep ears open and eyes open. I imagine that's what the Warriors brass is going to be continuing to do despite this hot start. But you got to be careful about tweaking something that's working. They've been one of the best teams in the NBA so far. This thing is working right now.
Everywhere we go, it's like Buddy Hield, Buddy Hield, Buddy Hield, and I'm shocked at how good Buddy Hield has been. It doesn't feel like the team is that shocked. Are you shocked, and is it sustainable? Because he has been maybe the best bargain in the NBA at $9 million a year.
I don't know if shooting nearly 50% from three is quite sustainable. But the production, the energy, the shot making, that all is. And this just speaks to how important, fit is, right? And Buddy Hield is a movement shooter. That's what he was coming out of college. And it's a lot different playing for Steve Kerr and playing in a read and react system where guys are looking for him to get his shots off. Guys are screening for him. He is, clearly featured and a priority in this offense as opposed to when you're standing off Joel Embiid and waiting for shots in the corner and just kind of standing there, right? So the fact that he's been this productive, maybe didn't see this kind of production coming, but there was reason to believe with his track record, with his pedigree as a shooter, 40% for his career, the volume that he makes, that I think, him and Steph are, top two 3-point leaders in terms of makes the last several years. So there was reason to believe that he was going to be a good fit, and he stepped right in there for Klay Thompson and picked up exactly where he left off, and then some, giving you 20-plus points in 26, 27 minutes a game. So he's been extremely viable as a second scorer and playing with a lot of confidence right now. And, not only from a basketball standpoint, also from a personality standpoint, giving the Warriors a lot of energy in that locker room. He's already beloved and helping keep that chemistry intact. So he's playing fantastic and giving the Warriors everything they could have hoped for and then some.
There's no doubt about that. Wiggins has been solid. Kuminga, Looney off the bench as well, a GP2. So tonight will be a lot of fun, Sam. I know you're going to have a lot of fun. The Cleveland Cavaliers, their old friend Kenny Atkinson, the 9-0 Cavs with Mitchell and Garland. They got Evan Mobley up front. And remember last season, they took it to the Warriors twice within 6 days. So I know the Warriors had this one circled on their calendar to get a little payback. Sam, enjoy the game out there in Cleveland, man. We always appreciate the time.
All right, thanks, guys. Talk soon.
Thank
Anytime,
you,
Sam Gordon, San Francisco Chronicle, here on the River Islands guest line, talking some Dubs here. And, Kuminga, I want to, before we get back to Buddy and what he's doing, and Draymond, I think, is keeping the turnovers down offensively. Steve Kerr's made it an emphasis. Hey, we cannot give away 5 to 6 possessions like we used to. One thing about JK as I was watching the game back, remember Tim Roy, California Classic, hey, Bonte, man, this guy could be Ron Artest. He reminds me, he gives me flashes of Ron Artest. Well, I saw a little of that in Boston again.
On what side of the floor?
Defensively. His physicality against Jason Tatum and his ability to fight through screens. And that's how this is rookie year. There's a possession his rookie year against the LA Lakers. I'll never forget it. LeBron James is posting up Jonathan Kuminga. You go back and go watch this. His rookie season. And LeBron James tries to fake him. Pump fakes like 3 to 4 different times. And as a rookie, JK, just a little flash, but he won that rep. Stayed down, kept his feet down, didn't bite. Great defensive possession. And you're like, damn, this Joker could do that? Like, wow, he's a rookie. He's not going for that. And the instincts, you saw it right away there. Just hasn't put it together consistently. But Wednesday night against Jason Tatum, you saw the flashes, which is why, to Sam's point, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We need to chill off the trade talks for a second. This guy Kuminga provides something on the team that nobody else does in terms of going to the rack, finishing at the rack, dunking on your head, playing in the mid-post, mid-block, and then defensively being able to get out on Jason Tatum and be physical with him and not bite for anything. J.K. quietly had a very solid night in Boston.
When I think about what made the Warriors so dynamic back in the day, their ability to throw a variety of body types on various 2, 3s, and 4s was unlike anything out there. Like, obviously, Pippen is like one of the greatest perimeter defenders of all time. But when you have the ability to throw not just one guy, like, hey, Pippen, you go guard that guy, take him out of the game. That's awesome. They at one point could throw Sean Livingston on somebody, Iguodala, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and a variety of other random guys that they've had over the years. This team has Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga. I know Buddy's not the greatest, but Buddy's going to try, and he's actually longer than I thought. GP2 can guard these guys. I think Melton, when he returns, you could throw a guy on there. At times, Draymond can guard some of the smaller people. Don't love that, but he can do it at times. And Moses Moody, to me, that's the beauty of what they've built this year. It's not just the offensive side with all the ball movement,
right,
but their ability to be able to guard a guy like Jason Tatum with 5 or 6 different kind of guys, and you're running waves at them. I think that's what's really unique.
No, it is very unique. And just focusing on JK for a second, because Wiggins is going to guard, and you have all these bodies, as you mentioned, that can switch onto these wings here. Tonight is going to be very important because Karis LeVert comes off the bench, and he killed the Warriors last year, chasing it. Come off the bench, he scored 18, 20 or whatnot. Just his impact, just instant scoring. He's long, he's athletic. This guy, Karis LeVert's a good player off the bench for the Cleveland Cavaliers. But when you get Mitchell and Garland, 2 of the quicker guards in the NBA, they formed this great backcourt together. They're starting to figure it out in Cleveland. Garland and Donovan Mitchell. JK coming off this bench alongside Andrew Wiggins. And I get the feeling that Gary Payton II is going to start tonight because you want to slow down Garland right away. You have maybe GP2 picking up Garland full court. You have Andrew Wiggins on Donovan Mitchell. You put Stephen Curry on Isaac Okoro. And, of course, you get Draymond and TJD on their bigs, Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. I get the feeling that GP2 may get to start like he did on Monday just to have that burst of energy right away to say, all right, I'm picking this dude up 94 feet. We're setting a defensive tone. And then when you come off the bench, you bring in Jonathan Kuminga and say, okay, is it Mitchell? Is it Garland? Which one do you want? Or do you match up JK with Karis LeVert off that bench and match them up together to make sure you keep him out of the game? So looking at the game plan, you do have a lot of wing options here as defenders at the point of attack. And so it's important that JK keeps himself locked in, but also Wiggins playing well defensively, as you mentioned, all these different guys, and not to mention Slow-Mo, who will get an opportunity to guard Evan Mobley or one of their threes.
Yeah, Slow-Mo's a guy that I didn't even reference. You could throw him on a variety of different guys. Their multiplicity, as they've talked about for a long time, like optionality. Remember they used to say that a lot last year? Well, now, like, you're seeing kind of what they kind of envisioned multiple years ago play itself out. You beat Cleveland after beating Boston. That sends a message to the entire league.
No doubt. No doubt.
It's time for you to do the legal.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. In Cleveland, this is what they do so far this year. Just watching their games back. They're not going to settle for threes, but they'll shoot to be above the break 3 all day long. They love those type of threes. In the half court, they'll go down, get 2 feet in the paint, get the mid-range game going. But above the break threes, they're number 1 in the NBA here. But their percentage of threes, like we saw Boston, 55% of their field goal attempts came from the three-point line. By far and away the best in the NBA. They got to their 54 attempts last game against the Golden State Warriors. They averaged 51 attempts a game. Well, the Cavaliers are different. Just 41% of their field goal attempts come from the three-point line. That's 17th in the NBA. So they're a lot more balanced here. So you're not going to be able to just, hey, let's run them off the three-point line. They like the mid-range jumper. Donovan Mitchell loves the mid-range jumper. He has been living in the paint in the restricted area. Think of these numbers here as you watch the game tonight. Restricted area, Donovan Mitchell shooting 69%, 32 field goals in the restricted area. Non-restricted paint area, he shot 26 times, 46%. But the mid-range, so far in the mid-range, 18 of 36, 50%. So he's going to settle for twos. So you can't just try to run him off the three-point line and think it's all sweet. Oh, he'll take the 18-footer all day long. We saw it the other night in New Orleans. So a little different style that the Cavaliers play as opposed to the Celtics.
Who do you think is going to try to stay with Steph Curry in this one?
Oh, Isaac Okoro.
You think they're going to throw him on exclusively?
Yeah, he'll be on Steph to start the game.
See, I think you can exploit Donovan Mitchell and Garland in the half court. Their size, they're not like Donovan, although very strong, is not the tallest, longest guy, and he will foul.
Yeah, no doubt. But you asked me, who's going to start our Steph.
So if they're throwing Okoro on Steph, like I think that there are other options out there that you can exploit. Yeah,
they'll get the switch. They'll try to make Donovan Mitchell work on a defensive end, but also Evan Mobley's gotten a lot better.
Yeah, no, he's very
taking
good
a
player.
leap. So that's Draymond Green written all over it. And so far on this road trip, they taken out the stars. Jalen Green, 2 of 13. Jordan Poole, 2 of 9 from 3. Jason Tatum made him work for his 32. He had the one quarter with 17. Other than that, they made him work. Now you get Evan Mobley or Donovan Mitchell. Obviously, they'll try to take the head of the snake out of the game and Donovan Mitchell. But Evan Mobley's a guy that I think Draymond Green, when he looks at the end of the season, he says, I want to be DPOY again. Don't forget about Dre. I want to be on the All-NBA defensive first team. These are the games you bookmark if you're Draymond Green.
But Mobley's so bouncy, and he's what I wanted Wiseman to look like.
Yep.
You know, I know Wiseman had more of the shot from the outside and had a little, I would say just goofier length. Yeah. You know, he was just kind of I don't know, Stretch Armstrong type. Mobley's very nice, man. Very, very nice. I think this is just a great test to see the two best teams in the East in back-to-back games and just see where the Warriors stack up. You know, I don't want to hear excuses about being on the road and travel and all that. I just want to see them show up with their lunch pail and play another tight game against a really, really good team that I think they're not going to catch them by surprise.
Well, they're number one in offensive efficiency, the Cleveland Cavaliers, but
number one. Wow.
They're number one. The Warriors are third.
I would not have had them as number one in the league.
The Warriors are third. Wow. However, defensively, the Warriors are second, and the Cavaliers are ninth. So you can exploit some of their smaller guards here in Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell, but it'd be interesting to see how Kenny Atkinson plays this. 650 Comcast Business Sex Line says it's a mistake to bench Moody. I'm just thinking about the matchups and trying to get a read on Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr will tweak a lineup no matter what. He's probably looking at Garland. It's no knock on Moses Moody whatsoever. It's about matchups. Garland, Mitchell, smaller guards, quicker guards. I'm not sure if that's advantageous for Moses Moody. Now, he may start Moses Moody and ride with it. But this also, we saw on Monday night against Jordan Poole, what does Steve Kerr want to do? I need to pick him up 94 feet with Gary Payton II and set a tone defensively, letting Jordan Poole know, I'm going to put the pest on you, and GP2. I'm going to put your glove on you to make you work. Wouldn't you think that Steve Kerr may go to that route tonight against a smaller guard and Darius Garland said, you know what? I know I have Steph out here. I'm going to put Steph on Isaac Okoro. Instead of putting Moody on a smaller, quicker guard, maybe I shift him back to the bench and I start GP2. I'm just looking at the matchups and what Steve Kerr may do tonight. He may start GP2 on Garland tonight. He just may.
GP2 gives you just a variety of energy, hustle plays. You get to a lot of easy buckets, too, around the rim. I wouldn't be surprised, especially when you started as slow as you did in Boston. That might be the move. Is Podziemski going to be available tonight?
Yeah, no doubt. I don't know if he's going to be available tonight. I do not know. I think he was questionable, but he may not play.
And then now you're short another ball handler. I know they had Lindy Waters playing a slight bit of point at one point, kind of bringing the ball up. I didn't have that on my Rolodex to start the season.
A lot of guys are bringing up the ball. So It's going to be a very interesting game. We'll get back to the Warriors in a little bit, but we're going to go to Dave Moore, color analyst of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, get to the Niners and the Bucks. It's a huge game for the 49ers. We'll go behind enemy lines on the other side here on the Morning Roast. Plus, we got 60 seconds of celebrity. We pushed that back a little bit. Shameless shout-out, 745. Shameless shout-outs, 888-957-9570 is the number. We want to get the shameless shout-outs today. 888-957-9570. Start lining them up. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. Your dog, your cat, your son, your daughter, your nanny, your liquor store, your meat market, Costco. You can shout out whoever the hell you want to shout out. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll do that at 745. But first, we'll get to Dave Moore, color analyst of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's coming up, brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport. Brock Purdy.
Hey, it's Brian from San Ramon. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Shanahan, run the ball.
Well, he might this week with Chris McCaffrey coming back. Now, I know you hear conflicting reports. Hey, we're going to decide at kickoff or whatnot, but it sounds like he's going to play. Malik Mustafa apparently on social media said that, hey, I'm fine, folks. I'll be able to roll as he suffered a calf injury at practice. So we'll get that. We'll get the injury report for the 49ers a little bit later. We'll see what's going on later on today, Friday, see who practices, who's limited, but got to figure out what's going on with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Dave Moore, former tight end for the Bucs and longtime NFL tight end. He'll join us in moments here, but shameless shout-outs, 745, 888-957-9570, and we're already seeing some shout-outs, Shasky. 925. Shout out to Coach Williams and the Dublin High School boys and girls cross-country teams running on Saturday at the EBAL League Championships. And then you got the 734. I love to shout out my 3-year-old twins, Willow and Wyatt. And he wants to shout me out. And you, Shasky, does not matter whether I are in the house when I have the morning roast on the TV and Bonte does his old baby. My twins run to the living room to watch him do it. Raising them right. What a start to their mornings. Must be brutal. Must be brutal.
I've got a bunch of shout-outs. I'm ready for it. I'm excited. Yep. And I'm really excited for this Bucs-Niner game because when you have this much time off and they're on a short week, I truly believe the game plan and how buttoned up they look from a play calling, tackling standpoint, special teams. The first half, it's not the end-all be-all, but how they come out is going to truly matter, like how serious this team is for the entire second half. I really believe that.
Yeah, they need to come out.
It's a microcosm.
Yeah, they need to come out and just win this game and just play clean football. I want to see them clean. 3 or 4 in the red zone, make your kicks, be solid on special teams, tackle. I saw a stat with Nick Bosa. He's having a hell of a season. But the one knock on him, I saw some percentages of his missing tackles. They got to do a better job tackling overall. But I'm with you, man. I need to see a full 4 quarters. I want to see a full 4 quarters. Let me know if we're going to see another run like we saw last year and the year before and what they do in November and December. This is usually Shanahan and the 49ers' time to take it up a notch.
Yeah, and I look at this Bucs defense, and you've referenced kind of their middle of the pack when it comes to the rush, defending the rush, and they're toward the bottom in points per game. They've been in some shootouts, and they've given up a ton of passing yards. So as we talk to a guy from the Tampa Bay Bucs sideline, I want to know what's going on. Why is their defense where it's at?
Yep, I want to know too. Well, they've got a lot of injuries. A lot of injuries here as we look at their depth chart here, especially to Mike Williams and Chris Godwin. Just so unfortunate breaks for them to miss the season. They were playing at a very high level offensively. Baker Mayfield looked like he was going to make an all-pro team, all-pro NFL team. So we'll get Dave Moore on in just a second. But Baker Mayfield, when we talk about reclamation projects, and we see one right here with Buddy Hield to go to State Warriors. Nobody saw this coming with Buddy Hield. Nobody.
Both
Everybody's
from Oklahoma.
Shocked. Both from Oklahoma, yeah, that's right. Played in Norman.
How random is that?
It's so random. But Baker Mayfield, one of the better stories in the NFL because when he got drafted by the Cleveland Browns, #1 overall, and he reenacts the photo from Brett Favre before his draft at his draft party. We're like, wow, #1 overall, Baker Mayfield. But he starts balling for them. And he gets all these commercials. He was in every single commercial, it felt like, on NFL Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays. It doesn't happen in Cleveland for whatever reason. Well, now, a lot of reasons, and we know why. Goes to Carolina, gets traded to the Rams, and you know what? To see him go on the short week to L.A. in his first game with the Rams against the Raiders, and he came back and won that game, right then and there, I think it started to flip for Baker. And then he gets an opportunity of a lifetime with Tampa Bay, and look at him running with him, man. He's one of the better quarterbacks in this league.
Yeah, and I do believe that his personality has changed a little. I do. I think that...
Humbled himself?
Well, I just think that, I've talked about this. Everybody's got different rock bottoms, personally and professionally. Yeah. And at some point, you got to look in the mirror and say, what kind of person do I want to be as a leader, as a player, as a professional in any industry? And I'm sure he still has some of that swashbuckler attitude because that's what got him to where he's at. But I do believe there's a little more appreciation for where he is right now.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And I think in that opportunity to start again, and he got a nice deal, 3 years, $100 million, right? 3 years, $100 million for Baker Mayfield. So when you look at him in terms of league leaders, he's spinning it. And you know what? They've been playing hard despite missing their guys. They played hard last week on Monday Night Football against Kansas City. I thought they were going to get blown out, Shasky. I really did. I was like, Tampa's got no shot tonight. No shot. Losing to the Falcons the way they did. They battled in these football games. So to your point about the 49ers coming out fast, if you do sleepwalk into Tampa Bay, they play too damn hard to go sleepwalking. They'll come out and throw some bombs on you. Next thing you know, you're down 14-0 thinking, what's going on down here in Central Florida?
It does feel like a part of the Niner identity this season has been their inability to, not that I love this analogy, but step on a throat of another team and really kind of put them away when you need to. They allow teams to hang around, and then you look up and either you're playing a way tighter game than you wanted in the fourth quarter or you're trailing. And so that's why I think the first half is extremely important. I want to see, what's the balance of spreading the ball around? Where is CMC in the backfield every single time? Do you mix up and have Jordan Mason and CMC out there? Is Isaac Guerrero a guy that's going to get a combination of looks somewhere in this game? I mean, he went for 14 and 85 in his first touchdown last week or whatever, 2 weeks ago. I feel like he's got to get incorporated, and I think it's tough to balance this out and get everyone touches. Where's Debo at with the ribs? So there's a lot of questions. I think the Niners have more questions than ever.
No doubt. There's a lot of questions. Now, I want to get to Greg Cosell, who joined Willard Dibbs yesterday. By the way, gentlemen, shout-outs in 21 minutes. 888-957-9570 is the number. Baker Mayfield last season threw a career-high 28 touchdown passes, 4,044 yards. That was a career high all across the board. Completion percentage, yards thrown, touchdown passes. So far through 9 games, Baker Mayfield has already thrown 23 touchdown passes. Now, his interceptions will probably be up. He's already thrown 9 picks. Last season, he's thrown 10. But 23 touchdown passes from Baker Mayfield so far to start the season. What does Greg Cosell see in Baker Mayfield? Here's what he had to say on Willard Dibbs.
Well, I would say in the league, he's probably thought of pretty well. I mean, he's at his core, he's a pocket quarterback. He's got a good arm. I think he sees the field well. He's willing to make difficult throws. Every once in a while, he'll make a throw that, he throws the ball into coverage or forces a ball because by nature, he's aggressive, turning it loose. But Baker's a good quarterback. His arm is if you talk to coaches and players, they'll tell you his arm's really good. He can make throws. They just are somewhat limited in what they could do with their pass game because what they're lacking on the outside. But Baker Mayfield's a good NFL quarterback.
Good NFL quarterback, and I agree with Greg Cosell, man. He's a tough son of a gun. Baker Mayfield, he's become really likable, Shasky.
No doubt. That is not something that I thought I would say because a couple years back, I found him to be very immature, and I think the way that he went at Colin Cowherd was a good thing for Cowherd in terms of his credibility and Q rating and all that. And then I thought it was a bad look for Baker. And it's easy for me to sit here and say, don't respond. You know how many tweets I've wanted to hit send on that I didn't? But part of getting compensated, what these guys do, and part of being a franchise quarterback is you need to be above the fray.
Yeah.
And I think that he's learned that. And I look at the salary that he's on. We talked a lot about the Buddy Hield contract. And we talk a lot about quarterback contracts and top of the market and resetting it. This guy signed a 3-year, $100 million contract with $50 million guaranteed. It's great bang for the buck. He is a below market pay, and I think he's giving you above market production and leadership at the position. It's a great contract.
The Buccaneers and their receiver situation. Here's what Cosell said about that.
The receivers that they're putting out there now, they don't really have a whole lot of verticality to their offense. Trey Palmer can run, but, he's not a great receiver, but he certainly can run. So, what they're putting out there now is a bunch of guys who are kind of short to short intermediate receivers. Their wide receiver rotation had guys you probably haven't heard a lot of. They have a kid named Raheem Jarrett who played at Maryland. They have a free agent named Miller who played at Furman. Obviously, Sterling Shepard, he's been in the league, and they've got Palmer. This past week, Jarrett the free agent from Maryland, played the most snaps of the quartet. But it was clear watching that tape that they don't really have an intermediate and true vertical dimension to their pass game, so it's somewhat condensed.
So a condensed passing game, and you see a lot of Cade Otton, that tight end, getting a lot of targets for Baker Mayfield. So they're a compromised bunch. But if we learned anything with the 49ers this season, you cannot overlook anybody. The Rams were shorthanded and were compromised. We know how that game ended. The Cardinals were shorthanded and compromised. We know how that game ended. So I don't think the 49ers are in a position at 4-4 to be worried about who's in and who's out. They need to win this game at all costs. Ain't no matter who's out there on the field for Tampa Bay. The Niners got to come out and control. We say this with the Warriors right now. We say it with the Warriors. Control how you play. You can't control who you play. Control how you play. And now as we look at the 49ers, they haven't done that this season consistently. Against the Rams, yeah, that should have been a whitewash, right? We all went to that game. But they controlled how they played. They played like crap, and they lost that game. So control how you play on Sunday against Tampa Bay. Play your best damn football game of the season.
You know, there's something about when you get a legend back, right? Like when Steph Curry joins the Warriors again, you just like, oh my gosh, like anything's possible. And I'm not talking about the fans. I'm talking about the roster believing in it. Like if you go into the Kansas City huddle and you've got Patrick Mahomes staring at you, you kind of feel like we got this, right? When you got Tom Brady in the huddle, we got this. I'm sure for Sam Darnold, you get into that Viking huddle and you're looking over and you got Justin Jefferson. It boosts your confidence. One big run from CMC, how good is this team going to feel about themselves? He's their Superman.
He is their Superman.
As great as Mason's played, as great as Isaac Guerrero was.
They're no Christian.
They're just not. They aren't. And like Purdy talked about it, like, hey, I went to go hand the ball off to Christian McCaffrey, and I just like, wow, I couldn't believe it. And you got a little pep in your step when your guys are back.
Yeah, I mean, this guy last year, Christian McCaffrey, I mean, you can't understate how well his season played out for the 49ers in 2023. I mean, we talk about the postseason, and, you know, it ended on a sour note with the fumble in the Super Bowl. He just wasn't quite the same, but you think about what he did in the run game and the pass game last season, 1,459 rushing yards. 1,459 rushing yards. 14 touchdowns on the ground. 7 touchdowns through the air. 564 yards, over 2,000 scrimmage yards. He had one of the best seasons in 49ers history offensively.
21 touchdowns.
If it's in the top 5, it's Jerry Rice and Christian McCaffrey. They may be 1-2.
He did that in 16 games, not 17.
Jerry Rice. Yeah.
No, I'm saying.
Oh, McCaffrey? Yeah, he
Rice did it in a strike-shortened season.
Yeah. Jerry Rice did it in 12 games. McCaffrey did it in 16.
Not to go down the rabbit hole, but that 87 year, Montana, if you look at his numbers, had a case to be the MVP.
Yep.
As we talked about MVPs earlier today. Yep. But no, McCaffrey he's their Superman. I know when you're a part of a team and you get back someone that you know is that good and on any given play can take one to the house, it changes the dynamic of the outlook of everything. For the defense, for the offense, for the play caller, the quarterback, like the confidence level is going to rise. And that's why I think just having him have a couple of explosive plays in this one, even if he only plays like 20 snaps, like that would be the sweet spot for me.
No doubt. Dave Moore's going to join us at 8:30. 8:30. Had to push us back. 8:30 for Dave Moore. We'll get some more insight on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Greg Cosell on how McCaffrey changes this offense.
Oh, I think it's significantly more open. I think it starts with the pre-snap movement. There'll be a lot more. I mean, they're a high-motion offense to begin with, but I think with McCaffrey you can do even more. And then just simply the fact that the run game is better because he's, a great runner. So I think and the pass game element, obviously. So with the motion and the pass game element, I think there's a much broader playbook for sure.
So that's Greg Cosell on Willard and Dibs. There's no doubt the playbook opens up with Christian McCaffrey in his backfield. Line him up in the slot, line him up outside wide, in the red zone, angle routes, Texas routes, out routes, pivot routes, you name it. McCaffrey's going to be able to do all those things. Hopefully, the Achilles hold up here, the bilateral. I still worry about the cuts. I don't know how he's going to do this.
I don't either. We're all going to be on calf watch, right?
Achilles watch, calf watch,
whatever.
You name it.
The lower
every
leg
cut,
watch.
Every cut.
Yeah. So, I love the math, right?
I don't know if you love the math.
Well, like, you always get mad at me on the Charles Schwab stuff.
I don't get mad. I don't get mad.
Well, you tease me.
It's not all about money.
Okay. The Niners have played 8 games. There's 9 left. If I said that Tampa on Sunday was a must-win, I know that in my head, Dan Dibley is ringing on the other side. It's not a must-win, da-da-da. No, it is. Like, it is a must-win. And I have zero problem saying that out loud. You have got to win 6 games of these next 9. You absolutely have to win the division. I'm saying that 10 wins, I think, gets you the division. I don't think 9-8 gets it done. That's just my particular algorithm, looking at all the matchups, looking at who you're facing. Week 18 at Arizona, 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning is going to probably matter for all the...
At Arizona?
Yes.
That game won't be at 10 a.m. That'll be at 1 o'clock.
Well, that's what they have it at right now.
Yeah, right now, but it's TBD. I'm looking at it as a flex game. So Arizona never plays 10 a.m. games in that stadium, so it's a TBD game. Just a FYI, it's a flex game. It'll be in the afternoon on one of those days. It'll probably be 1 o'clock.
Well, point being, you're at Tampa. Seattle comes here. You go to Green Bay. You go to Buffalo. Chicago comes here. Rams come here on a short week. At Miami. Detroit at home on a Monday night. At Arizona. It's a numbers thing now. We've gotten this point in this far in the season. Like, they have got to win 6 of the next 9, I believe, to win the division, qualify for the playoffs, and get this thing rolling. So to me, Tampa is a must win because I'm looking at this schedule at Green Bay, at Buffalo, Rams here, at Miami, Detroit. There are some really hard games. It's the NFL. All games are difficult. The Bears are not a pushover. Seattle's certainly not a pushover. Tampa's not certainly a pushover. It's a must win. You got the 2 weeks off. You got time to heal up. You've had time to get your superstar running back. You have to figure out how you're going to break down the touches for everyone. There's really no excuse. You got to come out and win this game.
I'm looking at Arizona's schedule. They're 5-4. They play the Jets this Sunday in the desert. Then they get a bye week. Then they play at Seattle, and they play at Minnesota. And they play Seattle at home, and then they get the Patriots at home. All right? Then they go to Carolina. New England, Carolina seems like locked-in win. So I'm going to put the Cardinals at 7-4 right now, hypothetically, unless something crazy happens. Then they have the Rams and then the Niners at home. It's very possible Arizona gets to that 10-win threshold, too. So this Sunday, you need to root for the Jets, and you need the Jets to win and send them on a loss going into the bye week. Because it's very possible Arizona, is there 5 wins on the schedule? I see 2 in New England and Carolina right there. So can they get 3 wins against the Jets, Seattle twice, Minnesota on the road, the Rams, and of course the Niners? We'll see. We shall see. So
is it too simplistic to just say, like, I need 6 of these next 9? And this has got to be one of them. Well, this is a very banged up Tampa. Look, I'm not overlooking them.
You just got to win games.
No, I know, but I'm not overlooking them. But I'm saying, like degree of difficulty as you look at this thing, like, you got to bank some of these bad boys.
Well, Arizona's, and then when you look at the schedules, because now you got a scoreboard watch. You got a scoreboard watch now. 888-957-9570, by the way. Shameless shout-outs coming up in 10 minutes. Shameless shout-outs to see you lining them up. Shameless shout-outs in 10 minutes here on the Morning Roast. Shout out whoever you want to shout out. Now the Rams, you look at the Rams schedule. Miami on Monday Night Football this coming to Sunday. They have the tiebreaker right now over the Niners. They go to New England. Short week, long flight, but you go to New England.
Yeah, I like their chances.
Then they come home against Philadelphia.
That's a tough game.
Sunday Night Football.
That's a coin flip. Let's just coin flip that.
At New Orleans. New Orleans is cooked.
I think they're done.
Then they play Buffalo at home.
Buffalo's, I believe in Buffalo. I know a lot of people don't.
Short week here with the 49ers. And then they have to go to New York City and take on the Jets at MetLife Stadium.
Who knows where they'll be at that point?
Who knows where they'll be? Then they come home against the Cardinals. Then they come home against the Seahawks after beating Seattle. So
am I selling it short? Is it 7-2?
Well, you got to keep pace at least. You got to keep pace.
I think we can agree here. Minimum is 6 or 9.
Well, we're going to look back at these Cardinals and Rams games, and they may bite the Niners in the ass at the end of the season. Now, can you get a wild card? You may get 2 teams out the NFC East.
I think you're going to.
You may get 3 teams out the NFC North.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You're going to get a team out the South, which is probably the Falcons.
But you're talking about NFC, like that's why, NFC West, that's why I think this NFC opponent, Tampa Bay, because you got to go tiebreakers and stuff, like you got to get some wins against the NFC here, and like losing to Buffalo would suck, but they are an NFC opponent, like beating Tampa Bay. They've got to find 6 wins on this schedule.
Well, you got to start with Tampa Bay. You can't look ahead right now and say 6-3 gets us. You got to take this thing week by week, and you got to stack wins. It's that simple if you're the 49ers. 888-957-9570. Shameless shoutouts coming up in 7 minutes. I see you guys lining up for shameless shoutouts. Before we get there, let's go to David Frisno.
Hey, Dave.
David Frisno, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Good morning. How about some positivity? I think the last couple of calls, they were kind of negative. So how about some positivity for our 49ers? And I think things are shaping up, Mr. Bonte, Mr. Shasky. I'm happy McCaffrey's coming back. And I think the key, we've shown with the running backs we have this year that they're all capable of giving us production. So I think the key, I would love to see a 3-headed monster of some sort with McCaffrey, Mason, and Barrendo. I think the running game is, it's not the sexiest thing, but it's the key to this offense. And we still have plenty of players available. We still have our All-Pros. We still have Kittle. We still have Debo. We still have Trent. We still got our quarterback. We still got Fred Warner. So, I know everyone thinks we're like this injury-riddled team, but we pretty much have everything we need to compete. And, I think we got Kyle Shanahan. He can still call plays. So I'm not doom and gloom, man. I think with McCaffrey coming back, it can give this team that spark, that juice, and it starts this Sunday. We gotta remind people, hey man, it was a weird off season, a lot of noise, a lot of talk, but let's take it one game at a time. But we still got our dogs, on the team, and we still got our quarterback, we still got our coach. So hey, let's go for it, man. We didn't make any moves at the deadline because we got everything we need.
Yep,
we got plenty of weapons. So let's do it. Let's go.
No doubt about it. Look, one game at a time, Shasky. Don't get like I know I'm binocular Bonte, but the 49ers can't afford to look ahead. You got to take care of business right in front of you. And if you don't take care of business against Tampa Bay, then the whole division and the playoffs, I'm not thinking about that right now. You got to win on Sunday. You want me talking playoffs? Win on Sunday. Then you got to win the next week against Seattle. But you're going to probably need some help at some point for the Rams and the Cardinals to lose these games because of the tiebreakers and the way their schedules shake out. Blowing those games, man, I'm telling you, those games hurt. Losing those 2 games. Just if you win those games, you're sitting at 6-2.
Bonte, heading into this year, I thought there was zero chance the Niners could miss out on the playoffs.
Wow.
Today, we talked coin flip earlier, like coin flip game. Like, I think it's less than a coin flip that they miss out on the playoffs.
Oh, no. It's
the probability that they make the playoffs is less than 50%.
It is a reality.
And
then you're welcoming guys back who haven't even played. McCaffrey hasn't played yet. How much rust will he have? Dre Greenlaw.
It's the great unknown.
Dre Greenlaw, will he be the same moving sideline to sideline?
Well, and not having Charvarius Ward, and does he play? Does he not play? Man. Everyone grieves in different ways. Like I've talked about this a long time. I tried to get back to normal life. My wife went right back into work when we had a tragedy in her side of the family many years ago, and she just buried her head in work. And some people need time off. They need to reflect. Like everyone grieves in a different way. If he took some time off with it, no one would be surprised in that. The poor guy, I don't even know what he's going through, but he's one of their better players.
He's one of their better players. And, we saw what personal tragedies could do to an athlete right here with Andrew Wiggins. It was not the same, but I don't blame him. I wouldn't be the same. Who fought these guys, man? You get personal tragedies like that. You want to play a game, and you got, in the NBA, you got 18,000 people screaming at you. You got 70,000 screaming at you in the NFL, and you're trying to lock in and pay attention to a game plan and play to your full potential. It's hard, man. It's really hard. So I go out, I feel for Charvarius Ward. We hope he's right, but he's going to get all the time he can get to get right mentally and get right physically. So, again, our prayers and condolences go out to Monique and Charvarius for losing their daughter, man, at the age of 1. That's just brutal. So, But back to this game and not having him possibly and having Christian McCaffrey, who may be compromised, man, there's no doubt. We haven't talked much about it because the Warriors have been rolling. This is a monster game Sunday at 10 a.m. They cannot lose this football game if they want to have dreams of getting back into the NFC playoffs. 888-957-9570 is a number. Shout-outs coming up in just a second here. And I see them lining up. Let's take a Warrior call before we get to Seamus shout-outs. A Warriors call. Andre in East Palo Alto wants to talk about the Dubs here on the Morning Roast. What up, Dre?
What up? Hey, best morning show in the world before we start. I got to put that out there. But, yeah, man, just like I was saying, ain't worried about the Niners right now. They going to do what they do. They know what's up. But, man, how about these Warriors, man?
How about these Warriors?
It's been a long time. Man, it's been a long time since we sat and watched the Warriors just play some great defense and hard-nosed and just act right. That's what I'm talking about. This is what we need. They're going to go into Cleveland. They're going to handle business because when you got Steph Curry, Wardell, and you can't fear. And he hungry. He's hungry. When he gets to yelling and dancing on the court, it's about to be a problem. And that's exactly what's about to happen. And I love we got Buddy Hield. I love the pieces that we got. Yeah, I wanted marketing, but you know what? If we got to give a lot to get, we don't need it. Because right now, the young guys that we got, that we drafted, they stepping up.
They are.
Moody, Payton. I love Payton because he get garbage, dirty points. He get nasty. I like that. That's what we need. That's what we got. And, Buddy Hield, I love Clay. But, Clay, you can't go 0 for 10 in the biggest game when we need you and want money and want to be a team, bro. You got to earn that. We gave you money already when you was hurt, and we respected that. But I see how Buddy Hield coming here, and he making us forget about some Klay Thompson because he coming in and he is going crazy.
He's making you forget about Klay Thompson and what he did with the Golden State Warriors?
No, not like that. Obviously not. But in a way to where we need you to get points and get buckets, he's doing it in a way where we need him, to where it's not making us look like we lost because we lost Klay. It's not making us looking like we went down. It's looking like we going up because the way these boys is playing, we moving up. And I commend Draymond for locking in because he's not acting all rah-rah before. He's really calmed down. And I appreciate that because we need him on the court, bro. We need you. We can't have Steph out there for Dolo, man. We need you.
Dre's excited.
And these boys is locked in right now, bro. Yeah, I am.
They are locked in. They are locked in. And I think they're going to win tonight. I think they're going to beat the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I think they're going to win tonight, too, bro.
I think they're going to win tonight. I think they're going to win tonight. All right. Thanks for the call, Dre. We're going to get to shameless shout-outs here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. All right, I got a couple right off the bat here. I'll make them quick. Tracy Donahoe, happy birthday to Donahoes. They're my folks. Young Jake, you better be cracking the books in Bishop O'Dowd. But Tracy done a great job with little Jake. Enjoy your 25th birthday, Tracy. I'm kidding, but you better have a good birthday. And then shout out to Laughing Monk Brewery in Sunnyvale. Laughing Monk Brewery in Sunnyvale. They're coming up here Monday, and they want to get down with the Morning Roast in 95.7 The Game. And they're going to cater this whole damn studio. They're giving us breakfast. They may give us some prime rib. They're going to give us a little bit of everything. Laughing Monk Brewery in Sunnyvale. Shout them out, man. They're going to be here on Monday giving us some food, so I appreciate that. Shout out to you guys coming up here and making a long trek to 95.7 The Game.
So my buddy Jim McFadden hits me up, and he's hit me up a few times on this, and I always forget. So today I'm not going to forget. Juan Pichardo, one of his co-workers, takes his boys in the car every single day, and they listen to Bonte and Shasky. And I go, well, thank you. I appreciate it. So let me shout them out. Juan, you and your boys, Juancho, Santiago, Julian, Ezekiel, thank you guys for listening every single day. And I'm really, 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 really sorry if we say anything that young kids shouldn't be listening to.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about that. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte, please shout out to Kingdom of Tonga. Taking on Australia on Sunday, the Rugby League Pacific Cup Championship. Shout out to all my Bay Area Polynesians backing Tonga. That's right, baby. Tonga, you don't mess with them, man. They're ready to roll.
So you know how there are certain families that you just run into all the time? I don't know if you guys ever have this. There are certain people you just run into randomly all over the place. Mm-hmm. The Dawson family, St. Cecilia's family, back in the day, I coached their daughter, Kennedy. I run into them everywhere. All the time. And last night I'm scrolling through Facebook and her mom posts a picture of her daughter in her tennis doubles champs. Kennedy and her partner were WCAL doubles champs for tennis. SI also had the WCAL single champ and the 4th place overall single and the WCAL doubles team of the year with a girl from St. Cecilia's, the Dawson family. Shout out Kennedy and the full team at St. Ignatius, for winning the WCAL tennis. That's freaking awesome.
Yep, no doubt. Hey, 510, this is Deborah with 311 shutting out Shasky. Thank you for all the overtime pay. Keep calling multiple times a day, Joe. 408, shout out to
That's
my wife.
technically my uncle.
Shout out to my wife, 7-month anniversary today. We both listen together every morning. That is AB. All right, shout out to you, AB.
There's somebody special texting in from the 510. Shout out to my amazing wife who's going through the IVF process. She has shown amazing strength and courage throughout this process. Wanted to say how much I love her. As someone that went through that journey for a long time, for 510, you'd be surprised how many people are just like you and your wife, and it's one of the hardest things you could ever go through.
No doubt.
Just remain optimistic. I love you. I'm hugging you guys through the phone. She is one of the strongest people on the planet. It is so hard. Good luck.
Let's go to the lines
Prayers
here.
to you.
Let's go to the lines. JW here on the roast. JW, what's happening? Who you shot out?
Hey, I want to shout out Mooney Ward, man. He lost his little daughter, man, and I couldn't even imagine losing mine, man. But yeah, big shout outs to him, man. And I want to give a shout out to my son, man, Justin, man. AU, American Canyon, they going to the Super Bowl way in Yuba City, but let's bring one home, man, for the Bay, man.
Bring one home for the Bay. Bring one home for the Bay. Let's go to Ronnie in Oakland. Ronnie, what's happening? Who you shot out today?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, first of all, I'm shouting out to Morning Roast, man. Love y'all, and I'm shouting out my son, because you know what? Family is everything. I love you, my son. Without you, I ain't nothing. And family is everything. So, hey, Bonte, hit those brakes.
That's a drop. That's a drop. Let's
Family
go
is
to Don.
everything.
Don from Concord. I think this is my main man from Concord. Don, what's up, Don?
I don't think we need the original.
Hey, how are you, gentlemen?
What's up, Don?
How you gentlemen doing this morning?
Oh, man.
Hey, you know, I
Never better.
I heard George Kittle's having twins. I saw a picture of the babies in the tummy.
Oh, I didn't know
and
that.
I want to shout out my Power Bears. We're playing out in Carolina tonight. Going to whoop on some Wake Forest. What do you think about that?
I like that a
We're
lot.
having a party down at the Kingfish Bar in Oakland on Telegraph.
There it is.
Hey, Don.
There you go. There you go, Don. 408, we ride to school listening to the roast every morning. 10-year-old Claire and 9-year-old Cam are big Warrior fans. Shout out to Claire and Cam.
Very cool.
10 and 9 listening to us, getting their day started. Let's go to Greg in the city. Greg, what's happening?
What's up, gentlemen? How y'all doing?
What's going on?
Man, just wanted to shout out the Niners. I know they're going to, come home with this dub. It's my birthday on Sunday, so we smoking that Baker Mayfield pack.
I hope so. I want to smoke that Baker pack. No doubt about that. Let's go to Coach Chris at San Mateo. Coach Chris, who you shouting out today?
Yo, good morning, fellas. Happy Friday. Hey, I'm shouting out the Menlo Atherton 14U Viking program. Pop Warner, 25 boys that never played tackle football before. Took them all the way to the semifinals. We came up short, but it's all good. Want to shout out Coach Perry, Coach Husak, and that JV football team going undefeated tonight.
Let's go, Coach Chris. I love that. Cruiser in the 209. What up, Cruiser?
Yo, morning, fellas. Morning, Butch. Monte, look, just first of all, I want to say to my boy Jacob, I love you. He brought home all A's. Super proud of him. And also want to give a shout out to Sam Lubman. I called to do a drive-by on BPA. He talked me down. It's crazy election season. That's what we need. Voice of the reason. So, Lubs, you're my guy. Thanks.
That was great.
You talked him off of drive-by on BPA?
It's all about love, man. I'm not trying to spread hate right now.
Oh, my gosh. You would never do that for Tony in Oakland. Who you shot out today, Lovin?
Oh, I would never let anyone take a shot at Tony in Oakland. She's our girl.
5. Shout out to my daughter Lily for making her Olympic development program for NorCal Premier Soccer.
There it is.
No, I want to give a shout out to everybody who worked at one of the polling locations this past week, because a lot of those people are doing it on a volunteer basis. And it's a stressful time, a stressful day. And Lord knows there's people around this country who probably made that job far more stressful than it needed to be, all while being unpaid. So shout out to you if you're one of those people who, stepped up and volunteered on election day to help things out there. And, good on you for doing that, because it could be a difficult job.
Well said. Steven Risotto, you want to say something I haven't heard from you all day. I don't even know what you're doing today.
What's going on, guys? I have a shameless shout out. Tomorrow, another big WCAL matchup. Reardon in St. Francis. Reardon's coming off that big win. Bonte has probably heard about it all week, but he's going to hear about it one more time right now. Also, shout out to the staff of Golden Gate Express. They had great election coverage and continue to do just amazing work. I mean, they're doing a great job. So, had to shout them out.
I got one more shout out. And,
Sirius Hogan, excuse me.
As a native San Franciscan,
WCAL record, Stephen Risotto.
He did have a great week. As a native San Franciscan, everybody's got opinions on all these different things. Look, shout out London Breed. She was San Francisco's own. She was mayor of this city for a long time during a time of turmoil after Ed Lee's passing. And, there's a lot of things we can be angry about. I thought she gave her all as mayor. I thought she gave a classy response as she failed to win the recent election, and Daniel Lurie's going to take over. And she just made a lot of great points yesterday as she posted on social media her concession, saying that, hey, we need to unite as a community and as an area and come together. And I thought it was classy. I thought it was well said. I've gotten a chance to meet her and do a lot of different things. And no one's perfect, but I thought she did the best she possibly could. And I'm optimistic and I'm hopeful for Daniel Lurie's mayor run here that's going to be coming up. But her point about coming together, I could not be more spot on. We need to unite around whoever is in these offices, and we need to come together as a community to lift up our area. So shout out to London Breed for a great run, and shout out to Daniel Lurie on the upcoming 4 years. I'm very excited and optimistic.
Yeah, well said there. London Breed, got to know her a lot, man. She's from my own community, Fillmore, California, and I watched somebody in my own neighborhood become the mayor of the city and continue to carry the Fillmore district on her back and take that everywhere with her. I thought it was a blessing, man. She had a great run. Look, it's not easy running this city. It's not easy running the country. And she stepped up to the plate. She took over the job. It's not easy as a woman. It's not easy as a black woman to be in a position of power. So she did what she had to do. She had a great run. And then Daniel Lurie, who I've gotten to meet and know over the last couple of years here, he's done a lot for foster youth and a lot for this community. He's going to have a great run for the next 4 years. So shout out to Daniel Lurie. He's going to join us at some point in the studio over the next couple months. He told us, I'm coming to the studio. I know London tried to come to the studio. So look, it's not easy being a mayor of any major city. It's not an easy job. I know everybody's not going to be on board with Daniel Lurie, but you know what? Shout out to those guys because I know both of them personally. They're good people. They're good people, London Breed and Daniel Lurie. So hopefully Daniel Lurie has a great, great run, and London Breed had a great run. And she's from my neighborhood, and to see somebody from my neighborhood become the mayor in San Francisco out of OC Projects. And OC Projects was one of the dirtiest projects in all of San Francisco. I mean, for her to become the mayor in her own hometown, 10 minutes away from City Hall, pretty cool.
Second woman to be mayor of San Francisco, she was, and the first, obviously, black woman to be mayor of San Francisco. Again, she was the mayor during COVID. A lot of things were really, really difficult, and people can poo-poo it and scoff at it all they want, but it's not like she didn't do some great things as well. And so all I can go off of is how that person treated me, and on the many occasions that I got opportunities to work with her, she was always very gracious and sweet to me. And that's same thing with Daniel Lurie, right? Yeah. There's a lot of it. Mark Farrell was running. He was great to me. And how do you treat me behind the scenes when no one's looking? Are you good to me? Cool. Then you're a cool person.
She was good to me. So anyway, that was shameless shout out to fun. Shameless shout out run. That was a good one. Dave Moore, 8:30 is going to join us. We got a surprise in the 9 o'clock hour for everybody out there.
Surprise.
You don't want to miss the 9 o'clock hour. It will be a very fun hour.
Like a Jack in the Box, huh? We're just going to crank it and see what happens?
Crank it and see what happens. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think there will be a smile on your face, Shasky. I do think that. All right. Love me right away, itchy trigger finger. Shout out Brian Windhorst because he believes the Warriors have an itchy trigger finger when it comes to trading or whatnot. All right, the Niners are facing the Bucks Sunday, and they're without Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Mike Evans expected to miss at least another week due to a hamstring injury he suffered on Monday Night Football against the Baltimore Ravens. And then Chris Godwin, he's out for the year after suffering that gruesome injury in that same football game against the Baltimore Ravens late in garbage time. You wonder if he should have even been playing. Well, that's a tough blow for Tampa Bay. They're without Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Could be without Jalen McMillan as well. Bucks beat up outside at the wide receiver position. 888-957-9570. We could go in two different directions. One direction I may go in, as the injury report was brought to you by Boxer Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Were the Warriors and Cavs the most unlikely rivalry in all of sports? Football, baseball, basketball, not only alone here in the Bay Area, but in all of sports? The Bay Area, Cleveland having beef? There's a lot of beef. Was that the unlikeliest rivalry ever as we get ready for Warriors and Cavaliers? Warriors 7-1, Cavs 9-0, plus Niners and Bucks. We got all that coming up here, plus a special 9 o'clock hour on the Morning Roast. That's all coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking, no compromises.
All right, we're good to go.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A payday Friday / 50 Cent Friday here on the roast. Lubman in. Steven Risotto in. I did see Spadoni. No, Spadoni is hosting with Guru. That's right. He's hosting with Guru today.
Yeah, Spadoni's black.
That. Well, I don't know about that. We got Shasky in the building as we get ready for Warriors and Cavaliers today. The Warriors got everybody excited as they've started the season 7-1, 5-0 on the road. They've won 22 of their last 26 away from Chase Center, and they're playing the undefeated 9-0 Cleveland Cavaliers. But don't forget, we got football as well as the Niners are back on the field, and Christian McCaffrey will play Sunday against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in an absolute must-win for the 49ers to kick off November on the right foot. And we're going to all be watching Sunday to see how this team responds after the bye week. They've done it well over the last couple years, but this is a new crew, and it's a different season. And Tampa Bay is equally as desperate as the 49ers are on Sunday. They want to stop the bleeding. They've lost 3 in a row. The Niners want to get over 500 and remain in first place in the NFC West. Monster games coming up here over the weekend for both the Warriors and the Niners. And Shasky, good morning to you as well as we take some calls here. 888-957-9570. What's on your mind, buddy?
Well, there's so many things on my mind. I think it's as close to a must-win as possibly can happen. And I'm not talking about the Warriors. I'm talking about the 49ers. And then I look at the Warriors, and it's like, hey, can you win one of these two games, LKC and Cleveland? Can you win one of the two? If I had to choose between the two, I think I'd rather have the OKC win just because it's a Western Conference win. Yeah. But I'll take either one. I don't want to be, beggars can't be choosers, as we like to say. And I've been thinking long and hard about the rivalry that you've been kind of alluding to between Warriors and Cavs and Warriors. And there was a time that I just hated LeBron specifically so much that I just never really thought of it as a Cleveland Warrior rivalry, even though I know it was.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It was a LeBron Steph special, and the league hyped it up as much. But then the cities did get into it, and the players did get into it, like Iman Shumpert and Klay Thompson. And you hear Iman Shumpert, he's like, man, I didn't know Klay could talk trash. Tristan Thompson and Draymond, Kendrick Perkins,
Dellavedova,
J.R. Smith.
Richard Jefferson.
There was a lot of back and forth. Richard Jefferson was big. Hey,
I hated him.
He goes, don't let this series go back to Cleveland because it'll be right back here. He was talking that talk.
You can't tell me he wasn't on something.
He was so annoying. So there was something there, and then the fans got into it. I remember going at it with people in Cleveland on Twitter back in the day. They were coming at me hard.
No, my favorite was the picture of who was it? What's the guy's name? Nick Wright. When Nick Wright is in like the second row at a Warrior game.
Oh, yeah.
Rooting on LeBron, and he just looks so tiny next to whoever it was standing over him, yelling at him.
And and for both teams to meet 4 straight years, it was unbelievable.
The Christmas Day rivalry always felt big, too.
That was huge. The Christmas Day games were huge. Once in Cleveland, a couple times in Cleveland. Of course, the Warriors at Oracle Arena. So it was an unlikely rivalry, just out of left field. Like the Philadelphia Niners right now. That rivalry was out of left field.
Do you ever think about, had LeBron just stayed in Miami, do the Warriors ever win one?
Well, Dwayne Wade was getting older.
No doubt. Chris Bosh had the hard stuff.
And I think the Warriors would have got them. The Warriors, remember one of those signature wins early on for the Warriors organization? The Jerry Jack game,
of course,
down at South Beach
with Mayfield at courtside.
Yeah, no doubt.
Don't talk about that.
Right, and the Warriors rallied to beat the Big Three and Draymond the late. And that was one of the early signature wins. They all celebrated all over the court and stuff. So I think they were starting to catch the heat. That's why LeBron left. LeBron got out because he knew that reign was over.
Oh, and Wade had shredded his knee. I mean, that's the thing you're alluding to. He was not the same, and he picked a great time to get out of Dodge. But I always think about, what would it have looked like? Because I thought it was the Spurs and Miami, and the Warriors kind of came out of nowhere. He goes to Cleveland. Andrew Wiggins doesn't play a dribble of basketball with him, and they immediately trade for Kevin Love. I don't know. The whole thing did come out of left field. I just didn't think that the Warriors were ever going to be in the finals, let alone face LeBron. I remember when they beat him the first time, I just sat on the couch and I was like, the Golden State Warriors just beat LeBron James to win the championship in real life, not in 2K.
I sat on my couch, and when they won that series, I sat on my couch and I didn't even go out and celebrate. I stayed home because I just wanted to watch the champagne showers. I wanted to watch all the pressers on NBA TV. I'm looking at Steph Curry. He didn't even know how to pop champagne. So that's why it was so cool in 2022 when they won at TD Garden in Boston in 6. And Jordan Poole was Steph Curry 10 years prior saying, somebody help me pop the champagne bottle. And Steph, as a veteran he is, here, you point it like this, you do this, and he helped Jordan Poole pop a champagne bottle. And I'm thinking, boy, when they first won it, Steph and company didn't know how to pop champagne, and you had Livingston and Leandro Barbosa in one corner saying, we can't believe it, man. We cannot believe it. And you got Iguodala running around as the finals MVP. I stayed home that entire night. That entire night, Shasky, because I want to do the same. I want to just watch them celebrate. And I'm just thinking, the Bays team is the best team, as Tim Roy said. The Bays team is the best team. It's like, wait, what?
Did you have disdain for David Blatt, though?
No, because he was going to be an assistant with the Warriors. Remember Steve Kerr? He was going to be an assistant, and then Cleveland jumped in and gave him the job, so I didn't have any disdain. David Blatt actually got the short end of the stick.
No, I would agree, but like part of a rivalry is you kind of can't stand like a zillion different guys.
I had no problem with the coach.
Yeah, I didn't really have a problem. Ty Lue bugged me because I thought he actually did outcoach Steve Kerr in that 2016
and they
finals.
were cocky. That whole coaching staff was cocky.
Well, he was good, though. He did a great job that year. He did.
I guess I was going to ask there, it's just like outside of LeBron James, like who on those Cavs teams did you actually disdain? I know, Shasky, you had your issues with Dellavedova, but I mean, that was
Richard Jefferson.
That was a 48-hour beef. Okay, Richard Jefferson, that's a good one.
Because Richard Jefferson was on the Warriors when he refused to dunk the ball on a layup and missed both free throws against the Spurs. Like I cannot stand Richard Jefferson. That loss against the Spurs, it's like all time. And then he was clearly done, and then he shows up in Cleveland and is just hitting buckets left and right, making huge plays. Tristan Thompson destroyed us on the glass, too.
Well, part of a rivalry, you got to have people you fear. Like, what made the Lakers Celtics great in the 80s? Well, you had guys on each side where you feared. You feared Larry Bird. Niners Cowboys. Yeah, you hated them, but I absolutely feared Emmitt Smith, Michael Irvin, and Troy Aikman. There was a fear factor. The Packers with Brett Favre and Reggie White. There was a fear factor with the 12s and the Legion of Doom with Richard Sherman and Cam Chancellor. So part of a rivalry is you got to have somebody you fear. And that person on the Cavaliers that I feared was the one and only Kyrie Irving.
Totally agree.
Kyrie Irving was the show they put on in Game 5, LeBron and Kyrie in 2016. One of the sickest dynamic duel games, like 40-plus, in the black uniforms. And Kyrie Irving, when it was a play, and the game was over by then. And Kyrie comes out the sideline. It's right in front of the Warriors bench at Old Oracle Arena. Goes through the legs. He starts doing his thing like he's at Rucker Park or something right in front of Iguodala, and he pulls up from 3 and nails it. And the Warriors call a timeout. The bench is clear. And I go, oh, boy, we're going to be back here for a Game 7. And that was Game 5. I said, there's no way the Warriors are winning Game 6 out there in Cleveland because Kyrie woke up just in the nick of time in that series. So in order for to have a rivalry, yeah, you can have a lot of people you hate, but you also got to fear one of those players, I believe. And we feared Kyrie Irving.
Him going down the year prior, I thought completely changed the entire series.
And that was Game 1.
Was that in overtime or in the fourth quarter?
Overtime.
It was in overtime.
Because he blocked Curry's layup attempt at the end of regulation.
Yeah, like that was crucial. That's baked into it. Like that is baked into to the win for the Warriors. And I'm not taking anything away from the Warriors, but it's baked into the equation. Like, yeah, those Cleveland. And to me though, the bigger thing was it was more LeBron and the media surrounding him that felt like they were all in his camp, all under his directive, all under his narrative. Dave McMenamin, Brian Windhorst, the whole ESPN brigade. It just felt like everything was slanted through the LeBron prism, and everything when discussing the Warriors or Steph Curry was diluted. And it was, actually, and it drove me nuts. And the way it was covered bugged me even more than the actual players.
And that's why I was so glad the trade didn't go through for LeBron James. Oh, boy. Let's go to the lines here. Zach in Redwood City. He wants to give some props to Steve Kerr. What's up, Zach?
Hey, what's good, guys? I know that Steiny and Guru were talking about it yesterday, but I really think that Steve Kerr kind of implemented what he saw in the Olympics into this team, whether that's, playing all these guys, 12-man roster, 12-man rotation, like playing their butts off, whatever until they're gassed, and then bringing in the new rotation. Like, it's actually really fun to watch. And one of the other things they talked about was this defense is so different than last year. So different. And I can't give more props to them. I do think if we win one of these two games, like whether it's against Cleveland or OKC, like I honestly think this team's legit. And I want to give props to Terry Stotts and Jerry Stackhouse. Like, I think those two guys, like, I mean, I think we have the best coaching staff in the league.
Yeah. No, it's a good staff. Zach, good call. And Kerr he does deserve props for pressing all the right buttons so far this season. Let's go to BPA. BPA, what's happening?
What's going on, guys? Speaking of having something to fear, I don't know who the guy called in that said he wanted to do a drive-by on me, but I guess I'll ignore that. But, yeah, I think, the Warriors, I mean, I'm not bashing Clay or anything, but you took one player who I don't think was a good fit for the system anymore for the Warriors and replaced him with three guys who are a good fit for the system. And I think that's, I think Dunleavy's offering sort of a blueprint for sort of the second apron era.
Clay's the only guy who left off the roster?
What's that?
Clay's the only player who departed last year?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about that salary slot, whatever you want to call it, $46 million, and replace it with three good
Chris
players.
Paul had a pretty Chris Paul had a pretty big salary slot too.
I don't think we missed Chris Paul either, by the way. So, yeah, all good. So, anyways, I'm commending what Dunleavy did. I think and you look at the teams that have sort of stacked stars, and they're not doing great. Like you look at the Bucks, you look at the Lakers and others, and I think it's really smart what the Warriors did, and also give them a lot of optionality. So full credit to them. Butcher, I don't see any evidence the Niners are a good team at this point, 8 games in, but I guess you can hold out hope. But I don't know what would have happened over the bye. I don't know if the bye would have made Sorensen a good defensive coordinator or not. I guess we have McCaffrey back, so I guess you can hope. But I see no evidence they're even good. So, anyways, guys, have a great day. Bonte, you're the best, bud.
A lot going on that BPA call.
It was a lot.
It's one of his more packed calls.
Kurt in Oakland, what's happening? It's a Friday. I feel good. Kurt in Oakland.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. The Warriors' start to the season is quite enjoyable. And the chemistry, you always got to love the chemistry of what they're doing. And, of course, defense first. As for Dellavedova, I can't say I disdain him as much as most other people because, again, he was the starting point guard for the St. Mary's Gales when they had Omar Samhan and made that run in the March Madness. So for that, I like to still root for the small schools, and St. Mary's is considered a small school. So it's like you got to love the local school, and he helps carry them to where they got to. So it's like it's a double-edged sword. It's like I hate what he did against Curry, but it's like love what he did to help St. Mary's out. So it's like hit and miss with him sometimes.
I feel that.
Thanks for taking the call, guys.
Anytime. I feel that. He was a Randy Bennett guy, and he's a tough player. He was scrappy. And then, game 3, Steph Curry had him go to the hospital. It was like, dude, let's chill off the Curry stopper stuff.
There was a point in time when Omar Samhan had some local appeal.
Omar Samhan was legit. I loved him.
Did you?
I love me some Omar Samhan.
He was a man on that Sweet 16 run.
Oh, he was a big barrel-chested
I low-key wanted the Warriors to grab him in the second round.
Did you?
Yeah, I mean, this was back in 2010. The Warriors hadn't had a center since the beginning of time.
Turioff. I'm teasing.
Exactly. So it's like, hey, he's a center. He's a local guy. He's fun. Why not? I mean, it probably would not have worked out, but it was a fun thought at the time.
So BPA thinks the Niners are done and not a good football team. Let's see if,
I'm right a lot.
You know what? That's why, the Niners are screwed. I'm just going to tell you, BPA said it, the Niners are screwed. He's right about everything. If you look at his track record, Brian and Paul also, man, he makes 100% of his shots.
I'm not doing anything crazy.
So what's to even talk about with the 49ers? He's always right. Brett in Walnut Creek. Brett, what's happening?
Good morning, guys. Happy Friday. And while I love BPA and while the shot looked
really, really good in the air. I think it did bounce off the rim, and he missed this one. Hey, I'm going to give you a couple of reasons why the Niners are a good football team.
Oh, yeah, I want them.
First and foremost, and I know Bill Parcells used to say your record is who you are, and that is true to an extent. But this year, I think the records are not who a lot of teams are. The Bengals are a lot better team than their record, a lot better team. And the Niners are certainly a better team than their record. And, you can point to two simple games and two simple plays, but they say the Niners didn't get better at the trade deadline because they didn't go pick up a top-line star. Last I checked, Christian McCaffrey is a top-line star, and he hasn't played with them. So that counts as an addition. And where that really makes a difference, and where the difference in the Niners this year versus last year is through 8 games, the Niners had 20 touchdowns and 12 field goals. This year, they have 19 touchdowns and 22 field goals, which is red zone, which is Christian McCaffrey, which is why the Niners are a good football team, which is why probably if you were to pick every single team in the NFL, except for maybe the Detroit Lions and the Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead, the Niners are favored. The Niners are favored in every game this year, and they're only 1 game difference than last year when they were 5-3 after 8. The Niners are only getting healthier. The Niners are only getting better. And yes, Nick Sorensen, he hasn't shown me a whole hell of a lot, but he's only going to get better and learn the system and the guys. And with Dre Greenlaw comes back, I'm not saying he's going to be Dre Greenlaw 2 years ago. He's probably not. But, presence makes a big, big difference. I love their chances. I'm going 7-2 in the second and a half. Niners roll into the playoffs.
I like that optimism. That's what I want to be, optimistic. Why are you looking so serious, man?
I'm not. I think BPA has you rattled.
I'm fine. No, I'm not rattled by BPA whatsoever.
Hey, I got a lot of love for you, too.
That guy impacts my life whatsoever. I just think, man. I could say a lot of things right now, just it won't come out nice, so it's a Friday.
Is it his Niner take or his Warrior take?
I just think he's a douche, Shasky. That's it. That bothers me. Let's listen to his takes over the last month. They're not good. Like, we overvalue certain people. He's overvalued. It's overrated. Then he'll lose his mind on Twitter, become unhinged, and apologize. Like, it's just bad take after bad take.
I like BPA's Twitter game. It's pretty low-key good.
Twitter game's terrible.
So let me ask you. He doesn't believe that the Niners are a good team. Do you believe they are a good team?
Yes, they are a good team.
And what makes you say that?
Look at the roster. Look at the talent. Look at the coach. Look at the yards. Look at the way they play these games. Their losses. All right, outside of Minnesota, our losses they control. They control those football games. The Rams and the Cardinals controlled those games. Now, KC, you could say it was back and forth, and they controlled the tempo, but damn, that was a 14-12 game, late third quarter, and Brock Purdy throws a pick in damn near the red zone. So I think there is some optimism here because of the talent they have on the roster. Now, I know a lot of things have happened in terms of Brandon Ayuk and Dre Greenlaw and all the noise outside of that, but I do believe this is a good football team, and I believe they can turn this around.
Yeah, I feel like they've been snake bit to a degree, unfortunate, and I don't think they've played great football at times. And if the ball bounces a couple different ways, they're at least 1 game better, if not 2. I agree they're a better team. And I think that the ball hasn't bounced away. Like, we never want to give luck as like a factor when it comes to these things when we talk about. But like at times it is luck. Like, and I'm not trying to like say that execution and mistakes and all those, but luck isn't something I can quantify. But, a couple plays go the other way.
And Ronnie Bell catches a pass and Jordan Mason holds onto a football. Now, football doesn't come down to 2 plays.
No, but I'm with you.
But man, they're right there. They're right there. And we've seen this before from them. So I know they haven't won the big one, but to me, they get the benefit of the doubt for trying to turn this thing around.
The 2 areas that tell me that they have the potential to be better are the turnovers. Meaning, if they could just limit some of the turnovers. Right now, they're +4 in terms of turnover differential. They're getting turnovers, but they're also turning it over a little more than you want. They fumbled. They've been intercepted. If they can limit that, they're going to continue to get some takeaways because they've had good pressure from Nick Bosa at times. And if they can clean up the red zone, I think that they can go 6-3, maybe 7-2 to end the season. But they also have to stay healthy, and that's something I can't control at all.
Yeah, no, you can't control injuries at all. All right, let's get to the caller of the week. This week's caller is Oscar in Stockton, who is loving himself some Buddy Hield on the Golden State Warriors. Oscar in Stockton,
it's not
what's
about
up?
being right or wrong, but in this case, I was right.
Fellas, we got the best coach. They don't know how to use him. That's the whole thing about it. But even the same player. And I was like, what's the Kings game? Why are you taking him out? He's your best shooter. That's why he was meant to be a Warrior. You got to have a good coach, man, to give you the confidence to go out there and play your game. That's why he said this is the first time he feel free since Oklahoma.
I know, it's
he's playing with Steph Curry, man. Hey, man, go Warriors, man. I'm telling you, man. And we're going to beat Cleveland and Oklahoma City. We the champions.
Oscar is Stockton. That was the caller of the week. Caller to the Morning Roast. And if your call is better than the rest, you could be named the caller of the week, too. Dave Moore is supposedly going to join us in about 5 minutes here, but do we have time to squeeze in 60 seconds of Celebrini? Are you ready for that, Lubman? Are you ready for that?
Got that elusive goal.
Yeah, but they lost 5-2 yesterday. They got smoked. It's good.
Yeah, so the Sharks were hosting the Minnesota Wild last night, the number 2 team in the West right now, and they showed it, beating the Sharks 5-2. But guys, Macklin Celebrini, his first career 2-goal game.
Here's Granlund and Celebrini scores! Macklin Celebrini, his second NHL goal, and it's a 1-1 tie.
Getting the feed from Mikael Granlund there, but of course he wasn't done. He lit his second lamp in the third period, and boy, was it a beauty.
Has not found a way to win it all. The Wild have not won the Stanley Cup, of course. There's a shot by Celebrini, and he scores! Macklin Celebrini has a pair, and it's 4-2.
So yeah, the Mac attack in full force against future Hall of Fame goalie Marc-Andre Fleury. In 19 minutes of ice time, Macklin got 7 shots on goal. But again, the Sharks did take the loss. But hey, I'll take a 2-goal game from Macklin Celebrini any day.
I can't believe Fleury's still in front of the net. I mean, longtime Pittsburgh Penguin, won a few Stanley Cups with the Pittsburgh Penguins.
He was on the Golden Knights for a minute.
Golden Knights, yep. Did he win a couple too?
I think they traded him away before that one.
Okay, yeah, but no, he's a Hall of Fame goalie, no doubt about that. Minnesota's really good, 9-2-2. But Macklin Celebrini showing us all, Shasky, some hope, some potential, flashes of brilliance.
I don't know if you know this. If they do end up getting a top pick, they are loaded in their AHL program with offense. They're killing it in terms of goals scored and penalty minutes killed. They need defensemen. They might get the best defenseman in the draft, Bonte.
They might. They just might. All right, we're trying to get to Dave Moore. We got surprises coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. All that coming up in the game. Brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. I'm optimistic like BPA.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Welcome back. Just had to do some maintenance on some social media apps.
Clean it up,
we're going to get Cam and Antioch in just a second. Warriors and Cavaliers, special 9 o'clock hour. Niners and Bucks in Tampa. Cam and Antioch. Let's just go to Cam and Antioch. Love it. Get the Cam and Antioch. What's up, Cam?
Hello. Good morning. How y'all doing today?
Not bad, man. Not bad.
Okay. Man, I just want to say, man, I'm so thankful, for Terry Stotts, man, the Stackhouse, man. I got this man reviewing it. Y'all know I get a hard time ever. But look what he's doing. He actually playing his young players, playing Moody, giving TJD minutes, playing big, letting Draymond roam, do his thing at the 4, and look what's happening. We winning. Like I said, if Steph Curry is healthy, anything is possible, man. Y'all have a good day. My wild take for the day, man, we're going to get that 73-9 with the chip this year, man. Y'all have a good
one. Crack. If they got 73 wins this year, that would be more impressive than the Giants winning 107. Would it not?
Oh, man, I guess it would
in the modern NBA?
Yeah, I guess it would be.
Where the regular season is devalued? Not to get too far down the road.
It's pretty good.
Not to get too far down the road, but do you want this little in-season tournament banner?
You do, huh?
Well, LeBron's got one. I would like one. Got to match him with whatever he's doing.
I'd rather have the rest.
Well, okay.
I'd rather have the rest.
If rest wasn't a part of the factor, just having fun with it. Have fun with me on this. You don't want the banner just a little?
No, I don't care for the banner. When you raise championship banners, why would you care about an in-season kind of a gimmicky?
It's just another notch on the belt.
I hear you.
The competitor in me wants to win everything.
Does any Laker fan brag about having the in-season
No, it's not about bragging. It's not about bragging.
What is it about?
It's just a notch on the belt.
No, LeBron
it's another thing to have on the wiki page.
Nobody's bringing it up. Yeah, well, we won that in-season banner, in-season tournament.
I mean, maybe 20 years from now, it becomes a thing. I don't know.
Let's go to Dave Moore, longtime color analyst for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm eager. 9 o'clock hour, we may figure out the answer. Would you want to hang the NBA Emirates Cup banner? We'll see. It lost a lot of sizzle afterwards last season. I want to get back to this, but let's get to Dave Moore, who knows the Tampa Bay Bucks inside and out. Dave, good morning to you, man. Welcome to the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill here on the River Islands guest line. Dave, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
We're doing all right, man. We're trying to figure out the Tampa Bay Bucks and whether or not they're going to have any wide receivers to throw the ball to. Let's start there. What's going on with the wide receiver position? We know Mike Evans is out. We know Chris Godwin is out for the year. McMillan, the young man out of Washington who we saw play in the Pac-12 last season, sounds like he's got a hamstring injury. He may be doubtful. What's going on with the Tampa Bay Buccaneer wide receivers?
Yeah, they definitely got bit with the injury bug, and it's a shame losing Godwin, at the end of a ball game, and then Mike Evans. They expect to be out for at least the next couple. So they got some, young guys stepping up. They concentrate more. It changes the game plan, obviously, a little bit. Makes it more difficult to stretch the field, to get guys vertically. They did get Rakim Jarrett back, who was on the early IR. He came back and made a couple plays. He's a guy that can run pretty well. But again, you have two elite receivers, and they kind of have to do it by committee. Trey Palmer's another guy. Sterling Shepard, you're recognizing the name he's a free agent from the Giants, and Ryan Miller. So a lot of them are names that aren't household names yet per se, but last week they were pretty productive as a group. but, you know, it's not where you can just pick on people, you know, like when you have Mike Evans and just say, listen, we're going to throw you the 50-50 ball and you're going to come down with it more times than not. So it's going to be more scheming, more play action, more things like that, get some of these young guys open.
You know, I'm looking at Baker Mayfield. What has been the key to his resurgence, just as I guess, in terms of how people view him around the league? Because, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, I think we all viewed him a certain way, and he's really changed that narrative, especially like Monday night, right? They're out a million guys, and I'm like, wow, look at this guy battle. Look at what he's doing with a bunch of backups, and he just seems more humble. He seems to fit. Like, walk us through the Baker Mayfield Tampa Bay experience.
Well, I think you're exactly right. I think his experience early on, the fact that he was the number one pick, had some success and then really struggled a little bit, and I think it humbled him. And he came in, and he is, if you talk to these guys in the locker room, he's a warrior. I mean, you know, he's out there throwing blocks. He's taking a beating. He's making plays, you know. But I think the last 2 years, it started with Dave Canales last year. He just got an offense that, you know, you can see the body language of the quarterback when they play, and you can tell when they are sitting in the pocket on a 3rd and long. You know, the body language will tell you exactly if they feel comfortable in what they're looking at. And his body language has definitely changed as far as confidence in what he's seeing in front of him, what his responsibility is, what his reads are, and get rid of the football with, you know, some speed and taking his shots down the field when he can. But he's that blue-collar guy. He's in there, you know, again, throwing blocks, trying to make things happen, keeping plays alive, and the team's really rallied around him on both sides of the ball. But offensively, you know, they really do a good job of trying to protect him and keep him alive. So he's really revived the offense here in Tampa Bay. Obviously, the loss of Tom Brady, you know, they expected a big letdown, but he came in and has been playing at a high level.
Dave Moore here on the River Islands guest line. Of course, calls Tampa Bay Buccaneer games. Longtime color analyst. Replaced the great Hardy Nickerson back in the day. What was that, 07, as a color analyst for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This run game, has there been a shift in focus in terms of running the ball? Because you guys have a nice little three-headed monster back there in the backfield with White, Bucky Irvin out of Oregon, of course, Sean Tucker, who had a big Falcons game in the Mercedes-Benz Dome. Will the Bucs maybe shift more to a run-heavy type of game plan, especially this Sunday against the Niners?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yes, they from day one, Liam Cohen said that, you know, he wanted to be a balanced offense and run it as much as they throw it. He's tried to stay true to that, but what you're seeing more because of the lack of wide receivers is multiple backs in the game. Offensively, you know, they early in the season were using one back, and but now they're using multiple, so they can take Rachaad White, who's a very good receiver. He runs good routes. They can start with two backs in the backfield, motion men, move them around to creatively get matchups and scheme defenses so that they can't tee off on a normal run-type look. But they will run multiple tight ends in the backfield. They're two tailbacks, so you can fake one way, go another way. So there's a lot of things scheme-wise that they can do along with the tight ends to really keep a defense off balance, even though you're missing those, you know, special receivers.
What's happened to this defense for Tampa Bay? You guys are like bottom in the league in terms of points per game. It looks like teams are passing like crazy on you. I know you've been in some shootouts, middle of the road in terms of run defense, but specifically, what has happened to this Tampa Bay defense?
Well, when you listen to Todd Bowles talk, he says a lot of it is the communication on the back end. And, you know, you see it on a 3rd and 12 or a 3rd and 8 where you expect the defense to be able to get off the field on 3rd down, and then you have a wide open receiver going down the field. You know, you just get off playing Kansas City on Monday night, and, you know, obviously Kelsey's the focal point of their offense, and he has 14 catches. So this is a guy, obviously, you want to know where he is at all times because he's going to be the guy Mahomes, especially if a play is broken, he's going to go to. It turns into that backyard football. But they just haven't been able to be in sync in that defensive backfield, and the pressure on the quarterback's been inconsistent. So sometimes when the coverage is good, the pressure is not enough to get to the quarterback in time, and then things are created outside the pocket. And then other times there's just miscommunication on the defense, and you're leaving a guy running wide open. So I know it's been frustrating for, Coach Bowles and the defense as an entirety. But it's something that, from week to week, they got to try to improve on. They are missing Jamel Dean. He was out. They've interchanged some linebackers because some are better against the run than the pass. So they're trying to do some things to improve the pass defense, but it still hasn't been worked out yet. It's definitely a work in progress. And this is a veteran crew coming back, so that's kind of been a surprising thing this year.
Dave, you played this game. You've played on short weeks. You know how the quick a turnaround it is from Monday Night Football to a game on Sunday. The Bucs defense logged 83 snaps last Monday night against Kansas City, lost in overtime. So on a short week, how much impact will that have on the Buccaneers defense Sunday against a physical, run-first type of team the 49ers are?
It's definitely going to be a challenge, and the 49ers are coming in fresh, and the Bucs are getting off the plane at 6 o'clock in the morning on Monday morning on a short week. So, but at this level, there's no excuses. You got to find a way to play. They move games all around now. You get them on Thursday, and you get the short week, you get the long week. But obviously they got to take care of their bodies. The preparation as far as game planning is going to be shortened. But they can't. There's no excuses. You got to find a way to play. At the end of the day, when they look at the schedule, they're not going to care if it was a Thursday, Saturday, Monday, whatever. Whether it was in Europe, doesn't matter. You got to find a way to win football games if you're going to survive at this level. And but it is tough. It's taxing on your body. It's tiring. But again, at least it's at home. It's better than having to go on the road on Monday night.
No doubt. Dave, man, have a good call Sunday. Should be a fun one. Both teams are desperate. Bucs 4-5, Niners 4-4. We can't wait to watch, man. Thanks for the time today, brother.
Hey, thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Anytime. Dave Moore joining us on the River Islands Guest Line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Latham? Pardon me, there's really no excuse for the 49ers to not win this football game. Really isn't.
What would you like to... What's your approximate workload for CMC?
If he's out there and he's healthy, you got to give him his normal workload. You step on the football field.
Week 1?
Give him 20 touches. He's out there. I mean, I'm trying to think how Shanahan is. You ready to roll? You're on a game plan? It's full go.
So if I were to devise it, it would probably somewhere between 12 and 15, like classic runs, meaning the tosses and things that they like to do, the basic under center stuff. And then I think you would probably scheme for anywhere from 3 to 7, dump down or specific ISO passing plays. I'm sure it'll be used as a decoy a lot, but I'm trying to keep his specific touches under 20.
Well, I mean, look, you don't know how the game's going to flow. We don't know if Tampa Bay just jumps out 14-0. It may change the entire game plan. It's all incumbent on how the game flows. But if he's out there ready to roll, I expect a normal workload, even in his first game back, man. This is Christian McCaffrey we're talking about. Nobody else. When Jerry Rice came back from his torn ACL and he made a mistake of coming back too early, it was full workload. Let's go. You're running slants, you're running everything in a route tree. You got to think with Christian McCaffrey, you want to ease him into everything, but man, this thing can snap. We saw this thing, the Achilles snap with Dre Greenlaw just walking off the sideline, jogging off the sideline to go play.
I mean, yeah, look, it can happen.
So it can happen at any point. So
we acknowledge that.
I'm just kind of throwing that out the window saying if he's healthy enough to practice and he's healthy enough to board a plane and board a flight to Tampa Bay and he's healthy enough to suit up, you have to assume that Shanahan's going to give him at least 15 to 20 touches.
Yeah, well, that 15 to 20 total touches, yes, I'm in that range. It's like, what are those specific touches? How many through the tackles? How many on the outside? How many come with Jordan Mason on the field simultaneously or Isaac Guerrero? See, because that's the thing I keep thinking about. Just because CMC's back doesn't mean Mason can't still be useful in spots, and Guerrero can't still be useful in spots. I don't want to see those two just get iced out. That's the one thing that I'm looking at. Now that we've learned a little something about this roster, I think you can kind of space this thing. Not like you're going 12-man rotation like you're Steve Kerr, but just spread the ball around a little.
Well, if you give him straight tosses, right? And you say, hey, CMC, we're going to give you all the outside plays. Well, then he's got to put on the turbo boost, and he's got to do some cutting and some jump cutting and all that, and that's going to test the Achilles. It may be easier to just run him up the middle so where he doesn't have to do a lot of cutting. But I don't know. I'm not an athlete at that level. I don't know how to play with Achilles tendonitis. So
I meant more the two of them playing simultaneously in the backfield. Like, so I want to see them get a little creative with some of their personnel groupings, and maybe you have CMC in the backfield with Jordan Mason simultaneously, and one of them is running a route, or you're play actioning to one to set something else up. Like, I just think now you've got some chess pieces with these other running backs that you've kind of learned about where, I don't know, maybe it can help you a little in the red zone.
Maybe. But in terms of just running plays and the type of plays you're running with him, you can't have any limitations. He's back on the football field. You got to run everything that you're going to run with him. And you got to run everything that you want to run in your game plan, in your playbook. So once he's out there on the field, Shasky, I can't, hey, man, maybe we don't run him on slants and we don't run the Texas.
No, I didn't mean that. I meant snap count.
What I mean? Yeah, snap count.
I meant more snap count overall.
Snap count. I think he's going to get a lot of snaps. We'll see.
Yeah, I'd try to ease him into the. I mean, again, ease him as best as you can. You know, like, oh man, like if he played 80% of the offensive snaps, that would shock me.
It wouldn't shock me because we're dealing with a Shanahan here. It wouldn't shock me at all
after everything, like, and how crucial he's been. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know how you deal with this. If he's ready to roll, you got to think that Bobby Turner, the running back coach, and Kyle Shanahan are going to work this guy in. And if you don't work him, if he sits out a couple possessions and does the Achilles stiffen up? Do you need to keep it loose?
Yeah,
does he need to be on the back? I don't know. On the bike, I mean, I have no idea. I'm not a high level athlete. I don't know what's going on there in the camp. I don't know what's going on with his workout regimen. I don't know what's going on with his rehab. So he's back. That's all I know. And I have to figure that they're going to clear him. They're going to run his normal game plan. That's what I expect.
Yeah, I don't. I don't think they will. I think they're trying to see the big picture. And I also, again, like I think Mason can be useful situationally, and I think Guerendo has a spot somewhere. I don't know where. It's hard to incorporate two backs, let alone three backs. So I think it's tricky. But if I'm the head coach and I'm the offensive play designer and all that, like, I do have some sort of a game plan, and obviously you could throw that out the window if there's certain spots. But like, I think you gotta have a plan heading into it. And I think the plan has got to be like, hey, whatever it is, third drive, I'm getting Jordan Mason touches. Yeah. You know, we get to this spot on this field in this down and distance, I'm going to Guerendo here. Like, I don't know what it looks like, but I do believe you have to be deliberate and stick to your script if you're Shanahan.
I'm with you here, but we've seen Shanahan. He doesn't like to rotate a lot of running backs.
No.
What if CMC starts rolling? They love to go with them hot hands. So I don't know how Shanahan's going to do it. He's definitely not going to tip his head. I guess we just got to buckle up and wait till Sunday at 10 a.m. to see how he uses Christian McCaffrey. But what I want to know from Niner fans before we break at the 9 o'clock hour is Christian McCaffrey the missing piece to this team? Is he the reason why the Niners are going to go on a deep run in the playoffs and why the Niners are going to go crazy in the second half? Is he going to cure all these offensive woes they've had over the first 8 games? Red zone efficiency, 28th in the league. Under 50% conversion rate when it comes to the red zone. Is that just simply because Christian McCaffrey hasn't played? 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number on that one. So, and then defensively, how they got Nick Bosa in this pass rush. Can they get to Baker Mayfield consistently? We're going to see Tristan Wirfs, their left tackle. A lot of us wanted Tristan Wirfs in that draft in which they selected Javon Kinlaw. Tristan Wirfs is now captain, one of the best linemen in all of football. Can you get consistent pressure on Baker Mayfield? Because the last thing you want to do is let him get comfortable, because he's proven that it doesn't matter who's out there playing wide receiver. He can spin it with the best of them.
And Fred Warner having a couple of weeks to kind of rest the ankle, I think, is going to be big. You could clearly tell he was compromised a couple weeks back. I think he needed the time off. It's got to be better at this point. I got a lot of questions on defense. You know, I have a lot of questions. They've allowed teams to get back into it, and I think Baker Mayfield, what I've seen, the little bit I've watched the Buccaneers this year, he's bought more time with his feet than I've ever seen him before, and he will sling it no matter who's out there. So, yeah, I'm not sleeping on Tampa at all. Like, at all on this one. And I do think your question on the front end, yeah, I think even CMC, if he's a decoy in a game like this, I do think they're going to come out and be more efficient in the red zone. Watch them be like 4 out of 5 or something like that in terms of touchdown conversions in the red zone this week. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Now, Jauan Jennings is coming back as well. Here's what Greg Cosell with Willard the Dib said about Jauan Jennings.
Well, I wouldn't say I didn't know that he had it in him because I remember doing him and evaluating his tape when he came out of Tennessee, and I really, really liked him as a player. What hurt him was the fact that he ran something like a 4.74 40, so right away that dropped him in the eyes of scouts, evaluators, and coaches as someone who, hey, really good player, physical, competitive, tough, but how many 4.74 wide receivers play in the NFL? So he's not a surprise to me because he was in the SEC and he was a really, really good receiver, super competitive, super tough. You know, his game's obviously not built on speed, but that's okay. I mean, you know, there are very few receivers whose games are truly built on speed. So he's always been a physical, tough competitor who can work between the numbers, and he's with a team who the foundation of the passing game is working between the numbers.
Jauan Jennings being back can help alleviate the stress of Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing. But Jauan Jennings did get off to a hot start. It's almost like we forgot about it.
So I have Jauan Jennings in fantasy. I took him early this year. I'm in a deeper 12 and 14-man leagues. And this is always my key on anything. Like, do you put your money where your mouth is? If you believe in a player in a certain matchup and you have him in fantasy, are you starting him? So I'll ask you, Bonte, 12 and 14-man leagues. Are you starting Jauan Jennings?
I'd have to see how it comes back. I don't know if I'm starting him.
I'm reluctant.
I'm very reluctant
now,
to start.
In one league, I have 2 flex spots, so I'm more apt in that one to be able to start a wide receiver, who's kind of the third wide receiver, I'm assuming. Like, does he start over Pearsall if he's back? Because you got Debo at one spot.
The only 49er I start is George Kittle. It's the only
so
one
you're not starting Jordan Mason either?
Yeah, the only one I start is George Kittle. It's the only one I start on this football team this week.
Well, Purdy.
And Purdy.
Yeah,
and
Purdy.
Purdy.
But that goes without saying. That goes without saying. So, wow, that's just it. George Kittle. Really?
George Kittle and Purdy. They're the only constants to me. So, that's, you know, when it comes to the 49ers, you never know where the ball's going.
If you had CMC, would you start him?
No. I'd have to. Well, some people may not have a choice.
So
yeah, you may have no choice. You may have no choice. But I'd be a little skeptical.
Well, I'm very worried. I have Jordan Mason and Isaac Guerrero, and I'm like, do I start Mason and just roll the dice, or because I have Kittle, Jauan, and Mason in one league, just because it's how it shook down. You know, sometimes you just got to take best overall, and it's like I hate having multiple guys on the same team because if that team doesn't have a good offensive production that particular day, you're kind of screwed. But because of the injuries at running back, there aren't a lot of great options. And it's a Shanahan offense. You never know who's going off.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Let's go to the lines here. Tony in Santa Rosa. Tony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah. Good morning, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Yeah, just to Shasky's point about Christian McCaffrey, I mean, it would be good just to not ease him in, but give him a little bit less carries. But I always think about a couple years ago with Elijah Mitchell. Every time he got hurt, he'd come back and Shanahan would just give him 30 carries a game again.
It's true.
And to the point, like you said, though, and I think you brought it up with Baldy too, Shasky, is Jordan Mason has been playing good, but he hasn't been the same since he got the AC sprain. So I would love to see that combination. But like you said, I mean, the last time Shanahan played 2 running backs, it's probably when we had who's the guy that used to play for Atlanta? And that's when we were screaming for Raheem to get more time.
Tevin Coleman and Devontae Freeman.
Yeah.
Tevin Coleman,
exactly.
Devontae Freeman.
Coleman.
Yep. And they rarely shared the backfield together. They would sub each other out.
I guess technically at times they do that with Debo because depending on how you view Debo, that's why I think that CMC, someone's going to go off this week. It's just a matter of who. And I think having CMC back just gives them so many players that must be accounted for across the board when you're lining up as a defense.
Going to be very interested to see how they use CMC. Let's go to Morgan from Morgan Hill. Morgan from Morgan Hill. What's up, Morgan?
Hi, guys. Hey, before I get into my comment, I just wanted to say, I've called in a handful of times now recently, and I think my last two takes were hot takes that weren't so popular or were controversial.
Refresh me on what they were.
I feel like yesterday I called in about the Warriors off season versus the Giants off season, the parallels, and it kind of got off on a tangent about Farhan.
Yeah.
But anyways,
Mark Ibanez wanted me to flush you.
I know, and it made me feel terrible for like the next 30 minutes. But before I get into my comment, I just want to say I love you guys. You guys I listen to you guys every morning on my drive into work from Morgan Hill, and what you guys are doing is so much better than what's going on KNBR. So you guys keep it up. I love you guys.
Thank you.
And then so my comment about CMC. It's an interesting question about how many reps he's going to get. I am very nervous about it because I agree with Bonte that Shanahan seems to say if you're good to play, then you're going to go. And but can you imagine the outcry that will happen against Shanahan if he re-injures this game on like his 15th touch or something like? And I'm not somebody. I love Shanahan, and I think after the losses, the outcry to move on from Shanahan is crazy. But could you just imagine the outcry if he was to re-injure himself?
I don't even want to think about it.
Well, let's get into that, Morgan. Is it on Shanahan that Christian McCaffrey's playing, or is it on the player?
Well, at this point, to me, I just think that they're tempting. This is up in the air, and if he gets hurt again, it is not on Shanahan.
It can be on. We can't do that because that's what's going to happen.
But Bonte. Now that being said, are there scenarios? He's 32 carries into an overtime game, and okay, then maybe. But for the most part, I feel like that they're just walking a tightrope with this injury, regardless whether he gets one snap. 60 snaps.
That's what I'm saying. It's on the players too. We got to hold the players accountable.
And
the player wants to play. He obviously wants to play. He's been out there working his ass off to get back and play. You can't put that on Shanahan if he goes. These guys are competitors. These guys wants to compete at the highest level, and McCaffrey knows his body better than anybody out there. He knows his body better than the doctors. He knows himself. So I know it's going to happen. Morgan's right. It will happen where Shanahan, that devil, he's going to play McCaffrey. I already know.
It's not even fair.
I don't know what the rhetoric is coming. It's predictable. But I'm not going to put that on Shanahan. McCaffrey's making a choice. He's the one with bilateral Achilles tendonitis. Would anybody blame McCaffrey if he said, you know what, I need to shut this down. I can't play on this. I understand completely.
No, not
I also
at all.
understand, but I also understand that he wants to play too. So
to your point, would you be mad that McCaffrey shuts it down? No, I wouldn't be mad at him at all. I would, however, be like, oh my God, we gave this guy a ton of money in the offseason and now he can't play. I'm not mad at him, but it sucks and it makes it harder to field your team considering how expensive everything is. Well, it's very cut and dry to me. Wow, we gave you a ton of money and did we invest in a broken down older running back? That sucks. I would have gave him the money and I would have looked like a fool too. Sometimes stuff just happens.
Stuff happens. So that could happen on Sunday, could happen in the future with Christian McCaffrey, but all signs point to him playing as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Do we have the Friday Flush get ready? We got the Friday Flush coming up, and let me know when you get that ready because we got to get that done. We're going to break at 9:26, because we have a special surprise coming in 9 o'clock hours coming up here.
What's the percentage? And I apologize for cutting you there.
What?
What's the percentage chance you're giving McCaffrey finishing this season out? I don't even think this is a fair question. I'm just asking if you have thought about it.
I don't even. I just out of sight, out of mind for me. He's cleared to play. He's going to play, and you just pray that he stays healthy. But I can't put a percentage on that. I think that's a little unfair. He's going to play, and to our knowledge and to our naked eye, when we see guys come back with Achilles tendonitis or have difficulties with the calf injuries, and we saw it right here in our backyard with Kevin Durant, I don't feel great about it. I don't. This Achilles tendonitis. I don't feel great about it.
I just think we're in such deep, uncharted waters right now. We have no idea.
It's a running back who has bilateral Achilles tendonitis.
If I had to throw a percentage blindly, I would say my confidence level is less than 30%.
Yeah, it's not high. It's not high at all.
And I don't even know where I came up with that number. It's certainly not 50-50.
It's not high. Not high at all. Let's go to, the Pelicans facing another injury here. Breaking news for them. Jordan Hawk has been diagnosed with a low back strain. He's out 1 to 2 weeks. So the Pelicans, team in the Western Conference that we had in the top 6, not looking good so far. All right, it's time for the Friday Flush, presented by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. For all your plumbing needs, go to flowingwater.net. This week we are flushing Lakers head coach J.J. Redick after he stormed out the podium after another Lakers loss.
JJ, you're talking a lot about two or three guys, getting them to put in the effort. You talked a lot about wanting to play hard and LeBron being the guy that played hard in tonight's game. How do you address that with the team? What's your philosophy for approaching that?
I just did.
Can I get in here on J.J. Redick?
That was your Friday Flush presented by Flowing Water and Jay. For all your plumbing needs, go to flowingwater.net.
Be careful what you wish for, J.J. Like, if you're going to come in and be Mr. Condescending and rip everyone and tell them they don't know anything day one on the job and come at the media, again, be careful what you wish for, because now the media is sitting here waiting for you to slip up a little here and there. Like, I saw this coming a mile away. I actually think he is a decent coach, and I actually think that he has said some really eloquent things in post games. I'm probably a little more, observant of it because me and Spadoni talk about it in the morning. But every single loss, he's going to be peppered with specific questions that are going to make him uncomfortable. That's part of the job, dude. That's part of the job. And I just think that you get more bees with honey and treating people with a more happy-go-lucky approach. Only a handful of people, Popovich, Belichick, because they've won so much, are allowed to just be kind of bitter and condescending. You haven't earned it yet. And I'm not even saying that you don't have the right to be that, but this is the other side of it where people are coming for you.
They are. Let's go to Waterman from Corte Madera. Waterman, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, gentlemen? How are we doing this morning?
Not bad.
Doing great.
Hey, just real quick on the McCaffrey thing. I think obviously it will help the Niners. I don't think he is going to be the difference maker. My honest opinion, I really, really feel that the issue has been on the defensive line. Obviously, the Niners haven't been as deep as they have in the past, and they're just not getting pressure on the quarterback. And I think that is translated to why third down has been awful for this team this year. I mean, we can say maybe Nick Sorensen and him not dialing up defenses or the right blitz packages or whatnot, but honestly, I just think the pressure from the D-line has been what the Niners have been lacking big time. And as far as, McCaffrey and the injury and how he feels and what Shanahan's going to do, if I can just use this analogy, and I am not calling anybody an animal or a dog, but I'm going to use this analogy of a dog. I'm somebody who has labs, and they have an insane drive, and you as the owner or the adult have to be the one to be like, okay, you're done. Like, I can see you're just gonna keep going until you're dead and laying on your back and breathing for life. So that's where Shanahan. This is where Shanahan. He can't just pull like, oh well, McCaffrey's good to go. I can use him for 20 or 30 touches. No, you got to ease this guy back in. He has to be the adult because McCaffrey's natural drive is going to want it to be out there on every single play. So that's just my take on it, guys. And if I could, the Dubs absolutely have totally shocked me. I am all bought in. I'm watching every game from start to finish. Bonte, you're amazing. Your suits are incredible on the post game. You and Mully I thought we had the same suit on, which killed me. I loved it. You guys. Love the morning show, and thanks for taking the call.
Absolutely. We've got a surprise coming in moments here on the Morning Roast, and maybe we could get into the Achilles injury and what can happen and what you can do to kind of prevent it moving forward. We'll get an athlete's perspective on that in just a second. But as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, a lot of people are worried about Christian McCaffrey. I get it. Are they worried about the Warriors? Why are you smiling, Shasky?
Because I saw a little somebody Not a little, a big somebody. What's up, Mully?
Surprise, surprise. Chris Mullen in the studio here. Joining the morning roast on 95.7K. Look at Shasky. He has a smile. He has a smile all day.
Hey.
He has a smile all day.
Two Mensches cutting it up, predicting that the Warriors were going to beat the Celtics. Joe Shasky in the morning and Mully in the evening. How great was that?
Well,
how great was that?
One thing, though, Mully wasn't worried. You got worried towards the tail end of the show.
I put my money where my mouth was.
You got a little worried. I had to beg you out of it.
Now I'm fired up.
Now you're fired up. We can ask Mully about the Achilles. He's always fired. Yeah, I'm shocker. No, he's always worried. We call him Sausalito Shasky sometimes because he's always worried, Mully. He's always worried about everything.
I mean, what are we doing here?
We got Chris Mullen in the studio. Curtin joining us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. You had no idea he was coming up.
I had no clue. I just saw him walking through, and I was actually opining about how much I hate the glass over there because it distracts me. Got really bad adult ADD. And I saw Mully. I go, what's he doing here?
We'll get Mully some headphones
plus, Bonte
here.
gets really happy when you're around. See, I'm jealous. I thought we had a marriage on radio, and I realized that I've been usurped. And he's basically, I'm now his affair, and you're the real wife.
See what I go through? See what I go through, Mully? I don't even know how you respond to that. Good morning, man. Thanks for coming through.
There we go. You got
there
me?
we go. We got him. We got him. We got him.
My pleasure, man. I don't get up early for nobody, but, Shasky and Bonte.
And a tea time?
My pleasure. No.
You're an afternoon tea time
I
guy?
am like 11 a.m.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How many strokes aside you giving me if we play?
None.
Now he's here. He's going to talk some Warriors with us. He'll talk some Warriors with us, but he's also, as we talked to Rick Barry the other day, we know Rick Barry's a world-class, first-class pickleball player. And him and Mully have had conversations, and Mully will be partaking in the Celebrity Pickleball Bash in San Francisco, February 15th and 16th. That's a Saturday and Sunday at the iconic Warfield Theater. Now, Mully's going to be part of it. Brady Chastain, her for U.S. Women's Soccer Team.
Bay Area Sports Hall of Famer.
Hunter Pence.
Oh, wow.
World Series champ, Terrell Owens.
I come bearing gifts.
And he comes bearing gifts. And Mully's he started to love pickleball. And it's the biggest celebrity pickleball event in the world. Look at
Break
that,
him out, dude.
Break him out, man.
Break him out. Quality stuff. He makes good golf apparel.
Look at that. Mully doesn't come empty-handed.
Teaming up with Ben Shapiro, guys who work with at the Warriors, got a nice company.
Let's go.
Bonte mentioned Rick Barry.
Yep.
He's got to be part of that. He's a big-time player. Rick's great at everything. Anything he tries, he becomes A+ at.
I heard he's a 300-yard driver in golf back in the day.
Dude, it's absurd. He's great at everything.
Really?
No doubt.
So he's like Steph?
Yes.
Some guys like darts.
Whatever he picks up.
Exactly.
He gets great.
He's great.
Bike riding, skiing.
It doesn't matter.
Pickleball, golf, everything.
He wants a Grand Slam at pickleball. He wants to win the Grand Slam.
He will.
He told us.
He will.
Yeah, I'm not doubting. Look at that.
I'm throwing that on.
Look
Let's
at that.
go.
We got to get Shasky out there playing some pickleball. We got to get Shasky playing some
Bonte, what do you
pickleball.
want, XL or double XL,
give me an XL. Give me an XL. We got to take care of all my guys out here, too. Take care of everybody out here. Spread the wealth around here.
Bonte will be doing high knees.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you saw the postgame show the other day. Christian McCaffrey's doing high knees, and we're just talking about him, the bilateral Achilles tendonitis. Well, I feel like I have Achilles tendonitis after hitting the high knees on the tempo.
Look, I had plantar fasciitis so bad, my entire leg locked up for so long. Is wearing crummy cleats, right? They have these boards, these calf stretch boards, and I am now addicted to stretching the calf on this board and different angles. I can't imagine what he's going through, though, because that guy is chiseled out of granite, and we've seen him working out. Well, he's unreal.
My man's been dealing with Achilles injuries for about a year now.
A year ago. So, but when you're talking about these high-level athletes at the professional level, they're so fine-tuned. Anything that's awry is going to affect them, and ultimately, you don't want more serious injury, right? That's how you gauge whether you play or not. Can you go out there and play without, snapping, whatever that might be, whether you knee or Achilles. So, and obviously football being the most brutal sport of all. So there's a lot more to it than feeling good, either walking around, even working out. There's a whole different level between working out and going and playing in the NFL
game. You get that adrenaline flowing, you get out there, and it's tough. And you try to get through a football season and all the quick, like basketball, obviously you guys are going up and down, lateral movement.
Yeah, but it's not good on the hardwood.
No, on the
the shoes you wore growing up?
Well, the shoes he wore growing up, but I'm talking about...
Yeah, they ruin your feet.
But then it just football...
We didn't know any better, though.
That's true.
At the time, that was high level.
You're right.
But in football, you get a running back who has to cut left and right and run routes the way Christian McCaffrey does. It is what it is. I hear from athletes, Willie, that it's better just snap it, get the surgery, and come back better. But I don't know.
Nah, I mean the surgery, because I know mine didn't rupture, so the surgery's the same, the recovery's probably the same to a degree. So either way, it's not good. So you don't want that.
Now, was yours years and years of wear and tear?
Yeah, mine was weird. I thought it was my calf. I had it for months.
Yeah,
I just thought it was my calf, and then finally when I got looked at, there was a significant tear, but it didn't rupture. But it was pretty much the same procedure. So
one of my buddies, Danny, played at Santa Clara baseball, hurt himself playing basketball a couple years later, and just recently, 10 years removed, some of the hardware inside got infected on this Achilles injury. And I know they've made huge strides on it, but I mean, this is something he's been dealing with forever. He's like, basketball's done. I'm a softball player only.
Yeah. I mean, anytime you have surgery, there's no simple surgery. There's always things that can go wrong. I mean, over years now, I've had my hip resurface and things like that. And there's a small percentage of people that don't, their bodies don't accept whatever that
the hardware
is. Yeah, but I put some stuff in my body over time, so
there it is. Like
the least it's a little metallic, little metal, little things like that. It's not going to bother me.
Can't walk through a metal detector without it going off. Pickleball. So, but you do get out there pickleball. And your wife Liz is excellent at pickleball. I know she loves it.
My wife, Liz, plays probably twice a day, and just to look how much she's into it, Rick Barry called her a fanatic.
What?
So if Rick Barry's calling you a fanatic, you got problems. But it's a great sport. It is. Yep. It's a great sport. It's a lot of fun. You can pick it up pretty much on day one.
Yeah.
And I have fun with it. I haven't played, obviously, because of my Achilles, but I'm training to get ready for All-Star Weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun. T.O.'s in there. You mentioned all the guys, Bonte, all the people that are involved.
You got Jalen Brunson, Anthony Anderson, Mario Lopez, Eric Decker, Jesse James Decker. There's so many celebrities that are going to be here for All-Star Weekend for this pickleball event, and it's the fastest growing sport in America. Yeah. Everybody's invested into it, Mully.
It really is. It's an incredibly social event, a social sport. Like I said, you can pick it up and you kind of get better day by day. I enjoy it. It's fun, you know what I mean? And that weekend is going to be just part of All-Star Weekend. It's going to be great. It's obviously going to be so many celebrities and ex-players and current players. You mentioned Jalen Brunson. And they're going to have it over at the Warfield Theater.
Warfield,
which is
kind of
really cool.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a pickleball event, a party. It's going to be musicians. So it's going to be a nice get-together, a nice added addition to All-Star Weekend.
Yeah, tickets start at $49. $49. Buy tickets now at CelebrityPickleballBash.com. CelebrityPickleballBash.com. $49 Saturday, February 15th and 16th. Mully, and you're an athlete. You're a Hall of Famer, of course. Did your thing on the basketball court. How'd you get into pickleball?
Really for my wife, something she started playing, and I try and do some physical activity without getting injured these days. So I'm more swimming and golfing. That's low impact, and
that's not ramping up.
But not at all. But like I said, my wife played. She got me into it. It's something we play with our kids, which is nice. We get together. Only one of my boys plays golf, and we get out and play pickleball in the summer together. So it's a nice. Enough competition where you get a little, get the adrenaline going and get the competitive spirit going, and then it's social. You can hang out and, have a good time together. So I love it.
Psycho T, Tyler Hansbrough, is obsessed with it. Yeah. Have you seen that?
I've seen clips of him. Some of these guys are incredible players. My son Chrissy was just telling me there's a player back. He just tried to contact this kid back in Baltimore, ex-college receiver. Like a 6'4", long, lanky athlete, and he said he's doing incredible, crazy stuff on the pickleball.
T.O.'s part of this. Terrell Owens.
I was with T.O. a few weeks ago out at Round Hill. We did like a little promotional video. Dude, he's serious about everything. We know that. he trains still like he's going to play tomorrow, which he might.
He told us he's going to play. He can play 25 snaps right now, Bully.
Are you questioning him?
No, absolutely not.
He's an incredibly dedicated athlete still to this day, running routes on a daily basis. But you could see his competitive fire came out right away. We're just kind of hitting balls. I'm still rehabbing my Achilles. I'm not running around. He's just firing balls at me. Like he wants a piece of me, like right away. I played a NBA celebrity basketball game with him, and he goes hard.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
He was recently at the softball game Reggie Jackson had over in Oakland.
Yeah. We've heard some things.
Going for the W.
Going for the win. Yeah. Going for the win in more ways than one. He was at a celebrity game at Reardon High School the year they had Super Bowl 50 here.
Oh, okay.
And he was playing in a celebrity game. He played the first half, and he took like every shot. He was trying to dunk on people, and like he got mad at calls. It was berating referees. Like he's about that life.
No, but he puts the time in, dude. He's serious, dedicated. And by the way, when he's playing those games, in the back of his mind, he's thinking as an NBA scout watching, I might get a call. I'm looking for that 10-day contract.
Mully, it's not lost on me. I got to get into basketball here because when you go back to Boston, we get the feels because we went down there. Remember, we were all out there. Your boy Brad Gilbert, I still remember. And it's a special place, right? And if you grew up watching the NBA, Lakers, Celtics is like, for people our age, I know you're a little older, like it means a lot. And so for Curry to come back that game at his age, to be doing what he's doing on the summer that he just had with the Olympic team, I said to him, we can't talk enough about Curry. I think he's putting together, and I think if you looked at like the numbers and going through the data, Stockton, Reggie, Nash, guys after 35, still being good and effective. We've never seen anyone like this guy at this age, at that position, to still carry it the way he is. And I don't think we talk enough, just as a whole media, nationally, locally, about how great this guy is.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Sustained excellence over time is the greatest measure of someone's impact. Steph, not talking about position, but Steph, LeBron, and KD now, they're all playing at such an incredible high level at this advanced age and 15, 16, 17 years in the league, LeBron 20. So that to me is the evolution of the off-court dedication, availability of access to facilities and things like that. Rick Barry would tell you that, because you look at generations. Rick was taking exclusively commercial flights, maybe trains. So the evolution is what's great about the sport. You learn from the decade before you and you make it better. You look at the way Kobe emulated Michael. Everyone thought, what are you, crazy? But he did an incredible job of being just like Michael and as close as you can get, right? LeBron took all these different guys, and a lot of these guys are historians of the league. LeBron is very in tune to the history of the league, great players, great teams, stats. He's a savant. But he also, with that information, makes himself better. Steph and Clay, they grew up in the league. They know about their dad's generations and watched. And they take that information and make it better. So that's the evolution of the game. So these guys that are playing at such a high level late into their careers, that's what a new career is going to be. That's what the new career is defined by 15, 20 years, where it used to be you played 6 or 8 years. That was amazing. Right. That's changed for the better because they're using all that information. And look, facilities and planes, look, it's all great. You still have to put the time in.
Yeah.
You can't, that's not something you can take your phone and hit send. You still got to be dedicated on and off the court with nutrition, talk about rest and recovery. So that's the example those guys set. So Steph, when it's all said and done, he's going to go down as one of the greatest, no question. And to me, and Bonte and I, we sit around and talk about it all the time, his on-court excellence has been incredible. But the way he's done it, like we talked a lot this, the beginning of the season here, not who the Warriors are playing, how they're playing. And that's what also sets a guy apart.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of guys with great stats, and you can go over the years when it's all said and done, similar field goal percentages, similar points, but not many, a very select few have handled themselves with grace, class, and humility like Steph Curry every single day. Yeah, and that's, you talk about roster turnover, coaching turnover, GM turnover, all those things. It never once did Steph Curry waver in his approach both on and off the court. And that to me is amazing.
We were discussing this yesterday, that Steph, his off-court work, how he looks stronger this year. The last 3 years, he's done a great job with his body, but just being one of the best leaders we've ever seen in sports. The Tom Brady's, we think of Tim Duncan and Pop, and we think of all these great leaders back in the day. Michael Jordan led in his own way, Jeter. Larry Bird, Magic, Derek Jeter. But Curry's going to go down as one of the greatest leaders because of his selflessness, as you just mentioned, Willie, and his off-the-court work. He never stops working with Brandon Payne in his conditioning. He's going to be 37 in March and be one of the most well-conditioned athletes in all the sports.
Yeah, I put him up there with all those guys you mentioned, Bonte. Probably most recently and maybe more with Tim Duncan, just because of the connection with Steve Kerr and Greg Popovich, the dynasty. There's very similar runs, that longevity of their run, of the dynastic run. But all those things you mentioned, and not one's more important than the other. They all go together. the dedication to off-season training. So when you show up day one of training camp, the guys might not see you for 3 months. You're like, whoa, this guy, you can tell a difference if the guy's putting the time in.
Yeah.
So day one of training camp, wow, one of the greatest players in the league. He's in the best shape in the gym. He's the first in the gym. We talked about the other day at the Celtic game where he threw that long pass, it got intercepted. Steve Kerr calls a timeout, gets on him. That's leadership to me.
Yep.
Because that's what Steph grew up. His college coach, Bob McKillop.
Yep.
He was coaching high school in New York when I was in high school. He coached Bill Wennington in high school. He's a disciplinarian. He's a fundamental guy. That's what Steph grew up with. That's what Steph wants. But if Steph wants that and accepts it, that permeates through the entire – all those bench players are watching.
100%.
So now they're, oh, wow, I'm not making that pass.
Yep.
And in that particular play – we always talked about last year, Bonte, when they struggle, it's turnovers and blow-bys. 2 things they fixed this year with their roster. But the one thing that's been really impressive to me, they've been able to make in-game adjustments with their turnovers. The other night they had like 8 in the first quarter. Those 2 years they struggled, that 8 would automatically be a 22-game turnover. It wound up being 12. Maybe that little timeout there, get your attention, get refocused. Now it's only a 12 turnover game. But Steph accepting that's a whole other level of leadership. And then I think just being a humble guy. Well, being part of the team, not having separate space.
Right.
And all those things you put together and you do it every day. It's not for show.
Yeah.
It's not on the camera. This is how he functions. And that's why this team has been an incredible dynasty. Talk about roster turnover. Think of all the guys that have come through here. And he's adjusted, adapted, take a few less shots, whatever he had to do, quietly, professionally. That is why he's going to go down as one of the greatest champions, the greatest shooter, and one of the greatest leaders of all time.
No doubt. We got Chris Mullin in studio here on the Morning Roast, chilling with us until 10 o'clock here. He's here to calm you down too, Shasky. If you're hearing you talk that talk, it's a little tip.
Okay, I know Mike Tirico visited you guys a few weeks ago. He's from Bayside, Queens, just down the road from St. John's.
Hey, good Italian.
Every once in a while, take a deep breath.
Hey, jelly isn't the same without peanut butter, and vice versa.
I had that yesterday.
Yeah, see?
Before my golf game.
Good protein.
Before my tee off.
I like that multigrain. Seeded.
Peanut butter and jelly on a toasted English muffin.
That's next level right there. That's next level.
You also got to get them steps in.
That's Mully in studio with Shasky and Bonte Hill, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. We'll take some phone calls as well. 888-957-9570. A lot of roasters want to get some questions in. Fezzy Fell might make an appearance too. He wants to get in on the action. He's a little jealous right now. He wants to get in on the action.
Shorter than you bringing up Chris, Festus.
I got to bring the rock. This would be a good starting 5. We get Mully spotting up the shoot, not just grab you guys water and Fezzy dunking.
It'll be like that Altuve Aaron Judge photo.
Yeah. Hey, it'll also be blow by city.
Yeah, blow by all day long. More coming up, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. It's your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, and much, much more. Don't forget about your batteries as well. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Bonta.
Trying to. We never hit the brakes here on this show, man. We don't hit the brakes. All gas, no brakes, Willie. You got it. We got Chris Muller, the Hall of Famer, in studio. You'll see him later on television tonight on NBC Sports Bay Area as we get ready for the Warriors and the Cavaliers. Cavaliers 9-0. Best start in franchise history. Warriors rolling right now on the road. 5-0 and 7-1 overall after a very impressive win over the Boston Celtics Wednesday night. Stop number 4 this 5-game road trip. And the next 4 games are going to be a lot of fun with the Cavaliers, the Thunder, and then, of course, the return of Klay Thompson Tuesday night in Mully's favorite in-season tournament, the Emirates Cup. I don't know.
I heard a little bit on the way in.
You heard it. Hagen Banners.
But here's my
He's
thought,
going to be
Mully.
bragging about Hagen Banners.
No. No one's saying it's the end-all, be-all. I'm not depleting all resources to win really what is essentially kind of an exhibition. But that being said, if you play the game, you might as well try to win it.
Well, no question. We just talked about not who you're playing, how you're playing.
Exactly.
Right? And those games do count in the regular season, and that they're not, exhibitions. They count for the regular season, so it could mean home court or better seed. So that's true. And it's been an incredible marketing job by the league.
Yep.
That's what it is. So it's pretty much a regular season game, dressed up, and they made a lot more money. So it's smart. It's smart.
What do you think of
That's
the
what it
courts? The color on the courts. It's a
part,
little
it's
much.
part of it. You can call it a gimmick. You can call it.
It is a gimmick.
The MTV celebrity basketball, whatever it is. That's the look it has, but it lets you know it's something different.
Yeah, that's true.
It's something different. It's packaged differently. Obviously, they got some new sponsor. Was it the Emirates Cup?
Emirates Cup, yep.
They got some cash over
Got
there.
some new money.
They got some cash over there. So it's a smart marketing move. The players are happy. Management's happy. All the TV.
They're loving it.
Content, right? So everyone's happy.
I just wonder if LeBron James, the great LeBron James, will sit back one day 5 years from now. I got the 4 championships. I got the in-season tournament banner. I got that ring. Like, did they give out rings for that?
It's part of the Wikipedia bio. That's all. That's all.
Don't go there. But I would think in a season where if you win that Emirates Cup with the championship, then you go, that catapulted us or let us know, gave us confidence that didn't materialize yet.
Yes.
That may happen. But again, how you're playing, not who you're playing, and where you're playing.
Maybe for the Pacers, who made the championship game, they had a good little playoff run going to the Eastern Conference Finals. Maybe for them, it was galvanizing for a young team. It feels like a young team type of tournament to where you could really make a statement out there and put your name on the map here. But we're talking about Buddy Hield, and we had Q on yesterday, assistant coach of the Warriors, Bruce Frazier. Here's what he had to say about Buddy Hield's impact on the team.
He loves the game. He puts a lot of work into it. He shoots more than anyone on our team, including Steph, in practice sessions and at night. So he's getting volume and crazy volume. So the game matters. And that's the one thing that popped out to me right away was like, this guy's loves this game, loves the craft, and he puts time in, but he loves doing it. So it's not like work for him. And then he brings a light to the locker room with his spirit. That combination and the way he runs, I think that's another thing that now popped out is he moves. He's moving almost similar to Steph. So he's doing all this really good stuff for us. And I think the environment and the way we play fits him perfectly. He's been an incredible addition and really given us some punch off the bench with his scoring.
He started that call by saying, he didn't know what to think of Buddy Hield from afar. He didn't know about him in the movement skills and the shooting and the quick release or whatnot, but they're all impressed so far, Bully.
Yeah, and look, we've noted this several times, Bonta, on our pregame show with NBC Sports Bay Area. Over the last 5 seasons, he's made the most threes in the NBA at a 40% clip. So making shots, this is what the guy does, and it's because of his hard work, his dedication, his discipline. Any shooter, they've got the proper routine, meaning the form, the backspin, all those things that are important to being a good shooter. They have the proper amount and appropriate amount of repetition, and then it becomes muscle memory. That's anything you want to excel at. That's the key ingredients. Obviously, Buddy Hield does that. He's 31 years old. He's in the prime years of his athletic career. He takes great care of himself. And as Steve Kerr has mentioned, not just about Buddy Hield, but the entire team, a big emphasis has been sprinting on offense and defense. In turn, not only because they're playing small, that's what you have to do is impose your will on the style of play and pace of play, but also he's going to go deep. So if you're not, I'm going to ask you to play a few less minutes, give me 100% on both sides of the ball. Buddy Hield has done that. In turn, I like with this team what Steve's done, not only with the depth, every player is asked to play to their strengths almost exclusively. Now, there's going to be some matchups and things that are not favorable, but Buddy Hield, what's the best thing he does? Run and shoot. So do that. When you emphasize that, in turn, we've seen a night where he got 6 or 7 assists, throwing lobs to people.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen him getting in the lane for steals. Made a huge shot the other night in Boston. That was basically the dagger when Steph drove the lane and draw and kick. Up and down that roster. It's really rare to see this early in the season roles incredibly well defined, guys starring in those roles, and then on a given night, almost every night, 12 or 13 guys stepping on the floor, and when the game's over, you go, they all play pretty well.
Yeah.
No one really had an off night. That's really rare. So this has been an incredible start. I think, pleasantly surprised the Warriors are. But I think Steve, he was talking about this in Hawaii. I think at first everyone's like, this guy's kind of just saying stuff. Because a lot of times your thought process is, if you have 13, you don't have 8.
It's like having two quarterbacks.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, if you have 2 or 3, you don't have 1. But the difference here is I give Mike Dunleavy a lot of credit. The selection of talents, the free agents that he selected, not only do the talent fit and the style of play fits their talents, seems like the personalities fit. And that's important. That takes chemistry to another level. You can always plug in the right talent. You never really know how it's going to mesh in a locker room. I think basketball more so than, I wouldn't say more so, but it's a smaller locker room. So those personalities, if you can get the ages correct, remember we talked 2 timelines, having the age of the older guys, the proper balance of age, experience, and then the combination of personalities complement each other as well. Seems like they've got it all together now.
Back to shooting, because you're talking about he runs really well. I didn't know Buddy could run this well. Because when you talk about shooting, there are many different kinds of great shooters. Some guys have to have the ball at their hand. They want to be at the top of the key. Some guys are great catch and shoot guys. Some guys like coming off of pin downs, coming off of whatever, right? His movement without the ball, I underrated. I just didn't know. And I think his IQ of knowing where the soft spots are in relation to playing with Curry and some of these other guys, I just kind of underrated his IQ in the half court and his ability to get that shot off quickly with guys coming in and chasing on him. I think he's a perfect fit.
Well, to me, Shasky, that style of play. Because you think about the other places, maybe Indiana was more of an up and down team, but a lot of teams, they use those 3-point shooters as stationary spot guys.
Exactly.
Steve Kerr doesn't do that. Steve Kerr likes ball movement, body movement, working off screens. So in turn, that's why I said, yes, he's emphasizing running the floor and shooting threes. But the other night, he had a nice curl cut.
Yep.
You've seen him getting some pull-up twos, but that's because of the system.
Yeah.
He's not just standing in that corner, and when they help off, we'll throw you the ball.
The Bruce Bowen.
No one likes doing that.
No.
Who grows up? I used to tell people, I've never practiced shooting standing still, ever. Why would you do that?
Exactly.
So I give as much credit to Buddy Hield as I do the style of play here with Steve Kerr and the Warriors.
I keep asking Shasky. I'm befuddled as we got our boy. We're not talking defense yet, Fezzy. It's not your time yet.
I was down the street. I heard y'all talking. I was like, I got to pull up. Oh, here you go.
There we got Fezzy Fell in the building. Fezzy NBA champion Fezzy Zealy. Give him a round of applause.
Are those the meta?
He hasn't been up this early in years.
Appropriately, we're on opposite sides of the studio.
Offense, defense.
Yeah, offense, defense.
Yeah.
Bully was so good. He was feeling so good. He was talking defense. I was like, dude, we got to check his temperature, man. He talked more defense the other night on the postgame show.
When you play defense, I give you credit.
There you go. But
tangible.
I keep asking Shasky this week, how did it fail in Indiana and Philadelphia?
Incredible.
When Buddy Hield could shoot like this, you're thinking, boy, Embiid's right there drawing double teams. You have Tyrese Maxey. And they didn't even play Buddy in the playoffs. They played him for that one quarter where he went crazy. And Indiana plays up and down, the number one pace in the league, and they trade him. Like, we're trying to figure out what did those teams like about Buddy.
Yeah, I think I'll get back to style of play as the number one factor, but then who he's playing with. The biggest improvement on this roster from last year to this year has been perimeter defense, ability to contain the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
So when you do that, you're in better position. And if you're not a great one-on-one defender, if you're not getting broken down off the dribble, you can be more of a position defender and not stick out. So keeping yourself on the floor to let long enough to make those threes. A lot of times what would happen if defenses break down, and you get scored on 3 times in a row, they're going to make a sub and put a defender in. That hasn't happened yet this year. The Warriors are 7-1. I haven't seen a game where they've got, blown by consistently, and they're chasing the ball. They're keeping the ball in front of them, which sounds like the most fundamental thing in the world.
No, but it's true.
No, but nowadays it's harder than ever.
I
They're so spread out.
I'm really curious about this, Mully. This is for Buddy Hield, too. What you see from him is the ball moving. He gets great shots. With Philly, you're standing around the perimeter just waiting for this guy to go one-on-one, and then you get the ball. Is that different for a shooter? Is that different?
Of course it is.
Yeah,
I just before you walked in, Fez, I was saying I never, ever once practiced standing still, ever. Everything I did was always off the move. And then in the game, you think about it, and you're a great defender, and you're the backline defense. What you want everyone in front of you and see them. So if you're in the corner as a spot shooter, and I'm on the box now as a help, and I look you there, the whole shot clock, you're there. I didn't do anything but rest and make sure you don't get a back cut.
So true.
So I get back to style of play, the movement. We talked about Steph earlier, the great Steph Curry. What sets him apart on the court is he's as dangerous and effective with and without the basketball. And probably more without, because without the basketball, he's opening up so many opportunities for his teammates with cutting, spacing, back screening, curling. All those things makes the defense react. So when it drives me crazy. And we did it when I was at the Pacers, we started doing that, just planting 2 corner shooters. Basically, you're putting the team in a zone.
To your point,
you go boxes and elbows, and for defense, that's what we just talked about. The Warriors, the biggest, they're keeping the ball in front of them. So when the offense does it for you, and you're not moving, you're not getting as bad a shot. So I'd say with Embiid, I'm not saying why I didn't watch.
Yeah, we didn't watch enough.
I just think get back to the style of play here fits him much better, and he's doing enough defensively to not get taken off the court.
Well, those Rockets teams were so guardable playing that style where it's pick and roll, predictability. And that was Boston. We saw that with Boston the other night.
I mean, especially in the playoffs, that's so hard. But going back to Buddy Hield, like playing in this style has been great for him. If you go to Philly, I mean, that's a style where he just had to stand in the corner and shoot the ball whenever Joel Embiid didn't get a match, or whenever he got double teamed. If you talk about Indiana, this is where politics comes into play. I just felt like Indy just didn't want to play him. They didn't want to pay him. And so they have to play these young pieces, and they moved Buddy. But Buddy has been a shooter. We talked about this. He has led the league the last 5 years in the three-point attempts and three-point makes. So with that being the case, this is not new. It's just that this style of offense is more exciting, and he gets to be more effective in other areas of the game, too. You see him putting the ball on the ground a couple of times. You see him making assists to players. These are things that you do whenever you feel like you're involved in the offense all the time.
We'll be talking to you Tuesday more about Klay Thompson when he make his return, but I want to talk some bigs with Klay Days coming Tuesday. We'll give Klay some love before we leave, but the bigs, Draymond Green, Kevon Looney, Trayce Jackson-Davis, it all seems connected right now. Draymond's playing some excellent basketball.
I mean, Day has come into the season locked in. You see him, the way we talk about him being the heart and soul, the defense, all these things. You need Draymond as a leader for this team because you need emotion. We were watching the New Orleans Pelicans game, and you watch the guys on the bench, and it's not no disrespect to anybody, but you need fire on your team. You need guys to talk to each other whenever you're in the timeout. But they were just sitting there not talking to each other. After a while, this is still game 8 in the season, so it's still early in the season. But by game 20, you don't want to hear your coach anymore. Like nobody wants to hear, coach. You heard him preseason. You heard nobody wants to hear from the coach anymore. It's about accountability from your teammates. And when you have a guy like Draymond who's outspoken, when he has his leadership on point like it is, man, his game is, he's able to really help this team. And that's one aspect. But obviously, offensively, he's been incredible.
Yep.
Shooting 50%.
But that's the big thing, though. I mean, Fast is like him just taking shots. Like you saw it in the Boston game in the third quarter. They came closing out on him. He dribbled right by, threw the alley-oop to TJD, and that opens things up. Because at times last year, it got clunky 2 and 3 non-shooters and him unwilling. I live by the Nelly rule. A shot generated is a shot you got to take. And if you don't, you're going to settle for a crummier shot with lower time on the shot clock, and it's just more congested. Him taking shots, even when he's missing, opens up the offense and allows them to play combinations of GP2, of TJD for longer stretches, and they're getting away with it. And then it's opening up the floor game for the dribble buys and then the alleys, the kickouts, things like that. Like Draymond just shooting shooting a little has opened up everything. He's been so good this year.
Draymond shot 39% from the three last season.
I know, but not enough shots, I guess, is where I was
part
at.
of it was he wasn't on the floor
That's true.
a lot
That's
of the
true.
time. So, like, just having the availability, I think, has been incredible for the team so far. I think this team just looks locked in. When we talk about chemistry, vibes, all those things come when everybody's on the same page. We've talked about Steph Curry being held accountable during the game. When you have your leader being held accountable by the coach, everybody just seems to be on the same page. I will say that over and over and over. And the importance of that is when you come into the game, it doesn't matter who plays. Like GP2 can come into the game and play 5 minutes and change the entire direction of the game. These are the reasons why the Warriors are firing right now.
You played on a championship team. You tried to assemble teams as a GM. Also, you played on a ton of great teams, right? But like, how difficult is it from the executive role to piece together the right team, not just talent-wise, chemistry-wise, fit-wise, personality-wise? Yeah. How hard is it to put that together from the executive role? Because I think we sleep on the job Dunleavy's done is really, I'm so impressed.
Yeah, Mike's done a great job. And all those things you mentioned, Shasky, what it is that there's a lot of moving parts, and you try and, make your best judgment on fit of talent, trying to balance the age of your roster, supporting the veteran players with mid-season veterans with some young athletic legs and length and athleticism. And I think what gets overlooked a lot in the NBA is the personalities. And that you can't always have everything figured out as far as background and everything, and you don't never really know how 12 are going to mesh. You can say, these three. But when it does, it adds a whole nother dimension to, like Fezzi was saying, the vibe. They call it chemistry, culture, whatever word you want to use. Then all of a sudden you got something. Because what you have then is confidence in each other and trust. And when you have that, then when you hit a tough time in a game, in a season, you rely on each other. And once you have that, then you truly have a team. Otherwise, the talent will take over at certain times. But I think this team, what's so impressive is so early. They've made a considerable amount of changes to the roster. So to have their roles defined, everyone feeling really confident and comfortable with that this early in the season. How many times we watch a game, and whether it's our guys in the last few years or another team, game 60, I'm trying to find my role. Right. I'm ramping up.
Right. We're finally finding our rhythm.
When are you going to find rhythm? It's going to be 4th of July barbecue. Come on, what are we doing here? But this team made considerable changes. Right. They're only 8 games in, and they look like they've got everything figured out.
Third quarter against Boston, they took a blow across the cheek, and they bounced right back.
Well, they were down 7, 95-88, and Steph Curry comes up with a big steal. I'm talking defense, Fez. He comes up with the big steal on Derek White, and it sparks a 16-3 run for the Warriors. So we see the 2 games. The Houston game was impressive because Draymond fouls out. Pods ends up fouling out after scoring 3 big baskets down the stretch. Steph's in street clothes. They went in overtime, relying on Jonathan Kuminga's athleticism and his ability to drive to the basket. Then the other night, you're down 7 in Boston. They're raining threes, and they were able to bounce back, and they dust off old man Lou Dog.
I mean, you know this, Mully. Like the winning 20-point, 40-point wins, like these are not character defining because anybody can feel good whenever they're having these blowouts. When you have those moments where your team lost momentum and you're able to gain it back, you see that against Houston Rockets. They lost momentum. They looked like they were running away with the game, up 20, up 30. And then all of a sudden the team comes back and it goes to overtime. What do you do in those moments? Jonathan Kuminga comes up big, scores 6 of 8 points in overtime. And then you go against the Boston Celtics away on the road. You're getting booed. The fans really into it. Derek White comes out into the game, hits the first 3 threes. The crowd's really into the game. What happens after that? Call a timeout, regroup, get back in the game. And so these are things that you see, and it's not just happening from the stars. You've seen it from the bench. Yep. Bench is coming in. Buddy Hield is hitting threes, running around, throwing assists. GP2's coming in, getting steals. Kyle Anderson came into the game last time, hit 3 threes.
Heat check threes.
Listen, what's going on?
Slow down teams.
That gets back to Shasky, what you saying on a given offensive possession, figuring out, is that the best shot our team's going to get? Kyle Anderson knocking, those shots are going to be there every night.
Yep.
For Draymond, Kyle Anderson, Loon, GP2.
Yep.
He's getting a lot
now,
of
you don't
back
have
cuts.
to take them all.
Yep.
But you cannot be reluctant to where that your defensive man is exclusively a help defender. So if the shot that's yielded is better than any shot that Steve Kerr can draw a player for, You need to take it and knock it down.
Let's be talking the whole time here.
We
Huh?
just be talking.
No commercial breaks.
No, we just had a commercial break. You came through the commercials. But let everybody know, man, you can tune in to Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And don't forget about the great Celebrity Pickleball Bash coming All-Star Weekend, February 15th and 16th at the iconic Warfield Theater. My man Chris Miller's going to play. Make it Fezzi out there.
You need a sub?
Yeah, you need Fezzi out there.
Are you going to be ready by then, Molly? You'll be ready by then?
I will be, yeah.
Oh, I thought you needed a sub.
Why we happen every day.
Hey, Hunter Pitts is going to be out there. Your boy, Terrell Owens.
Fezzi will be there. Fezzi will be there. He don't miss anything.
Iconic Warfield Theater. You don't miss anything. He didn't miss this. He was like, yo, I'm pulling up. Wait, I'm not pulling up.
I was having FOMO, man. I was coming from across town. I was like, I see my guys talking offense, defense. I was like, they need somebody over here to talk defense. Come on.
Hey, we talk about podcast-itis. Fezzi's got the bug. Fezzi's got it.
Speaking of radio-itis.
Molly was on the podcast. What are you talking about?
Cameron, I want to know about this. What's up with Killer Cam? Did you have fun on that podcast?
That was a blast, dude.
Yeah?
Strictly spontaneous. I was in town for the Warriors exhibition game in Vegas. Me and my buddy Rich Calcaterra went out to dinner. We're walking back to our room.
Mm-hmm.
We see a nice Sirius XM studio. A bunch of people come running out. Yo, would you come on our show? I'm like, yeah, who are you? Yeah. But then I did know I knew who they were. Yeah. Cam and Mace, two Harlem guys, and yeah, so I had a blast. It was fun. And I think. I mean, if you test me, I probably do have podcast-itis.
You got it. He's got the bug.
What's crazy
now
is...
Here I'm at 8 a.m. I'm driving to a radio studio.
You're driving to the station. You don't get up until 10 o'clock.
Molly, you have Mace in your playlist? That's crazy. I would not expect that.
Of course.
Come on, man. That's amazing.
Now, Comcast Business Text Line, they want to ask this, and I know the answer to it before 424. Fezzi, they want to ask Mully, man, he's breaking down Warriors and NBA hoops. We think Mully should be an NBA coach ASAP. You don't want those problems, right, Mully?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Right now, the way my life is,
you don't like
low maintenance, like one email a day. Phone rings, I maybe pick it up. When you have a real job, you can't do that. 11, 12 tea time.
God, I'm jealous.
I'm good. Unless one of my really good friends is either running a team or, I'm at the point where I'm 61 now.
Mm-hmm.
It's who I work with now. Like we talked about how you're playing, not who you're playing.
Yeah.
It's the other way with
I like that.
Spending your time. Who you're spending your time with.
I like that.
Would you coach Fezzi?
Well, that coach, no, that's not in the stars for me right
Defensive
now.
coordinator, let's go.
No, I got a couple calls when I retired, got a couple calls, but no, I wasn't in the stars.
Fezzi,
but some of those calls were out there in the East Coast by you, Mully.
Okay, but if you do, don't let them label you a defensive coordinator because every rule favors the offense.
That's fair.
So just be a coach. Don't be a defensive coach. No matter what you do, people are getting buckets.
As we have realized, though, defense can also lead the offense. So I could be both.
Oh, no question. No question. You could have a good defensive night and give up 145.
This is just a preview of our pre- and post-game show behind the scenes. Offense, defense, offense.
That's why we're across the table.
We're going to talk a lot about this next week. Tuesday's Clay Day, the return of Klay Thompson, four-time chap, 3-point sharpshooter. He's playing well with the Dallas Mavericks. You played with Klay Thompson. You spent time with him in Africa over the summer. Feels like he's in a great headspace. We won't get into how he left or whether the team, all that stuff. But just to see him happy and getting buckets in Dallas, it's a good thing. He loves basketball again, apparently.
I mean, Klay Thompson, one of the questions I asked him is, what do you expect this season? He just said joy. Like, I just want to go back to having fun playing the game. And for Klay, that's a dangerous Klay for the NBA. If it's a guy who's just coming out there, just focus on getting shots. And then you have Luka and Kyrie breaking the defense down, kicking it to Klay on the corner. That is incredible. So it just seems like that's a great, perfect fit for what Klay Thompson brings to the table. And I've called this from the beginning. I want to see a Warriors-Dallas Mavericks playoff matchup. Like,
I get it.
Like, I want to see
got it a couple years ago.
All the splash people going crazy at each other.
You might get it.
I mean, Kyrie
cousins,
and Klay
brothers.
with Luka.
With the way the Warriors are playing, you may see Phoenix and Kevin Durant. You may see Klay Thompson Tuesday night, but I think it'll be a celebration for Klay Kashaska. We've taken a lot of calls.
Absolutely.
The rhetoric has been a little nasty, but I
He's
think
one
for
of the
one
greatest
night,
players to ever put on a Warrior uniform. 11 will be in the rafters. There'll be some sort of a statue. I don't know if it'll be all of them together. I'm not sure how they're going to break that down. I mean, he's in a way, he's like the Dwight Clark of the Warriors in terms of how people relate to him and love him. He's an all-time legend.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things we talked about. Steph on court, excellence, very similar with Klay Thompson.
Absolutely.
You know, one of the most dynamic shooters of all time. Easygoing.
Yes.
Look, this guy's a Hall of Fame player. And I remember years ago, Steve Kerr said he's not low maintenance, he's zero maintenance. Zero. So easygoing, Southern California. I mean, the guy did everything the right way. He really did. And did it with joy. I think he let last few years let people into his life a little bit more, right? But he's true to himself. You know, he's not one of those guys trying to be on media. Clay's just Clay. When you talk to Clay, you know exactly where he's coming from. You know what he's feeling. Fezzi would know better than me. They were teammates. But I've watched his entire career. I think he's done it with class and grace and dignity, and has played at such a high level, still playing good basketball. We talked about Bonte all the time. You know, his last year, he averaged 18 points per game and shot 38% from the three.
Those are career numbers for most players.
Okay, so
that's a max right now for a lot of people.
We've just talked a lot about.
Look at Emmanuel Quickley's numbers.
Yes, we would put a roster together. You know, it's who you're playing with, who's beside you, what combinations you're with. Now, don't get it. You know, there's no confusion about the impact he's had on this organization and his impact when it's all said and done in the history of the NBA. So that's what's going to be celebrated. That's what should be celebrated. Anything else is just
noise.
It's just what do they call it?
Unnecessary.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
Let's leave it at that.
I'm sure.
Sir, fast five. We're running out of time. You guys got podcast-itis.
Say if you test me, you get basket.
How about that for a surprise, Shasky? How about that, huh?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I gotta quit. I'm gonna do both of you guys. Rapid fire. These are our final thoughts. Rapid fire. Best pizza in New York, Mully.
John's Bleecker Street.
I'll second that because he told me to go over there.
Best pizza locally.
Joe's here in North Beach.
Let's go. What about you, Mully?
John's Bleecker Street.
That's Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at Horomar on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Don't forget, buy your tickets at the CelebrityPickleballBash.com. $49 Celebrity Pickleball Bash at the iconic Warfield Theater, February 15th to 16th, All-Star Weekend. Mully, Brady Chastain, Hunter Pitts, Terrell Owens, more people. Jalen Brunson, Anthony Anderson, Eric Decker, Mario Lopez, and many other celebrities. Again, CelebrityPickleballBash.com. Tickets start at $49. Fellas, thanks so much for dropping by the studio. See you guys in a few hours.
Maybe me and Bonte over there,
Maybe we'll get Shasky down the TV.
Shasky.
Hey, Shasky, come join us.
I've been waiting for the call. I'm ready.
Get you on the telestrator? Break it down?
I'm like Austin Slater. I'm always in the batter on deck circle.
You're always on Do Not Disturb when I call you, man. You
That's
never pick
BS.
up.
That is.
You're in the bullpen? You need the golf cart to drive you in?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Guys, I'm
ready.
I'm parked illegally. I just
I'm
came
one
out.
phone call away. So the off-ball room.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up.
It is not Steiny and Guru, baby.
Yeah.
It's Spadoni.
You can't
and
shut up
Guru.
today. We got 4 hours, baby.
I'm so excited.
Monterey meets Union City. Yeah.
Really Pacific Grove, but we'll claim Monterey
Pacific
too.
Grove.
All right, PG.
That sounds so ritzy.
PG, 17-mile drive, Guru is where I
look
go.
at
Come
you.
on.
My man.
Let's go.
And it's payday.
Let's go.
For some.
Some of us got paid yesterday too.
That's how mine's gone.
Already?
Yeah.
Down the drain?
It's how I'm living hard, man.
Damn, was it that Ravens-Bengals game last night, Gil?
Oh, none of that. Yeah.
Okay.
What happened in that game?
No
Ravens
defense.
ain't winning nothing. Sports, man.
Already?
They
Ravens
win.
are done?
Their defense. Come on, man. Lamar's incredible, but come on. Miss me with that D.
He's going to win MVP again, which is incredible, and we can get
Do
into
it
that.
in the offs.
All right.
What up,
Hey,
Spadoni?
What's up, man? How we doing today?
I'm fired up. The Hall of Famer Chris Mullin just left. Good God, Festus is tall. I hate taller people when they're taller than me. I'm like,
He's a basketball player,
But dude,
dude.
he is tall. And they had a great show, Bonte and Shasky, and we're going to make it happen. We got so much to look forward to.
There's so much happening right now in the Bay. We got Cavs, Warriors, Snipe. We got the best team in the Eastern Conference now, record-wise, going up against the Dubs, who have not lost on the road today.
5-0.
5-0. 3:30 coverage of that starts right here on 95.7 The Game. You're home for Golden State Warriors basketball. Willard and Dibbs will have that for Warriors Live. And then we got tip-off at 4:30 with the great Tim Roy. But until then, we got a massive football game going on here, too.
And it's kind of gotten lost because they're coming off the bye. But you were 4-4. And Spadoni, I text you last night. Hey, Spadoni, I got an idea. Good deal. Give me 4 reasons why they're going to fix the season and 4 reasons why they won't. 4. Yeah, look at that, guys.
Number 4. And I'm looking at this game right now, and you're getting your best player, not best, defensive player,
Go
best
ahead.
special teamers, best offense. No, you're getting your best player back in Christian McCaffrey. Kyle Shanahan spoke to media yesterday. He expects Christian McCaffrey to make his season debut this Sunday in Tampa Bay, Daryl the Guru Johnson. What does that mean for the San Francisco 49ers team and their outlook for the rest of the season? I want to ask the fans at 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Xfinity. Check that. The Comcast Business text line. Also hit us up on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I'm Joe Spadoni. That's Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're here till 2 o'clock getting you ready for Niners. And we can talk some Warriors too, because yesterday, Goo, there was a lot of belief from the callers at this station. There was a lot of belief from Dub Nation.
Love it.
Calling in, feeling great about where their team is at with Stephen Curry, with Buddy Hield, with Draymond Green, with Jonathan Kuminga. There is just so much belief in that team. And I'm going to shift it now to the San Francisco 49ers faithful, as we like to call them, or should I say lack of faithful? Because I don't think there's a lot of faith in this 49ers team right now from what I'm hearing or from what I'm not hearing from the fans. I'm calling out the fans today.
Okay,
What is your belief in this 49ers team right now? 4-4, second half of the season. Where you at? 888-957-9570, Guru.
Yeah, I'll tell you where I'm at. I'm scratching my head, and this is the last straw. And when I say the last straw, Spadoni, obviously this season hasn't gone the way that the Niners would like, but we've seen this movie before. A Kyle Shanahan coach team with the Niners, 3-4, 3-5. They rebound, get back, and then they go to the NFC Championship game or the Super Bowls. What's different about this one is you're missing your Steph Curry. That's who McCaffrey is. So to me, shout out and rest in peace to Bob, but the hope is now that you get the chef back, thank you. Now that you get the chef back, you take off and your offense becomes, do I dare Spadoni say prolific, or you fix what's ailed you in the red zone. And I'm sorry, a guy with the gravity like a Christian McCaffrey, I do understand a Niner fan saying, okay, this is it. But if this doesn't jumpstart the offense or the team, then, Spadoni, this will be the first time, I believe, since 19, outside of the injury-riddled year in 20, to where you were like, you know what? This Niner team this year just didn't have it. Because if I go real quickly, standings, Green Bay's sitting 6-3, and they're the last wild card. So those are 2 more wins than the Niners currently have. And right now, through my, if I go goo ways, Right now, you got to get to the dance by winning the division. So your margin of error is as thin as a guy losing his hair. You have to win this Sunday, Spadoni. And you just do.
And you have two of the hottest teams in the NFL within your own division ahead of you in the standings right now. The Rams technically tied at 4-4, but they have the win over you already. And the Cardinals at 5-4, they've obviously won against you too. Both have won 3 straight. And the Rams, all of a sudden, they got a revamped defensive line.
Stafford, man.
I like Stafford, what he's doing.
Doesn't?
He's been there and done that with Sean McVay. Obviously, Kyler Murray's been to the playoffs, but Jonathan Gannon, head coach now in his second year over in Arizona.
And they beat you already.
And they've beaten you. So, listen, it's going to have to be within the division, but it's not like I'm not scared of the Rams. I'm not scared of the Cardinals or the Seahawks. Like, they can win this division. And then, you know what? I will say this. In the NFC, I get the Lions have looked good. I get it. They haven't been there, though. They haven't been to the Super Bowl.
They had their foot in your ass last year in the NFC Championship game. I got you.
And then they crapped their pants.
Yeah, they did. But Spadoni, bad coaching aided that too. But I get your drift.
I mean,
but don't you think the Lions are more like great Mexican food? Don't you think they're more seasoned than they were last year?
I guess, but like they lost their best player on defense, Aiden Hutchinson. And that's going to matter come playoff time to me when you're going to be playing more smash mouth football. And that's going to be the thing with this 49ers running game in the red zone, Goo. Having a guy like Christian McCaffrey back, that's got to give confidence not only to the rest of your team, to your head coach and his play calling abilities and Kyle Shanahan, but specifically for Brock Purdy. Like being able to have that guy next to you, it's got to give him a sense of relief, not only in the passing game, but in the run game.
Man.
You got JP Mason, who's questionable now.
AC joint.
Yeah. But Gorendo, I'm not really like, he's been pretty freaking good.
But we've never seen Kyle use 2 ponies. He always is a one-trick pony to where I got my guy and I'm going to ride him. So there's two, I always say, Spadoni, there's 2 scoreboards, right? Let's be honest and put the right on the table early. There's going to be a scoreboard if McCaffrey's able to go, how much Kyle uses him. And then there are going to be riders, men and women waiting in the weeds to kind of, you did too much or you did too less. So I can't wait to see what his usage rate is.
What's coming up in the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Also brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Spadonian for Steiny alongside Daryl the Brewer Johnson. I'm calling out the faithful. Where are you at? What's your belief in this 49ers team right now? Second half of the season starts, and you're getting your best player back in Christian freaking McCaffrey this Sunday against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We're breaking it all down all day right here on 95.7 The Game.
We'll see.
scurry little jump, and look at the follow-through. Perfect location. Your guy, Bateman, with the go-ahead touchdown.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Spadoni in for Steiny alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. That was Kirk Herbstreit last night on the broadcast for Amazon Prime Video alongside Al Michaels. And Lamar Jackson, he is like Steph in many ways, where it's just like, how did he just do that?
He's not like Steph Spadoni, but he's spectacular. He has no rings. I love Lamar. Do it in the offs.
Okay.
Yeah, come knock on Goo's door. I went third person. Do it in the offs. But real quick, it's Payday Friday. You and I haven't done a show together.
I didn't say he was, by the way.
I want the people to know you got a show, the more pregame show every day, but gun to your head. One movie to watch.
Jesus.
What is it, Spadoni? Mine's Shawshank. Redemption.
Honestly, for a long time.
One movie.
Saving Private Ryan. I love that movie.
Wow.
I can turn that on. That movie could be on at the beach scene if they're in France, like just get into France when it's raining in the little village. It could be wherever. I am just going to watch that movie with
Hanks
Tom
and
Hanks.
I went to the same college.
Really? Oh, Chabot.
Yeah,
That's right.
Gladiators.
Hey. People sleep on Tom Hanks in the Bay Area.
Yeah,
like, he's our guy. We claim
doubt.
Tom Hanks.
Put some respect on his name.
Robin Williams, R.I.P., we claim Tom Hanks here in the Bay.
Great Robin
The
Williams.
East Bay, by the way, specifically, because he was a big A's fan and big Raiders fan. Tom Hanks. I'm also...
Private Ryan, okay.
It's either that or Jaws. Jaws is classic, right? Come on.
You just ruined it. I mean, you kind of knew what was going to happen.
What?
Fish in the water, watch out. Come on, man.
That's the first summer blockbuster.
Come on.
You weren't scared when you saw that as a kid, Goo?
But you can't just keep watching it and be like this, like Friday. I could watch it forever. That is, Jaws is like, all right, there's a fish in the water.
Richard Dreyfuss, Robert Shaw.
He's great.
It's
They're
some of the
great.
all-time. It's Steven Spielberg's first big blockbuster.
But it can't be redundant. I can't have it on repeat is my point.
I picked 2 Spielberg films, but I think people assume my last name. I'm Italian. I would have gone Godfather or Goodfellas.
I would have went Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction's a good one.
One of the greatest movies ever made.
I love Quentin Tarantino. That's not my favorite Tarantino movie either. I think I'm going Inglourious Bastards or Django.
Oh, all great.
Django.
He's been quiet lately. They all have.
He said he wants to only do, and we'll get back to the Niners here in a second. He said he wants to
I
only
dare
do.
the Bob to come in here. I'm playing.
You got beef with the Indian?
No, that's my guy.
No, he wants to do 10 movies, Tarantino. That's what he said. So he's on 9, I think, right now. He just finished Once Upon a Time in Hollywood a couple of years ago?
Oh, great
He's got
film.
one more.
That was great.
One more.
Yeah.
So
Stella, I can act Spadoni.
There you go. Dave in Pleasanton, we'll get to you in a second. 888-957-9570. The Niners get back in action this Sunday against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who are coming off a really disappointing loss in Kansas City, a game where I felt like they probably should have won.
And they looked like they were legit, though. How about that? Shout out MC Hammer. They looked legit. So we'll see, man. I thought this was kind of an easy game. No receivers. Baker Mayfield's found a home. They're physical. I cannot wait, Spadoni, just to see the impact of McCaffrey if he's back. And it looks like he is. The usage rate, but Spadoni, it's an S. Spadoni, the rat on the table is, what's up with this Niner defense? McCaffrey, as great as he is, doesn't play on that side of the ball. Duh. But can they right themselves, man? Because if they can't, and you can't stop the run, Spadoni, this could be a year to where, man, Kyle and company and Sorensen, this is his first year being defensive coordinator. I mean, the point of attack is everything. And I just think of Armstead and the guys I wanted to run out of here. You lost Hargrave. Spadoni, right now, their defense is not their strong point.
Well, that's the thing about this team. You can poke holes in a couple places. They haven't played one full game of complimentary football. Like 3 phases dominating all 3 of them. They never do it with special teams. The offense, if the offense is going, the defense lets it up. And then the Cowboys start getting back into a game.
Had no business with that ball, with the possession and a possible chance of the lead.
Hell, even the Patriots game, there was a little moments where I was like, are they really trying to screw this game away to Jacoby Brissett and Ramondre Stevenson?
Man.
Like, what are we doing? So it's been frustrating on a multitude of levels. But to your point, Nick Sorensen, his first year, they get rid of our guy Steve Wilkes because, hey, he's not part of our system. And they bring him in here, and Sorensen's been a part of this system now for a couple years. And it's just been kind of, if Nick Bosa's not doing anything, and he's been pretty damn good this year, and I'm expecting a big performance from Nick Bosa this Sunday. But Fred Warner's been amazing. But if it hasn't been Bosa or Warner, Guru, it's been, Like, Leonard Floyd was supposed to be their big acquisition. What's he done this year?
Yeah.
Like, can you think of one play that he's made this year where it's like, wow, Leonard Floyd?
No, and I think that's why he was available and on your team and wearing new threads. No shade at him, but I'll back up to Bosa. Dude, this dude looks like Hercules, right? I wouldn't dare fix my mouth to say he's having a bad year, but I'm sorry. I put him in the Reggie White, the Strahan category.
I mean, he's a DPOY.
No doubt about it. And I don't feel like he's playing up to that standard. Now, some will tell me, and I remember we had Baldy in here a couple weeks ago, the roast did, and I'm like, are you a product of who else is on the line? Or if you're Billy Badass Spadoni, does it matter? Can you get home? And the reason I bring that up, I don't know if you've been watching the old ball coach, John Gruden.
What's he
can't stand the stat or the new stat of quarterback pressures. And he knows more football than I ever will. But Spadoni, pressures matter. And Bosa's doing a lot in that category. But as far as being just super destructive and disruptive, I feel like there is another level for Bosa to get to. And I know it's hard for him without Hargrave, but you think he's had an okay year?
Well, I understand the sack numbers aren't great. Like, that's at the end all be all. You're a defensive end. You get the quarterback. You're looking at TJ Watt. You're looking at Myles Garrett. You're looking at Max Crosby. Hey, Bosa, I'm expecting you to get more than 4.5 at this point. That being said,
4.5.
I thought he'd have a lot more help with Leonard Floyd heading into the season. And Yetur Gross-Matos, who's been hurt. I don't know what you're going to expect out of him. Hargrave gone doesn't help. Obviously, Eric Armstead, I think that's a big acquisition that's no one's talking about this season. The loss of Eric Armstead, specifically in the run game, Guru. And I know.
I wanted to run him out of town. Sorry.
Because he wasn't available. He'd be hurt. But you miss him right now. Yeah. Like, I think we can say that. And Nick Bosa, he was a product of a lot of good pieces around him. Not saying he wasn't deserving of the DPOI when he had that season. He's still top 10, top 5 on most weeks. But I get it. The sack production's not there. But it's a lot more than that. It's the tackles. It's the run game. It's the pressures, right? It's the tackle for losses. Yeah. And I've seen the usage rate go up with him, which is kind of a double-edged sword. Yeah, we're seeing more Nick Bosa, but we're seeing a diminished Nick Bosa as the game goes along because he's had to play more and more snaps, and he's not conditioned to do so.
Wow, that's right? Interesting, yeah. And I had that on my list, too, something you had mentioned real quick here, Spadoni, about 4 reasons why they can turn their season around or go on a run.
We'll get to that. Guru's 4 reasons.
Okay, all right. But you brought up Brock Purdy, and we're all watching him go through his football puberty, right? Do you think, or what are you looking for on the Spadoni cam in regard to his growth without McCaffrey? Because I got to believe there's been some. And now that you get him back, it's like going to a fight, Spadoni, with your big brother and your uncle. You know, you got backup. I'm just wondering, and Brock hasn't been bad, but he hasn't been stellar. Are we about to watch 9 more games with McCaffrey, assuming he's there, of him just like, oh, this is, now I remember how easy it was. So there's had to be, because he hasn't been bad, Brock. But I'm wondering, I expect Sunday, if 23's out there, everybody, including 13, to be better at their job.
Well, it's interesting with Purdy, right? Because as soon as, the Ayuk injury happened and Debo was hurt and Kittle, it's just like, all right, you want to be a franchise quarterback, Brock? We're going to pay you next year. You know what Tom Brady and Peyton Manning always did? Elevated lesser talent around them, right? That's what they always did. Who the hell was Eric Decker or Julius Thomas before Peyton Manning, right?
Yeah, right.
But we're starting to see a little bit of something with Brock lately with Ricky Pearsall. Now
I like what I've seen from Ricky.
That is the thing for me that I'm going to be looking for. That connection with Slick Rick Pearsall with Brock Purdy. It's the PP combination. Purdy and Pearsall.
Yeah, you got kids.
Come on, give me a 4. Come on, give that to it's a Friday. Come on.
No doubt.
No? Too soon? But that's what I'm looking for right now because you don't have Ayuk. And yeah, we'll see with Christian McCaffrey. I know what we're going to get with McCaffrey if he looks like the McCaffrey of old. And that's going to be the question, right? Like, is he going to be playing more gingerly? Is he going to be playing like, you know what? Instead of forcing my body for a couple 3 or 4 more yards.
Which he does.
Am I going to go out of bounds instead? Like, that's a thing. Like, so I'm looking at that connection with Ricky Pearsall, with Debo Samuel, with George Kittle. George Kittle's been the best tight end in football all season long. So we got to give Purdy credit there as well.
He's been their MVP this season, George Kittle.
Absolutely. And in the last 2 years, by the way, because Kelsey's been kind of up and down, although he looks like the Travis Kelce of old the last couple weeks. So that's what I'm looking at with Brock Purdy. Can he start elevating this other talent around him even more so than he already has? And I think Christian McCaffrey if he looks like the McCaffrey of old, is going to help with that even more. I want to get to some of these calls, Goo, because we've got some calls out there. 888-957-9570. What is your belief level in this 49ers team as they start their second half? Let's go out to Dave in Pleasanton. He wants to join in the conversation. What's going on, Dave? You're on with Spadoni and Goo.
Fellas, what's going on?
Talk to us.
Perfect time for me to jump. It's a perfect time for me to jump in on this topic. You know, we all know the Ravens just released Ngakoue, and if there's anybody that can turn him out for the rest of the season, we got the man to do that job. And especially since Leonard Floyd is not producing, I think that's an easy pickup and a smart one.
So the Ravens waived Yannick Ngakoue, who's obviously been kind of a journeyman up to this point. He's bounced around to a few different teams. I know he's been on the Colts. He was on the Raiders for a little bit.
Are you desperate? Are the Niners desperate to try anything and anybody? I'm asking, but
I just saw a team in the Ravens that looked like they can use some help on the defensive end, and they got rid of this guy. So what does that say about Ngakoue at this point?
I'd call that a red flag.
Right? So, sure, you want to just throw a claim out there and go bring him in there. How much does it cost you? Probably not that much, I guess, but it's not like it's going to be the end-all, be-all for me. I'm looking at a guy that you signed to be the number 2, Leonard Floyd, to step up. That's what I need to see,
so
Guru.
It's kind of funny because I love it. You got the Italian stallion. You got your chest out, and somebody just sent this on the Comcast business text line. I'll just throw this to you, Spadoni.
What's up?
Are you really mad at Floyd, or are we overlooking what Wilkes had to go through when his unit was deemed ineffective? Had a great Super Bowl, but why are we not hearing... Or if Floyd pulled up on us like Festus and Mully did on the morning roast, would he be like, maybe I'm not being used correctly? Just throwing it out there, not telling you that's how I feel, but Spadoni, why are we not hearing Sorensen's name and the job or the report card he's been doing?
You don't think we've been a little hard on Sorensen? You think he's getting skating by a little bit?
Compared to what Wilkes had to go through, yes.
I feel like Wilkes specifically, it was the one play that really got fans pissed off.
And Bosa didn't like him though.
And
Bosa took shots at him. Let's put the rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco.
That's a good point.
Okay.
I don't think the player heat on Nick Sorensen has been there, but is that because Sorensen is viewed as their guy because he's been within the system and Steve Wilkes was always an outsider? See, that's these little subtle things in a locker room I can't speak to. And then there was the whole booth and sideline thing with Wilkes last year. That just seems stupid.
Well, that was Kyle throwing him under the bus too. So again, maybe I got my answer.
And so maybe Kyle learned his lesson and he's not attacking Nick in the media like he did last year with Steve Wilkes. Maybe there's been some growth from Kyle Shanahan to that point where he's not attacking his coaches. Hell, he's even protecting his special teams coordinator, Brian Schneider, who's been awful.
Yeah.
This guy stunk.
He's
sticking by this guy.
Be worried.
When's the last time there's been a positive special teams play with the 49ers, for God's sakes?
And you can make an argument it lost in the Super Bowl.
Yes, absolutely. That play did lose them the Super Bowl. Steve Wilkes was the best coordinator in that Super Bowl outside of Steve Spagnuolo. So yes, to your point, should there be some heat on Nick Sorensen? Sure, I guess. But it comes down to the players at the end of the day. I'm almost kind of tired, Guru, honestly.
Tell me how you feel.
About blaming the coaches for just a lack of just something that I'm not seeing from the players. Again, I put more of the blame on Leonard Floyd because throughout his career, whether it's been in Chicago, whether it's been with the Rams, whether it's been Buffalo last year, he's been a double-digit sack guy.
Okay, then we need to talk to
it's not rocket science either.
Who brought him in? John Lynch. Yes. You know what I mean? So it's kind of almost bigger than the player itself. And I'll say this, thoughts and prayers to Mooney Ward and his family. But
so sad.
If you just follow the little nuggets or tidbits, and tell me if I'm reaching, because I'm a tourist to bull. I'm a lover, not a fighter, Spadoni, so I don't get out of bed trying to steer stuff up, even though some people say that's what I do.
I'm a Gemini. They don't like us.
The game against Minnesota, after the fact, when Mooney Ward said he likes to follow the top receiver for other teams, and I'm paraphrasing, and to me he was signaling it kind of throws him off, or he's not at his best when he was doing it the way that Sorensen was having him do it. He's not Bosa, but could that have been somebody, a player, yelling out, or not for help, but kind of telling you, I got somewhat of a little bit of a problem on how I'm being used? Now it went under the rug, they moved on, but they've yet to really get their traction. So I just bring that up because I'm wondering if that was this year's version of Bosa, but because Mooney Ward doesn't have the gravitas that Bosa does, it didn't hit or stick. But I do wonder, if we talk to Mooney now, would he say the same thing about how? And I bring that up, Spadoni, all because of scheme. But Leonard Floyd, I can't defend you like Johnny Cochran. God rest in peace. But come on, man.
Well, it's a good point. Again, yeah, defensive end and corner, I think it's just so much different when it comes to schemes. Defensive end, you're just trying to go get the damn quarterback. Like, I don't care how you do it. Like, I don't know if you've been watching the NFL films or they've been posting about it. Max Crosby and Von Miller and Cam Jordan. The Sack Summit, they're calling it, which is a hilarious name, but we won't get into that. Sick, yeah. But they do that in Las Vegas or wherever, and they all get together, all these guys, and they go over all their different moves, all their different stuff. It's iron sharpens iron. You get the best of the best. So that's what I'm looking at. It's not rocket science when it comes to that thing. When it comes to Mooney Ward, like, yeah, there's zone, there's man, there's shadowing, right? I remember Nnamdi Asomugha when he was in Oakland, right? He just took up half the field when he was an all-pro there. He just knew, hey, he's covering the left side, no one's touching that. When he had the
I wonder where the ski mask is he used to rob the Raiders. But
yeah, that's a good,
bad,
or the Philadelphia Eagles. He was the dream team, right? He was ever since he left Oakland, he was horrible. But he's winning in life, right? Is he married to Kerry Washington? So God love the guy.
And I thought they were divorced. Another L for Goo. Go ahead.
No, they're doing good.
Yeah.
But for Charvarius Ward, and it's not looking like he's going to play this week. Is that what we're seeing?
Some
I know
whispers.
The loss of his daughter.
Official.
Like, just take all the time you need. Just so tragic and so damn sad.
No, we're fathers, man. Just think about that.
So, like, I could honestly, I could not even imagine what he's going through right now. So, all of our friends and our family and all of us are thinking of Charvarius Ward and his, obviously. But yeah, to your point, like, there is some Nick Sorensen here that, maybe he does deserve to get a little bit of the blame, but there's going to be some moments and opportunities coming up here, especially against the Bucs, because I do think a lot of people are sleeping on this Bucs game. I understand there's no Mike Evans. There's no Chris Godwin.
Oh, those are huge.
But their offense looked pretty damn good against the best defense in the NFL.
They were a decision from not going for 2 away from maybe winning and beating Kansas City on the road.
And Baker Mayfield, I know you've had his number in the past, and you remember Bosa saying, Baker.
That's what
he's looking like Baker Mayfield like at Oklahoma.
Now,
he's looking incredible. The swagger's
and I was
there.
a big fan of him.
I love Baker.
Oklahoma. Now, I will say this, from a Bucs standpoint, their offense, if they were able to keep Chris Jones at bay and score in that environment without that weaponry that you talk about, Spadoni, I mean, conventional wisdom would have you thinking they're not shaking in their boots, the Bucs offense going up against this Niner defense.
No, absolutely.
You gotta believe.
I think the Bucs are the more desperate team out of these two.
Yeah, 4-5.
Like 4-5, and they're looking at their division. They've already gotten swept against Atlanta. They feel like that's slipping away, and that's a division that everyone thought was going to be the Bucs heading into this year.
But they got some sexy wins, the Bucs, on their
they do
on their resume.
They haven't played
They beat the Lions.
They beat the Lions. They've played every team against other than I think the big stinker they had was against the Broncos. I want to say when Bo Nix had a good game against them.
I love the Broncos unis right now.
Oh,
anyway,
really? They should just go back to the 90s, right? Like, I don't know what they're doing. I don't think much of Bo Nix, to be honest, but their defense, I think, is real, although they just got their asses kicked against the Ravens last week, so I don't know what to make of them. But the 49ers, I don't think, are the more desperate team out of these two, and it's going to be an early start, but you're coming out of a bye. And by the way, I was looking into this, It's pretty interesting. This is going to be their only 10 a.m. start, East Coast start the rest of the season, because they're going to Green Bay and they're going to Miami, but those are going to be late afternoons.
What about Buffalo?
In those games. Buffalo's a Sunday nighter.
You're right. Wow.
So this is the only one really where it's going to be are they going to be foggy coming out of the break? Are they not going to be?
I do wonder the body clock, how much that matters.
Like, that used to be a thing, but I think in Shanahan in his era for the 49ers, they've been pretty buttoned up when they go to the East Coast. And obviously he started his career coaching there with Tampa with John Gruden, as the guy you mentioned. All right. We got a caller, Guru, that's usually on with the morning roast.
Uh-oh.
It's Tony in Oakland. Tony, how you doing? You're on with Spadoni and Guru.
Good.
Oh, hey.
Don, I can't believe Jaws, and what else do you like? That weak Tom Hanks movie.
Whoa, Saving Private Ryan? That's America right there, Tony.
What kind of paisan are you?
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God. But anyway, but this is what we could do. We can win. The linchpin. This is the Niners linchpin, and it's John Lynch. I didn't know anything about this boy, but I happened to look him up for a second. This is the hidden gem of the whole thing. This dude, he's got the stuff. He was, You know, he was with Tampa Bay as a safety, and he was with Stanford. He was all pro. And what is he doing? He's sitting upstairs like Billy Bean. Well, and you know what happens is Shanahan got him there. So Shanahan, I got the inside take on this, lords over him just the way he lords over Purdy with his foot in the locker, right? We have got to kick Shanahan upstairs in a room so he can think of the plays and put Lynch. I mean, yours, get your brother DeBartolo to tell you. He'll be able to. He's a true Italian. He can feel this stuff out. You have got to get Lynch down on the field. He's got the stuff. Look how he gives it to the players. And you know what? This is the way it works. It's like the Copernican project, right? The Copernican, we go around the sun. We have a wobbler right now in Shanahan. We have to go around the sun of Lynch. And, you know, you said that you were Gemini. This is the whole mystery. Those twins within you, anyway, when you get with that sun spark, but I won't go there now. But anyway, this is how we can win. Get Lynch down there. Someone has to be listening to this.
Wow. I'm listening, Tony.
What? Well, see, this is the problem of most of humanity. They can only look at each other as objects. Oh, you're wearing this, or you're wearing that. They can't feel whether someone's got the right stuff and they've got the rod in them to be able to take us into battle. But Lynch has this. Doesn't anyone else see this?
Tony, marry me.
Thank you.
I snore. Marry me, Tony.
Oh, that's a walk-off.
She
That's
said
Tony.
no.
She didn't know what to say, Goo.
Wow, you had Tony speechless, Goo. That's impressive.
Goo. Oh, no.
I got turned down.
Oh, no.
Dude.
You got to have the rod in you. That's what she's saying. You got to have the rod.
I ain't Italian.
That's all right.
Oh, boy.
Taurus the Bull.
I'm hurt. I was waiting on it. Yes. She was incredible.
Did you get any of that? So she wants John Lynch on the sidelines and Kyle Shanahan in the booth.
No, I'm calling. Hello, 911. This is Guru. I'd like to report a drive-by. It was Tony on Spadoni. She said private. Boy.
Hey, she was not a fan of Tom Hanks. I'm fine, but she said she didn't think I was a paisan. Apparently, that's fine. You know what? It's fine. It's all right. You know, Jaws is a great. Are we all like? Am I taking crazy pills here? Jaws
is all time.
It's one of the greatest movies of all time.
Sam, what do you mean?
We literally have summer blockbusters because of Jaws.
It's the first ever summer blockbuster.
Fish is in the water.
You're gonna need a big
Watch out. Come give me something else. Shawshank Redemption, Pulp Fiction.
Guru, it's not so much about the shark, it's about the tension. That's what makes that movie. That movie is about tension and mystery and fear and corruption. The shark is just a part of the equation.
I guess I'm judging Spadoni on his answer. I don't like it.
I'm gonna bring it all back here because it feels like Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, they're all going on a boat right now in this second half. All right. And that Super Bowl trophy, that Lombardi is the shark right now. And they have not been able to slay it. They haven't been able to get there, Guru. They've been taking on water up to this point. And I'm curious because all week long, and I know we're up against it, we got a break here in a sec, and we'll get to it on the other side. This belief in the Golden State Warriors through 9 games is pretty incredible. And the 49ers have been there multiple times throughout these past few seasons, more so than the Dubs. But is it because the Dubs have had a championship under Steph? Is that the big equalizer? Wow. The 49ers have been so close multiple times, and yet the belief is not there with this team, even though they're just a half game out of winning the division. So we'll pick this up on the other side, Guru. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. Plus, tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. It's Spadoni in for Steiny alongside Dale the Guru Johnson on 95.7 The Game.
What kind of paisan are you?
We don't care who plays. We just like the challenge.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
God, I love Sparky.
Gosh, he's a legend. Real quick, Spadoni, if I could.
What's up?
I'm so excited, and you know when I get excited, I do a lot. Norm, my father, said hello to you.
Hey.
Told me, he's in the car, slow down. So I'm doing too much. It's payday Friday. I'm excited. So if I've been going I'm slowing down right now, Spadoni.
I think we're just both excited. Listen, I usually host the pregame show Monday through Friday, 5 to 6 a.m. So I'm talking to myself a lot too. So I just talk and talk and talk.
Right.
So I need to
He didn't say you. He said me.
Okay,
but okay.
But you know what?
Can put yourself in it.
I'm going to be a good leaner.
Shut up! Hey, Pops, that wasn't to you. Right.
I'm going to be a good leader right now. I'm going to take ownership. Even if I don't need to, I'm going to do that and say, you know what? I could be better too. Because that's what a good leader does, Guru.
Dude, I
take
like
ownership.
that. Yeah.
All right? What's the leadership right now with the San Francisco 49ers? Who's leading this team in the second half? Who needs to be the leader on offense and defense? Or we're already seeing it with Fred Warner, because I have no doubts about what Fred Warner is. Like, I will take that guy on my team any single day of the week, Guru.
Yeah.
But it comes to the offense now. And Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey is going to make his season debut this Sunday against the Bucs. Who needs to be this team's MVP in the second half for them to take that next step, win the division, and try to go on a run? Because I think for a lot of 49ers fans, I don't know if they should feel this way, but I think some of them do. Still Super Bowl or bust in their minds.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Should expectations be shifted at all with how the season's gone, though? 888-957-9570.
No, I'll just say no to that, because you got the answer and the gift under the Christmas tree that is McCaffrey and his presence. Now, if he wasn't coming back, Spadoni, then I feel like, you know what, Niner fans, you have the license to alter your opinion. But the fact that you just asked me and Niner fans who needs to be the MVP, it's 23. So he can't come back. Maybe he can, but if he's 65, 70%, it's not like an iPhone charger. You can tell with your battery, oh, I'm at 73% left. We'll never know, but we can see if he's that stallion. So I think it starts and ends with him. And we talk about the red zone issues. We're not used to that. Niner fans are not used to that. But Spadoni, this game is bigger than just the Bay watching in Tampa Bay. The football world is watching, I believe, to see if McCaffrey is up and running, how close he is to his old self, and if this offense can get back to being somewhat prolific. Because if it can, I believe teams, even Detroit, are going to look around and be like, here they come. Here they come. This is the team. Oh, it's November. Kyle's in his bag. But could you imagine if somehow McCaffrey comes back and the offense is still somewhat impotent? Then you'd be like, oh, we got problems, because I don't think the D is going to be better than what we've seen. Hopefully I'm wrong.
Do you think there's a fear factor element with this team still with the 49ers that the rest of the NFC is still?
There's no doubt.
Really?
There has to be. Now, if McCaffrey wasn't coming back, then no. But you just did it. Arizona, Detroit, all good team. Rams. Who are the Niners really scared of to where you could say you got to go up there and win? And if it happens to be Detroit, it would be the first time in that dome. But Spadoni, the Niners are the standard. They've earned that. Can they get hot? This is going to be different. Right now, I think we could bet, Spadoni, they're not going to be the 1 seed or the 2 seed. You know, I feel confident in saying that. So can they do it from the 5 or wherever they're slotted at? But, man, if this dude, C-Mac, is back to being C-Mac, watch out.
It's just so many unknowns with this season so far, and it got off to such a weird start. Like, if you're not using the past as a template, I just don't think you can look at the team this year and being like, oh, yeah, people should still fear us. I get it. Christian McCaffrey is amazing. He's the offensive player of the year. He also hasn't played all season long and is dealing with an injury that doctors call a ticking time bomb.
The Cadillac.
Bilateral. Achilles tendonitis.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not good. So, like, I don't know what to make of this team right now. And I think that's why, teams like the Lions, teams like the Packers, like, I don't really think they're fearing this team right now. Even if they do, go on a little bit of a run, quote unquote, or they win the division. Like, if I'm the Lions, I'm be like, okay, yeah, I got Amon-Ra St. Brown. I got Jared Goff, who's an MVP candidate. I got Sam Laporta, who hasn't done much, but I know what he can do. Wow. I've got Jahmyr Gibbs. I've got all these players still that, you know what? Your defense hasn't been amazing. Leonard Floyd, who? Like Nick Bosa? Okay, yeah, we can handle him. I just don't think there's that fear factor with the San Francisco 49ers right now. Can they change that? I think it needs to start in Tampa. Like you win that game, you win. And I'm not saying you have to win it handle. Like there's no. Last year there was two scoreboards, as you like to say, Guru. Right? It's like you can win a game, but you need to win the style points.
Okay.
Right? Like I think we were going into that game. I was filling in for Shasky last year on the Morning Roast, and Bonte and I were talking about that Cleveland game, and I was like, yeah, you can't just beat Cleveland. They're starting PJ Walker. You need to destroy them.
And they lost.
And they lost that game in the elements, in the rain. And I think, get on this Ken or Sam in the back, I think there's going to be some elements in play potentially on Sunday, which would make things even more interesting. Because what do we know?
I thought it was going to be hot.
Well, it's hot and it could be raining.
Oh,
that's the East Coast, Goo. As you know, in Florida, humidity.
Purdy with the wet ball, that's a thing something to write home about.
Exactly.
I didn't know it could be some precipitation.
So if we got some meteorologists out there, 888-957-9570. I don't think Bud in Oakland is a meteorologist. Well, we'll ask him. Bud, what's going on, man? You're on with Spadoni and Goo. What you got on the Niners?
Hey, I'm more like a mad scientist than a meteorologist, man. Hey, Goo, I just want to say, one of the worst ways of being let down is not even getting a response at all, man.
Man, I'm still dealing. Yeah, no doubt. I appreciate you. I'm going to return the ring.
Hey, Spadoni, and with a name like Spadoni, I'm going to do my Steiny impression. Spadoni. A name like Spadoni, you wouldn't have to guess if you're an Italian. But listen, fellas, I got a question, So as a Raider fan, and I think you are a Raider fan as well, Spadoni. We know how the season unfolds for us every year. I mean, all we can do is, have our season on a hope and a prayer, and we compete, but we know we're going to get the short end of the stick because the league hates the Raiders. But my question to the Niner fans is, every year the Niners has had consistency for the last 20 years, and I mean from the hierarchy chain all the way down to the kickers. They've had the same consistency across the board. Is that worse for a fan base to have the same consistency and put out the same production every time and not get it done, as opposed to a fan base who's just getting trashed every year? I mean, as a Raider fan, we take all the grief, but I think it's worse as a Niner fan to sit up here and build your team up every year and have consistency for 20 years or plus and can't get it done. What do you think about that, fellas?
So it's basically the old, it's better to loved and lost than never have loved it all kind of thing. You get so close, but you get your heart broken a couple times, Goo, or you'd rather just be in the cellar. I think you would rather take, getting to the mountaintop multiple times, even though you fell back down, than just being a dog bleep organization.
Oh, no doubt about it. And that's why my partner Steiny and he really doesn't know me and it hurts. And he thinks I'm just the end all, the be all guy. Now, Kyle hasn't won the Super Bowl. Fire him. Well, no way. Do you know how many teams would love to have 2 Super Bowl visits in the last 5 years, 4 straight trips to the NFC Championship? We can have a conversation about, okay, why are you not getting it done? But my goodness, Steiny, Spadoni, good Lord, $1 for every time I call you Steiny. Spadoni, every time you bring up the Raiders or Dallas, even the Niners, who actually haven't had that parade in almost 30 years, that's Macbeth version in sports. You know what I mean? That's a long ass time. So to his point, I would never want to get used to, not having a chance at all. I would take the Niners. I would take the Buffalo Bills model all day, every day.
Right. And it's just like, the fan base is spoiled to an extent, and I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah.
Because you've had so much different revolving doors, if you will, around the quarterback situation. You invested all this draft capital in a guy named Trey Lance, who ended up being one of the biggest busts in NFL history. By the way, your Dallas Cowboys should probably start him. They need to start him over Cooper Rush, by the way. See what you got.
They still got action, though.
Yeah, we'll see. Right. We'll see.
We'll see.
But you did that, and it was such a dumpster fire, the Jimmy Garoppolo experience. You lose both of those quarterbacks, and you luck into an MVP candidate in Brock Purdy.
So it wasn't a dumpster fire, though. You had the best cologne for your mess up.
But it's not that easy, is what I'm saying. Okay. We're a couple years removed now from not 1, but 2 Super Bowl appearances, and now the sky is falling because you're 4-4. Listen. You're half game out of your division. The sky isn't falling. Yeah. You got back your offensive player of the year in Christian McCaffrey. What's his workload going to be? What do we think it should be? 888-957-9570. I seem to think of this Guru, if he gets cleared to play and he's 100%, he's got no pain, throw him out there, give him 20-plus touches. Wow. I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care. You paid this guy to be the workhorse going forward, and I understand that Kyle Shanahan heading into this season was like, yeah, we got to limit his touches. We can't be giving him 300 plus, 200 plus, whatever the amount of touches he got last year. We can't have that. Well, now you kind of have to, because JP Mason has never had this kind of workload before, and we're seeing it now. He's hurt. Isaac Guerendo's a rookie. I'm not trusting him going forward.
But you haven't rode him hard, though. So would it be negligence knowing that your thoroughbred has got some nicks and bruises to try to, my Cadillac, if the tranny light is coming on, I'm not pushing it to 100, Spadoni, because it might go. I mean, is that negligence that you don't use Guerendo, who has shown flashes throughout the season running the rock? Would there be questions on why you gave McCaffrey his regular workload on the first day back at the job is my question.
Well, because you need him to. Like, that would be my answer. Like I'm sorry. Like, if the doctor tells me you're good to go, and I'm sure Kyle Shanahan will say the same thing when he speaks to media later today. The doctor says he's good to go 100%. Hey, go in there. And I don't know if 100% is going to be the right word. Who's 100% at this point? But the guy hasn't played in an NFL game since the Super Bowl.
Bilateral tendonitis.
Achilles tendonitis. Yeah.
So you know what time it is in the field and what we do, the world, the jackals, the media. Can you understand, Spadoni, if I'm looking at Kyle like he's almost in a no-win situation in regard to if you use him like you normally use him, and the one thing you can't control is him getting hurt. If he got hurt, people would be like, Kyle, why didn't you?
It's ridiculous.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
Okay. Hopefully we won't have to go down that road.
If Christian McCaffrey gets hurt this Sunday, knock on wood, that does not happen. I'm not going to be here and saying, Kyle Shanahan, how dare he give him 10-plus touches in the fourth quarter.
Do you think there'll be some of that noise?
Yeah, because people just like to hate things. People just like to hate Kyle Shanahan because he hasn't won the big one, because he's quote-unquote arrogant, because he gets labeled all these things. The fact of the matter is, he is the best coach not named Andy Reid and probably Sean McVay.
I was just, okay.
Listen, I understand the Mike Tomlins, the Jim Harbaughs of the world, but Kyle Shanahan's imprint is on his team more so than those other guys when it comes to the offensive side of the ball. It's an offensive-driven league, and this guy is one of the best in the business. And Christian McCaffrey is one of the best running backs the game has ever seen, and if he's healthy and he's ready to go, I'm going to have the training wheels off, because the last thing you need, Guru, is a guy that's second-guessing himself on the field.
That could happen. We don't know what's going on.
That's how injuries start, though. Right? Like when I'm playing and I'm thinking about it and I'm not cutting with the way I should be cutting, or I have to think about, should I go out of bounds? Should I go down here? Should I slide? Like, as soon as you start thinking about that, you've already lost as a player. So I'm assuming it's going to be 100% ready to go, balls to the wall, Christian McCaffrey this Sunday. And I don't even think that's a hot take. I think they should just feed him the rock as much as they possibly can. Get him involved. Get all that rust off.
Wow.
888-957-9570. Stephen Vacaville has some thoughts on Christian McCaffrey. What's going on, Steve? You're almost Spadoni and go.
He's easily going to get splits with Guerendo. Guerendo's young. And so he has to just get up to speed. Yes, he's rusty, but, if he has, 2 or 3 sets of third downs in a row, he's in there for 9 plays, I'm pretty sure Guerendo will probably take a series or 2. So I just think that, yes, Kyle's very good at having a bell count. Almost every year, other than the Devontae Freeman year with Atlanta Falcons, he's had pretty much a bell count that's always touched the ball 20-something snaps. But people break down. Wow. So I definitely see a split.
Yeah.
All right, that's Stephen Vacaville. He thinks they're going to split the touches between Guerendo and Christian McCaffrey.
And if it were me, and if it were up to me, and this is just game one, and I'm a scared sports fan, I'm not ashamed of it, I think I would do that. Not give him 9 carries, but 15 to 18 maybe, just so we can live another day, get another week. And maybe that week won't help what he's got going on. And maybe I'm wrong and we're going to see 25 to 28 touches. But you mentioned something earlier. I don't know how much time we got, Spadoni.
We got 10 minutes.
Okay, so
but I do want to mention, Guru, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You mentioned something earlier that hit me in the cardiac. And I've told Stoney and anybody that'll listen, I feel like I could do a case study on last year's Niners offense and what I deem its ineffectiveness in the playoff games against Detroit and Green Bay at home. Okay, I feel like I can go to the chalkboard and make an argument that you should have lost both games. You had 7 points in both games at halftime, at home, with a healthy McCaffrey, with everybody there, with Greenlaw, with Armstead. So where I'm driving this bus to, Spadoni, is, are we so shocked or sure right now that injuries are the reason that the Niners are 4-4? And again, I do know they're missing McCaffrey, or I'm going Prince Rogers Nelson. Is this just a sign of the times to where last year we saw attrition, we saw a healthy Niner offense kind of not explode at the most inopportune times? So I want to say now, the problems in the red zone are really because of no McCaffrey, and the problems on the defense is because Armstead and Green. But in reality, if I go to that whiteboard, I feel like if we really hone in, maybe because what maybe have this thought is you saying teams aren't scared of the Niners. And maybe it started last year when Green Bay came in here and Detroit came in here and put a foot in your ass for a half.
No, it's a good point. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. No. But like, has the league caught up to the Kyle Shanahan offense? Now we'll see, because Christian McCaffrey, I cannot understate this. This guy is a difference maker on all three levels when it comes to offense, when it comes to the running game, when it comes to the passing, when it comes to the trick plays. Every single thing this guy does changes everything. There was a reason why the 49ers were a overtime period away from winning the Super Bowl last year. Christian McCaffrey was a major part of that. But that being said, even with him in the lineup against the Lions last year, against the Packers, against the Chiefs, and those are all pretty damn good defenses. The Lions maybe not as much. But even then, their offense just didn't look good. Has the league caught up to them? Has it been injuries? Has it been a culmination? I think it's a culmination of multiple things. I think the Kyle Shanahan offense is pretty widespread throughout the NFL now, whether you look at Sean McVay, whether you look at Kevin O'Connell, whether you look at Clint Kubiak, Zach Taylor, when you look at all these different variations, thank you, and they took a big fat L yesterday on Thursday Night Football. You look at all that. You look at just the fact that they've gone to the Super Bowl multiple times. They've gone to the NFC Championship. Like, has anyone shocked this team had a bunch of injuries? That's just what happens when you play a lot of football.
So the wear and tear.
Yes, you see it with the Warriors, right? You saw it with the Warriors when unfortunately.
The reason they lost, you're right.
Klay Thompson got hurt. Kevin Durant got hurt. That wear and tear is a real thing, and you see it year in and year out. There's a reason why only few teams have that sustained amount of excellence. What the Kansas City Chiefs are doing right now, trying to three-peat, is almost unheard of.
Yeah, no doubt.
But they've had a lot of injuries, right? But they lost Rashee Rice. They lost Hollywood Brown. They've lost a bunch of guys. Oh, and by the way, let's just bring in DeAndre Hopkins. Travis Kelce.
Kareem Hunt. Hey, what are you doing? 24-hour fitness? Come on, join us.
Which is kind of ridiculous. He just looks like the Kareem Hunt of old, which is just the Kansas City Chiefs. They're just another team.
They're the standard right now.
It's just gross how good they are and how much respect I give them. I don't want to give them respect, but they've earned it. Where is that respect with the San Francisco 49ers? I'd ask Niner fans. Like, haven't they earned a level of respect within you as a fan to give them the benefit of the doubt somewhat that they can get this thing figured out? 888-957-9570. Because there is still part of me that believes, hey, they get in the dance, they'll have a chance. That's right. You get in there, you have just as much action as the Detroit Lions or the Green Bay Packers or the Philadelphia Eagles.
I'm feeling that.
Right? But if they were in the AFC, maybe I'd feel a little bit different. But the fact that I haven't seen another team in the NFC kind of take over and win since the Rams gives me a little bit of hope if I'm a 49ers fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was well said. If this offense doesn't take off with McCaffrey coming back, then Spadoni, you got bigger problems. And maybe it started this offseason with Ayuk and Trent. Not saying that's why you're 4-4, but that was sour. That was a sour experience. And then you see Ayuk on the turf. He's done, which is just, we won't even talk about that because I don't think he'll be back week 1 next year.
No.
I can't believe he couldn't prove to people, even if he had to, that he was worth the contract. But Spadoni, all you got left on my bingo card, if I'm a Niner fan, is, okay, our Steph Curry's coming back. Watch out, NFL. And if this offense continues to be pedestrian, I don't know what you have. I'm no longer afraid.
I'm cutting you off real quick because you got mad at me for comparing Lamar Jackson to Steph Curry, and he just compared Christian McCaffrey to Steph Curry right there.
For this offense,
Jackson stinks.
Stop.
I miss you, buddy. No, but for the gravity of this offense.
Please. You're getting mad at me for comparing Steph to Lamar.
I think.
Stop. Just check yourself real quick, is all I'm trying to say, all right?
I am confused right now.
All right?
No, the McCaffrey, this offense is McCaffrey-centric.
Yes.
But he is not a quarterback. Okay. McCaffrey, he's the running back.
But
when you bring up Lamar and call him Steph, I got a problem.
He's the most important player on that offense. Wouldn't you say this? Or is it Brock Purdy with the 49ers? Like, that's another thing with all this.
No, it's Lamar with ball. He's everything, even with Henry.
But with Christian McCaffrey on the 49ers, what I'm saying, Goo, like, do you look at him as a more valuable piece than a guy like Brock Purdy?
Yes.
Is that a problem?
We're going to find out.
Okay.
But 4-4, I'm not blaming Brock, but this is what I'm telling you. Are you going to look me in the face, Spadoni, the Italian Stallion, or anybody out there driving and listening and telling me Brock Purdy doesn't look better at his job because he gets to hand off or throw to McCaffrey?
No, he does. But
come on, that's a big, big part.
I think in a weird way, and I think a lot of people, if I ask this question at 888-957-9570, who needs to be the MVP for the 49ers this second half? I think a lot of people will say Christian McCaffrey, because that would mean he's healthy, he's explosive, he's dynamic. I think it's got to be Brock Purdy, because I can't count on Christian McCaffrey to stay healthy the rest of this year. I can't count on Ricky Pearsall to make another huge jump. I need to worry about my quarterback, because when push comes to shove, what happens in the biggest moments? It's Patrick Mahomes making a play to Travis Kelce. Man. It's Matt Stafford making a play to Cooper Kupp. It's, Tom Brady making a play to Mike Evans. I need Brock Purdy to be that dude in the second half. And right now, let's just put the rat on the table.
I was about to ask you, what has he been through 8 games to you on the Spadoni meter?
I'm doing what I'm comparing to what I've seen from Brock Purdy last season and the season before that, where he was an MVP candidate. He's been pretty mid. He's been pretty okay.
Right.
I need more of what I saw last year, Guru. And I think
you are now that he has his best weapon.
But the fact that he needed his best weapon back kind of signals, and that's a conversation we can pick up maybe on the other side. Tom Brady could lose a guy like maybe a Randy Moss, but he could overcome that.
But that's so unfair to use Brady as and I get where you're going, but
I need him to be the dude, though, if I'm going to pay him that much money, right? Well, Christian McCaffrey, him losing it. If Patrick Mahomes lost Christian McCaffrey, you know what? I still have faith that he could elevate Kareem Hunt off the bench for
I know we're up against it.
Right?
I'll just go here with that.
Is that unfair of me to ask?
No, it's not. But Dak is the highest paid quarterback in the game, and he's not even in the category of those two dudes he mentioned. My point is, Purdy can get his money and still not be those dudes.
All right. 888-957-9570. We're not quite up against it. I did want to play this cut from Brian Baldinger, who joined the Morning Roast on Tuesday. Our guy, 95.7 The Game Insider, Brian Baldinger, talking about what to expect from Christian McCaffrey when he comes back.
I don't know, Joe. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if he knows. I see where the window's open to start practicing, because his whole game, any running back, but especially him, his whole game is explosion, whether it's 2-foot cuts, explosive cuts out of your zone cuts, in traffic. His whole game is explosion. And so can he get the explosive feel back in his legs? Can he do what we saw him do the last 2.5 years in San Francisco, where he's the most dynamic player in the league? Like, if he loses that, what does he have? Is he just a good back, or is he still an elite back?
And that's Brian Baldinger. He doesn't know what to expect.
He doesn't know, maybe. Talking about the player.
Right? So it's going to be very interesting to see what this game looks like. God, I love the NFL. It's so good.
It is. Sports, man.
And I love the NBA, too. And we got a doozy today. Cleveland, this is for you. We don't want to say that. Right? That's tough. But the Warriors and Cavs getting back in action today. Tip off at 4:30, but 3:30. Join us for Warriors Live. Will and Dibs will get you covered. And then the great Tim Roy, who will actually be joining us today. Tim Roy, voice of the Golden State Warriors, right here on 95.7 The Game. 1 o'clock with Spadoni and Guru. Cannot wait for that. And there's maybe a little bit of an announcement happening with the Golden State Warriors today. We'll stay tuned on that. Maybe around 12:30, give you all the news and notes surrounding that. We had Mully, we had Festerson earlier.
Yeah.
We got Clay Day approaching on Tuesday.
I got turned down by Tony.
You know what? It happens.
Hurt.
You're the California Casanova. You're good, dude.
Used to be.
Oh, no, you still are. All right. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And by the way, Guru, picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year is magical at the end of the tides. Special midweek rates start at just $159 per night. Book your escape now into thetides.com.
Yeah, Spadoni's black.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ancestry.com disagrees with that. I thought maybe I'd have like that 1%. Right. Nah, 0. Yeah. Just 100% white.
That is too funny.
Spadoni in for Steiny alongside Dale the Guru Johnson. Goo, you just had just a take real quick on D'Angelo Russell's hair because we're in the studio, and we'll get back to the 49ers and the Warriors here in a sec. But D'Angelo Russell, you don't like you're not a fan of the blonde?
Maybe if you just cut it all off, you might be quicker or faster and get to the cup. Good God, you can't do it all. What was the guy in Orlando? It looked like he had a mop, and he ended up cutting it off. What's my guy's name, Ken?
Alfred Payton.
Oh, my God. Let's Ken for the win. Dude. That had to be 5 pounds of hair. Like, cut it off, man.
You'd never go blonde like Joe Burrow?
Nah.
No?
Or Kuminga.
No?
Yeah. I don't know what Kuminga's got. He got blonde, black. I don't know.
Cisco?
Nah, that ain't me.
What was that? We got an alarm going on in here. Oh, we got a fire alarm going on right now.
I got nervous. That's what they got to go.
Am I supposed to let this just go, or am I supposed to speak over it?
I don't think this is in the manual.
It's not in the manual. Oh, man. 888-957-9570. We got a fire alarm happening here at the 95.7 The Game studios. I think it's going to be a, it is what it is. But instead, I'm going to play them sound here real quick because we got this going on in the background. Greg Cosell joined Willard and Dibbs earlier this week, talked about how Christian McCaffrey changes this offense.
Oh, I think it's significantly more open. I think it starts with the pre-snap movement. There'll be a lot more. I mean, they're a high motion offense to begin with, but I think with McCaffrey you can do even more. And then just simply the fact that the run game is better because he's, a great runner. So I think and the pass game element, obviously. So with the motion and the pass game element, I think there's a much broader playbook for sure.
And here's more from Greg Cosell talking about something he's learned about Juwan Jennings, who is also rejoining this 49ers offense.
Well, I wouldn't say I didn't know that he had it in him because I remember doing him and evaluating his tape when he came out of Tennessee, and I really, really liked him as a player. What hurt him was the fact that he ran something like a 4.74 40, so right away that dropped him in the eyes of scouts, evaluators, and coaches as someone who, hey, really good player, physical, competitive, tough, but how many 4.74 wide receivers play in the NFL? So he's not a surprise to me because he was in the SEC and he was a really, really good receiver, super competitive, super tough. His game's obviously not built on speed, but that's okay. I mean, there are very few receivers whose games are truly built on speed. So he's always been a physical, tough competitor who can work between the numbers, and he's with a team who the foundation of the passing game is working between the numbers.
See, I prefer that voice of Greg Cosell over the one that just, blasted our studio here with the fire alarm. But I think everything's okay here. Just precautionary. They're just doing some drills. And we're okay. You know what? Joe Shasky likes to say, pivot, don't panic.
I like that.
And that's what we did there.
Shout out, Joe.
We go to the calming voices of a Greg Cosell. And you know what? He's excited about this offense changing with Christian McCaffrey. And why shouldn't you be?
Yeah.
I mean, this guy was the offensive player of the year last year. I think Niners fans...
And a touchdown machine.
Yes. We just don't know what we're going to get from him.
I'm sorry. That's again, this is scary. And I can't believe Spadoni, the offseason, when I heard it was a calf, then it was Achilles, I was like, Steiny was making fun of me. You worry too much. And we have not seen that man as great as he is on the football field. And you're right. To hear that Baldy sound talk about he might not even know. Because, I mean, you ever seen a horse kick up dust and take off and all that dust is left behind because it's so powerful? Yeah. That's how McCaffrey is when you talk about those cuts. And I got that from Baldy. But it's everything. And watching him in practice, I know that's not the game, but at the end of the day, Spadoni, you got to believe McCaffrey wouldn't put himself in harm's way if he didn't feel better. You know what? If that makes any sense, like he wouldn't. I know Durant did it, and I'll never forget that for the Warriors. Oh, they go, he's faking. He's trying to man, well, and it blew. So hopefully nothing like that happens.
It's just one of those injuries that it's just. Have you even heard of this injury before it happened with Christian McCaffrey? No. Like, I've never heard of something like this where there's that much wear and tear on the Achilles that it's a, quote, ticking time bomb that it could just go at any point, but he feels fine right now. It's something they just have to manage with
But what
pain.
about when he gets tackled and 300-pound dudes are laying on you? You ever watch a quarterback and he's hurt and you're like, you don't even watch where the ball went. You're like, did he get up?
Yeah.
Tony Romo days for me. Did he get up?
I mean, Joe Burrow yesterday was taking some shots.
That dude's
like
a tough
that guy.
SOB.
He's very tough, and he just kept getting
But
up
that's
and
the
up.
part of this that Kyle and John are going to be like, even Trent Williams, like, are you okay?
About 6 minutes. Actually, check that. 5 minutes. We got the four things that Guru has in his back pocket that gives him faith. It gives him belief. Fourth thing he believes in with the San Francisco 49ers.
That don't give me faith.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Gotta have faith. George Michael, come on. You gotta have faith.
He had a beard. He had a beard game before. He started it.
Hey, it's almost George Michael's season after Thanksgiving because Last Christmas, the greatest Christmas song of all time. Wham, baby. Let's go. Last Christmas, gave you my heart. No, you don't? No, go? No.
If I hear it,
okay,
that wasn't it.
Right. Well, a couple weeks we'll play it. All right.
Shazam!
There you go, Shazam. Not Kazam. Shout out to
Have
great
you seen
Shaquille
that
O'Neal.
show with Jamie Foxx? It's
No,
called
what is it?
Shazam. They just play the music, and you got to get, people beat us. Like
Jamie's been laying low a little bit.
Well, no, he's on here, and he looks weird. I'm like,
no.
Let me be quiet. Yeah.
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. 5 minutes. We got the four
Jay
things
Fox.
to believe in and not believe in when it comes to San Francisco 49ers. Something that's been just a miss this season, though, and it goes back to the quarterback. And I'm not some Brock Purdy hater. I don't want that to come through the airwaves that I have this vendetta against Brock Purdy.
Though.
No.
You're fair.
No. He just hasn't had a great season, I don't think. He's been solid. He's been okay. I just don't think he's been great. Great was last night. What I saw from Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow, that was greatness.
It was incredible,
What I've seen from Jared Goff has been great at times. I don't think Patrick Mahomes has been great this season. He's been solid, kind of like Brock Purdy. It's interesting how both quarterbacks that played in the Super Bowl about 6-8 months ago, they've just been okay. But the 49ers passing game just has not been good, Guru. I don't think it's been great. I think it's been injuries. It's been George Kittle, and then what else?
You think the O-line's getting a pass?
I do think the O-line's been getting a pass. I don't think Trent Williams has been his best this season.
I wonder if his, I think 3 seasons in a row, all-pro, I'm wondering if that's in jeopardy.
We'll see. But he's been like, the thing with Trent Williams is he's so good still that he's been better than most, but better than most isn't good enough for Trent Williams.
But then why the problems in the red zone when you can't just say, hey, we're running right behind 71? You know what I mean, Spadoni?
No, it's a good point. And here's Brian
I feel like
Baldinger.
We're on Star Trek.
USS Enterprise.
Captain.
Pivot, don't panic. Brian Baldinger on the 49ers needing to improve the passing game.
I'd like to see the passing game, pick up. They've thrown 10 touchdown passes in 8 games. I think that has to improve. I mean, on pace to throw 20. They need, but I think if they're really going to make a run in the playoffs, like they got to finish the season after 17 games at 30 touchdown passes. Like their passing game has to pick up, especially the way the run game has been and their play action passes off it. I think the passing game and finishing these drives, we talked about it all year, red zone, whatever. Like it has to result in touchdowns. And, if touchdown passes, I believe you got to be up around 30. I think if you're going to be in the playoffs and if you're going to make a playoff push.
All right.
Man, I love Baldy. You got to be around 30. They got 10.
Right now, like the 49ers passing game, I feel like is the big issue right now. So that's great that Christian McCaffrey's coming back because I think a lot of people are using him and seeing him as like, oh, the running game. But he's so much more than that, Guru. He's Weapon X.
Oh, man.
He's in the passing game. Like, I truly believe if Christian McCaffrey was just a slot receiver, he'd be the best slot receiver if he put all of his attention doing that. Like, he's that damn good. Like what his brother's doing in Washington, Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah.
Even more than that. Like, and he's been pretty damn good as a rookie coming out of Rice University alongside Jaden Daniels, the other rookie there. So, yeah, the passing game is what I think is going to be elevated even more so. And just think what it's going to do for a guy like Ricky Pearsall.
Oh,
just
man.
having that action, too, and the looks that Pearsall's going to get.
Every single player on that offense, Spadoni, and that's why I chose to use the Curry label on McCaffrey, the play action pass, the stress on the defense. You can line him up out wide, McCaffrey. All that comes back into play. And that's why, as excited as I am for the Niners and Niner fans, you're honing in on, okay, Spadoni, if this spark plug doesn't work, which we think it's going to, then what do we really have? then there's real problems in Niner Central.
Well, again, Brian,
this is it.
Brian Baldinger on if Christian McCaffrey can't get back to his normal form.
I mean, I'm not here to, put a black cloud over this thing, but it could be doomsday if he can't get that. Like every running back, I'm watching Dalvin Cook in Dallas. Like it's been done. It's been done for Dalvin. He's been a great player in this league, but it's over for him. Ezekiel Elliott, it's over. Like these guys lose their explosion. Like if McCaffrey can't get that elite stop-start quickness of his game, if he can't get that back, is he going to be just another back that, we just talk about the old days? Which is, again, we're not trying to be doomsday like Brian Baldinger said there.
Give me a double.
But this is what happens with running backs.
Right.
Like this is like, unless you're Derrick Henry and your game is just predicated on strength and size, like this is what happens. Marshall Faulk, who's my guy? Sean Alexander. You can just go on, the list goes on and on and on. I know Adrian Peterson, Eddie George, like the wear and tear, and then there's a drop off. That's what happens.
No, and oh my gosh, just hearing that it's real. There's no hate. There's no shade. And what concerns me again, Spadoni, is the fact that this kind of happened out of nowhere. He didn't get hurt after week 5 or week 6 and 25 carries on a Sunday. He was basically resting this whole offseason, and those Achilles were still barking.
And he got paid, too. He was the priority. He was the priority.
In the middle of the night.
Don't get it twisted.
But you understood that, right?
Well, sure, but I also understood why when we were talking about contract negotiations, stuff like that, when it came to Brandon Ayuk, why he would feel some type of way. It's like, okay, this guy's already under contract. You made him a priority over me. My contract, I need to get paid. I'm not paying on playing on this 5th year, but that's a conversation for another day. Right now, Goo, I want to do some not quite 4 up, 4 down.
Look at him.
The belief. They're called the 49er faithful. That's what the fan base is called. And Guru, he's got some faith in this team. He's got 4 things that he believes in and 4 things, he might not believe in when it comes to this 49ers team in the second half. Goo, take it away.
All right, it's Kyle Shanahan, the boy wonder, and he's owned in his career the month of November, especially under the Niners as head coach. And that gives me just ultra confidence that this is a nothing burger. They'll take care of Tampa Bay this week. They'll take care of this month. But they'll do it with the resource of having Christian McCaffrey back.
Okay, that's your number one thing?
That's my number one thing.
We're doing this on the go here, so we got to. It's not official unless we play the number 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Love it.
Steve
number
Stone.
2.
What's the number 2?
Brock Purdy going through what I told you is football puberty and just basically finding out what he can do, what's difficult without Christian McCaffrey. Now you got your big brother in the backfield on the offense, and now I got to believe come Sunday at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Brock Purdy's going to drop back and operate this offense like, holy hell, I'm done with the difficult stuff. Not going to be easy, but I got my guy with me. Let's go. Touchdowns galore.
Number 3.
Number 1, Shanahan. You got faith in him.
The month of November.
Number 2, you got Purdy getting his horse back. And what's number 3?
Number 3.
The fact that they know the margin of error is over. You are not right now primed to get in as a wild card, I don't believe. And one more loss is probably Saran in that regard. So I think Kyle and company know the losing's over. We got to get hot. We got to run some off, and I think that starts this Sunday. So the margin of error being as thin as a mint, Spadoni, is my third one.
Okay, and these are 4 things that Guru believes in this 49ers team in the second half. And stay tuned, because he got 4 things that he doesn't quite believe in. What's number 4?
Number 4.
The fact that Kyle Shanahan and the Niners have been 3-4, and at some junctures 3-5, and they've gotten over the mountaintop. So I believe Kyle Shanahan's looking at 4-4 is, you know what? I've been here. It's been worse. It's been more people doubting us. And I think the fact that he has success coming from those junctures, 3-4, 3-5, he'll get his team right back in playoff position.
All right. Those are the 4 things that you have faith in, that you believe in with this 49ers team. What are some of the things that you're a little shaky on?
The defense.
All right.
McCaffrey does not play defense, and we just discussed it. And if they don't get a boost or Sorensen doesn't figure something out, Spadoni, you can't. I'm talking championship or bust. You can't stop some of these elite offenses you're going to face, and you haven't done it yet. Okay, so the defense gives me cause for pause.
The entire defense gives you a cause for pause.
No doubt about it.
Not just. Bosa's been playing well.
Everybody, I'm not.
Okay, all right, that's fair enough.
Okay, special teams. You talked about it earlier. Ugh. This could be the death of the 2024 Niners.
I just call it teams.
Okay.
There's nothing special about it.
I like that. I mean, when...
God bless you.
I had a Dorito. When is it going to get better, Spadoni?
Spicy nacho.
Like special teams, I mean, it costs you. We've seen the Super Bowl. I don't know what's going on. And then sometimes I think people are like, there's a 60-minute football game. Okay, bad coverage on a punt, yada, yada, yada. Are we being... But this is probably the worst facet to their team right now. And Spadoni, if it doesn't get better, it's going to cost them. It's cost them already, but now we're talking about a season. So special teams number 2 on why they don't get it done.
You're going Bob. It's going to cost us.
That might be an early 8. I'm going to run that by Diz when he comes in.
Please, thank you.
My guy. Hey, and the last, number 3.
Number 3.
Is what Niner fans don't want to hear. Spadoni and I'm putting you in this one. We're not being negative, but it is a reality that McCaffrey may not be himself. And if Baldy's correct and he lacks explosiveness, then I think they're done. I really do. This to me is the last pellet of hope. And if he's not himself or right, then this just what I told Steiny at some junctures. You know what, Steiny? Sometimes it's just not your year. And I feel that way with the contract stuff, the holdout. But hopefully I'm wrong, Spadoni.
All right, so these are the 4 things that Guru does not believe in when it comes to the second half. 4 things that could prevent the 49ers from making it. This is the last one. What do we got?
Number 4.
Put some respect on the guy from Arizona State, Mr. Brandon Ayuk's name. You talked about you want to see more from the passing game. I love young Ricky Pearsall. Thank God he's still with us. But the bottom line is, can you really, as an offense, overcome an injury to your number 1 receiver? And I know for a second, never on mine, was Brandon Ayuk public enemy number 1, but a lot of people didn't like how he handled his business. But are you telling me you can lose a guy of that caliber that you thought was worth $30 a year and not skip a beat? So I'm wondering if that injury to number 11 is something they just as an offense can't overcome.
Wow. Heading into this season, I thought that he was the 6th most important person on that offense, so I didn't even think he is their number 1 receiver.
Wow,
I think
6.
Purdy was more important because he's the quarterback. Christian McCaffrey was more important. Trent Williams is more important. Deebo Samuel is more important. George Kittle is more important than Brandon Ayuk. So I actually don't even. I think they could absorb that.
But let's stop with Deebo.
Loss.
He's been available. He's had his little stuff going on health wise, but has he really had a Deebo-like season? I'm saying hell no.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't. I don't think anyone outside of George Kittle has really had a season that's up to par with what they have shown in the past.
And you're including Purdy in there.
I'm including Brock Purdy.
I think you're being too hard on him, though.
Why?
Because
he leads like he's like...
No, he got a lot of success
picks
early, but you're comparing him or looking at him through the prism of Mahomes and Burrow and Lamar Jackson.
Well, Mahomes hasn't been... I've said Mahomes hasn't been that impressive this year either. I know that they're undefeated, but he hasn't been that impressive.
But he's winning.
That's fine. But I'm fair across the board. I don't think Mahomes has been that impressive, just like Brock Purdy. I don't think has been that impressive this year. Yeah, he is 8th in total passing yards, 2,101. But
well, let me give you this:
he has a 10-7 touchdown interception ratio. Is that good?
What about the next 5 games? They go 4-1. Let's just say they go 5-0. Purdy throws 12 touchdowns to 1 interception. I feel like you're going to rob him of the credit because you're going to be like, well, McCaffrey was back. And that's all I'm trying to tell you and the masses now is McCaffrey's got that type of gravity to where maybe that's the one thing that Purdy's missing. And the Niners, I don't think it's a bad thing that if we see Purdy take off, there's no correlation from McCaffrey coming back to Steph Curry.
I'm not going to just poo-poo Brock. If he does that, that means everything's firing on offense, and he is a big part of that. But part of the Kyle Shanahan offense is, it's running back centric. And you know what? when you have your running back, you're going to be leaning on that. You're going to be leaning on Christian McCaffrey and his ability to simulate the run in the pass game as well, which I think, again, goes back to what Baldy was talking about, kind of like what the Tom Brady Patriots did in a way, when he just had those quick passes, 4 or 5 yard chunk plays. That's something that's missing with this 49ers offense as well, I think. Being able to adjust on the fly like that, they weren't able to do it without McCaffrey because Mason just isn't that guy in the backfield. Not that he can't do it, but he's just not that guy.
Up, man.
Now he's banged up, and Guerrero, we'll see. I've been impressed with the young rookie, but yeah, I'm going to give Brock Purdy his credit if he turns things around. And I'm not going to solely say it's a collective, Goo.
Right.
We do this
I
thing.
love that word.
We do this thing though, where it's all on one guy, or it's all on this guy, it's all on that. No. If the 49ers turn this thing around, it's going to have to be a total team effort, especially on offense.
Well, it's funny you say that because in the world we live in today, Spadoni, Norm, my pops, who said you're doing a phenomenal job, always said, son, follow the money. And you went in, and you were right going in on one Leonard Floyd. But when we look at the pay stub, you could have that same energy on Bosa in regard to what he's supposed to do. So I'm not dare saying Bosa and Floyd are disappointing. They're equal. No, not at all. But my gosh, all of a sudden now quarterback pressures have become a staple for Bosa.
You don't think pressures are important?
No, they are, but they don't supersede a sack. And I know dominance when I see it. And I went to that Cowboy game, and they're a mess. Bosa didn't have a bad game, but Spadoni, I didn't leave the stadium walking out of there like, oh, he wrecked that game for the Dallas Cowboys. I just didn't. And again, I'm not saying Bosa was bad, mediocre. I'm just saying average is what I think Bosa's been this year. For them to go far, cause some noise, you tell me if I'm on crazy street here. He's got to step his game up.
I think it's been a culmination of things. He hasn't had the help that I think a lot of 49ers fans had expected Yetur Gross-Matos or Leonard Floyd or Javon Hargrave to help out this season.
What help does your guy Crosby have in Vegas?
Well, he had Christian Wilkins, who was one of the best defensive tackles, but he's been out, and his season's been not as good as I think a lot of Raider fans are expecting. But the difference between Crosby and Bosa, Crosby plays every single snap.
He don't need water.
He doesn't. But part of that is also he's going to have diminished stats in certain areas because he's going to be more gassed. I think we're seeing that with Nick Bosa. His usage rate is at an all-time high in his 49ers career. So you're going to be seeing a more diminished Bosa at times because of the more wear and tear. That's just natural, man. But I think that's the problem.
So you're telling me just to slow down on production if you see said defensive lineman out there more? Am I wrong, or is anybody wrong to say, does it have to be decreased dividends? Can it be like more production?
I think he's being asked to do something he hasn't been asked to do in his career yet, and I think he's actually been doing pretty damn good. And I know the sack numbers aren't there to justify it, but it's funny. It's kind of the chicken or the egg thing, because I remember it's funny you bring up Crosby, because Crosby and Bosa, they were both up for Defensive Rookie of the Year, and Crosby had more sacks than Nick Bosa. Right. But Nick Bosa had more pressures. And the Raiders obviously weren't a playoff team, and the Niners were. And Nick Bosa ended up winning Defensive Rookie of the Year. So we'll get into more of that on the other side. We're up against it. 888-957-9570 is the number. What gives you belief in this 49ers team this second half that they could turn it around? Are you down on Nick Bosa? Are you down on this defense right now? Where are you at the 49ers offense? And Brock Purdy, does he need to step it up? Have you been impressed with Brock Purdy in this first half? I think he's been a little average. And that's, saying something, because he's been an MVP candidate for most of his time in the NFL. So 888-957-9570. Plus, Guru, I want to get into a little bit of the Dubs.
Oh, big game tonight. Big season thus far.
They've been incredible. And I want to get into that into this next hour. And that's what's coming up on the game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. And that segment was brought to you by Safeway.
You're ready to unload on me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Spadoni in for Steiny alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson.
What is this, Black Sabbath?
This is Motorhead. This is actually an intro song for a WWE wrestler. Can you guess it? What wrestler is this? This is their intro song.
I hate wrestling, but Hulk Hogan.
No. He's now like the
Undertaker.
No, he's like the president now. He's like taking over for Vince McMahon. He's
Andre
like
the Giant.
Oh, he's been dead for like 30 years.
Dude, that was my dad.
God.
We loved that smile he had.
Yeah. Anybody want a peanut?
I just hate that grown men think it's real.
No one thinks it's real. It's scripted. There's a difference, dude.
I better be. I gotta be careful.
You better be careful. Did you watch the documentary, by the way, the Vince McMahon doc on Netflix?
Steiny recommended it. I'm like,
horrible human being. Good God, that guy is horrible.
And why are those the ones that get chosen to, hey, let's make a doc about a guy that might not, or a gal that might not have been the
it's
best.
the same reason we're interested in like the Menendez brothers docs and all that
Dude,
other
I
stuff.
watched that one.
Yeah, that one's interesting. Well, they might get out.
There's a gray area. Let me stop.
Yeah.
And the boss and I got into it while you were gone.
Oh, what happened?
So we had a system issue with the maybe fire alarm going off. And he comes in here glowing, raving about how professional you were. And I'm sitting there looking like he knows I was half the decision to play the sound. I didn't tell it, though. I just looked at him like, but yeah, you got the award for thinking on your feet. Didn't even give me no credit, but it's all good.
Well, there's a difference between
I didn't do anything either.
There's the A chair and there's the B chair.
Are you going baby Steiny?
I'm just, there's differences here. I'm kidding, Goo.
Yeah.
We're having a great time. We're flying by today, bro. And that's, by the way, Triple H is the answer there. Triple H, Hunter Hearst Helmsley. That's the wrestler. Actually married to Stephanie McMahon, the daughter of Vince McMahon. So there you go. The more you know. All guests on 95.7 The Game Guru appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Tim Roy going to be joining us at 1 o'clock.
How happy is he calling these games?
Are you kidding me? Well, I don't know how happy he is. He's in Cleveland. I don't know if there's much to do there.
Drew Carey is from Cleveland. Put some respect on it. Drew Carey.
That's the one guy?
Yeah,
Drew Carey?
And LeBron and Steph, born in Akron Hospital.
That's not Cleveland, though.
Yeah.
They claim Cleveland. That's not. It's Akron. But this is going to be fun. Like, Cleveland's great. Does anyone really think they're going to be there when it's all said and done, though? The Cavs.
Oh, wake me up when they do.
Donovan Mitchell,
no doubt.
come on. It's a nice story,
Yeah.
but I'm not a believer in that team. Jared Allen, although they did just destroy the Los Angeles Lakers.
But that's what makes LeBron so incredible. Dude went back and delivered the first chip, man.
It's pretty incredible. I was going to say, LeBron at 39 dropped 39 the other day in Cleveland, too.
Oh,
But
his son in the G League.
Hey, Bronny.
And it's sold out. I don't care. That's where he's supposed to be.
Well,
he might not even should be. I'm going to quit hating.
We'll get into the Warriors here in a second, but real quick on Bronny, I guess what they're doing is just when they're in LA, he's going to be doing G League games. When they go on the road, he'll rejoin the team.
Are you kidding me?
No, that's what they said. You don't like that?
All right. No, I just, yeah. If it was Donovan, Lil Daryl, or Milan, or Lil Benny, or Nora, we would like.
Let's get Lil Daryl here on the mic. It'd be the same thing. He could be on nights and weekends.
Yeah,
that's the same thing, right?
He's just so yeah.
It's whatever. I don't. You know what?
He's an introvert. My son,
I met him.
Yeah,
handsome guy, got great hairline. Got the hairline at the pops.
Yeah, but why not? Yeah, he's not a rapper. My oldest,
he's not a rapper. There you go.
My oldest is spitting.
This Warriors team, Goo, and we can get back into the 49ers a little bit later, but this Warriors team right now has given this Dub Nation believes in this team, and the strength in numbers is back. But is this depth something that they can rely on throughout the whole season? Like, there's part of me that wants to believe in this team, kind of like the X-Files. I want to believe in the Golden State Warriors. I want to believe what this thing that's happening is sustainable. Because of the defense, because of the buy-in from Buddy Hield, because of Draymond Green, and we'll wait and see a Draymond. Everyone wants to say, I know Bonte keeps saying a champion of change. We'll see.
Right now it is.
We'll see. All right. As I go, Zach Taylor. We'll see with Draymond. But right now, everything's going well. Steph is looking like Steph. It's been impressive, and they're going to get D'Anthony Melton back sooner rather than later. But is this sustainable, what they are doing right now, Guru?
I'm going to tell you, and a new leaf for me. I don't have the answer to your question, son. Is it sustainable? But I'm going to enjoy the hell out of it. And why I do believe it is simple. You got a system. You got a trifecta of guys between Draymond, Coach Kerr, and Steph that have 4 championships. They know how to do it. So shout out to the old rap group Run DMC. They had a hit song, Hard Times. Last season was hard times for the Warriors and Warrior fans. No playoffs, and we're wondering what's up with Steph. And like a magician, what does he do? Go to Vegas and say, hey, look, things change quickly in the NBA. And maybe he was talking about this Warrior season, but right now, Spadoni, I don't know if it's going to last, but I'm going to tell you this. League, be on alert. Because right now it looks like it's legit. You got guys that are moving their feet, playing defense. They're bought in. You've replaced Clay with maybe a better Clay. That's shade because I love Clay. Buddy Hield shooting 50% from deep. Of course, that's going to come down. But my bigger point to you, and I want to shake you when I say it to you, Spadoni, is why did I think Wendy, who I think has no agenda, but guys in the national media.
Brian Windhorst.
Yeah, thank
ESPN.
you. I felt like he brought that trade scenario thing back up to kind of throw some water on the Warrior fire and everybody being juiced about, where can this go?
This is the sound you're alluding to. Brian Windhorst yesterday on First Take, ESPN.
They may not want to do anything with this roster because it's so good, but the Warriors are the biggest candidate in my mind to make a big trade. They tried to trade for LeBron James last trade deadline. I know it was was one of the most amazing stories that Woj and Ramona reported all last year was that trade talks went down. Okay, that didn't happen. Then they tried to trade for Paul George. Then they tried to trade for Lauri Markkanen. This is a team that's got an itchy trigger finger trying to make a big deal. All of these players' value are increasing as this happens. Now, they may not want to touch what they've got going, but this team has its draft picks going forward. They have all these guys. They've lowered their payroll by $50 million.
Damn.
I think you take that as a compliment, saying this team has been playing so well right now.
You know what? I'm going to back off.
This team has so many assets right now that, yeah, they are primed to make a trade if they need to. Right now, it's so damn early. No one's trading anyone right now. Like, I know everyone's, the Bucks, Giannis, all this sort of stuff. I'll wait and see with Giannis and all that whole situation. And also a part of me, to your point, is going to take a step back. When's the last time you traded for a disgruntled superstar and it worked?
Right, no doubt
Anthony
about
Davis with the Lakers, but that took a pandemic.
Yeah.
So, like, there's a part of me where it says back up. Hey, we just saw a team in the Boston Celtics win by what? Drafting, developing, and then making a trade for not a superstar.
A bonehead trade by another team in your conference.
Correct, with the Bucks and the Drew Holiday and all that sort of stuff. But they got Drew Holiday, and that was the missing link, and it worked. That is what you do, and that's what the Warriors are leaning on right now with two of their developed guys, Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, and some other developed guys, Moody, Pajemski, Kuminga. Now, is that going to be enough? Part of me is why I say this, Goo, and I'm not trying to be
I get it. It's 8 games.
I'm not trying to be a wet blanket or anything like this when I say, is this sustainable or anything like that? I know who the number 1 and number 2 are on the Celtics and why it worked. It was Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Whatever combination you want. I thought Jaylen Brown, I think he is their best player personally.
There's no doubt.
I think Jason Tatum gets a lot of love, but I think Jaylen Brown, when it's all said and done, is mentally stronger and makes the winning plays when they matter most. But Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, you know the 1 and the 2 there.
Something's up with Murray, man, in that calf.
Right.
He's not the same, the explosion.
But just the champions of past, right?
Okay.
When it was the Warriors last time they won, who was it? It was Stephen Curry and
Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins. I don't think their second best player right now can be a guy off the bench and Buddy Hield. Wiggins has looked good. He's looked good at times. He's also looked like Wiggins, where his stat line's like 15 points, and the defense is there. Like, can Draymond Green be your second best player if this team's going to win a championship? Like, again, championship is so damn far away, but that's the one question I have as this season goes on. Who's going to separate themselves and be the bona fide number 2 with the Golden State Warriors? Because I know Steph is Steph. Who's going to take that next step and be that guy? I've seen Andrew Wiggins do it in the past, but that was a stretch. Can he get to that point again? Can Buddy Hield be that guy? But can he be the guy off the bench? Draymond Green, I don't think he scores enough consistently to be that number 2.
But he's looking to do it more so now than ever.
Great. That's more so, but that's still averaging he's averaging 9 points.
You got me excited. Right? But Spadoni is not a baseball lineup. And those questions I had, and Steiny and I batted it around about 1 and 1A, but all of a sudden, it's not even about the 1A or the 2. It's about, you're going to laugh at this and tell me to put the Bloody Mary down. Can you do it by committee? Like, Andrew Wiggins is showing me mentally, he looks like he's so invested like he was in 2022. You cannot, and I said this the other day to Evan, you cannot fake defense. Whatever Jerry Stackhouse, Ron Adams, and the Warrior players themselves have collectively bought into, watch it, but they are suffocating. The ball pressure is real. So when you look at me through 8 games, I'm like, man, please wake me up. But this is something, if they can keep this up, I'm Mr. Trade Guy. I wouldn't even want to mess with this. That's how crazy and drunk I am off of what I'm seeing right now. But Spadoni, I'm telling you, man, I didn't see this coming, and I'm just going to savor and enjoy what it is, because I know I sound like a broken record. 2022, they started off 9-1 and 18-2. I'm just saying, what if do you think Steph liked not being in the offs? And Dre knowing that we didn't make the offs because I wasn't available for 25 games? I'm just saying, keep the game close. Wiggins, you play. Kuminga, you pop on nights. We saw the switcheroo with TJD and Looney when Looney got the 2-putback. My point is, keep it close and let the chef bring it home.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That's just my question to Dub Nation right now. Is this sustainable, what they are doing? Because right now you got belief that this team can make a run in the playoffs. I will say this.
The playoffs, but I can't. I understand.
But this is what I'm saying right now. I give them that because I'm ready to say 9 games into the season, which is just wild because, given what they've been the last 2 seasons, this is a playoff team. Okay, this is not a play-in team. Okay. The way they are playing right now. No. This is the way they beat the Celtics, and I get it. The Celtics didn't have Jaylen Brown. They didn't have Kristaps Porzingis, but whatever. That brand of basketball traveled to the defending champions, and they still got Derek White. They still got Jason Tatum.
You preaching.
Peyton Pritchard's been balling off the bench for them. They still got players. Al Horford's still there, and they won that game after getting punched in the mouth early. They punched back, then got punched back again, and ultimately made the killing blow there late in Boston with Buddy Hield making that 3. So I do think they are a playoff team. I am giving them that right now. Just the next question I have for this iteration, and I'm not trying to be a wet blanket, just can this be sustainable if you don't have a bona fide number 2? Because the list of the championship teams, and don't get it twisted, the standard is always championship in Golden State, whether it's Joe Lacob, whether it's Mike Dunleavy, Steve Kerr. That is the standard. So when you have questions like that, who's going to be the number 2? Naturally, if you're Brian Windhorst, naturally, if you're Jason Timpf of the Volume Network, who joined you guys yesterday, I'm going to play his sound, you start to wonder, hey, Steph needs someone else. He needs a Robin to his Batman, right? He needs a Flash to his Superman. He needs someone there. So Jason Timpf, who joined you guys yesterday on if the Warriors should make a trade, this is what he had to say, courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
Frankly, I think they should. I think, when you have such a high floor, and I know that there's a little bit of a civil war with Warriors fans with this sort of thing, where some of them are like, no, don't tweak this, don't mess with it. And I understand that, especially when you look at the record, right? You don't want to fix something that isn't broke. But I saw a tweet this morning from a Celtics fan saying something like, oh, we were down 2 All-Stars last night. And I'm like, yeah, Steph doesn't have an All-Star playing alongside him. There is a top-end firepower deficit that is the only weakness on this roster. You also have a realistic 13-man rotation. I think it would be somewhat irresponsible to have this type of depth and to have this type of asset trove and to have this type of player in Steph Curry with this type of timeline and to just be like, oh, but we have great chemistry, we'll just run it through. It's eventually you're going to need somebody next to Steph that is a dependable, reliable, 20-plus point per game scorer, preferably in the front court, maybe even another bigger body to have for some of the bigger front lines. That's how I just look at it from the standpoint of needing to win 4 playoff rounds. That's what I'm getting at too. And again, it's so damn early in the season. I'm not going to be this wet blanket and poo-poo what the Warriors have been doing, but the sustainability factor just has to come into question at some point. But you're riding the hot hand right now. You're riding the wave. And the last couple seasons has just been so depressing in the regular season that this has been a breath of fresh air early on in getting out to this hot start. No doubt. But listen, and JT was a great guest. Evan booked him. I'll just tell you this, Badoni. I'll say this. JT's not wrong, but I feel like if you were talking about the Durant championships, you're right. There was a Batman and Robin or Batman and Superman. But in 2022, Wiggins was it. So there was no Durant. There was no what guys are telling us to the Warriors need. Wiggins was suffice. So if somehow he can get back to that, and let's just say that alters on a nightly basis if Kuminga steps up his game or Buddy keeps it going. Now, again, I'm Mr. Sometimes, prisoner of the moment. I'm doing life. I got to tell you, Spadoni, if somehow they lose 8 or 10 and we start seeing teams have figured them out and they don't got enough size or whatnot, then I'll personally revisit, okay, it's obvious they need to make a move. But what I'm letting you know and what I want to tell Tim, in 2022, Wiggins was that guy.
That's all. Spadoni, who are we without? Otto Porter Jr., okay, I get it, and he was a big part. Bielitsa and Iggy, but come on, man. Like, that's what has me excited that I'm leaning towards, and it's early, not 10 games, that what you think they need, Spadoni, they didn't have in 2022. They had a invested, active Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, but he's Mr. Inconsistent. I can't count on that guy again. I think you caught lightning in a bottle there.
But how about this year for him? I know he's missed a game or two, but he's been bought in.
He's been solid. He's been good. I know the scoring wasn't there last game, and he
was defending JT.
No, but
he did smoke a layup. I think his knee went out.
He played great defense there, and Jason Tatum still ended up shooting 50% and got his 30. But you made him work for it and stuff like that. But Andrew Wiggins, I can't count on him to be that guy yet. Just like we're talking about Draymond Green and being fully bought into what he's doing as a person on the court. Right. It's day by day. Okay. Same with Andrew Wiggins. Right. Again, he could have a great game tonight and then just totally not show up against the Thunder.
That's fair. But it doesn't change the standings. And fan is short for fanatic. You know that. Why not just enjoy what it is, because we're all going to eventually find out, right? That's the beautiful component of a season. But right now, I don't think anybody in Dub Nation coming off a season in summer where there was no playoffs should feel like dirty about being excited on the possibilities.
Yeah, be excited. I'm not telling you not to be excited.
And I know you're not, but that's where I'm at.
Again, I'm not Captain Sunshine and Rainbows all the time kind of radio, because we do that, it's just not gonna rate well. It can't be happy, positive, 100% all the time.
And
it just
rainbows
can't be. And Rainbow.
Okay,
not Rambo. Okay. Are you talking about Sylvester Stallone?
No, Rainbow.
Oh, Rainbow. Yeah.
But Rambo, he was bad.
Oh, come on, let's go. Sly Stallone, baby.
Adrian.
I'll give you a 2 for that one. That one sounded like you needed to go to the hospital right there. I don't know what that was. 888-957-9570. Is this sustainable for the Golden State Warriors is all I'm going to say. And if it is, are you going to make a trade? Do you want to make a splashy trade? Like this whole Giannis thing right now, like do you want to plug Giannis right into Steph? Listen, it sounds sexy. You got the Greek freak, you got the chef. Together, you're going to make chicken pitas. I don't know what you're going to make.
Look at you. I'm hungry now.
Sauce, right? You're going to be doing something. I can go for some Greek food right now. I can go for some lamb. That sounds delicious.
Greek food. Give me, I've had lamb. That's Greek food.
Yeah.
Okay, but give me something else.
Like a Greek salad?
I said, let's go get Greek food. Give me something.
What do they got, like chicken souvlaki or something like that? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. We got to get the great
give me your chicken dish.
Where's our girl, Elena Matsorkis at?
Our girl. Happy birthday to her yesterday.
Is it birthday? Yeah. Oh, happy birthday. Hey, happy birthday to the boss, by the way, too. I saw you guys brought in cookies. Right? Is that what you guys
tried to do more, but we brought in cookies.
And there's no left over, obviously. You guys ate all those. It's just, you're supposed to leave some.
Snooze, you lose, bud.
Well, no, the 5 a.m. shift just gets hosed I get hosed every morning. There's nothing ever like Sam and I.
He had 8 people outside. He ain't listening. He had 8 people outside his office. He's on the phone. People got to go to their lives, waiting to sing happy birthday. And he's in there on a call. I just want to go grab the phone and hang it up. Like, dude, we got to get out of here. We're waiting to say happy birthday. I hope you don't hear this.
I'm just like Matt, by the way. I will go through my entire day without acknowledging it was my birthday. I'm not a birthday.
What happened to you as a kid? You only get one of them.
I mean, I got
some don't even get it. Come on.
You'd think I would be a big birthday guy because I have 9 siblings. So you'd think like, wow, this is my one day out of the year, so I'm really excited.
Weird.
But it's never. I don't like being the center of attention like that.
It's your day.
Every day is my day because I focus on myself.
And then you go to other people's birthday parties and stuff.
Yeah.
Celebrate your own, though. Think about it.
Yeah. We'll see.
We got a Dibs text.
Oh, what the Dippers say. 888-957-9570.
Give me one. What do you think? He probably said something about Greek food.
Well, hey, no, shout out Dibs. He's, I saw him do the ice bucket challenge or whatever.
I was supposed to. I didn't want to mess up the hair.
Oh, was that the real? That was it.
Nobody knew.
Wear a cap.
Wear a cap. So did he. Dibs did. He had a cap on.
There you go. He's shout out. We're gonna go to Joe here in the 818 before
Chicken
the break.
shawarma is what he's saying.
Shawarma. There you go.
Shawarma.
Yeah. There you go. That's the Mediterranean. No, it's all right. That's very popular in like vendors over in New York City.
Okay.
I'm sure we can find some good Greek food or Mediterranean food here at San Francisco. 888-957-9570. Before we hit the break here, let's go out to Joe. He's in the 818. What's going on, Joe?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Excited.
I wanted to chime in on they can sustain their type of defense right now. And what I think that's great that you guys were talking about that. And I wanted to tie it to something if I can. They're doing that with a full rotation, a full roster, that kind of pressure. If we go down at the end of the year, going into the playoffs, and they go down to 8 people, you guys really think they're going to be able to keep up that kind of pressure on the other team?
Wow.
I don't.
That's
So
interesting.
think about that.
What do you real quick,
think
Joe?
about
Like,
that. So-
what do you mean? That what pressure? Like on defensively? Like you
they'll
don't
tire if they're not playing a lot more
that
people.
kind of the pressing defense that they're doing now, on ball defense. They're getting that because they're playing a lot of guys, and so a guy can just really run himself into the ground for 15, 20 minutes. He can give the team everything they have, and then somebody else comes in and does the same thing. So, I'm kind of concerned as they go on through the season, if they decide toward the end of the year to go down to 8, I don't know if they can, like I said, I don't know if they're going to get that kind of defense early.
I got you.
And I can add, if I may, I'm in the group of people that doesn't want to trade young players and draft picks to get some guy that might or might not be the answer, because once you're going to give up so much that you're not going to have that young talent that right now seems to be gelling and really working together really nicely.
Thank you. That's Joe in the 818-888-957-9570. Do you agree with them? How sustainable is this? We're not talking playoffs just yet, although I do think this team should be upgraded to out of the play-ins, and they should be viewed as a playoff team. Yeah. Are you there yet? 888-957-9570. We'll ask Tim Roye at 1 o'clock, voice of your Golden State Warriors, right here on 95.7 The Game. He'll be on call tonight in Cleveland as the Golden State Warriors, who are, dare I say, best in the West right now, are heading to the best in the East.
Hey, Cleveland's undefeated.
They're undefeated. They haven't lost. Are the Warriors going to hand them their first loss? That tip-off is today at 4:30. Tim Roye on the call. 3:30 Warriors Live with Willard and Dibbs. That's all coming up next on 95.7 The Game, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Spadoni.
Joe 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 Spadoni. Get locked in.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Joe Spadoni. Who was that? I recognize one.
Who'd you recognize?
Tim Roy.
He's joining us at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, no doubt. Who were the others?
That was your Golden State Warriors basketball team right there.
Man.
Don't get it twisted. They know who Spadoni is.
Joe Spadoni.
The fact that Matt Nahigian, our program director, spelled my name out during those reads when they had to record all those with just like 6 or 7 O's with Spadoni.
Joe Spadoni. Joe Spadoni. Joe Spadoni.
Joe Spadoni.
Joe Spadoni.
Joe Spadoni.
Joe Spadoni.
Joe Spadoni.
Joe Spadoni.
Joe Spadoni.
Joe Spadoni.
Joe Spadoni.
This might be greater than the Curry jersey.
Get locked in is my favorite part.
Dude,
thank you, Matt.
Good.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Lucas.
Spadoni, why you don't come around no more?
I know.
Locked in.
It always, it always turns into like an East Coast Italian American accent. I'm from California,
That's
so it's just
dope,
a funny
man.
part. No, that was awesome. No, and it's I do feel like I made it when I got my own rejoins for the pregame show, and Andrew Wiggins is saying it, Brandon Pajewski, Jonathan Kaminga's saying it. It's pretty cool, although Steph and Draymond.
Yeah, no doubt.
I didn't get Steph and Draymond. They're kind of dead to me. I'm going to be honest.
Look at
They're not my favorite
They were
players.
busy, Spadoni.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, who's Joe Spadoni? Yeah, I'm only doing if it's Guru or Steiny. Sorry.
That's too funny.
Yeah, exactly. Guru.
Always a fun game.
Always a fun game. And you know what? The Warriors have been fun right now, Goo. I've been feeling Golden State Warriors game. It's been a while since I've turned on a Warriors game, and I expect them to win.
Man,
right?
that
The
is
last couple
saying a lot.
seasons, it's just like, yeah, they might lose to the Blazers or they might lose to the Jazz.
Even up 14 or 10 or
Right?
20. We saw it all last year to the Clippers, just a bunch of teams. And I just got to I know it's early Joe Spadoni, but Mike Dunleavy's got to be sitting somewhere. And again, maybe his trump card is he really wants to make a big move and get a big boy next to Steph and Dre. But the bottom line is right now, this is crazy. I mean, look at the standings. Who scares you? Like tonight, Cleveland's undefeated, but if the Warriors can go to Beantown, do what they did to Boston, no Brown, we get it, no Porzingis, and then lay another or the first L on Cleveland, like it's just the first 10 games are just incredible. And then, oh, by the way, you got OKC Sunday.
This stretch right here,
it doesn't get any better.
Is going to be fascinating. So right now, they're 7-1. The Golden State Warriors. It's like, well, if I told you that before the season, Guru, this Golden State Warriors team would be 7-1 at this point, what would you have said?
You need to go to Kaiser and do something in the cup.
Really?
Yep.
That you had that little faith in this team.
I was like, who's the number 2? And I told you guys all, and I told Steiny, we're gonna play 12 deep. That don't work in the league. It might work at De La Salle or Logan, but that ain't. What was your high school?
Palma.
Palma. Come on, but it's working right now, so that's why I'm shocked. Depth galore.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you this question. Let's say at the end of this little 3-game stretch, we're going to call it, because these are all contenders, right? Cavs, Thunder, Mavericks. Your next 3 games.
All right.
What if I was to say they were 8 and let's say 3? Is that my math right?
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
8-3, you still feeling good?
Yeah, feeling hella good, as they say in the Bay. And the reason is this team is still working on itself. It's still honing in on its identity, which right now everybody loves what they see. But, I feel like we're robbing this Warrior team of even getting it better or taking it to the next level or level. So 8-3, oh my gosh, Spadoni, $1. Hell yes, I take 8-3.
Okay.
And if you're telling me that I know you don't believe this, I am so sick of the play-in and the Warriors being involved in that, even going back to 2 years ago. I hate it. Everything about its existence. So if somehow they could be a traditional, top 6 team, and I know Evan yesterday was talking about top 4, I'll take it. And let's put something in the cap, because I'm feeling it.
Put in the cap.
The Warriors will win the cup this year that the Lakers won last year?
The NBA Cup?
Yeah. What do we call it?
It's the NBA Cup. That's what it's called now. Used to be the IST, the in-season tournament.
Yeah. Okay.
But now it's like the NBA Cup.
The Warriors will win the cup. They're taking this, and the dirty little secret around the league right now, and I don't like it. That was going to be what's bugging you too with Willard and Dibs.
DLS, dirty little secret.
Your first time, huh?
Yeah, no, I've done it once. You weren't here. I've done it a couple times when I filled in.
That was a Thursday. I'm making fun of myself.
It's my first what's bugging you, but I've done crosstalk a couple times.
All right. What if, oh boy, I'm going Steiny.
Oh boy.
Come on, Ken. What if, come on, Spadoni. We're talking about the cup. Oh my gosh.
He's too old.
Oh, that's mean.
Yeah.
Ew, you lost it? Oh, no.
Right. Keep going, Spadoni. Have my back, brother. We all agree on one thing. The whoopee.
Is that what you're talking about?
That's the truth.
You were saying you think they're going to win the NBA Cup is what you were saying.
Okay, gotcha. And then the branch off of that was, you had mentioned
8-3.
No, you had mentioned how stars aren't playing. And I'm not saying these stars are sitting out or load management or, around the different cities, but am I wrong to say you could almost manipulate your way through this NBA schedule because so many games that you think are going to be difficult, the Joe Spadonis or the stars won't be playing. And that's just a trend early on. But I feel like, this train is not slowing anytime soon.
Well,
that's just how I feel.
I would look at it like this, if you're the Warriors' perspective. You lost one of your best players for, 27 games last year in Draymond Green. I don't give a damn who's playing and who's not. Like, I can only play who's in front of me right now. And I'm not going to feel sorry for you because I need to start stacking wins. Because last year, you were chasing the entire time. Now you're setting the tone. But you got out to
a good start last year. Remember, we were 6-2.
Yeah, but it was kind of fugazi.
Steiny was the only one saying you hadn't really.
It's kind of fugazi, though.
Okay.
Yeah, last year was kind of fugazi because it was more so like, you're kind of squeaking by. This Chris Paul thing.
The Clay. All right.
I don't know. This seems so much more sustainable, at least in the regular season, when it comes to, it's almost kind of like, and this is, people are going to scoff and like roll their eyes at me.
Who cares?
And this team's different because you have Steph Curry and you have Hall of Famers on this team. Almost like the Atlanta Hawks with Budenholzer. Remember, like they just had depth everywhere.
And went out the first round.
Or they went to the Eastern Conference Finals one year with Budenholzer, with Kyle Korver and who was it? All those guys over there. I'm going to go Stephen A. Smith and them boys. Like, it's almost kind of reminding me of that, where it's just like, they have so much depth that even if they're missing a Melton one day, or a Podziemski one day, or a Kuminga, or if Wiggins is out, like they have so much built into this team when it comes to experience. And can we give credit to Steve Kerr real quick? Is it for as much as this fan base loves to complain about their head coach, who has won not one, not two, not three, 4 titles as your head coach.
One in the first year. One in the first shot at it.
And they wanted to fire his ass last year.
Yeah,
they wanted to fire.
But that's
his contract is up? Yeah. I don't think we're going to resign. No.
That's crazy. That
a
was
lot of the people calling here at 95.7 The Game. So let's give him his flowers now because Steve Kerr has been doing a hell of a job when it came to the coaching staff. Jerry Stackhouse, Terry Stotts bringing him in. He was doing a hell of a job when he was over at Portland going up against the Kevin Durant Warriors. Hell, he took them to the Western Conference Finals. So adding a mind like that was huge. And by the way, Terry Stotts was actually a part of that Milwaukee Bucks staff last year. Yeah. Then he left because he just didn't think they knew what they were doing. And by the way, he ended up being right because the Bucks are just an absolute mess with Doc Rivers.
Adrian Griffin's somewhere laughing.
Right, exactly. I would be too. I'd be hanging out, drinking a Mai Tai over in Thailand or something like that. But give Steve Kerr his flowers, what he has done with this staff and what he has done enabling his players and empowering his players like a Buddy Hield, like an Andrew Wiggins, like Jonathan Kuminga, who's bought into his role, by the way, Guru.
You got to give him credit. And every Warrior right now and coach, the podium game is just, it's beautiful. It's like Barbara Streisand. It's just Phil Collins. It's just good on the ears because everybody's saying the right stuff. And I got to say this, it kind of started before the season did. So before the players actually look at us, look at our record, they were Buddy, and Buddy came in when we were out there at Chase. Just a good, he seems like a good dude, personality.
Big smile.
No doubt. It's just infectious. But I will say this about Kerr, going back to Windhorst, you almost got to give Kerr super duper credit on the I don't know where the origin of the 12 deep came from. I know Windhorst had said he got it from the Olympics, but right now, early, he looks like he's been in his lab. And I'm asking you, where do you think, or what day he was driving, or whatever he was doing with his family, where he said, you know what? We're gonna take a crack at the 2024 season with 12 deep rotation, and right now it's coming up roses.
Well, I know it wasn't this deep, but I mean, let's not get it twisted. His first year at the Warriors, what was the phrase? Strength of numbers.
No,
strength of numbers.
It was, and it really was.
And it was. You had guys like Leandro Barbosa, guys like Maurice Space, guys like David Lee. You had all these different players that fit into this nucleus at the very top. Sean Livingston, obviously Andre Iguodala. You had all these different players and journeymen all bought in to this, and it was a perfect storm. And he ended up beating LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love.
Well, people got hurt.
It doesn't matter. People get hurt. That's life.
That's how Toronto won their chip.
The Niners lost Dre Greenlaw.
My man,
The Niners lost Greenlaw in the Super Bowl. You think the Chiefs are complaining about that?
Which is the worst injury I think I've ever seen in sports.
It was horrible. He ran on the field and he tore his Achilles.
Not on the field, running to go on the field.
It was horrible. It was awful.
And Warner licking back.
And he was crying. There was tears in his eyes. That was brutal. You're talking about injuries and guys they need back desperately on that defense.
I told you.
Dre Greenlaw.
No doubt
I don't know if he's going to be the same if and when he does come back.
Right.
But 888-957-9570. Give Steve Kerr his flowers for what this Warriors team is doing right now. Verducci is in El Dorado Hills. I saw Verducci yesterday. He hollered at me. I was walking down our old building, that area, by the way.
Okay.
Not in front of the Gold Club. I was over in front of the Museum of Modern Art. But I think Verducci was just like, hey, Spadoni, where are you going?
He's a real one.
Ducci, what's going on, man, with your own Spadoni as the guru?
Hey, happy Friday, everyone. Spadoni, it felt so good being able to be cruising around San Francisco and saying hello to another fellow Italian, man. That made my day yesterday as I was I was in my lab just doing walkthroughs for my clients. And if Matt Nahigan's back there in his lab, get my company out there. Let me go ahead and put it on an event for 95.7 The Game. Let's get this party lit for our Warriors, baby. That's what I'm saying. But you know what? I'm so proud of Steve Kerr also just making the adjustments with, I think, getting the right coaches, the assistant coaches with Stotts and Stackhouse. They have made a huge adjustment. And the fact that they're getting back to what made them successful in their title runs, and that was that nitty-gritty defense and making it difficult and blitzing, around the perimeter and the ball handlers and having to make quick decisions and really kind of creating turnovers. But I love the fact that where we're at, we haven't even been fully healthy. Think about it. How many games have we played where we've been actually fully healthy? And so for me, I'd say don't make many changes. I think if we make any changes, it might be for something like a Vucevic. I like him out of Chicago. I know he doesn't provide a ton on defense, but he could be kind of your stretch five where Green can kind of be more in the paint. I just think if we go after someone like Giannis, love him, but it would kill our depth. We wouldn't have much on the bench, I feel like, for what they'd be asking for. So I think right now we keep strength in numbers. We keep it to the 12-man rotation. Warrior fans, it feels great to be on top. And, fellas, you guys have a great Friday.
Back at
you. Maybe I'll see you in the streets again, baby.
Let's go. Hey,
he's Italian too, huh?
Of course. Verducci, you kidding me? Come on. We got our ears to the streets here in San Francisco. 888-957-9570. Hey, Gu, I got some exciting news right now. Can I read it to you?
Man.
You know Klay Thompson? You heard of that guy, right? Splash Brother. You may have heard of him. Number 11, one of the greatest.
Daddy named Michael.
Yeah. Klay is coming back Tuesday night as the Warriors take on the Dallas Mavericks, as you know. And by the way, Jason Kidd, 9 o'clock, morning roast. You're not going to want to miss that on Monday morning. Cannot wait. J Kidd, the pride of Cal Berkeley. But the Warriors are taking on the Mavs on Tuesday night. Listen to the game right here, 95.7 The Game. Leading up to the game on Tuesday, you, Steiny, and Willard and Dibbs will be live from Thrive City. But wait, there's more. As I go Billy Mays here, we will be giving you a chance to win a Klay Thompson jersey on Tuesday in the 8 o'clock hour, right at 8 a.m., 12 p.m., and 4 p.m. hour. So 8 o'clock hour, 12 o'clock hour, 4 o'clock hour, 3 opportunities to win I was almost going to say something I wasn't supposed to say, to win a Klay Thompson jersey on Tuesday. You got to be listening. 8 o'clock hour, 12 o'clock hour, 4 o'clock hour, your opportunity to win a Klay jersey. And this just in, the Warriors have announced that every person that attends the game on Tuesday in Klay Thompson's return will receive a captain's hat to salute Klay, who, as we all know, frequently commuted to Chase Center on what? His boat.
Wow.
So you get a Klay Thompson captain's hat if you go to the game on Tuesday. Fans are encouraged to arrive early for a special pregame salute to Klay Thompson. It's going to be a great night. Come on.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
You going to be at the game?
Yeah. And we're going to be broadcast. I'm not leaving. I'm wearing a suit, too. I'm just wearing a suit. Why are you wearing a suit? Yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
No
so
doubt
you're going to
about
have
it.
opportunities on Tuesday all day long right here on 95.7 The Game. 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock hours to win a Klay Thompson jersey. It's going to be Klay Day here at 95.7 The Game is what I'm trying to say. You don't want to go anywhere else when it comes to your Warriors and Klay coverage. Tuesday, it's going to start at 5 a.m. with me. Pregame show.
You nervous?
I'll be getting you guys. Please, am I ever nervous at 5 a.m.?
Oh, boy, the Italian stallion.
Honestly, Goo, it's too early to be nervous at that. I'm so damn tired. It's just I wake up on the air in the 5:30
Dude, seriously?
segment.
What time do you go to bed? Normally.
9 o'clock, I try to go to sleep.
You're playing.
No.
You're too young to go to bed that early.
No, there's some games where I have to catch them. I have to record the second half. I can't. It's too much.
Are you kidding me?
No, I can't. It's just.
I'd be coming in here with more bags than SFO.
No, I already got the dark circles, man. I'm 31 years old. I got the grays coming in, Goo. Come on.
You look good. I'll tell
Thanks.
you if you had to. No, you ain't got to. Sir, you look good under the eyes.
Well, these are more genetic anyways, but it's fine. Are you excited Tuesday?
Yeah, he's like, get off of this. Of course I am. We talked about the biggest the NBA version to comebacks like Klay. Yeah. Durant kind of got robbed of his because of COVID. But LeBron going back to Miami.
Reunions, right?
Yeah, reunions.
I'm trying to think of the last one in hell. Not Major League Baseball, but basketball in particular.
Look at the director of sports.
Who we got? What do we got?
We got the hat.
Put it on.
Yeah. Oh.
Come on, give it to me. Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Dude, this Merle Steubing, the love boat.
All right. So if you're watching us on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Guru and I are wearing the captain's hats. They're going to be given away if you attend the Klay Thompson reunion game, if you will, where the Mavs take on the Golden State Warriors Tuesday, Chase Center. How do I look in this thing? I got to pull up my Zoom.
Let me see you. You look legit. I can see you. Yeah.
Am I more Gilligan or am I Skipper?
I'm saying Gilligan.
Okay,
I'm more like tough. Morgan Freeman.
No, who was it? Cuba Gooding Jr.?
Oh,
there you go. You're Cuba. What was that movie with Robert De Niro where he's the sailor? That's you.
I know the movie, not the name, of
there
course.
You go. Or Pearl Harbor, he was the cook, right?
Oh,
there you go.
Boy.
Yeah, that didn't end very well. But there you go, Goo. We got the captain's hat on. They're giving these out.
Warrior logo.
These are pretty sweet. I'm not going to lie. These are cool.
Warriors know. They know how to make it happen.
They do.
Man.
That's kind of like how the Giants were for a long time, where they knew how to treat their players, the legacy players.
Yeah.
And I felt like we kind of lost that in the Farhan Zaidi era. The Warriors, though, Joe Lacob, they know what it's all about.
No doubt,
it's come to honoring guys like Klay Thompson that deserve to be honored. This guy has meant so damn much to this team, this franchise, this community, dude. The guy was driving on his boat in the Bay just for, bleeps and giggles. He was just having a good time. Klay Thompson, he embodied what San Francisco and the Bay Area was about. He was chill. He was lax. He was California, man. And he's coming in on his boat. I miss Klay around here. I know it didn't end the best. He went over in that game against the Kings.
I hated that.
I hated how it ended too. But you know what? It's about celebrating what he meant to this team and this fan base.
I know there's going to be tears, and not just from him. I cannot wait to see the emotion. Spadoni in that building, and I liken it to, and this is different because he was returning, but he's returning back to the Warriors. Remember when he made that Sunday night debut, come back against the Cavs?
Yeah.
When he had when he came back a couple years ago, and that was like, there was a tear jerker in that, but he's gone. Now he's returning.
And it's Luka, it's Kyrie, it's the whole damn thing. Luka, by the way, not looking like he's in shape. What is this thing, by the way?
But that's what makes him badass. He was in the finals.
Yeah, why
with a beer belly?
Like, people are just saying, it takes a few months for me to get in shape. Excuse me? You need to be in shape in the summertime. Wasn't he training for Slovenia? What are they doing in Slovenia for the Olympics.
That's how they get down.
He's smoking cigarettes and drinking beer.
And who was the old Maverick? And I got mad at him that took, when they clinched to go to the finals, took the beer from Luka.
Oh, that's right. I forget his name.
Michael Finley.
Michael Finley. There you go.
I'm like, let him live. He just dropped 35, 10, and 8.
Luka was hanging with his pops too, just shooting the breeze, drinking a beer. He's like, yeah, give me that. You're not drinking that.
Man.
Yeah, they got kind of waxed in that finals. Not gonna lie, it was not a good matchup for them.
But they made it.
They did. They did. How's this West feeling for you right now? Like, are you expecting the Mavs? Are you expecting the Timberwolves? Like, the teams we saw last year, are you expecting those teams to just get back to where they were?
I'm a Julius Randle. I feel like I play like him. But I think he messed Minnesota up. Steiny texted me, and when I texted him that, like, it's early, and it is. But
what's this guy, Finchy? You're taking shots at Finchy right there.
There's just something that I feel like they lost with Cat going out the door. Now, I could be proven wrong, but I'm going to tell you this. I'm looking at what's going on with Phoenix because I think highly of Booker, Durant, and now Bill looks like they got a point guard, okay? But I'm looking at OKC, and I'm sorry. It looks like not a team of destiny, but they remind me of the Warriors when the Warriors won their first one. They got number 1 picks everywhere, just lottery picks everywhere. So right now they're 7-1. They play the Warriors Sunday. But to answer your question, Spadoni, that's only the real team that, from a talent standpoint, that legitimately scares me from the Warriors. Dre and Steph and Kerr have done this in Looney. So this Dallas-Houston thing, whatever, Sack, we still owe you something. But the bottom line is OKC is the standard to me. And some could say, Goo, they're young. Why are you giving them all that? Because they're good. They're good. They're long. I'm telling you. Holmgren's better than Wemby. Wemby's playing his ass off on D, but his offense is a mess.
The fact that guy is like 8 feet tall and shooting the amount of 3-pointers he is doing with the Spurs, I don't know what the hell they're doing.
No, and you're not by yourself saying
that. Greg Popovich, he's not here. He's not doing. I hope he's okay. That's kind of scary that we haven't really heard anything from that. He left for some health reasons. Guy's a Hall of Fame coach, one of the greatest.
And I made a joke saying when he initially left, thinking it was much of nothing. Pops got at me, and I was like, "Oh, he's out for real." So thoughts and prayers.
No, to Pop. And he's old. He's a little bit older.
But the Wemby thing, Spadoni, you got to let that. You got to go. Come on, dominate.
Chet's a little more.
He got some hood to him.
He's got some dog in him, which I didn't know he had. I thought he's got some like wanksta in him where I didn't really take it seriously. He had that commercial where he was wearing that leather jacket last year.
He's getting comfortable in his own skin.
Like Slender Man. Yes. I don't know what to make of him.
He's got some game though too, Spadoni.
Oh no, he's really like
a team.
The Warriors saw that firsthand last year when he snatched their souls. We had the bad foul where he made 3 shots. They came back and
they got your favorite player now. Of the little veteran.
Oh, Alex Caruso.
Yeah,
Caruso. That's NBA champion, Alex Caruso. We got Tim Roy joining us, in about 20 minutes, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Be sure to download that free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570 is the number. Man, Clay Day cannot come soon enough. But first, we got the Warriors taking on the Cleveland Cavaliers today. Starting at 3:30, our coverage right here on 95.7 The Game with Warriors Live. Willard and Dibbs will have that on lock before leading into 4 o'clock, where the coverage of the great Tim Roy will start. Tip-off at 4:30 right here on 95.7 The Game. And coming up, Goo, this segment is brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. Tim Roy, we'll have him on here.
Yeah.
Plus, more of your calls, more of your texts. How you feeling about this team? Is this sustainable in Golden State? I think it is for the regular season. We'll wait until the playoffs. But you know what? Just enjoy it.
No doubt.
And we're enjoying a Friday here. Spadoni, Guru,
Payday,
Ken, Lucas, 95.7 The Game.
Joe Spadoni. Get locked in.
Got a fire alarm happening here at the 95.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I didn't even pick that up that you said that.
Man, I'm irritated, Spadoni. You just heard during the break with the internet and the power of being an influencer, they just listed the top 15 most dangerous high schools in California. And they had my James Logan at 13 in the unit. Get out of here. Skyline was number 2 in the town, Balboa in the city. What are you basing that on?
It's basically Bay Area and Los Angeles, which are the most populated areas. That's you just go by statistics there, Goo. It's probably going to happen.
was up there too, yeah.
Well, hopefully our new elected leaders can fix some of these problems and we can have some safer schools. That's all what we want, right? Safer schools,
no doubt.
more education. That's all we want.
Get the bippers.
There you go. Yep. That's all we can ask for. I've had a great show so far. You've had a great show so far. This has just been fun.
Did you say you had a great show?
I was going to say we had a great show. But
wow, my boy.
Dude. I've had a great day so far doing this show with you.
Play the Ricky Henderson. Today I'm the greatest of all time.
I didn't mean it Ricky. Like that. No. But you know what?
I said what I said.
I need to toot my own horn sometimes because no one's going to toot it for you, right?
No, that's
so you
real.
You got to gas yourself up. So that's what I like to do. Positive mental outlook, baby. I have a positive mental outlook when it comes to this Golden State Warriors team. How could you not?
Yeah.
How could you not feel good about the vibes that this team has right now?
Yeah, I was like,
it's been so good. Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Hey, premature.
I know that voice.
Premature goulation right there.
Oh, boy.
From shout out Blue Chew. 888-957-9570 is the number. Is this sustainable? What else do you need to see from this Warriors team to make you a believer? If you don't believe already, do you need to see them go 3-0 in these next 3 games against the Cavs, against the Thunder, against the Mavericks? Do they need to go 2-1? Does it even matter to you? Is it just the quality of what you're seeing right now that is refreshing? Because for me, there's a level of joy that I'm seeing from this team right now, Gil.
No doubt.
That's just given me something just to be happy about when it comes to my fandom if I'm a Warriors fan.
I love that, but let me just tell you, I'll take it one step further, and I get people saying, man, come on, Goo, you sound loony. Shout out Kavan.
Thank you.
But the bottom line is we're talking about a team that just 2 years ago shocked the world. Okay, now you got the ship still led by the same captains, Dre, Kerr, Looney, Steph. I'm just saying, Jim Carrey, you're saying there's a chance, Dumb and Dumber, and I get it, but man, who's to say, like, this is not, I brought up OKC. They're all virgins. They're young in regard to, winning a championship. They hadn't done it. This is all new to them. So if we were
they did go on a playoff run last year. That is something.
But I'm talking about winning it all.
Correct.
This team has done that 4 times over. So if you're telling me those same cast of characters are still intact, you got an influx of youth. Spadoni, does it sound so far-fetched if I'm dreaming? Shout out Christopher Williams. I'm dreaming. To say that they could duplicate what they did 2 years ago? That's what I get goosebumps thinking about.
Giving you a 2 for the impression because I've never heard of that guy singing.
Don't wake me, I'm dreaming.
Yeah, get on that, Ken. Yeah, get on that.
Christopher Williams, I'm dreaming.
Search that. Thank you. 888-957-9570.
Don't wake me.
You could dream all you want right now, but I'm more into truth and reality than dreams, all right? And the fact of the matter is, David Guru Johnson, right. I'm not trying to be a wet blanket here, all right? I'm just being a realist because I like to be that as a sports fan. That's who I am. And unfortunately, I inherited that from my father where I'm more realist. And
what's his name?
Bob.
Okay,
Bob Spadoni.
I feel like I know him.
Exactly. You probably, exactly. He's very pessimistic as a fan. So he always expects something bad to happen. Because if you do that, then you're never going to be disappointed, right?
Yeah.
As a fan, which is a horrible outlook. But that's how I viewed the Warriors the last couple seasons. Just like, yeah, probably punching your teammates not good. And I think bad things are going to happen.
And you have bad juju.
Bad juju throughout the whole season. A dark cloud, as they referenced it. And they had to trade Jordan Poole because it just wasn't happening. You saw some of that residue last year with, again, Draymond Green. He got suspended for 27 games. And now there was some blessings because of that, because you saw a slight emergence from a Jonathan Kuminga that you more normally wouldn't have seen.
But from a team standpoint,
it just wasn't no blessing. Exactly. And now we're seeing this year buy-in from Draymond Green. We're seeing buy-in from Andrew Wiggins. We're seeing buy-in from Jonathan Kuminga. All these guys that had the major question marks last season, you're seeing them bought in more and more. I'm looking at those 3 guys. And if I need one of them to take that next step, it's going to be Jonathan Kuminga for me that I could look at and say, if he takes that next step, then yeah, this team can be a championship team.
Is that next step to you a mandate that he must be a starter?
Not must be a starter, but he plays so well off the bench that he becomes a starter. Like, that's, to me, he will have earned the right to start. That'll take care of itself. That will take care of itself, because right now he has bought into his role off the bench, and I think he is so unique as a weapon on this team, more so than Andrew Wiggins, who is athletic, who is big, who does have two-way capabilities, but he doesn't have that, as you like to say. He doesn't have that, I'm going to yam on you. He does. He just doesn't show it consistently like Kuminga can. No. He doesn't have that youthful exuberance like we've seen from Jonathan Kuminga. He has that element to where I say, hey, if you're playing Oklahoma City, this is my answer to Shea, or this is my answer to the likes of Chet, right? Like, that's the guy I think needs to take that step to be in that rotation. Hell, come playoff time again, it's a long ways away, but that's the level of maturation and productivity I need to see to really start believing in this team to say that they can go over the top.
Yeah, no, I love it. And the beauty of no matter who's on the radio or on the TV, the idiot box, it doesn't matter, Spadoni, because the bottom line is the players and the season and the schedule will tell us what's about to happen, and we can feel how we feel, and that's the fun part of it. But I'll tell you this, just going back, not to be I keep thinking, how'd the blanket get wet? But not to be a wet blanket.
You peed on it, that's how I think why.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Going back to a win horse, if the Warriors do make a move, Spadoni, Wiggins is involved. With he's the one that would be part of any package to me.
You don't think it's the young guys like
no,
Moody
they would
and
have to go with Wiggins just to make the money work, I believe.
I wonder what
there's just no doubt.
I do wonder what his trade value is at right now. Not that we're saying we got to trade Andrew Wiggins. Again, the vibes are so good. We got Tim Roy coming on here in a couple of minutes. Voice of the Warriors, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And he can speak to just how good Andrew Wiggins has been. And he obviously had a tumultuous offseason, a tumultuous couple of seasons with obviously the passing of his father now. Yeah. So that was weighing on his mind. And maybe at some point, and I'm not trying to go psychoanalyzing here, but there is an amount of closure when you lose someone and you could take that next step, if you will, and move past that mentally in a way. But I do wonder where his trade value is at around the league, because this was a guy, as I go Chris Collinsworth, here's a guy that was the second best player on a championship level team. He was an all-star. Some said maybe the worst all-star in the history of all-stars, which I thought was kind of rough.
That gets me mad.
But hey, if you're the worst all-star,
qualified,
right? Come on, Rudy Gobert was an all-star for a couple times too. I mean, I didn't even get into him as a player. Did you see, by the way, real quick, what Draymond and Shaq had to say about Rudy Gobert being a Hall of Famer?
No. I think See, and I don't like them doing this to him. Go ahead. Real quick.
Well, real quick, they just said Draymond Green was like, yeah, he'll probably get in, but I don't think he should be. And Shaq said he definitely shouldn't be a Hall of Famer, but he won DPOI so many times. He's an all-star.
That's where it's jealous.
All-NBA, right? Jealousy. Yeah, the jealousy there. Yeah. But real quick, as I pull a Steiny, what was I talking about?
No, pull a goo. I lied. I tried to act like I knew what it was. Somebody's like, goo, you didn't know what it was.
We were talking about something. Yeah, exactly. Andrew Wiggins, trade value. That's basically what we were talking about. So I do wonder if the Warriors look at his situation and be like, yeah, I don't think, his trade value is really up to stuff that we have to include him. I think teams calling are saying, I want Podziemski, I want Kuminga, you could toss in Moody, and I want picks. I think that's good enough to get a bona fide star.
Oh, right now. See, I don't. I think you got to include Wiggins and like that Ramona Shelburne or the Sam Amick piece in the Athletic not too long ago. Evan and I talked about. You were here, Spadoni, where it was Wiggins and one of the two. Like, you got to go with the deluxe model. The two youngsters are not going to get it done. You got to include, I believe, Wiggins or Kuminga, and it's going to be Wiggins, obviously, with Kuminga at a stalemate in regard to his contract. But, yeah, could Andrew Wiggins play himself into being off limits in regard to a trade? That's the sneaky little thing about this season and this start, I should say, is, Spadoni, could they keep this up to where it's like, oh, we're good? We're going with what we got.
Let's ask Mike in Santa Clara. Okay. He wants to join in the conversation before we get Tim Moore on here. Mike, what's going on, man? You're on Spadoni and Goo.
What's up, guys? Hey, Spadoni, good to hear your voice on the show, man. Always love you, man.
Appreciate you.
Hey, Goo.
Hey, Goo.
Hey.
Who sang that song really quick?
Christopher.
Who sang that song?
Chris Williams.
Yeah, let's just keep it at that, man. Just stay on that.
Oh my goodness, boy! Whoa! Oh, wow!
Boom, roasted.
Yeah, wow! You roasted me. Shout out to the guys in the morning. Wow!
No, guys. No, love you, Goo. Love you, Goo. Hey, I just want to talk about. I think if we were just to go all in on it. Just go for Giannis at that point. It's going to take a haul. That's what I'm concerned about is if we were to just go all in, get Giannis into it, I just worry about what it's going to take to actually get him. Wiggins, Kuminga, I would have to feel would be involved. I just worry about the rest of it. But, I mean, it's Giannis. Let's be honest. It's Giannis. I mean, the guy is a baller, and him and Steph are friends. I could see that just being a great move to do. I just worry about how it could potentially affect the roster. Now, I'm not worried as much about the chemistry. I just worry about how it would affect our depth, even though we do have a ton of depth this year. I just worry about, the overall future of it, with Steph being up there in age. I mean, yeah, he's still got about, 2-3 years for sure involved, but that's just my thoughts. But if I was to say go all in, just go for Giannis at this point, guys.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. That's Mike in Santa Clara. He's saying if it's Giannis, hey, go all in.
And it takes two to tango.
Correct.
He would obviously have to be available.
Exactly. Well, and Giannis would obviously want to have to come here. That's another part of this. He's built up so much equity within that team and franchise where he's their face. It's not Kareem anymore. It's not who is Oscar Robinson. It's Giannis. He is Milwaukee Bucks. So I would assume he would have some level of say of saying, I'd rather go to Miami. Yeah. Or, I'd rather go to the Knicks or something like that. Teams that have been linked to Giannis through recent articles in the last couple of weeks of teams that he would like to play for. Or Brooklyn, I guess, would be one of them, right? Because they have a plethora of young talent that they're still willing to get rid of. Cam Johnson, amongst others. So we'll see with Giannis, Goon. We'll see.
Oh, we'll see. That's my Zach Taylor.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1. San Francisco always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Tim Roy joining us here momentarily, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, voice of the Golden State Warriors, as the Warriors are getting back in action tonight, right here on 95.7 The Game. Coverage of that starts at 3:30 with Warriors Live with Willard and Dibbs. Tip-off 4:30 with, again, the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. Guru.
I always, I'm a nerd. I always marvel at the commentators, let's just say the Patriots doing their run. How the play-by-play, the Tim Roy could just be so lucky. Tim Roy's been lucky to watch this dynasty, but King fans never won it. I think about the Pirates play-by-play, oh God, I got to show up to work to watch a 100-loss season. Tim Roy's been blessed, and now who knows with this start?
Well, and Tim had a lot of down years with this team, which makes it so much more sweet. Yeah, you had the We Believe run, but that was just it's a one and done thing. You didn't win it all. You didn't win it all. But the fact that they got that dynasty, the Bays team is the best team, and the once darlings, they're now a dynasty. It's all time. And guys like him, guys like Bob Fitzgerald, we like to poke fun at some of the calls, stuff like that.
They're icons.
But the Bay Area is just blessed with so much talent when it comes to the radio side, when it comes to the television side.
Bill King,
Kruk and Kipe. Hell, Dave Fleming.
Oh, man.
Dave Fleming, he was doing MLB International for their feed. He was calling the World Series. He was having hella calls that probably had to hurt his feelings.
Friday night football, college football.
Yeah, Pac-12, right? He's doing a hell of a job. We are so blessed here in the Bay when it comes to our broadcasters because it's not like this everywhere.
No,
it's not like this in Kansas City. It's not like this in, New Orleans, stuff like that. So we got him on right now. The great Tim Roy, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't time for you to discover the islands. River Islands in Lathrop. And Tim, you're out in Cleveland. What is there to do in Cleveland, Ohio? Tim, you're on with Spadoni and Goo.
Well, there's a mall that's attached to the downtown area here to our hotel. You can walk around that and do a little shopping. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is just a few blocks away. That's always fun. And if you time it right with the schedule, every now and then, if you're here in April or in the finals, you can go over and watch the Guardians play, or if you're here on a Sunday in the fall, maybe the Browns will be at home. So, and they're both within like walking distance. So there are some things to do here, and it's actually for most of the day today, there is not a cloud in the sky, which is rare when you get around cities that are around the Great Lakes.
Hey, Tim, good to talk to you, man. I got a character flaw, Tim, and I can't let go of the past. I can't flush it as fast as
Just one?
Tim, a few, but I'm going to share just one. We have a grading system, Tim. That's a 4. That's the best.
I'm sorry. That was a cheap shot.
No.
That was a cheap shot.
And I haven't gotten past last year's team not being able to qualify for the playoffs. But, Tim, I got to bring that up only because watching this year's team, and it's early, but watching them play defense collectively, you're right there front row. Share with us, and are you shocked that they're playing this type of defense this early?
A little bit that it's come together so seamlessly. Usually they have some miscommunications, and I'm sure there's going to be nights where it's not going to be very good. But, I am a little surprised at how well it's come together, in just a few weeks. And I got to tell you, I said this the other night on the air, and when we were broadcasting the game for Boston, I said, win or lose this game, I think this team has shown itself that it has potential, and it has potential to be pretty good. And so, this is another step tonight against an undefeated Cleveland team and a team that has the best offense in the league right now. And then they end the trip with a team with the best defense, and the team many feel is the best in the West, and that's Oklahoma City. So it's a gauntlet early in the season, but I think, it's going to give us an indication of just where this team is.
Voice of the Golden State Warriors, Tim Roye, joining us right now on the River Islands guest line. Spadoni in for Steiny alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. And Tim, you mentioned the best in the West right now. It's the Oklahoma City Thunder. Best in the West at the end of last year was the Dallas Mavericks. And obviously, Klay Thompson is a Dallas Maverick, which is just weird to say still. I know we've had a lot of games here, but Klay Thompson being a Dallas Maverick and the Mavericks playing the Warriors on Tuesday, and it's Klay Day. And I just want to ask, your feelings going to be heading into that game, the memories. It's going to be a celebration. It's going to be a party. And it's just going to be, a Splash Brother welcoming for the captain himself. Hell, we're giving away captain's hats to everyone on Tuesday that's attending the game. What did Klay Thompson mean to this team, this franchise, and to the Bay Area, Tim?
Well, Stephen Curry is, the star, right? The guy that makes everything go. Draymond's the heart and soul, and he's the grit and toughness of that era. Klay Thompson was not only the second dagger, if you will, on offense, the guy that could come in and on certain nights take the game over by his jump shot and win you a game. And so he has that important aspect, but he also, I think, represented the whimsical side of basketball, reminding us that it's supposed to be fun and that it's a kid's game. And he would, come in and have his, paper airplane after games in the press conference, making the stat sheet into a paper airplane, coming over in his boat, talking about Rocco, all that. His playful nature, and he just, as competitive as he is, and as much as he wants to be the best every single time he gets on the floor, he also has that side of him that, reminds himself that it's not life or death. And that, the sun's going to come up tomorrow. Maybe I'll get on my boat and, clear his head and take the dog for a walk and all that. So he represented, I think, that part of the Warrior dynasty, the part that was, represented all the fun that these guys had together.
Yeah, no, well said, Tim. And I'm looking at this team right now, and I'm telling Spadoni and the listeners, they just have like a system, a family type of love to them. And now Buddy Hield comes in. Nobody can replace Klay. But again, here I go, Tim. I got to ask you, are you at all shocked that he's gotten off to this good start in his career with the Golden State Warriors? Because I am.
Well, offensively, I was curious to see how he would do, and this system was born for him. This run past, it was just born for him. He's getting shots, he's getting looks, the whole bit. And so what surprised me a little bit is how competitive he is, how hard he plays, and the type of defense. I never gave much thought to him as a defensive player, but he's working really hard and trying to, fit in on the defensive end. He doesn't give up on plays, and that's the part that, to me, that's been really, really surprising. He's fit in perfectly, and again, kind of like Clay, he brings that little playfulness to the whole equation that I think every good team needs.
The depth on this team has been the talking point, Tim. They made the moves, right? All off season, it was all the drama surrounding Lauri Markkanen. I think we talked about Lauri Markkanen every single day on this show for I don't know how long, and he's going to stay in Utah for the foreseeable future. You got Kyle Anderson, you got D'Anthony Melton, and Buddy Hield, as you mentioned. Can you just speak to the depth of this team and specifically the guys that have bought in? Jonathan Kuminga coming off the bench, Andrew Wiggins. He's looking like the Andrew Wiggins of old when they went and won a championship. Draymond Green trying to be a champion of change. The buy-in from this team when it comes to their roles, and it's not going to be the same guy every single night. There's going to be nights where Kyle Anderson barely plays, or Gary Payton barely plays, or Podziemski misses a game here or there. Can you speak to the buy-in and the depth of this team and to the head coach, Steve Kerr, and the job that he has done so early on in this season?
Well, I think the great communication that Steve Kerr has is an unbelievable component to all of this, and it always has been. Because, he went to two guys at the beginning of the year, Lindy Waters and Guy Santos, and said, hey, you're probably not going to be part of the rotation to start, but stay ready. So everybody else knows going in, there's a chance I'm going to play tonight. It might only be 10 minutes, but it might be 28 minutes. And so I think that's the kind of competitive nature that helps this team be good, because players know they're going to get out there. They're going to get after it to try to get more minutes. And I think the fact that they brought in high character guys. They brought in guys that have been coming off the bench or starting. So I think these guys know that, the starting may not be the end goal. I think Jonathan has taken this really, really well. And I think he's starting to see the whole floor as well as we've ever seen him do it. And I think the fact that he's having success coming off the bench is really good for him, because then that takes that notion that a lot of players have, I should be starting, out of the equation. If you're winning, if you're playing well, and you're having fun, you're not going to care if you're going to be introduced at the beginning of the game, as long as you're making a contribution to help them win at the end of the game.
Hey, Tim, we appreciate the time.
Thanks
Have a great call tonight in Cleveland, and we'll see you back here at home Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, Oklahoma City on Sunday, but have a hell of a call tonight, and we'll be rooting for you.
And by the way, for those who haven't seen it yet, you need to go online and take a look at the Clay hats. They're pretty sweet.
Oh,
you're going to want to get one.
We got them right here in studio.
Yeah, we got them on our head now.
Your boy Jimbo Kincaid dropped them off, Timmy.
The great Jimbo Kincaid, yes. And I expect to see pictures online of you guys wearing the hats.
There you go, Timmy.
There you go. We'll post them. Thanks, Tim.
All right, guys.
There he is, the great Tim Roye, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? We're up against it, Goo. We're going to have one more segment. Then we got the crossover. We got a lot happening
What's
here.
bugging you?
What's bugging
2
you?
p.m.
And we can get back into a little bit of the 49ers here, because they got a massive game on Sunday against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Christian McCaffrey is making his season debut. So we'll get into that on the other side. It's Spadoni. It's Guru. It's 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's it.
Damn, Chris in Santa Clara got your ass, man. That's tough.
People do understand the art of singing by the professionals make the ones that can't do it try to do it. So relax. Not like I went out on Polo and tried to sing. I know I can't sing.
But you know what? You got the confidence like you can, which I appreciate. Good.
Have you heard Steiny try to sing? Bonte, Shasky,
Steiny's not bad when it comes to Blink-182.
Dude, this... So you're a fan.
It's not bad. When Steiny does it, it's like, you know what? I can believe it.
That sounds okay.
Not much, but it's the best I can do. The song's for you.
That's crap. You're a fan
not
of that. I'll
horrible.
let him know when he gets back.
He was probably part of the choir back in Catholic school. That's probably why.
And everybody, the fawning over my boy, man.
Spadonian for Steiny, by the way, if you didn't even catch up on that, alongside Guru. This has been a hell of a show for both of us. How about that?
There you
go. For both of us, Ken included, and
see.
Lucas. Yeah, we'll see. We got one more segment before the crosstalk. Crossover is what we're calling it.
And are you ready for what's bugging you at 2 p.m.?
I
You
am.
got to come up with something.
Do we got the pest of the month? Do we know what that is? What is the pest of the month today? This month?
Relax, Spadoni. We don't have that info.
Cool. You're putting me on the spot. I don't know.
Hey, we'll get back to
What's
you.
bad? Yeah, November, because the months have changed.
But mice always and rats are they're the leader in the clubhouse.
Okay, that's fine. Rats on the table, right? There you go.
Yeah, rats. Yeah.
And the rat on the table right now is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This is a massive game.
Could you imagine if we come in Monday and you start us off batting first at 5 a.m. and somehow they drop this one with McCaffrey back? At that, for me, I'll just go, all the air will be let out the 49er room and what I think they can do. Is the season over? No, Spadoni, but I'm sorry. This is what you have left, man, and you want some oomph to it.
You know what's interesting is I was thinking about this last couple of days, and after the Boston win for the Golden State Warriors, like, is there a scenario we come in on Monday and the Warriors beat the Cavs and they beat the Thunder, and we're like, the Niners, they squeaked by the Bucks. Is this like,
I mean,
what am I opening with at 5 a.m.? I'm a little concerned.
Well, I feel like, and I always tell the boss this, he don't give
well,
it
the boss
much
wants
man.
to talk football because all Tuesday is going to be
But
Clay
we
Day.
owe the fans because the movie for the football is almost over. It's halfway over. You know what I mean? The basketball's just getting started.
But that's why there's urgency with the football. That's
all
why.
day.
Yeah.
And if you can't win this one after the bye with your guy coming back, I mean, at what point can a Niner fan get excited or expect change? For real, Spadoni.
Well, I'm saying I think the team that's under more pressure and should be more desperate is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in a weird way. And I would never have said that heading into this game. But just given the circumstances, like, my expectations for what this 49ers season has changed. I thought it was Super Bowl or bust, and maybe I'm crazy at 888-957-9570. I think a successful season for the 49ers at this point is just winning the division. You win the division, you've had a good year. Given everything that's happened, Guru, you may have lost your running back for the year. We'll see with the bilateral Achilles tendonitis. You did lose your top paid wide receiver for the year. Your number one or your first round pick got shot in the chest.
Yeah.
Like, this has been a tumultuous season. You may have Dre Greenlaw out for the year. We'll see what his health is going to be as the season goes on. Talanoa Hufanga, I don't know. Like, this has been a disaster scenario. Javon Hargrave's out for the year.
Hold on, Spadoni. Let me answer. Hello? What? Oh, it's the Chiefs on line one.
Yep.
They're saying, Spadoni, no, you can't move the goalpost. Every team has gone through something.
They got Patrick Mahomes. Where's Patrick Mahomes on this team? Do you see him? Stop. That's not fair. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce are the greatest duo maybe in the history of the NFL.
No, I will not argue that. But so you're basically giving out passes because I don't know how it can't change from Super Bowl or bust.
I'm being a realist. I'm saying, given all the things that have happened with this team right now, I just think winning your division right now, I'd take that if I'm a 49ers fan. I would take winning this division, getting your foot in the door. We'll see what happens, but everything after that would be gravy.
Well,
I think so.
That's interesting because, I always say it to Steiny, tomorrow is not promised. It's real. Just look around, read the news, pick up a newspaper. Bottom line, Spadoni, is we don't know what's going on in regard to the Achilles, the bilateral tendonitis in the running back's Achilles. What if this there's impact on the future? And I double back to say this is why it was so imperative that when you're that close to winning the Super Bowl, you can't get in your own way. And we're not there yet because we got this season. But everything you just itemized, it's legit, it's fair, but Spadoni, I mean, sometimes you can go so long, you know what I mean? And the Niners have had cracks at this thing, not just the Super Bowl losses, partner, but the NFC Championship blunders where you were up 10 a couple times. So I'm just saying, at some point, you got to pay the price for that long haul of a season, and the Niners kind of are doing that now, but without the bling. Without one.
In a weird way, and this might sound sacrilege, the coaching job that Kyle Shanahan did, when was that? Back in 2021 when the Rams won the Super Bowl. But you had Jimmy Garoppolo with basically one arm. You had Trent Williams, your left tackle, with basically one arm. And he willed that team damn near to the Super Bowl. I think that was his most impressive coaching job that I've ever seen. If he gets this team to win this division and get him to the playoffs this year, it might be right up there. Just given all the stuff that has happened, all the bleep show that has happened, and some of it is of his own doing because of how negotiations went with Brandon Ayuk. Some of it was in his own doing.
So you're saying no fire, shut up if you're saying he needs to be fired.
Correct.
If somehow this goes awry.
Hell no.
Okay.
Are you, like, the people that want him fired need to be tested for everything.
Yeah.
Everyone would want him. Gee, real quick. I'm going to go crazy here in a second.
Take your time. I got something for you.
Have you looked at the NFL standings lately?
Yes, I have. I told you Green Bay was 6-3 and 7th.
No, I'm not even talking about that. Have you seen how bad the NFL is this season?
The 2-win teams are less. I gave you that.
There's a third of the NFL that is dog bleep.
I got you.
They're awful.
No point.
The Raiders, the Patriots, the Titans, the Panthers, the Saints. I can go on. Yes. A third of the league is tanking for Shador or Cam Ward. It's that bad right now. This is honestly, this is the worst I've seen of the NFL in quite some time. I don't remember it being this awful. And within your own division, it's going to be a dogfight because I don't think the Seahawks are bad. I don't think the Rams are bad. I think the Rams, they've won 3 in a row. They're looking like, hey, we got Puka Nacua, we got Cooper Kupp healthy, we got Matt Stafford. All of a sudden, our offensive line is getting healthier. We got these guys.
I said at the summit, watch out for the Rams. Shasky killed me. Yeah, I couldn't name a defender,
the Cardinals, for that matter, they've been impressive. I know Kyler didn't have his greatest game last week, and they beat you. Kyler can pose problems, and that defense, you can name Budda Baker and them boys, but they make plays too. It's gonna be a war of attrition given here on out for the San Francisco 49ers. And I'm just looking at the rest of the NFC. In years past, you can say this would be a disappointing year, but not this year. Not when there's the Eagles. Not when there's the Packers.
But everybody has the Eagles. We don't even know if they really got their stuff together.
I think the Eagles are legit. I think the Eagles are good.
Even though the coach tries to give away games, talent-wise, I got you. But their defense is not all that.
But they should be 7-1. Saquon catches a ball, they should be 7-1. They're good, and I think you view them differently if they are 7-1 than 6-2 right now.
I think they can lose to Dallas this weekend. That's what I think of Philly.
Well, they can because that's a rivalry game. But I would bet I wouldn't make that bet.
Division game.
Yeah, division games are different. That's why the Raiders always play the Chiefs tough. It is what it is. But I would not bet money on that. I think the Eagles.
I know this is not Dr. Phil time or relationship time, but just tell me what you think of where I'm going. And I mean, I feel this when I hear this all the time. If I had $1 for every time somebody said Coach A shouldn't be fired because 20 teams or 30 teams would be lined up to get him, I immediately go to relationships. I'm not saying Kyle should be fired. I'm not, and I won't, no matter what pops off. But Spadoni, miss me with that tired-ass line of, in relationships, it's not about if you leave person A or B. Yeah, they're going to find happiness. But you need to go find your own mental health and move on with your life. Don't stay in a relationship because 20 people are going to line up for Susie. That's not what it's about. It's about you and your mental health and you starting your new life. Don't stay in something because, 10 guys will like her. I don't like hearing that. And that's why you did it with the Kyle Shanahan.
Well, but-
You know how many teams have he lined up for? It ain't about that. We get it. It's about you and your new fresh start.
Well, I'll say this to that.
Not that he needs to be fired, because I'm not saying that.
I'll say this to that, as you like to say.
Yeah, love advice.
What about the one who got away? What about that, Goo? That's a real thing. You always think about that one that got away, whether it was in high school, whether it was college. What if that's Kyle Shanahan? Well, the one that got away that you were so close and you made sweet love to multiple times.
But what if you never won you never got the ring?
No, but you got close. You got on your knee a couple times and you stumbled and you fell into the water. It happens.
But what really got away then if you didn't get a chip? Like, you know what I'm like? Andy Reid. You think the Eagle fans are saying that's the one that got away? I don't think so.
Well, they won one, so it was different.
But they had Heartbreak Hotel more than Kyle here.
You think they would rather have Andy Reid now than Nick Sirianni?
No, I think they'd like their one they got from my guy Peterson.
Yeah, Doug. How's he doing these days, by the way?
It ain't on Philly's dime.
No, it's on the Jacks, and he stinks.
Right.
Sorry.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah, but Andy Reid has done it in Kansas City. He did it with Philadelphia. Who's to say Andy Reid
didn't do it in Philly?
No, he got to where Kyle Shanahan did, which is what you're saying.
Okay, right, gotcha.
Like, he got so close.
And then somebody came
times.
in outside of Andy and got Philly over the top.
And they caught lightning in a bottle with Nick Foles. Like, that's what happens. Sometimes, bleep happens, as I like to say, and they got lucky. The Niners or the
whole thing
the
is
Warriors might have had some luck because it's better to be lucky than good, as Bob Spadoni likes to say.
But you don't win 4 off of luck.
No.
They should have 6.
No.
Because of bad luck.
I'm saying Andrew Wiggins, they might have caught lightning in a bottle there for their fourth one.
Gotcha.
So that might be their crowning achievement. They may never win one again. But you know what? They'll look at that and be like, that was Steph's crowning achievement. But again, you can use that analogy if you'd like with Shanahan and all these people it has. I just know this 49ers team would not nearly be as good without Kyle Shanahan.
And
not even close.
Agree.
Who's out there that you're replacing with? Ben Johnson? Please.
He's the flavor of the month. The name of the month.
What is he going to do? Ben Johnson. Your cousin?
And he's going to, no doubt. I'll take him. But no doubt. It's just, that's the nature of the beast, though. You hear these names, and it's like Joe Spadoni. Hey, did you tell me you knew every Warrior player that was saying Joe Spadoni?
Yeah, I have.
Because all I recognized was Tim Roy. Can you give it to us?
All right, I got Lindy Waters.
Wow, I didn't recognize him.
I got Brandon Pajemski. I got Buddy Hield. And these are all people that did the pregame show rejoins with me, all the Golden State Warriors. So they send those before the season starts. Moses Moody, Kevon Looney, Jonathan Kuminga,
that's dope.
Steve Kerr, Kyle Anderson, Tim Roy.
That's dope.
D'Anthony Melton, Andrew Wiggins. No Steph.
Relax.
No Steph for Draymond.
But you're the same guy that said I'm having a great show, so you got an ego. Let go of my ego.
Low-key dead to me, those guys. I'm not saying I root against them when they play, but I'm definitely rooting more for Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, I got a little ego.
Well, just, it's great that you guys have your own rejoins with Steph, and Steph sends gifts to these shows.
Joe.
Well, he sent it to Matt.
Yeah, well,
he called in. That's pretty
How'd that make you feel, by the way?
No, I feel like he knew where he was calling, so I felt a part of it.
How come you didn't call in your birthday?
Talk to the boss. It's not a holiday.
You should tell him that. That's not, they're like, come on, man.
You think LeBron's calling a radio station to their LA's Dimettes? No.
It's a great call.
Curry is the man.
Bronny might. You want Bronny to call in?
All right, you set me up. I'm just happy, but I can't believe he's traveling. Must be nice.
Must be nice. 888-957-9570 is the number. I'm saying this season would be a success if you won the division. I'm moving the goalpost back a little bit. Is that fair or foul?
Where's the disappointment? Or are you, because when you say that, I do my algebra, and it seems like you're saying, the reason they didn't reach their goal, and it's fine if you are, Spadoni, but let me know, because of injuries.
Yeah. It's been a tumultuous year of injuries.
Nothing to see here.
It's been one of your players got shot. It's been
who's now back.
Yes, your best player though, Christian McCaffrey, has a ticking time bomb of an injury.
Who's now back?
Great. Again, ticking time bomb. His legs could be done.
But next week, what if the bomb doesn't go off?
That's great. Then you know what? You see what happens. But I'm saying, given everything that's happened, win the division. Everything after that would be awesome.
Now you got me. You planted this seed. Do you think the league is, now that we're seeing Shanahan's offense in different cities and coordinators are kind of, and we saw with McDonald, who now is with Seattle, the coordinator for the Ravens last year, DC now with the Seahawks. So there's no X's and O's area areas of improvement did Joe Spadoni or concerns with this D-line being what it is if somehow the Niners don't reach their goal? Like, that's what's scary to me. Not you're in a transition, but let's be honest and put the rat on the table, Spadoni. You could be. You could have had your best chance to win a Super Bowl.
Well, that
4 straight chips and 2 pops at it.
That might be true. And they may never get back to that point. But you know what? I think I feel a hell of a lot better with Kyle Shanahan still going forward.
And I'm not. I don't bring that up for him. I'm just saying, where did he go wrong? But if you're going to say just the injuries, Goo,
I think it is. But again, that's part of losing a Super Bowl. That's baked into it. And I know people want to say, oh, but what about the Chiefs? So the Chiefs are separate because they have Patrick Mahomes. And I love Brock Purdy. Man. He's not Patrick Mahomes. Right. He's just not. Josh Allen. Josh Allen, you're not Patrick Mahomes.
Because Andy's a part of that.
No, he's not
too.
Andy Reid. He's not. He's not Andy Reid.
Well,
Andy Reid's not as stubborn as Kyle Shanahan at times. Man. Andy Reid knows the rules in overtime when it comes to the Super Bowl. Andy Reid's more buttoned up when you need to be buttoned up in both of those Super Bowl matchups. And you know what? Jimmy Garoppolo came short. Brock Purdy came short. Kyle Shanahan came short.
Would you laugh at me if I told you all on this Payday Friday that I believe this is going to be the most difficult task or decision from Kyle Shanahan since he's been a Niner head coach on how he divvies up the carries or uses McCaffrey from Sunday on?
It's going to be interesting.
You can't tell me this is a walk in the park.
Again, I don't think you should be fearing anyone or fearing the possibility that this guy's just going to get, a torn Achilles. Like, he feels good.
Okay.
There's no pain.
All right.
Right? Take the training wheels off. What's going to happen? He has 5 more runs than he's supposed to, and all of a sudden, oh no, are we doing this like with our pitchers now? 100 pitches. We got to pull Garrett Cole in the World Series.
We've been past that, though.
But look what happened.
Oh, yeah, right.
Aaron Boone looked like an idiot.
Yeah, he did.
And that was the game. That was the series.
And he's coming back
game 1
for another year, yeah.
Your boy Garrett Cole, Pittsburgh Pirate legend. Come on. This is a little bit
I get you.
I can't live in fear like that. But this is
different, though, because let's just say something were to happen to the Ferrari. Now, next year, you got Ayuk dealing with the double stuff. You don't want your Curry dealing with stuff.
Brian Baldinger,
oh boy.
95.7 The Game, NFL Insider. This is what he had to say Tuesday on the Morning Roast. What are you going to expect from Christian McCaffrey?
I don't know, Joe. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if he knows. I see where the window's open to start practicing. Because his whole game, any running back, but especially him, his whole game is explosion. Whether it's 2-foot cuts, explosive cuts out of your zone cuts in traffic, his whole game is explosion. And so, can he get the explosive feel back in his legs? Can he do what we saw him do the last 2.5 years in San Francisco, where he's the most dynamic player in the league? Like, if he loses that, what does he have? Is he just a good back, or is he still an elite back?
That's Brian Baldinger, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, Daryl LeGrue Johnson. And here's more from Baldy talking about what we were talking about, Kyle Shanahan's stressful year.
Well, I think it's been a stressful year. You come off a disappointing playoff loss. You have a number of holdouts. And then worse than, Ayuk and Trent being out all off season and really unknowing and knowing that there's real legit trade talk for Ayuk. You're going to lose your best receiver. And then this injury to McCaffrey, where he's not available. I just think it's been really tough on him. You make the change at defense coordinator, but the defense line isn't what it once was as far as his talent. And now you want this defense coordinator just to fix things, and you're playing all these rookies in the secondary right now. I think it's been a tough year on him.
It's been a tough year for Kyle. So I think winning the division, you know what? That'd be a hell of an achievement for him.
I'm going to read this to you, and this is from my guy, Tone. This is
Tone?
Tone family.
My brother.
Yeah, okay. He says you're doing a good job, but this is a fan. But this take, because what Baldy said, this is how I know Kyle doesn't think this team is better than last year's. That's why they didn't add a pass rusher.
Well, who's out there to get?
And that would be the other part of exactly.
You think you're getting Myles Garrett or Max Crosby? They weren't trading those
guys. Or maybe this year's version of Randy Gregory and Chase Young. But
no one's out there.
Yeah, I believe Kyle thinks they still got major action.
Hey, they got Khalil Davis. Greg Cosell.
Yeah, I forgot that.
Greg Cosell, tell me about Khalil Davis from Houston.
Yeah, he was a rotational tackle with Houston. You know, I think that's what he is, and I think he's really good in that role. Like, he's not a guy you'd put out there for 45 or 50 snaps. You know, I've seen him with Houston. He shows up on film. He flashes. He's got pretty good quickness. You know, that will be his role with the Niners. He'll be a rotational player. That's why they got him. They wanted more depth. You know, obviously Hargrave's done for the year, so they're looking for depth at that position. And, you know, I think that's what he is. You know, when you get a guy like that, you're getting him because you know what he is, and you're getting him for a specific reason, and that's the reason.
Greg Cosell, who joined Willard and Dibbs as he does each and every Wednesday, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. It's also
so not a stiff.
Yeah. No, not a stiff. I love that we have Baldy and Cosell, two of the best at breakdown film. We might have, when it comes to our depth, we might be on the level of the Golden State Warriors when it comes to our insiders.
I'm not mad at that.
The game. Baldy, Cosell. Oh, you want some Warriors? We got Anthony Slater.
Look at Slates.
Who's better than Slates? He's got all the inside scoops.
No doubt.
And by the way, they just announced their podcast. It used to be on The Athletic. The Kawakami, Marcus Thompson, and Anthony Slater, they're coming to Odyssey, baby. Their podcast. I need to get the name. 888-957-9570.
So it's no longer on the... Oh boy, the Plus Minus.
That's what it's called.
Okay,
the Plus Minus podcast. They're on.
You've been a plus today, by the way.
Thanks, bud.
Yeah, I'm probably about plus 20. I don't know what
he hasn't done a sniff all day, and he needed to do it.
I'm reaching.
He went Scarface. He did the sniff right there. All right.
Oh,
there you go.
I had a ball, man.
No, this has been great. No, this show has flown by, man. It's just football being back in our lives with basketball. This really is.
And college football.
Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, we got
college hoop. My son's in Vegas with Santa Clara. They got a game.
Yeah.
Like who? That last part.
College hoops
Who
sucks.
cared?
College hoops is awful. I'm sorry, little Daryl. Like, wake me up when it's March.
What if Benny's playing for Gonzaga running point? You would not feel that.
No, I'd put Benny in like an Mark Few, son.
Gear.
I would be Spadoni Few, putting him in there the last 30 seconds to get dunked on. This is what it's like, son.
I got him as a starter.
Did you
college hoops? Stop
Did you see that? Mark Few putting his son in to get dunked on? Did you see that?
And did you see the interview where the reporter asked about his son getting dunked on, and they were trying to hide their laugh? Like, dude,
it's so good.
He got dunked on.
I kind of respect it though. It's like, hey, son, you want to get some minutes? This is what happens. All right, we got to earn your keep here. Just because you got my last name,
and his dad said, "Yeah, I'm proud of him. We kind of worked on getting dunked on." I'm paraphrasing, like, dude, no, that was the streets can call that something else.
That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. We got the crossover coming up next. Willard and Dibbs. And by the way,
they say Dibbs is in a good mood. Well, payday.
Everyone's in a good mood. It's a Friday. It's a feel-good Friday. We got Cavs. We got Warriors. 4:30 tip-off. Warriors live with Willard and Dibbs. 3:30. That's all coming up next. Crossover first, though, on 95.7 The Game.
You need to go to Kaiser and do something in the cup.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Spadoni in for Steiny alongside Dale the Guru Johnson. We got the crossover. We got Gibbs. We got Willard. And by the way, boys, real quick, a little bit of breaking news. You don't hit the sounder, but Kyle Shanahan speaking to the media right now. He said Christian McCaffrey is, quote,
that's a full go, bro.
Good to go, brother.
That's a full go.
There you go.
There you go.
LFG.
So take it 0 to 100.
Release the house.
Wow.
Let's go.
The caddy with the bad
They
trend.
need it. They need it. That is Christian McCaffrey's purpose in life.
All right.
Look at your kids here in a month and a half, whatever you celebrate. Have them open up a gift and then tell them, don't use it today. You're going to have to ease into it. No!
So under
Let's
over
go.
20 carries for McCaffrey Sunday.
20 touches.
Yeah,
touches, not carries.
What about
touches.
carries if I just went carries?
I would go under 20 carries, but I would go over 20 touches.
Okay.
Because I do think that they're going to, and I don't want to give away my
He's
pick.
going to have to
and I'm
proceed
currently
with
hot.
caution,
I'm
right?
almost hot.
Okay.
I'm 1 win away from being hot and fade the dibber.
You got lucky.
But
oh boy,
hardly got lucky. They were up 21-7. We'll get into it.
Yeah.
We'll get into it.
I'm going to go back to
And
the first quarter. All right. Anyway,
and you
go
can,
ahead.
But whatever. You can blame the refs all you want. It's not the refs' fault. It's the system. But anyway, I'm 1 win away from being hot. And when they get the lead, I don't think that they're going to have him out there grinding out the game.
All
They've
right.
got J.P. Mason. They've got Garendo.
Who's still nursing that AC joint, JP?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if I agree with that. We'll see. You might be right, but
We'll see.
How have they done with leads so far this year? I'm gonna grind it out.
New England.
Sure.
We talked about
this. Isn't New England this
what
weekend.
are we doing?
This isn't New England. This is an actual capable football team they're playing. I just think
Dallas
also not
It
very
came down
capable,
to the end.
and it came down to the end, and not a very capable football team. This is a better football team than the Dallas Cowboys. But I look at it this way: they need this. They need him.
Man,
they need this right now.
And you're already done, Lisa.
You're talking about Tampa, right?
No, the 49ers.
Tampa needs this.
Of course, that's part of the point.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not doing, we have moved well past this whole, well, the Niners can beat blank without, no.
He's all in.
Urgency, absolutely. Right now, I don't think that means you get irresponsible. I wouldn't be big on the idea of 30 touches.
Yeah, no, I got
but
you.
20 is great.
All right.
Let's go.
Wow. Spadoni, you get to win then.
Hey, it makes no sense. If there's no pain, then what's the problem? Like, that's literally, they said there's no pain in his Achilles. Then you gotta go.
Re-aggravating something,
Well, that's
maybe.
just life. I'm sorry.
exactly.
You can't play.
I'm scared. I got you.
The
And you
moment
know what that
start
would be,
thinking
right?
about, it's a
Revation.
Sensation.
Let's go.
That was like Benny learning his last name. Yeah.
You can re-aggravate it on the first carry.
No doubt.
You can re-aggravate it on one touch. Like, I don't know when people go, 28 touches, that's too much, but 24. Like, what are those four touches are the difference between safety and not?
It's like Garrett Cole in the playoffs. Oh my God, he's at 90 pitches. Aaron, I got to pull this guy. Like, we need him for the whole series. They lost the series because of that. Literally, like you can't.
Yeah,
but just going to like the pitching count and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The whole thing is silly. Like if he's ready to play and he's healthy, use him as much as you want.
And word on the street is he was ready a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
so I think that the easing in has already been happening.
Okay,
I mean that's.
I can't wait to see him play. We all been robbed of missing him play.
Yeah, I can't wait
robbed, but, you know.
I can't wait to see what they do with him when he doesn't get the ball. Because when he doesn't get the ball, he's very impactful. And it's, putting him out in the slot or, decoying him or using Debo as the receiver. And then now he's out wide. And
he helps everybody.
He helps everybody. The gravity that we talk about with Steph Curry, it's the same thing with Christian McCaffrey.
All the separation talk, like, I wonder, does everybody suddenly look open?
Okay, that's
right.
Man.
Now all of a sudden Debo is by himself over the middle of the field again.
Well, that's the
great
thing.
stuff,
We
man.
were talking about the rushing game because he's a running back, so you go there immediately. But what he does for the passing game with a guy like Ricky Pearsall now,
he's part of the passing game.
Yeah, but again, to Mark's point, like you get all this open field and open space. George Kittle, I mean, my God, the guy's already been the best tight end in football this year. You think he's going to get some more touches and stuff like that? Like, come on.
Not a good defense they're playing. This is a banged up, not effective Tampa Bay defense.
And they didn't embarrass themselves against Kansas City.
No, of course not. But this game is on the 49er offense, in my opinion, because Baker Mayfield has shown himself to be very capable. I know they're down their receivers, but they've got a good tight end. They've got this three-headed monster thing in the backfield. And the 49er defense is still finding itself or whatever. And so I expect Tampa to get a few points, but the Niners should not be stopped.
Vita Vea? You're not worried about him?
Nope.
It's a big guy.
This one guy.
So you're not expecting the D to be something it hasn't been until you see
it. 49ers should score 30. The Niners need to get to 30 in this game.
And I mean, Vita Vea is great, but the Niners love to run outside zone, and Vita Vea is a 3 technique, and so you're going to have him in the interior in the A and the B gap. So
thank you, Greg Cosell.
You're welcome. And as we give your boy the win this week, as he referred to Isaac Yoda, cover receivers, he will. He called him Yodam 5 times, and I looked at Mark and I gave him the sign. I'm gonna get the W today.
I love it,
and I love Cosell.
Yeah,
and
he's the best.
He's really good. And my goal is to only have one question or fewer interrupted, because you start to ask a question and he'll jump the route on you. And that's always awkward. Yeah. I can't even get to the end of it.
But he did that, but he got me once. But he did it to agree with you.
Exactly.
He liked what you were saying.
Right.
And so he was inspired to start talking right away. So
the juxtaposition of when we have Baldy on compared to Cosell, I think, is so funny because they're both breakdown guys, right? They're both watching film constantly, but the way they discuss it is just so interesting to me. It's like polar opposites the way they talk about it.
Baldy is completely willing to have an emotional connection to football, and Greg is like the football version of like talking to your smart speaker. Like it's only going to reflect
Cowherd
back
had Greg on yesterday, and he went dibs on Cowherd like 3 times. It ain't just you. I corrected him like, no, this is. I was like, oh, it ain't just
the best one. Like if we're doing end of the year awards was when, what did you call when Kyler Murray ran for the touchdown against the Niners?
I said it was a
did you call
zone read.
Zone read.
That's what it was.
Greg barfed on himself right in the middle of the. He was so offended that James called it a zone read. He was just like, no. It was not a zone read. It was not.
Read option.
Oh, boy.
Big difference.
That's right. Take a look.
Read option.
Yes. He was mad.
And a week later, he was talking about a play that was not a jet sweep, and I thought it was a jet sweep, and he called it like an option around. Whatever he called it.
He called it. That's
I don't know, but
he called it something like he'll throw that thing out like we're supposed to know what he's talking about. He's like, well, it's a boogie baloo play. And you're like, I don't know.
Yes, Spadone. So I do. I watch the game once, and then I watch it again. And when I watch it again, I write down every play by play, with like what happened and then notes. And then on my notes that week, I had jet sweep. And I didn't get a chance to ask him, and he called it something else, and I was like, thank God I didn't say jet sweep. Because I can't take
called it
it.
a box route, something.
Yeah. But Donnie, they probably heard, could you play quickly the Baldy sound about if McCaffrey knows how he's going to react?
So this is from Tuesday when he joined, obviously, Bonte and Shasky. Baldy on what to expect from Christian McCaffrey. Quote, I don't know.
I don't know, Joe. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know if he knows. I see where the window's open to start practicing, because his whole game, any running back, but especially him, his whole game is explosion. Whether it's 2-foot cuts, explosive cuts out of your zone cuts in traffic, his whole game is explosion. And so, can he get the explosive feel back in his legs? Can he do what we saw him do the last 2.5 years in San Francisco, where he's the most dynamic player in the league? Like, if he loses that, what does he have? Is he just a good back, or is he still an elite back?
There you go.
So I just bring that up, Willard, because obviously he's feeling like he can do it. The Christian, like he could have been back a couple weeks ago.
Matty Barrows just wrote a couple hours ago, he looks spry today at practice. But sure, I'm kind of like with Spadone on what we're saying here. I'm sorry, you have to just take the training wheels off at some point, find out what's going on. And if life then happens, life happens.
Wow.
There's no, if you're out of reasons to not check, then go check. But is there any way for all of us to guarantee that Christian's legs are going to respond perfectly Sunday?
No. Wow,
and by the way, they could be perfect, and he could break his arm. I mean, it's football.
Damn.
It's football.
Well, think about Steph Curry's ankles. So Steph sits out with a sprained ankle twice. He sprained it. And then, you rest a week and you come back and you think, that thing could go at any moment. Of course it could, but the chef is going to play and he's going to shoot and run around and do his thing. And he has a much deeper history of ankle issues than McCaffrey does Achilles. So it's really the same thing. If the Achilles is good and you're mostly pain-free, play football. And if something happens, something happens. Dre Greenlaw did a split step on the sideline to run on the field, and that thing exploded. God. And even though he actually,
are you kidding me?
He had Achilles pain in the other foot
and dealing with it all year long.
Exactly. And then the other Achilles goes, and it's just
in the Super Bowl.
That's the way it goes. And Kobe Bryant did the same thing where he did a jab cut to get open, and it was all of a sudden you look the classic look back, and James Wiseman, the classic look back, and these things are going to go when they go, and there's nothing you can do.
Last 2 years in a row, I would argue that the 49ers have had two of probably my top five highest, swallow your Adam's apple in the middle of a game injuries where you're just like...
Who's the second one?
Well, Purdy in Philly and Dre in the Super Bowl, to be in that high leverage of games and see players of that magnitude go down.
And the Purdy one was
and not just go down, but go down with we hope we'll see you next year kind of a thing. And
my man, James
happen anytime.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Am I supposed to do this now, Goo? What's bugging you? Am I supposed to do this? Is that how
There's
I do
a read. Yeah,
do it. Do I do it after or do it before?
You do it going in.
Okay, thank
Normally you hand it to me because Steiny is uncomfortable doing the read.
Steiny can't
but
read.
you can do it.
No, you can
do it.
I love it. Just put your voice into it.
Yeah.
Right.
Got spiders? Ooh, that's eight-legged freaks, am I right? Atco Pest Control is here to help. They specialize in eradicating those eight-legged intruders with precision and care. Don't let spiders take over. Go to atcopestcontrol.com and reclaim your space, Guru.
I'll go first. Again, Dibs, I hope you don't take this personal, but at this point, if you do, I still love you. I don't care. I had no dog in the fight last night with Baltimore and Cincinnati. But damn it, Joe Burrow got hit in the face mask. Somebody should be able to see he got hit in the face mask. I'm tired of not turning the game off like, you know what? Maybe that did impact the outcome. If an infraction happens, we got to catch it. And we got the technology. And Willard, there was a pass interference, and the guy's telling you on the broadcast it was a pass interference.
Terry McCauley.
I'm just sick, and it's going to cost somebody a Super Bowl or a job or a division win, something.
I mean, you know what's wild, though? I'm watching that whole drive and all the missed calls at the end there. I missed all. None of them should have even happened. The game was already over. Because on 4th and 10 from their own 30, Josevac or what the hell his name is, catches
you didn't say
the
that
ball.
was a first?
The ball was on the ground.
Arguing with no.
He rolls over and the ball is literally on the grass.
A football move.
You saw Harbaugh on the sideline going, guys, the video's up. It's incomplete. Forget whether he made the 40 or not. The ball's on the ground. And human beings walk over to cameras and then walk out in the field and go, play stands. Let's go. I'm like, what are you looking at?
Dude,
the game's already over. So you're not wrong, but none of those plays should have even existed. Game was over.
What do you want from me?
We want to get it right.
Do you want the real?
No, I want you to understand that people being irate is cool.
Do you want the truth?
Like, you know it's wrong. Something's wrong. Something's off.
You want to get it right. They don't give a crap. And that, to me, if they really cared, and I think about pro tennis, where every tournament now, you've got shot spot, and every single play, every single ball that lands is seen, judged, and adjudicated.
Okay.
And thank you. And you go to any other sport, soccer, international soccer, we now have that annoying line where, we go to VAR, you're right, Spadone, and we can tell you if your elbow was offside, then it's offside. We go to VAR, we don't love it, it's not perfect, but we judge it. The NBA, we twirl our finger, we judge it. MLB, we're going to challenge it, we judge it. The NFL, they don't care. If they cared, they would make it so that things like, I don't know, quarterback getting hit in the face, and the previous play where it's a face mask, that should be challengeable. But the NFL doesn't care.
Now, Dibs, they gotta care. This is not good for the game.
They don't care. They don't care
system
because
is off.
you watch, you pay, it's billions of dollars,
Right.
you gamble.
But this is not helping the game, though, Dibs.
But it's not
I
hurting
believe
the game.
they care.
It's not hurting the game.
But to go review that and not...
Again, this is life. It's human beings, and so there's always going to be differences of opinion, and the same eyes or different eyes can see the same thing a different way. Those are the ones that get me.
Those plays shouldn't even count.
Right, like if someone got hit in the face, there was pass interference. You miss those, especially at full speed. I'm not mad that they didn't call it incomplete on Joseph full speed. I get bothered when you go look at it and you have slow-mo angles from 8 directions, and it's just like the Niners-Seattle thing we talked. When you can see something, and then for whatever your reason is, you walk out of your booth and tell me there is no white smoke.
Well, they couldn't see that.
But they
in Seattle.
Right, but whatever your reason is. Whatever your reason is.
See something, say something.
How the hell can we see it and they not see it?
That's what hurts.
Whatever your reason is, those are the ones that get me. We're sitting there looking at it.
The refs missed and I missed too because the pest of this month, guys, it's cockroaches. And are they creeping you out? Well, Atco Pest Control is your solution. With fast, effective treatments and a friendly team, they'll make those pests disappear. Visit AtcoPestControl.com today and enjoy a cockroach-free home.
I love cockroaches. I'm impressed.
I don't think I've ever seen one in my house.
I'm being real. I don't think I have.
Is that like an East Coast thing? I don't see those.
The stick-to-itiveness of a cockroach.
What do you love about it?
I'm impressed by them.
The boldness of a cockroach.
Yeah,
when you see it, something's dirty.
tenacity.
If I'm at your house and I see it, I'm like, oh boy, I don't want to eat here.
Like something, if cockroach has now become a nickname for something that you can't kill, you can't get under its skin, you can't bother it, who doesn't want those characteristics? Let's go. I love a cockroach.
The cockroach for me is on the Mount Rushmore of annoying pests. It's actually in the George Washington position because of what you're talking about. And I've lived in some places where it was maybe not great and clean. We were renters, and you go into the kitchen at like 5:45 in the morning, and you walk in. It's like, oh my God, there's a cockroach. And the cockroach looks at you, and like a rat. When you go see a rat, the rat will run, no doubt. The rat's gonna run. Ants don't care. We're going to do our ant thing and go ahead and spray me and whatever, but the queen will live. Cockroaches, you walk in and they look at you like, what are you going to do about it, tough guy?
I have to say this
What are you going to do about it, tough guy?
Martin Lawrence in his prime was doing stand-up, and Flavor Flav from Public Enemy was in the crowd, and he was acting crazy. And Martin Lawrence said, when a cockroach see Flavor Flav and say, "Hey, Daddy," and the whole place, and Flavor got mad, but the place just erupted.
Oh my God!
When a cockroach sees Flavor and say, "Hey, Daddy,"
that's pretty funny.
The place went berserk. He was mad.
I should not have been watching Flavor of Love at 12 years old on VH1, but God, I couldn't get enough of that show in middle school.
And you were sibling number 8 of 10?
7.
You're 7 of 10.
Son, 7th child overall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because you mentioned it earlier in
cockroaches.
Seriously.
Lord.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Because you guys were talking about birthdays. And Spadoni's like, my birthday, I mean.
I don't care about
it.
I'm not a birthday guy. What day it is?
June 4th, baby. Let's go.
Somebody was celebrating a birthday every day.
We always knew mine. Mine was actually always the biggest because it was always on the last week of school or last day of school.
That's exciting.
So everyone would celebrate. Everyone was feeling good.
Good mood.
Yeah, everyone's in a good mood.
What does that say about somebody that doesn't like the attention brought to them? Like, I feel like they're missing something. The boss is like that.
What? Oh, that when they don't like their own birthday?
What is that? Nah. You get one.
I don't know. Probably overthinkers would be my guess.
Some people like to celebrate it more than yourself, too, so I didn't really like to.
Yeah.
I think people don't like it because they attach it to getting older.
I don't care about
like
that.
my hands right. Like just get older. That's fine.
My quarter birthday's next Friday, just in case you guys want to partake.
Thanks, Matt Hatter. Your unbirthday.
For sure. I'm a big half birthday guy too. But my quarter.
There's two kinds of birthday people that get under my skin, and it's those who celebrate.
Is this what's bugging you?
Sure.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Cockroach.
Quarters, halves, 3/4, or, and you people know who you are, the people who think their birthday is all month long.
Okay. Oh, they're out there.
You don't get 8 lunches. Pull your friends. Have them text one another. Go out once. We're not I know 28 people and they all want to take me to lunch. you don't get a whole month.
Wow.
Your birthday is 1 day long.
Oh, man.
And then we're moving on because somebody else is turning something the next day.
You'll appreciate this because my ex-wife, about 15 years ago, I forgot her birthday. I didn't really forget, but we got to the day, and I had done nothing for her. And so it was obviously a huge fight, and, your boy took blow after blow. I was Tyson, she was Buster Douglas, and so from then on, and her name is Chanda, it became Chandika, where she would get a full week. Into the mic, Spadoni.
Wow.
Into the mic.
Pretty good.
Thank you.
That's pretty good.
I remember my first time in a crossover. Chandika. So she got a week based on my own issues.
Wow.
So anyway.
That's pretty good.
Well, what's bugging you?
It's time to celebrate Chandika. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I was asking Dibs and Spadoni, what's bugging you?
You know what's bugging me, and this will fit with the bit, is what's bugging me is literally bugs in my food.
Oh,
so we went out to dinner.
What?
We went out to dinner last Sunday, and I won't name the restaurant because we like it, and it's a good restaurant.
Still right.
Well,
you used to like
we
it.
like it less,
Okay.
but so we get we get there for the happy hour menu, and we're there with my 2-year-old, and she's not really behaving, so we're already on edge.
That's
because,
weird.
She's like, want to draw, want to eat,
Don't
want to
miss
this.
those
It's like,
days,
oh my
yeah.
God,
It's a 2-year-old, yeah.
Well, yeah, she's 2. You just never know. And so we get sliders, and my current wife gets a slider, and she gets an arugula salad with it. And so we're finally calming down, and we're eating, and she eats half her slider, and she's going to the salad. She gets the fork, and she's going to put it in the salad, and out from the salad emerges one bug, a pincher bug.
Ooh.
Comes,
man.
and now the pincher bug is out. He's out and about, and she goes, oh, and she didn't throw a fit, which, you could see somebody like screaming and ruining it for everyone on the patio. She just goes, oh my God. And I go, what? She says, there's a bug in my salad. And I said, 2 snaps to the waitress, Owes 2 snaps.
Wow.
And she's
2
like,
snaps to the waitress.
Wow. This was an emergency.
Okay.
So she comes over, and my wife says, there's a pincher bug in my salad. She goes, oh my God. And so they whisk it back to the kitchen, and, the manager comes out and tries to make good and this and that. And what do you think would be an appropriate compensation, a compensation sensation?
Free. That
free
meal
salad.
is free.
Yeah, the whole meal?
At minimum, the salad, possibly the whole meal.
Yeah, I would do whole meal.
Yeah, like
That's about right.
yeah.
I mean, which one? Whole meal?
I'm going whole
or just
meal.
the
at least
item?
at least the meal.
I'm going everything.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine.
I could blow your cover.
I'm betting what the first attempt would be.
Oh,
first of all, because they're checking to see your temperature.
If he's really mad.
At minimum, it's we are
salad.
going to replace the item and take it off of the bill.
You're exactly right.
Yeah.
And that's what the compensation was. Okay. And so, we get back in the car, and, baby girl is like, full of mac and cheese and whatever.
Yeah.
And so we get home, and I'm like, I'm feeling still a little bit mad about this whole thing.
It's bugging
So what's bugging me?
Yes.
So I call back,
Literally.
and I said, can I talk to the manager? And they're like, well, the manager's really busy. And I said, I'm the bug salad guy. Oh, hold on, let me go get him. So they get the manager, and he comes on. And I say, I just want to let you know that I'm really kind of dissatisfied with the way that all went. You took the $7 happy hour item off,
man.
which we had a bug and crawl out. And had we thrown a fit, had my wife jumped up on the chair and started screaming and squealing, they probably comped the whole thing.
There's no doubt they
But
would
she
have.
handled it so well.
Okay,
And so
all right.
he ended up giving us a $30 gift card.
Oh, you get to come back and spend
For
more
the
money.
same restaurant, yes.
To see another bug.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
That
what's bugging me
manager's-
is bugs in my
Yeah, I
food.
got you.
Long story,
Yikes.
I apologize.
Can I tell a shorter one that every time this issue comes up, it's my favorite story to tell. This is years ago in college when I was a server, and Barbara Streisand came into the restaurant and ate a bee in the clam chowder.
No way.
Have I never told you this story?
No.
No joke. No joke. I am and this is in the Central Coast. I'm in college. We're out at Avila Beach at the beach. And she comes in, and what's her husband's name? James Brolin?
Yeah,
Is that the guy?
good call.
Right.
Barbara.
So they're sitting at, and we're talking, the 2:30, restaurant's dead.
Yeah.
Nobody in there. And literally, they're coming off the beach. So it's like beach caps, and nobody even really fully made a fuss or even really recognized what was going on. And I wasn't her server, but the server brought our restaurant's thing was clam chowder. We did it really, really well. And so she got herself a bowl of clam chowder, and the next thing you know, there's this buzz in the back of the house. Right. And we go up there, but it's not Barbara. Barbara handled it kind of the way your wife did.
Yeah.
But in the back, the managers are losing their cookies because for the first time ever, somebody's eating a bee in the restaurant, and that person happens to be Barbara Streisand.
Yeah.
So she actually bit the bee.
Oh, boy.
She bit the bee. But to their credit, and I think because of who they are, they actually fought to still pay the bill.
Yeah.
Because they did not, like, the managers were like, get out of here. This is on us.
Get out of here.
They're kind of like, actually, no, we could buy the restaurant. So like,
and we might and burn it down.
Right. So let us pay. Let us pay for the $8.50 soup that we
the original Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
That's a solid four.
I'll do what I can.
Really good.
Extra protein.
Really
for
good.
Babs.
Tis the season.
Yeah.
All right.
Spadoni, nothing?
Yeah, it's fine. Like, honestly, like
You're
the
just
bug.
too
Like
happy.
the
Nothing's bugging.
no, honestly, the hair would bother me more. Like people.
for sure.
That's
That
closer to me than a bug. At least that's like nature. I can understand
Well,
it.
you're on a patio. A bug can just fly in. It might have nothing to do with the
It's
restaurant.
one thing to fly in.
I know
It's another
who's a
thing
pincher
to
bug.
like. It's like Andy Dufresne crawling
but dude,
300 yards.
Is your house free of bugs? Like, neither is theirs.
It's a bug's life.
No.
I'm not saying they shouldn't have caught it, but that's not like, to me, that's a lot less their fault than somebody saying, let's say the meal took 20 minutes too long to get there.
Agreed.
You know what I mean?
And I called my chef friend, Alex Deals. Shout out, Alex. He's actually the head chef at Casino Matrix down there in San Jose.
Yeah.
And I said, dude, what am I looking at? What should I get? And he said, well, that item is free and you get a dessert. And I said, that's it? And he said, you know what? Nowadays, all of us are serving organic produce, and when you serve organic produce, you don't have pesticides.
Man.
And I said, you know what? That's a great point. And this was after I had called and threw my little hissy fit about being unsatisfied.
I would have paid admission to be next to you during this call.
That is great.
Because you guys all don't know this. There have been, in our 3+ years, there's commercial breaks where the terse phone call with somebody has happened.
No doubt.
It's the most hilarious thing ever. When
All
Dibs
you have
does
to
it.
do is look at my Yelp at Dan Dibley. Don't look at the 5 stars. Look at the 1s, because your boy will go 3 paragraphs on a play.
Do you remember the dude at the golf course in Arizona who was trying to call you with a favor?
Yes.
And you're like, who is this? He's just blowing him off. He's like, yeah, great, fine, sure, call. Oh, wait, yeah, hi. Hi, yeah.
Who is this?
So fast.
Don't you know I'm on the air right now? And he's like, yeah, I'm trying to comp you around.
He's like,
What can you do for D?
Dude, yeah, your boy's like the winds of change. Shout out Scorpions.
What do you guys got coming up?
Anyway,
a show.
Okay.
And the game starts in 2 hours.
There we go.
we're gonna talk about CMC usage. Like, is it still bubble wrap time, or can you go ahead and just like throw him out there and let him be? Let him be who he wants to be.
Well, I think we're also potentially already only a few weeks away from all ideas about any Warriors trade just not being welcomed by the fan base at all.
And that's why real quick here, I was like, why did Wendy come out with that? Was it because it was euphoria
They
early
don't
for
have
the
a number
Warriors?
2 player right now.
But that was odd. He wasn't hating, but it was like, why now did you pick?
I will tell you that for longer than even just this offseason, go back to late last season, and he referenced the LeBron thing. There's not one deep-level NBA reporter I know who hasn't been beating this drum for 8 months about how the Warriors
keep playing
are
like this,
dying
though.
to get somebody next to Steph Curry.
All right.
And they do have a number 2 player.
It's
and
Wiggins.
It's Andrew Wiggins.
Yep.
And when they won a championship, he was their number 2.
Buddy Hield.
I've been schooling them all
off the
day.
bench.
I've been telling them all day.
Well, it's because he's purple and gold. And it's hard for him.
It's not that.
No, it's exactly that.
Andrew Wiggins is Mr. Inconsistent. Has he shown you anything this season?
2022.
Wow, this is the Andrew Wiggins of 2022. Stop.
Are you as mad as JJ Redick right now? You look
I
as
wish I
mad.
had one of those sweaters. They're really
What's
nice.
bugging him?
He looked like a brat.
I
What's
think.
bugging me is I thought my show was over at 2 o'clock. It's 2:17 on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. All right, Steiny. All right, let's go. Let's do this on a Friday. We are already counting down to Warriors and Cavs. Yet another benchmark, measuring stick, whatever you want to call it. We will walk you all the way there, straight to Cleveland, right here on Willard and Dibs, 888-957-9570. But we do also want to be mindful of the fact that it is a football Friday. And I know it's scary. But sometimes, just like the haunted house that you might have walked through last week, you got to face it and you just got to go. And so to me, there's not really much time for training wheels. The Niners do not. We won't call it a must-win. I don't want to anger my partner. But look, it is urgency time. There's not a lot of room for error. I also don't think the Niners have the luxury of overlooking certain opponents because they're a 6 or a 7-point favorite or whatever. I think that it is absolute go time. The optimism is clear. They've shared it publicly. They think he looks great. He is not even on the injury report. It is go time, and I am comfortable with a lot of Christian McCaffrey Sunday morning at 10 a.m.
And I'm with you, and I'm getting more and more comfortable with that based on the fact that he has been probably ready for at least the last week, maybe longer. And now if he is pain-free or close to pain-free, if he's running like we've seen him run in practice, then go ahead and play him. Because I don't think that, and this is what Doc Pandia has told us, is that having tendonitis does not necessarily lead to having a torn Achilles.
Right.
And if he tears his Achilles, then there's really nothing you can do about that, you know? It's not like he's got a broken collarbone and you're putting him out there and you're hoping, or a torn pec, and you're hoping that if he reaches that it doesn't get worse and he's gone for the year. If he's healthy enough to play, then play football.
How many touches are y'all comfortable with this weekend? And I know that's a very, very salacious question, but please take it as it's intended. How many touches for Christian McCaffrey are you comfortable with? 888-957-957. You guys don't need to be mimes. Guru, did you leave your phone in here? Did you really leave your phone in here? Like that, but you might as well have left like your...
water, but yeah, I didn't throw
them. Oh, okay.
You're good.
Yeah.
You're
Thank
good.
you. You're
Yeah.
clean up around here. All right. Appreciate it.
When we did middays together, we would call that clean up on aisle goo.
Yeah.
That was my bit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, usually, and Steiny's the one who gets blamed for leaving dishes around this place.
Right.
But
and
he's
I found
not
some
here.
graph paper yesterday that
Graph paper.
That's Steiny also.
That's got nobody else here has graph paper.
Exactly.
I used to hate graph paper in school.
It would mean you'd have to do geometry.
Well, my dad and I used to get into fights over graph paper because my dad was a math teacher at Burlingame High School for 1,000 years. And when I took geometry, I just, as any snot-nosed teenager would, I just challenged him at the dinner table one night. I'm like, what are we doing? What the hell is this? We're drawing lines all over. When am I going to ever need graph paper for the rest of my life? And they would do the thing parents do. Oh, you don't know what you're going to do with your life. Well, I do. I'm not graphing things. What is this? So Steiny's graph paper triggers me a little bit sometimes.
I get that, but what's funny is that in our business now, and you can go to like Sharp Football or DVOA or EPA, and you see all these like tweets where it's being graphed. It's a graph. Right. And there's the slope intercept line of the mean or the median. I can't remember which one. And like you're either above or below and all the rest of it. But like more and more, what we do has become math.
It has in the age of analytics, but we also, like, what's fun is, and I think you just described it, is all of that material is out there, and all of us love to act like we understand what the hell it's saying.
Oh, I get it.
And we don't. We're like, look, it's a graph, and it's got initials on it, and little dots, and like, Brock Purdy's name is up here in the top right.
Top right is good.
That means he's good.
Bottom left is bad.
Great. So Brock's good. Thank you for your graph. And I don't even know what DV or O or A stands for, so whatever. But anyway, back to the issue at hand. 888-957-9570. And I don't even know why I'm saying this. Like, I'm not terribly comfortable with the idea of 30 touches for Christian McCaffrey because I guess I'm sort of never really comfortable with 30 touches for one player unless he's on my fantasy team. But other than that, like 20 touches, I'm fine with this. I don't think Christian McCaffrey needs a training wheels game. There's really no evidence to suggest that helps. You know what I mean? Like if you need that for reasons of wind, in other words, like I'm not in shape yet because I had no training camp and I'm winded, so don't give me the ball 3 downs in a row. That's different. And I don't know that. I would guess that Christian McCaffrey's in pretty amazing shape because that's kind of his thing. But if that's what you need, fine. But I see no difference in 20 touches and 25 touches in terms of protecting Christian's legs.
Yes, and I do think that if he's ready to go, that they've ramped him up to the point where he is ready. And having bilateral Achilles tendonitis has not prevented him from riding a bike or keeping his legs fresh or lifting upper body. It's only kept him from being able to run and play football and run on the field. But now he's being able to run and play football. So all those other things considered, it's not a knee injury where you're worried about him because he hasn't been able to run in 8 weeks because he's coming back from a knee injury. He's been able to do things that would get him to be still fit. And so if he's ready to play football, then go play football.
We'll take your calls on that. 888-957-9570 is the number. How many touches are you comfortable with this weekend for Christian McCaffrey? 813 says 13 to 17 touches for CMC would be okay. And I accept the answer. At the same time, you get why it makes me laugh. Not 18.
No.
That's out of control.
Right.
17 works.
Yeah.
Where do we draw these mythical lines? And one thing I appreciate, and not just about Kyle Shanahan, but football coaches, I don't think the world is a black and white world. I don't think that. But I do think there are moments for black and white thinking, and I think sometimes coaches do look at it that way, which is to say, dude, are you in or are you out? And if you're in, this is what we do with you. You're in, and you're our starter. So I would argue that my guess, I don't know this to be true, but I would argue that Kyle Shanahan doesn't have a number in mind because that number is going to depend on what's needed come Sunday.
Yeah, his number is 1, and it's under the W column. So if you get to the fourth quarter and you get the ball back and you're down 24-21 with 11 minutes to go and McCaffrey's at 19 touches, I don't think he's going to look at it and go, you know what, I got one more touch. I got one more for Christian, and geez, darn it, I'd love to win this game, but 20's the number. Everyone said 20.
Imagine a guy on a 90-pitch pitch count, and you're in the bottom of the 9th inning, and there's 2 outs, and he hasn't given up any hits, and the count is 2-2.
Sorry.
Let's go to the righty.
Yeah.
You're out of pitches.
That's it.
You're letting that guy throw that pitch.
When especially Kyle with this player in this spot where you're 4-4.
Yeah.
If you're 7-1, maybe you can be a little bit more coy with how you use him, but it's not a must win. But as Greg Cosell said, it's an almost must win. Whatever the hell that is.
I don't even know. What is any of this stuff?
Right.
888-957-9570. How many touches for Christian McCaffrey feels right to you? Downtown Los Altos presents the 21st Holiday Stroll tonight from 5 to 9 p.m. It is a sparkling opportunity to get in the holiday spirit early. Sponsored by the agency and V-Line Cosmetic Clinic. Find out more at downtownlosaltos.org. We'll take your calls next. We're moving toward Warrior basketball, which is less than 2 hours away. This is Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Well, I was on hold and waiting for you guys to talk to me. Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you when I get off the show. So
come on, Coach.
On 95.7 The Game.
Do you know what, Dibs? When that happened, we thought it was a big deal then. We had no idea that it was an even bigger deal than we thought.
Dude, it's three times bigger.
That's the rookie of the year that was FaceTiming Herm Edwards at the time that we called. And Herb told him, get the hell out of here.
Exactly.
I got to go talk to Willard and Dibs.
Will and Dibby.
Yeah. And then Jaden called Brandon Ayuk, and he ripped the Niners, and then they went on TikTok, and
I believe
the rest
that
is history.
Jaden Daniels said to Brandon Ayuk, they say they don't want me. Herm said he don't want me.
Yeah. They didn't want you to get hurt. I know that. All right, we're going to go to the phones in a second. We got a Dubs game coming up around the bend. They're in Cleveland tonight. You might want to get to YouTube and Twitch if you want to get a little gander at what Warrior fans will receive if they go to the game on Tuesday night.
Should I put mine on too so that we are in alignment?
You do you. And so if you would like to, great. Yes.
I have a little PTSD because I wore a captain's hat yesterday.
And you did great with it. You went viral.
Seconds later, I was doused with a bucket of water, not once, not twice, not thrice. And the fourth time was unnecessary.
First of all,
just what are we doing?
For those of you who have seen the video of Dibs doing the Splash
Challenge
promo, Splash Challenge. I don't know how challenging it was. You knew what was about to happen, and then it did. But anyway, if you haven't seen the video yet, go to a social media platform near you and check it out because we do think you'll be amused by it. For those of you who have seen it, we'd like to speak to you for 12 seconds. There are two pieces that crack me up especially loud. First of all, the third splash is so slight that you lean into it to almost try to catch it.
Exactly.
Like you're worried that it's going to miss you. So there's a little subtle lean into it.
Yep.
And then, yes, the line after the fourth bit of water flies onto the screen, and you're like, 4 was unnecessary. It's very, very amusing. It's very funny. I've watched it many times, and it makes me laugh every time.
I have too, and it actually makes me laugh.
Oh my
and I
God.
usually don't like watching myself on film and listening back to myself. I like what I do in real time, but sometimes when we'll do the best of from 6 to 7 and Grandy will play us back. And sometimes I'm in the car and I listen. I'm like, will you shut up?
I know.
And for a change, it's not you. It's me.
Yeah, no, it's subtle.
I have a hard time.
It's subtle. I know you and others think that I don't let you talk, but you should listen back to the show. There's way too much you.
Way too much of both of us.
It's really, sure.
Well, I hear you back and I'm like, this guy again. I'm a diva.
Who the hell talks for this long? It's absurd.
I have a hard time listening back to myself.
You do?
And then, and sometimes I'll tune in and it's like, of course he's talking. And then there are times where it's me, and I'm like, oh, God, is that what you sound like?
This freaking guy.
Dude, seriously.
It's actually very jarring when the best of in the 6 o'clock hour is doing something from our show, and we walk for about 15 minutes to get to our car, and when we get to our car, and you hit the power button, and the first thing that happens is you're talking to you. And I'm like, I am sick of me.
Totally.
That's enough of me. We've been doing this for hours.
Especially on Fridays.
You're going to give me more me?
Right.
Let's do less me.
Oh, I hate it.
Seriously.
That said, when I saw myself and heard myself on that video, I was like, that's some good stuff, Dibber. I was proud of it. I liked it.
Well, I was proud of you because it was a one-take Jake because it has to be.
It has to be.
And there was a lot of ad-libbing in there. And you nailed it.
Yeah,
so I was like,
appreciate it.
Yeah, I was.
And you were good too.
Golf clap.
Your little add-in from the side.
Just you know.
It's fun though.
Yeah, Anyway. Go check it out.
Yeah.
Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, wherever you spend all your stupid time, it's all there. 888-957-9570. But indeed, I am wearing a cap right now, and all this can be yours.
How, Mark?
If the price is right.
Da-da-da.
If you find yourself into that game next Tuesday night, the Splash Challenge, Klay Thompson's return to Chase Center. Tickets are still available at Warriors.com, and you will walk out not only with an experience, but you will walk out with one of these. And if you're not on YouTube and Twitch, you can go see it. If you're listening just on the radio, it is the Klay captain's hat that is going to be given away next Tuesday night.
And if you don't yet have tickets, all you have to do is stay tuned to this station and you can win tickets.
On Monday.
The only thing better than buying tickets and being there is winning tickets and being there. And that all goes down on Monday. Klay Day. Well, Veterans Day.
Yeah, I was going to say Klay Day is Tuesday, but
Ticket Day.
Yeah, and then Tuesday a Klay Thompson jersey. Which hang on, talk for a second.
You got the Klay? You get the Klay jersey?
Check it out.
It's a Klay Warrior jersey too for those people who may not be.
It's not a Mavericks jersey, but holding this up, and it is kind of the. This is like the when I look at that particular logo, like that's kind of the
Tim Hardaway,
Chris Mullin Warriors jersey. So it's a little bit of a throwback, and there you see the name Thompson and the number 11, and you got the C on the chest.
What does the C stand for, Mark?
It stands for Klay. No, I'm kidding.
It stands for captain.
I know it does.
Okay.
It stands for captain.
Well, and then there's this jersey, which may or may not wind up in my backpack.
How many are we giving away?
One per show. One per show.
Oh, one per show.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. So which one do we get, Lucas? Whatever, it doesn't matter.
Well, which one would you choose of the three? You've got the TMC throwback. You've got this one, which is the classic new school
white.
home white.
And then I have sort of the nouveau blue, the one that looks a little bit like Cal Berkeley colors.
Yeah.
Kind of a thing. But which is the one I think I would pick, actually.
Really?
I think I would pick this one.
Yeah, I would go with the old school TMC just because, thank you, Lucas. That's good to see you without a bucket of water in your hand. That's for sure.
That's the only one that has the C on it, by the way.
Right.
Is the throwback.
The Captain C.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sorry, I dropped something. Anyway, so that's what's happening, okay? That's what we're doing on Monday and Tuesday, hopefully celebrating a 49er victory as well.
And think about between now and Tuesday, you've got Cleveland tonight, you've got OKC on Sunday,
Yep.
Niners on Sunday, and then Clay major giveaway Monday and a Clay Carnival on Tuesday, and then we get to an actual game.
Right. This is
lot to do.
It's a lot to do. I'd also say this, and we'll get to a little bit later. We'll get to some more Warrior stuff in the 3 o'clock hour. I mean, dare to dream, just because it's Friday and we can. I'm not predicting this, but you beat Boston, and everyone kind of goes, oh, you're serious. We didn't know you were serious.
Right.
All right, so you're serious. What are you going to say Monday morning if they win tonight and Sunday? What if they win them all, Dibs?
What if they win them all?
What if they win them all?
Then
I don't mean all 82, which they can't do because they already lost one of them.
Right.
But
then let's stop talking about trade deadline.
Okay.
Can we put that to bed?
Maybe.
And I know we can't if they happen to win all these games and they get to, what would that be? 9-1?
Right, 9-1. If they beat, and if you're talking about the Dallas game too, that would be 10-1.
So if you get to 10-1, are we going to suddenly everybody stop talking about the deadline?
We going to be championship.
Exactly. I mean, and I promised that I wouldn't overreact to anything that happened, and then they beat Boston, and they beat Boston the way they did, which it wasn't fluky. And I know that Jaylen Brown was out, and Porzingis, poor guy. I don't know when he's going to be
out, though. That one doesn't land for me because Porzingis has, I think, missed as many games as he's played in since joining Boston.
Yeah, and his injury
Jaylen Brown
not,
one is fair.
For sure.
Warriors were missing not a Jaylen Brown level player, but a key player as well.
A player.
Yeah. A key. Brandon Podziemski is a That's a key
about
player.
Melton. I forgot about Pods.
Yeah, Pods didn't play.
Yeah. But when you have 13 guys in a rotation, you can afford to miss two.
Yes, you can.
At any time. And turns out you can afford to miss Steph as well because you're 3-0 without the chef this year.
It's been an amazing start.
Yep.
So more on that coming up. But Christian McCaffrey, how many touches are you comfortable with this weekend? It sounds like you and me are mostly on the same page, which I've got to admit is mildly surprising. It felt like at the beginning of the week you were tiptoeing a little bit,
for sure,
with your Christian confidence.
Yes, but now, and I do think that it's going to be game dependent, and I'll give out my official Nostradamus lock later in the program. Fade the Dibber,
here we go.
Which fading me is no longer something that you should probably do because your boy. I'm back.
You're still down money, but
I'm
anyway,
him.
You're still down money.
But I'm 500 now in the year. But yeah, the juice. You can juice me all you want, OJ, and that's fine. You're allowed to. But I look at what Shanahan does. If you are cleared to play, then you play.
You're cleared to play.
He doesn't usually baby guys. He doesn't do bubble wrap and stuff. Shanahan, if you're able to play, he's going to play you. So I just hope that they have a big enough lead to where you don't have to really grind him.
That would be great. That would be great. But yeah, what I think they know and we don't is what's been going on for the last month with Christian McCaffrey. We don't know that. The last we really heard was everyone freaked out. He went to Germany, and we're like, oh, my God, I don't know if we're going to get anything from him all year. And then they've made the thing so private. They've made it so private all the way since August when he first came out at training camp, and they're like, he's going to miss training camp and stuff. And then that was it. But I think from what I'm sort of gathering now, the 49ers have been ramping him up pretty hard for a number of weeks now. They've been loving the results. There have been no setbacks. And if things were in a different space or spot or time on the schedule, Christian might have played football 2 weeks ago. You know, they that would have been reasonable. So they've arrived at a time now where, again, you can't simulate game activity, but they don't I think they've run out of reasons to not put him out there and see what he's got. So Wonder how you feel about all of that. How about Maurice in the city? Hey, thanks for calling, Maurice. What's up?
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, man. What are y'all talking about? Y'all talking about football when you're trying to limit? That he's a grown man. I'm from the Ronnie Lott era where he played with half his finger gone or something.
You're right,
So
Maurice. He should have cut his legs off and gone out there and played.
Right. Well, no, he doesn't have to cut him off, but there's no limit. If he says he's ready, he's ready.
Yeah, I largely agree with you, Maurice, except for one caveat, which is I don't know about wind, if you will. Normally, it's kind of like Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk back on opening night against the Jets was ready, right? There's no injury, no setbacks. Why do they only put him out there for half of his normal snaps? I would say because he's not in what they call football shape. I don't know where Christian stands on that end. So that'd be my only question.
I hear you. I hear you. We don't know where he is, but they do. They know where he is. So I trust him.
Maurice, thanks. Appreciate it. How about Fabian in Maryland? Hi, Fabian. What's up?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, as far as McCaffrey goes, if you look back during the playoffs, the end of the season, and the Super Bowl, every time you looked on the sideline, he was on a ventilator. So, I think team run McCaffrey however you want to run him has to, stop talking. It's over. You guys lost. And we have to limit his touches going forward. We even need him for next year. So I'm looking at somewhere at 15, no more than 20. And also as far as must-win games go, until we get 2 games above 500 and 2 games with a division lead, every game is a must-win.
I like Fabian. Here's what's funny. I think your 2 points to a certain degree fly in the face of one another. I'm not going to use a must win. I don't think it is a must win, but I do think it is beyond time for urgency. It's not time for the 49ers to think about, well, do we need him this week? Do we need him next week? You mentioned next year. How do you say in 2 sentences, hey, this is a must win this weekend, but at the same time, still gotta have the training wheels on Christian McCaffrey. It's just, to me, I understand where you're coming from, but that's just not football. It's just not the way it works. If you're healthy and you're not winded, you got to get out there, and the 49ers have to win. And I don't think there's much thought in their mind. Yes, they're trying to still be good every year, so you're always thinking about years to come with contracts and draft picks. But I don't think the 49ers go into a game like this and go, we'd like to win, but not at the expense of week 14 next year.
Sure.
That's just not the way the thought process goes, in my opinion.
No, and it's more about his wind and his fitness than it is about anything. So we can all say 15 to 20 touches is what we want, but really it comes down to plays and snaps. And if you're going to limit his snaps, let's just say that he's going to play 60% of the game. So you have, 60 snaps on offense, and he's going to play 60%, which is 36 of those. Well, of those 36, I want him to have the ball on at least 2/3 of it, which would be 22, 23 touches, or at least targets, and maybe he doesn't get the ball because the throw's not there. But if you're going to play him limited snaps, if he's out there, get him the ball.
Yeah. Yes. And then here's the other side to it. Do you remember, I think it was it against the New York Giants last year? There was a game where Debo was returning from injury, and it was a mild surprise that he played, and then he went out there, and they barely let him touch the ball at all. But he was out there. And about halfway through the game where I was like, oh, they're using him as a decoy. Now, I'm not suggesting you use Christian as a decoy. What I am suggesting is even having him on the field, if he's not going to touch the ball, is still a very, very high value.
Yeah.
So, and that I know he can do. I
think it was the Cleveland game, and I'm looking at it, and he had 2, Debo that day had 2 rushes and 1 catch.
No, that was the game he got knocked out of.
Gotcha.
He got knocked out of that game.
Then maybe it was the game before.
Yes, I think it might have been. It might have been. Was it the home opener against the Giants? Did he get hurt the week before?
Yeah,
anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
The point remains, which is that Christian McCaffrey even being on the field, if you're not planning on going Christian left, Christian right, Christian, fight. If you're not going to do that offensively, which the Niners do sometimes, still having him out there running routes, sometimes that'll mean blocking as well because he's very, very good at that. He's their best as far as picking up blitzes and things like that. Having him out there will have a positive effect on their offense, whether he's touching the ball as much as normal or not.
Exactly, but when he is out there, if he's going to play limited snaps, and I don't think that he's going to play 90% of the snaps, it'll probably be 60 or 70%. Yep. You're going to have Garendo, and you're going to have J.P. Mason, and you're going to do different things, but when you do have him out there, get him the ball. We talked to Doc Pandya from UCSF Health, our great medical segment we do, and he indicated that there is no acute real risk for re-injury based on this injury. So being out there with this Achilles tendonitis does not mean that, okay, 24 touches, now it's going to blow. 18 touches, he'll be fine.
Right.
This sort of an injury can happen at any time. And he also said that this sort of an Achilles injury is not one where contact usually will cause a traumatic injury.
Yeah. I mean, I look at it kind of that way also. Like if you wanted to ease him in, if in other words, you're not 100% sure of the strength of that muscle, that's the testing that you were doing the last 4 weeks. Not this week. This isn't a test run. This is a massive investment for the San Francisco 49ers. This is the offensive player of the year. If you're literally like, I'm not sure if it's fully healed, then you don't put him out there. It's why in week 10, they still haven't put him out there. I guarantee you Christian has tried. I bet Christian wanted to play on opening night. I bet Christian probably had conversations about playing against the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. But they wanted to go through a whole process of ensuring the strength of the muscles and the tendons that we're talking about. And only once you've crossed all those hurdles, it's kind of like the concussion protocol now.
Yeah.
Only once you've crossed all of those hurdles do you then say, okay, let's play. So I'm not a doctor, and I certainly don't want to jinx anything. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that that injury won't happen this weekend.
You never know.
What I'm telling you is I don't know that there's any more risk of it this weekend than there was in any other weekend. He's a football player, so there's a massive injury risk every time he goes out there. But I got to imagine that the Niners have taken every single possible precaution, and Christian this weekend is Christian. And so use him like Christian.
And you play him. And I do think that if last week was a playoff game or if last week was an actual game, he probably would have played. But you look at the schedule, and you knew that last week would have been maybe not aggressive, but last week would have been possible, but you knew it was a bye. So as you looked at the whole scope of the injury and the return to play, and you get up to the Chief game and he's not ready, and then you get ready for the Cowboy game and you realize, okay, if we can hold him out of the Cowboy game, he gets that game and the bye week, then Tampa, he would be even more ready, you would figure, based on his recovery. So it becomes an easy call.
Well, how long ago was it that we were even hearing rumors about and whispers about after the bye? I feel like that was 6 weeks ago.
For sure.
Where it was like maybe...
when he went to Germany.
Yeah, maybe after the bye. And so I actually think that they probably, knowing the way these guys go about it, is, I mean, you're sitting down with a spreadsheet when it comes to this stuff. And if you're a trainer, if you're the 49ers head athletic staff, you're looking at this, like you just said, from the minute he goes to Germany, and you're like, all right, you go to Germany, you come back, here's what we're going to try to do week 2. Here's what we're going to try to do week 3, week 4, week 5. And there's different plateaus, and you've got to hit all of them with flying colors before you go to the next plateau. And I think the good news, again, from what we're hearing, is he's been doing that now for a number of weeks. And it's been continual with no setbacks. No setback week 6, no setback week 7, no setback week 8. Keep moving toward the target date. And guess what, everybody? We're here. That's it. Practice is over for week 10. So the whole staircase has been climbed, and he is full go, active, and not on the injury report for Sunday.
Well, he will be tomorrow. And Kyle was actually asked that today, and he said, we'll take him off IR or whatever it is tomorrow, and he'll be good to go. Unless something crazy happens on this plane ride, he should be good to go tomorrow once he gets off IR. So tomorrow, Well, tonight you land, and then tomorrow he gets activated off IR, and there's a corresponding move. I don't know what that will be. And then McCaffrey is a full go, and he plays football on Sunday.
Speaking of IR, Dak Prescott has been placed on IR, and the outlook for Dak is not the 4 weeks for IR. It is 6 to 8 weeks. Checks notes, does math. Dak Prescott's out for the year.
Yeah, you'd figure.
I know that they're not saying that. I'm saying that. Based on the fact that that's how many weeks are left in the NFL season, about 8. Secondly, the Cowboys currently have a losing record. They are well behind 2 teams in their division that both have sparkly records.
They're ahead of only 3 teams in the NFC,
They're
Mark.
not like by the time Dak Prescott, if he were ready to come back, there's not going to be any point to him coming back. I would argue, 49er fans, what you're going to get is not only are the Cowboys out of this race, I'll predict right now that before the end of the year, you get a Trey Lance start.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. If I'm Dallas and you're 3-5, and if you wind up in a few weeks and you find yourself at 5-7 or 5-8, you know what you have in Cooper Rush. He's a backup.
Yep.
Maybe he's a good backup. He's not a great backup like Sam Darnold. He's a backup, a guy who can go out there and, win a game for you in a 1 week span. But what is Trey Lance? What can Trey Lance be?
Might as well find out.
For you or somebody else, you have to find out.
Yeah, you might as well find out. All right. So, 888-957-9570. You can weigh in on any of this. We're going to start moving toward Warrior basketball, and you can line up on this idea. We admit it's way too early to have this conversation. However, we also know fans love homegrown players. So, Warrior fans, as you sit here today, do you even want to entertain the idea of a trade? And I'm not going to put a name on who the Warriors would receive, Giannis, Jimmy Butler, whatever. Do you even want to entertain the idea of a trade? Because you would be sending out at least 1, if not 2 or 3, homegrown players who are part of amassing this wonderful record that they currently have. So we can get to that conversation. You can weigh in. Do you even want to entertain the idea of a trade? 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. The game tips in 90 minutes. This is Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, and Fremont Bank, I'm glad you mentioned it, Mark, because I'm thrilled to talk about that bank because it's my bank, and I love this bank because of the family-owned nature of it and the feel you get when you walk into one of the 21 branches.
1:04. Time out. Boston.
You know, we just stick together, play unselfish, trust Steph Curry, Draymond being defensive anchor, Gary coming in, subbing in and out, making stops, making stuff, Wiggs coming up big, Kyle coming up big, Moses finishing the second quarter for us and coming strong. This is a collective big group. Lenny coming to the bench, playing good minutes, and just Lonely being lonely, just everybody together, and that's Steve putting us in the right spots, for us to be effective.
Bay Area, it's Buddy Hill. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. You know what, Dibs? I like your picks.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, you had a good pick last night, even though you got lucky, dog. Tom Petty. You got lucky. That game was over. The ball was on the ground.
It's funny how you fixate on the one call that nobody's fixating on.
Because it's a game ender.
Right.
That's the only time I do that. Calls are bad throughout. I've told you, there's two markers for me. One, was it reviewed? At full speed, who wouldn't miss stuff? I totally get that. But we have review, and when you could slow it down and have every angle, I'd like to see you get it right. And number two, is it a game ender? It's kind of like that Saints-Rams NFC title game years ago.
Yeah.
That non-PI call that was so obvious on Alvin Kamara was a game ender.
It's 50-50.
It's a game ender. So if you miss a call on what would be a game-ending play, you're right. I do fixate on it. I do. Those stick with me for a little while.
And you're talking about the fourth down pass to Yoshivash.
Yoshivash.
That was reviewed and upheld.
And reviewed for two different things that I thought both were clear as day. But one of them especially, which is not only did he catch the ball, but did he make the line to gain? Thought the answer was no and no. And they came out and said yes and yes. So, okay, I'm not saying I can't accept it, but you got lucky, brother.
Well,
you got lucky.
You win some and you lose some.
Exactly.
And at the end of the day, when you win a game like that, you take it
Of
and
course.
you run. And Cincinnati should have won the game if they would call the multiple face mask penalties. One face mask, one blow to the head on the 2-point conversion.
Which never should have existed.
And a defensive PI.
Which never should have existed because the game was already over. Just do me a favor. This is all I ask.
I'm looking at it right now.
This is all I ask. Next time you have the urge to say that you got a bad beat, just remember this one and go say the same thing you just said to me. You win some, you lose some.
Always. And
okay.
a bad beat is only one thing. It's a beat.
Yeah.
And, you get good wins and you get bad beats, and it's all the same.
No, absolutely. 888-957-9570. Try this on for size. We played it for you yesterday. We'll do it again. Because the more I thought about this after getting a night of sleep, and now we're about, an hour plus away from the Warriors tipping off in Cleveland, which is another just sparkly, fancy, fantastic basketball team. And quite frankly, might be a bad matchup for the Warriors. It might be. They're big. They're big. They're tall. They got two good big men.
And they're deep.
Right. So we'll see. It might be a bad matchup. But how many more wins like the one you saw on Wednesday night do the Warriors get before you go, can we all stop talking about trades? Why are you trying to get better when you're already really good? Listen to what Brian Windhorst said on ESPN's First Take.
They may not want to do anything with this roster because it's so good, but the Warriors are the biggest candidate in my mind to make a big trade. They tried to trade for LeBron James last trade deadline. I know it was was one of the most amazing stories that Woj and Ramona reported all last year was that trade talks went down. Okay, that didn't happen. Then they tried to trade for Paul George. Then they tried to trade for Lauri Markkanen. This is a team that's got an itchy trigger finger trying to make a big deal. All of these players' value are increasing as this happens. Now, they may not want to touch what they've got going, but this team has its draft picks going forward. They have all these guys. They've lowered their payroll by $50 million.
Okay, so he says it right there. They may not want to touch what they've got because they've got something going. How much longer does what we're watching right now, go on before we all sort of feel that way? And then add in the fact that, if you were to entertain a Jimmy Butler or a Giannis, you're sort of doing that hired gun thing that is less connected with fans. let's be real. Fans love homegrown players more than they do players from the outside. So I don't know, how good does this get before you say, hold on a second, no trades. I don't want to touch this.
Well, it has to still be this good, and it has to look like it's really something that's not fluky. And right now, it doesn't look fluky when you beat Boston and you are undefeated on the road and you're doing it with strength in numbers and you're 3-0 without Steph and all the rest of it. It's a small sample, but if you get into December and then you get into January and you're a top 2, 3, 4 seed in the West and you don't have that many bad losses and the locker room looks to be solid and you're playing 10 to 12 guys and there's no fissure in the chemistry and the overall vibe, then you get to a spot where, if you're 34-20 and you're the 3 seed in the West, do you really need to upgrade? Well, maybe. And people will say they're just 1 star away. And if they just had fill in the blank star, Jimmy Butler or Giannis or whoever else will be available, then they can really be a championship contender. But you might be a championship contender anyway.
Yeah. Can we share a few things? A few things that we know?
Do it.
So Ramona Shelburne texted me the last time she was on the show with us, right after she got done talking to us. And this is before last year ended. And we were talking about the off season. And she goes, Mark, they're hunting for big fish. That's what the Warriors are doing.
Yep.
And then Monty Poole came on our show, and he's like, this team at some point is going to make a trade. And then there's an article written by Sam Amick and John Hollinger, and it says GMs around the league believe the Warriors have never been more willing than they are right now to trade Jonathan Kuminga. And then Brian Windhorst goes on ESPN and says they've got an itchy trigger finger, and the Warriors, more than any team in the league, are ripe to make a trade. So I don't think that this is fake. This is every single dialed-in reporter I know is saying the same thing. And I've said it a couple times, Dibs, to you, like, obviously we're way too early for this conversation. You're only 8 games into the year. But here's the prediction that I will make. If even a portion of if the season continues to look a little bit like it has so far into December and January, I think a trade will be wildly unpopular for this fan base.
Depending on who you get back. And I do think that if you trade any number of pieces and you bring in Giannis Antetokounmpo onto this team, I think that a lot of fans will say, you know what? It sucks to lose Kuminga and Moody and Looney and GP2.
And Wiggins?
Whatever the names are.
You're going to have to get the salary
You can put in whoever you want to put in.
The Warriors have no room on their apron.
And I've made that point ad nauseum on this very show and this very station. So whoever those players are and you get rid of them, if you get Giannis back, I think that will offset a lot of the angst and the upset feelings.
But throw those names out there again.
Wiggins, Kuminga, Moody, and GP2.
This is going to sound bananas. I don't know that that's a better basketball team.
I don't think it is.
If you sub those all out for Giannis is Giannis. That's amazing. Who's guarding the wing? Who's part of
Anthony Melton? It's
a little guard.
Well, and the point is, for me anyway, what that leaves you is vulnerable. If a player gets hurt.
And he gets hurt, exactly.
If a player is out for 10 to 12 games, if it's Draymond or Steph or Giannis, well, now you're very vulnerable. Right now, this team, even though you don't want to lose Steph, well, you lost him for 3 games and you went 3-0. Now, can you go undefeated without him the rest of the year? Of course not. But you have a team that is built to withstand adversity, physical adversity, slumps, and the rest of it, because you've got 12, if not 13 guys who you deem are playable. If you trade 4 of them, even 3 of them for 1, now you're down to 10. And if you lose 1, now you're down to 9. And the bottom of that 9 is not as good as the bottom of that 13 you have now.
Yeah, I get it. Giannis is Giannis, okay? I'm not sitting here poo-pooing that idea. But I just think that if the Warriors continue to win almost all of their basketball games, you're going to have a hard time selling to your fan base that you should get rid of young, homegrown players who a lot of fans have grown to love. Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody are very popular, And that popularity will only grow if they continue to produce more and the Warriors continue to win more. The more you win right now, Brian Windhorst is right. The value of the players goes up, but guess what? So does the desire to keep them.
Yeah.
So it becomes very, very difficult and a needle to thread.
And I also think that being below the second apron is sexy and attractive to Joe Lacob, and you finally got there. So if you bring in Giannis and his salary is going up, well, you're probably not going to be able to stay under that second apron going forward, which does make things more difficult going forward from a trade, draft, mid-level exception, all those things that you benefited from this year. You can't do that.
No, and they're hard capped for this year, so they're not even allowed to. Basically, the Warriors are allowed to add about $600,000 or $700,000 right now to their current salary situation.
But for me, the greater point is next year when Giannis goes up and Steph goes up and everybody goes up.
That's fair.
You're going to be second apron unless you go back to getting like vet min guys.
Sure, and I think he'd be willing to do that. Giannis, Steph, and rings. But it's a roll of the dice, no doubt. Jonathan in the city. Hey, thanks for calling, Jonathan. You're on Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my phone call, guys. No, I love this trend in numbers. I love how they play. I love playing with Joy is back. Man, it's especially a trade that includes Pajewski. I hate because that guy's got intangibles just oozing all over him, man. He's the guard version of, Draymond Green. If you want to win championship, you need guys like that, man. The ultimate glue guys. Man, we already, they're already firing on all cylinders, and they're going to get better. I love the ability of, having this young guys now, and they're going to get, better. And you also have draft picks, so the future is bright. No, man. Even Giannis, even a trade like Giannis, I don't like because Giannis, he's not a good shooter, man. All you gotta do is crowd the plate, and what's he gonna do? Nothing. He can't shoot from the outside. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hey, MC Hammer on line one, guys. You can't touch this.
Jonathan, thanks. Here's what I'd say. First of all, you're not going to get me to poo-poo Giannis. I know we're excited about the start, but we're not going to poo-poo Giannis. He's an absolute superstar, both on and off the court. He's a champion. He's all of those things. So you'd love for Giannis to be on any team, fits in any locker room, all that stuff. And then I'd add this. I know that emotionally we're starting to fall in love with these guys and this group and this team and the way they play. But every NBA player I've ever talked to that's done anything in the playoffs will tell you that that's a totally separate season. And so what I think is also being assessed right now by the Warriors and by Steph Curry is it's great that we're playing really well. It's great that we found something. But do we think that this is a group that actually could run through the playoffs? And that is wildly unproven right now after these 8 regular season games.
Of course, but if you comp this to the last time they won a title, and I've started to do this in my own mind, Steph is still darn near what Steph was. Yep. Draymond's the same. If Wiggins can be what Wiggins was, and Buddy can be Clay, and so far Buddy's been Clay, the only thing you're missing is the Jordan Poole part of it. And even Poole in the playoffs, he had a couple of good games, but by and large, he was a regular season phenomenon. And then you look at the other pieces that you do have. You've got veterans, you've got Kuminga, you've got Moody and Looney, and you've got a lot of other pieces, I think. So if you just look at the top of it, Steph, Buddy is Clay, Draymond, and Wiggins, if those 4 people can be as good as those 4 were then, well, now you might be onto something.
What's interesting, though, is your point about Jordan Poole and him popping the way he did offensively did have a lot to do with the Warriors getting to where they got a few years ago in their championship run, even though I'd argue that in the playoffs, he was fine and even good in some nights. He had a lot of disappointing nights. I think he was more disappointing than he was great.
Right.
But that's fine. The point is he deserves a lot of credit for that year. But you ask, all right, how do you replace that? Well, the things that are now here instead of Jordan are, for example, Jonathan Kuminga's presence and role was not really much of a part of that team. Moses Moody's presence and role was not really a part of that team. And then there are others. We haven't seen a lot of Melton yet and things like that. What I'd argue is this, you are replacing Jordan Poole's offense with a group that might not be as dynamic offensively, but it's a little bit more diverse. And my God, is it a better group defensively?
No doubt. And I'm just looking at the box score from Game 7 against Sacramento in that run. The Western Conference first round, Kevon Looney played 31 minutes in that game. You don't need him to play 31 minutes anymore. You had Jordan Poole played 19. Restaurant quality, Dante
DiVincenzo
played 8 minutes. Kuminga played 2.5 minutes.
Yep.
Jordan Poole, 19 off the bench. So as you look into the playoffs, and by the way, Steph had 50 that game. I don't know if I need to remind you of that one.
I do remember that. Yes.
20 of 38 from the floor.
Oh, dude, he was
chef.
He was amazing.
He took 38% of the shots. But my point is, if Wiggins can be that good, and if Buddy can be close to Clay, and Draymond is still Draymond, I do think that you have the pieces in a different way to still make this work in the playoffs with what you have.
It's a different Western Conference now than it was then, but yeah, like at minimum, that's why I'm like, well, we got a lot more to see.
No doubt.
Before we can have this conversation. The point I'm making today is I just think we're marching toward the idea of acquiring a star being an unpopular thing, which is very rare.
It's crazy.
But we're marching toward that, and maybe quicker than I thought we were because of the way they've started this season. Elisa in the city is next up. Hi, Elisa. Thanks for calling.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
In answer to your question, I agree with you. That would be a big, unpopular move. Like we should go with who we have. And especially since you said that it would take a couple people to trade. If it was just one person, maybe, like not sure about how Kuminga's doing, but a couple people, that totally breaks it up. No good, in my opinion.
Well, and Elisa, the truth of the matter is we're not talking about a couple people. You're probably talking about 5 people. Or you're talking about 2 to 3 people and a big bucket of picks. You know, I mean, and part of that is just to make an acquiring team whole, and part of that is just financially. The Warriors this year are not allowed to add money to their current situation. So whatever Giannis is making, the Warriors would actually need to at least match it or even cross it.
5 people. It's emotionally difficult to think 5 people and this like amazing start would go away. So I just wanted to share that.
Elisa, thanks.
Yeah.
I mean, understand that right now.
She's right, though. The emotions of it.
It's terrible. And if you wanted to play the silly trade machine game for Giannis, let's just take Giannis. What's he making this year?
48.8.
All right.
48.8.
And what's Andrew got?
26.3.
26. All right. So now you're still $22 million away. What's Kuminga?
Kuminga is at 7.
Okay.
So those two combined are 34.
You still need 15 more. Who we got?
Looney's making 8.
Okay. Still need 7 more.
You got Moses making 5.8.
All right. We still need 2 or 3 more.
And I hate to do it because I love this man.
But
Guy Santos.
All right,
gotta go.
All right, so you did it without pods, but think of how that feels right now, and I don't know.
Santos, Moody, Kuminga, Wiggins.
And Looney.
5 for 1.
I mean, you're sitting here right now, and I don't know that
Hello, Reese Beekman.
Yeah, there's not a lot of situations that feel like this, but to this particular situation in this moment, it literally sounds almost ludicrous. You'd be like, no. And who's ever said that in the history of ever? No, thanks. I don't want Giannis.
Sorry, Giannis. We like Guy too much.
But that's what you're looking at.
And she was right, though, about the emotions of it. And I just looked at the trade deadline, which will come after game 48. So if you're 32-16.
You have 40 more games.
If you're 32-16, what do you do? Hot shot?
So you're basically, what if they go 25-15 with those remaining 40?
Which is not outrageous.
I think it's actually, the way they look right now, it's beyond believable.
32-16. Do you gut this thing for 24 games of Giannis? I don't know, kid.
I don't know. You know what I do know?
Tell me.
I do know that Warriors Live is starting really soon. And I also know that the Niners play this weekend. And I also know you haven't made a pick yet.
Oh, no. The pick is in, though.
Not yet.
Do you want to hear it?
It's about to be. Well, indeed, with the Bengals plus 5.5, Dibs did get back to 500 last night, which is a little kissing your sister. A record of 15-15-1 is satisfying to nobody.
He's heating up.
But we're either going to go into the positive or we're going to go back into the negative this weekend. And I always get extra nervous when it's a Niner game, but here we go.
Yeah.
The Niners minus 6.5 at Tampa. Dibs.
What's the lock of the day? You're not going to like it because not only do I like it, I love it. It's my single most confident pick of the week. Look, guys.
No!
Shanahan's amazing off a bye. CMC is going back to the field. Tampa's got nobody, including my fantasy player, Jalen McMillan, and they're on a short week.
Don't do it!
Oh, it's done. The pick is in. You take the Niners and you lay the 6.5. Cuckoosh. It's getting hot in here, so take off.
All your clothes because they're wet.
Yeah.
They're wet.
They're soaked in my locker.
That Dibs is wet.
Lay off all those points. I am getting so hot. I'm going to lay 6.5.
Oh, my God.
It's getting hot in here. Cuckoosh.
Lucas, don't dance. It
So
just,
lay off
it
all
just
those
eggs
points.
him on. Like, come on, people.
Niners 34.
I hate it.
Tampa Bay
20.
19.
Oh, I thought you were going to say
It's
20.
not good for the Niners, but when Dibs has won 2 in a row and he's about to get hot, it's great for us who bet against
He's
him.
never won.
Yeah, he hit 3 in a row early in the season.
did?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Just
You did?
once.
How the hell are you at 500 when you hit 3 in a row?
Because I've had a couple of losing 405s and I've had some skids. Shout out Mark. I thought that was funny.
I thought you were going to say shout out Mila, and I was going to get very gross.
No, I mean, she hit me with a 2-piece yesterday. Just 10 seconds on my 2-year-old daughter. Put her on the potty yesterday. And, nothing happens. 8 minutes later, I went PU. Timeout. We were just on potty.
Yeah.
And you hit me for some MMs. And you tell me 8 minutes later, now?
Why do you like sharing these stories on the radio?
Because it's human. It gives the human side of me. And you're in a different space, but you need to be reminded of what it's like.
I
in
have
my
a dog.
world.
I pick this stuff up every day.
Yeah.
Every day. Multiple times.
That's on you. Penny hit you with that 2-piece. Or probably a 4-bagger.
Can I give you a positive piece of news?
Not a
Please.
small dog.
Yeah.
Last 2 times Dibs has picked the 49ers as his lock.
They've won. I know.
2-0.
I know.
All I do is win half the time.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Exactly half the time.
The beloved Bayview Restaurant and Lounge at the Inn at the Tides is now accepting reservations for Thanksgiving. Delight in a classic turkey dinner or chef specials like surf and turf, prime rib, or pan-seared filet of salmon. Reservations at inatthetides.com. And Warriors Live ahead of Warriors and Cavs is next. Presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Bring on Warriors Live with Willard and Dibs.
And I can't wait for that. But in the meantime, I do want to tell you about my weight loss journey, which has gone so great, down 25 pounds. Thanks.
And the Warriors with yet another measuring stick game in the East. The 7-1 start put to the test again against, I think, in fact, the only remaining team in the NBA with a 0 in the loss column. That would be the 9-0 Cleveland Cavaliers. It happens all tonight on 95.7 The Game. Warriors at Cavs. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And I would argue that this game tonight is exactly that.
It's a great matchup of like teams, other than the fact that Cleveland's a little bit taller in many spots, but both are going to go 10 or 11 deep. Both very good so far this year. It's a fascinating matchup for the Warriors trying to keep this road perfection going.
President and COO of the Warriors, Brandon Schneider, is going to join us in just about 9 or 10 minutes and talk a little bit about what's coming up on Tuesday when Klay Thompson returns to the Bay Area at Chase Center. Klay night. All of the different things that are going to be going on, all of the emotions as well. So that's going to be great. We look forward to talking to Brandon. Because of that, let's jump right into today's injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. For the Warriors, the big news is DeAnthony Melton is available in this game. And Steve Kerr told us earlier in the week, when he's ready, I'm going to play him. He's a really good player.
So that's great. And so, depending on the rest of the availability, the team gets deeper. And so minutes become a little tougher to come by. But it'd be good to watch Melt get out there against a team that is very good offensively.
He missed 5 games with the low back strain, but he is available tonight. However, 2 other Warriors remain question marks. One of them is Draymond Green, right knee contusion, along with Brandon Podziemski, who remains questionable with the illness that he's been dealing with. Both of them will test themselves in pregame warmups. That's happening right now as we speak, and then a firm decision will be made, but we do not have that as of yet. So both of them remain question marks.
Yeah, and Draymond, I think, a little less of a concern for me because, yes, a knee contusion, he's got a knee bruise. I would imagine that he's going to be able to tough it out and give it a go. But Pod's coming off of that, I guess it was a flu. He had an illness, no real disclosure about what the illness is. But I do know if it is the flu, it's been a nasty flu going around this country.
Dude, I literally do not know one person under the age of 25 right now who's not sick.
Yeah.
School is not a good place to be.
Our very own 28-year-old who normally is in Lucas's spot, or the spot that Lucas is occupying, he's out too, so...
Actually, we can now update the injury report.
Oh, it's updated.
We have just received word that Draymond Green is in.
Okay, good.
Tonight with the right knee contusion. He is ready to go. Brandon Podziemski, we're still waiting official word on him. Now, for the Cavs, Max Strus out with a right ankle sprain. He's yet to play this year. They've been 9-0 without him. Dean Wade is questionable with an illness. He's been out for the last couple of games. And Sam Merrill is questionable with left ankle soreness. And if he's to miss, this would be his first of the year. He's been available for all the games until now. But the key players for the Cavaliers and the key players for the Warriors are all good to go in a matchup between two teams that in 17 games, they've amassed 1 loss total.
And it's crazy, and it's the Warriors against the Clippers. And just looking at what Cleveland has done this year, they've won a couple of close games. They've won a bunch of blowouts, and they're coming off of a 131-122 win over the Pelicans. And just glancing at what Cleveland has done this year, I'm seeing 4 games over 130 points. So styles make fights, a team that scores the basketball very well against the number 2 defense team in basketball.
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Let's also do our Take It to the Bank prediction, which is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. For some reason, I've been drawn to Andrew Wiggins in doing these so far this year, and I'll go there again. Feels to me like he's still kind of getting back physically after the back injury that he suffered earlier, so he hasn't quite been on point, but I sort of feel like he's been climbing a staircase a little bit. You're seeing some good things from Wiggs. So I'm going to give him an above average scoring night tonight. He is averaging 15.8 points per game. So for me, give Wiggins 16 or more in this game tonight.
I like it. It's an Andrew Wiggins revenge game is what it is as a former Cavalier. And on the other side, it's a Ty Jerome revenge game. He's now a Cavaliers.
Mm-hmm.
So Ty Jerome coming out motivated to try to show these Warriors what they lost when they let him get away.
So is your prediction that Ty Jerome will play? Is that your prediction?
Oh, no, he'll play.
Okay.
He's averaging like 15 minutes a game.
I know.
He plays a bunch. My prediction actually lies with Slow-Mo, Kyle Anderson. I think that this is a game where he's going to make a big impact, and he's going to probably play more than 20 minutes because Cleveland's really good offensively. I'm going to give Kyle Anderson, again, second straight game in double figures.
Okay. Slow-Mo, who's so far this year averaging 5.8 points per game, but you're right, it's been on an upswing.
Coming off 11.
For sure.
Against Boston.
Okay. Out-of-town game of the night sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. There are 13 games around the league tonight, and SFO can help you get to any and all of these locations this season, including Dallas Mavericks Suns tonight. Yeah, man, I'd love to be in the building for that one. Klay Thompson, Luka, Kyrie, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, Bradley Beal. The stars will be out. The Suns, every bit as hot as the Warriors, also a 7-1 start to their season. Mavs have been solid. They're 5-3 with Klay Thompson being a part of that. If you want to plan a trip to Dallas while the Warriors are in town, use SFO to get to Big D on February 12th. That's when they will see Klay Thompson next, after next Tuesday, obviously. That is the Warriors' only visit to Dallas this regular season. Always, all eyes will be on those matchups when they happen.
No doubt. And this one's fun for Klay going up against former teammate Kevin Durant. And Klay is coming off a 13-point performance where he was 5 of 10 from the floor. And just a quiet plus 27 as Dallas beat the Bulls by 20.
Yeah, that's a good one tonight. We'll keep an eye on that in addition to what we see in Cleveland, which is what we're talking about. That's the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. I tell you what, Dibs, like after what happened in Boston the other night, I think for a lot of Warrior fans, that was the game where we went, okay, we knew you were off to a good start. We knew you had a little something going. Now this is starting to get serious. It's like, hold on a second, and you let yourself dream a little bit. Now these next two games become really interesting because I personally think these two games at Cleveland tonight, at Oklahoma Sunday, are even harder for multiple reasons, mainly just because your road trip is starting to drag on. The Warriors have been out of their own beds for over a week now. These two teams, Cleveland might be even better. You know, Boston was a little shorthanded, no Jaylen Brown. So now this is going to be even harder. And my mind almost starts to wonder of, man, what do we do with this if they start winning these also?
Yeah.
I'm not telling you that I'm expecting the Warriors to lose tonight, but I do think now there's a little bit of a house money feel with the remainder of the road trip.
For sure. And you know who does expect them to lose this game tonight?
Las Vegas?
The bookmakers.
Yeah, exactly.
Cleveland's favored by 4.5. The over-under is 230.5, which I believe puts it at an implied 117, 113 kind of a ball game. And the Warriors are only allowing a bit over 100 points a game right now defensively. So if they are going to win this game, it would be an under the total. I believe it would be a game that is in the low 100s because Cleveland's a team that can get up and down now.
I'm a little fascinated that they're only favored by 4.5. I mean, that's 2 points less than Boston was favored by the other night.
Right, and I do think that it's because there's a certain amount of belief now in the marketplace about the Golden State Warriors because when you go to Boston, and even though they didn't have Jaylen Brown, you went to Boston and you won that game. And the way you won it, you came back from being down, you were 7 down with 6 minutes to go, and yet you came out and still won the ball game. So I do think tonight is one where normally Cleveland would be favored by even more at 9-0, and they're unbeaten at home. Warriors are unbeaten on the road. Mark, something's got to give tonight.
Indeed, it does.
You're welcome.
And the Cavs, by the way, suffer maybe a little bit from the same thing the Warriors suffered from for a little while, which is that if you do want to go, I mean, they're 9-0, so I don't know how you can get mad at it, but at the same time, there haven't been really any sparkling wins. You would say they've beaten Milwaukee twice in both arenas, but Milwaukee stinks this year. Milwaukee's been absolutely awful. So we'll see. This is a first mano-a-mano type matchup for Cleveland. Obviously, Golden State is coming off of their first one. So I can't wait to see it. We'll see what it looks like. Speaking of what's coming up for the Warriors, we're excited about this conversation. We welcome into Warriors Live the president and COO of the team, Brandon Schneider, as we get ready for Clay Day when the Warriors return early next week. Brandon, good afternoon. Thanks for coming on the show. How are you?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me on. I'm doing great. Excited for another road win tonight, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully, yes. This thing will tip off here in about 45 minutes. We'll be all over it on 95.7 The Game. And after this one and the trip to OKC on the weekend, obviously a huge night for everyone in the organization on Tuesday. So let all the fans know kind of what's in the plans for Tuesday night at Chase Center.
Tuesday night is going to be a special night, as we know, as the Dallas Mavericks come, and it's the opening of the Emirates NBA Cup, which is exciting. But obviously, the big deal is Klay Thompson's return to Chase Center. And this is something we've been talking about for a long time, even before the schedule came out in August. When's Klay's first game back? It'll be an emotional night, certainly for Klay, for our team, for our fans. And we're excited. You know, it's one of those things. You've seen us honor former players in the past, right? And Dub Nation always likes to give love to the guys that come back. You know, we've had so much success, and you've got strength in numbers. So many guys have contributed to that. But Klay Thompson's different, right? I mean, this will go down as one of the biggest returns for a player ever, right? 13 years with the Warriors and everything he's done. So you know, we wanted to make sure it was different. So when fans walk in Tuesday night, doors open 5:30, tip off at 7. Tickets available Warriors.com, by the way. But when fans come in, they'll get a captain hat. Kaiser Permanente is the partner there. But the big deal, you know, we all know Klay is so unique and literally would come to practice and come to games on his boat, right? He loves the water. So every fan's going to get a captain's hat. And then, so it'll be a cool commemorative giveaway. But then, of course, we'll get into pregame introductions. We'll announce the 4 other Maverick starters first, and then we're going to run a really special tribute video for Klay, and then Klay will get announced last. And then the idea is we're going to want the 18,064 people there to do a tip of the cap to Captain Klay Thompson. So we are really excited for that moment. And then the last thing that'll happen is Stephen Curry wanted to say a few words. So once we get through introductions for the Mavericks, Steph's going to take the mic at center court and give his thoughts on what Klay has meant to him and meant to all of us.
That's incredible, and I love the giveaway, and we have some here in the studio, and Mark was wearing it earlier, and I don't know if you saw the video we put out yesterday with the Splash Challenge, but I had one on yesterday and got doused by a bucket of water in honor of Klay and his return. So when you say a tip of the cap, are we talking about a full removal and an actual doff of the cap, or just a pinch of the brim? What are you envisioning here?
You know, that's a really good question. I'd actually like to get your thoughts on that. What do you suggest the fans do when we do the tip of the cap?
Well, before I answer that, I'd like to bask in the praise you just gave me, and thank you, because I thought it was a really good question. But I think a full doff, a doffing of the cap, a removal and a gesture to the court would be a little bit more dramatic and pronounced.
Okay. All right. Well, Dub Nation, I hope you're hearing that. I think let's go with that. I like that call.
Nice.
Or Brandon, or we could reenact the video that Dibs has already made, and you guys with your fancy technology at Chase Center could have buckets of water up above the crowd, and when we doff the cap, you could splash everybody to commemorate the Splash Brothers.
Mark, I think that's a great idea. We may hold off on that one, but I think it's that could be fun. That could be fun if we were playing outside, maybe. But no, I like Dan. We'll go with the tip of the hat. We'll keep the splash idea under consideration.
Yeah, and it was a consideration, and I actually got hit in the alley outside of our building, which turned out to not be a big deal. There was no cleanup on aisle 3 or anything. Can you give us an indication about the video and like if there's anything in there special that maybe we aren't aware of that would be in a normal highlight package?
Well, I mean, it's going to be special. I'm not going to give anything away because I want the fans to be able to see it live. I want to have it be a nice surprise on Tuesday, but it's going to be emotional. I mean, I mean, look, Klay Thompson, 13 years with the Warriors. We all know the moments, right? 6 finals, 4 championships. You know, we were the first team in the NBA since the Celtics in 1966 to go to the finals 5 years in a row. That obviously doesn't happen. Back then there was 8 teams in the league, right? That doesn't happen without Klay. You know, and then you think about what he's meant. I mean, you know, obviously the winning, but, 14 3-pointers in a game in Chicago, headband Klay. You remember that game? He had the cut on his head, so he's wearing the headband as he's knocking down 3 after 3. You guys all remember the 37-point quarter against the Kings. 13 for 13 from the field, 9 of 9 from 3, 2 of 2 from the line. I don't think we're ever going to see that again. And then, you know, maybe one of the most memorable moments, I'd say, outside of the playoffs and the finals at Chase Center was January 9th of 2022, coincidentally against the Cleveland Cavaliers. And I always stuck in my head, Franco, when he was announcing the starting lineup, he's back. And this was Klay Thompson after 941 days. You know, he obviously tore his ACL in the finals against the Raptors in 2019, came all the way back, getting ready for the season, and then tears his Achilles. You had COVID in there, 941 days between games, and you had that emotional night. And again, like the other thing that you know, as we're talking about this, that comes through for me, we all remember Klay and all the great times and everything he did on the court, but just his connection to Dub Nation. I mean, he's going to go down, him and Steph, as 2 of the most popular Warriors of all time. You know, the fans love him for who he is as a guy and all the work he's done in the community. So for all those reasons, I think I know all of Dub Nation's really looking forward to Tuesday night.
No doubt. I mean, Brandon, I don't think it's an overstatement in the slightest to say that this is the biggest return by a former player in probably the history of the organization.
I think that's right. And I think, and there won't be another one like this. Right.
Absolutely.
I agree with that, honestly. I mean, if you look at the golden age, and we've had a great history. We have 7 championships. We won 3 championships, including the first in NBA history before this era, but 4 championships in this era, and Klay along with Steph and Draymond and Andre Shawn, all the guys, but Klay's been like the center of it. And to have him come back, and the other thing that's really fun about it, you look at how the season's played out so far, and I don't know that we could have drawn it up any better, right? Because it's like Klay Thompson's playing well, Mavericks are playing well, Warriors are playing great. Like everything's going just, I think, how you would have scripted it, and it's all going to lead into a really, really special night on Tuesday night for 18,064 in attendance, but also for everyone watching on TV and listening on the radio.
No doubt about it. Brandon, thank you for getting us ready for it. Again, Warriors.com, tickets available. We're giving away a pair of tickets on Monday on our show. Thanks so much for getting us ready.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Excited for tonight, excited for Tuesday.
Okay, indeed. We'll see you out there. There he is, Brandon Schneider, president and COO of the Golden State Warriors. We are 4 days away from a memorable night.
Show up and get your captain's hat on. It's unique, it's cool, it's rare, and you get a chance to doff it for Klay Thompson.
Yeah, there you go. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. All right, kind of final thoughts on what you think we're going to see tonight. For me, I'm looking for the Warriors and their rebounding. I think that's going to be the difficulty tonight going against a very big Cleveland team.
It's depth versus depth, and as we get ready for the game, ladies and gentlemen, it's the weekend.
It is
brother.
the weekend, yeah, it is, and it is almost time to send it out to the arena. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Nah.
Sunday?
Busy.
Monday?
See you then.
Okay, we'll see you then. For Dibs, for Lucas, for the entire team, everybody who's been in there, shoot your shot. It's all you got. Out to Cleveland next.